My name is Devi. I'm currently the main roamer for Homeboys SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed eSports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RGSG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stellar, and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we would be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after qualifiers, after the last season until today.
Uh, we have been playing rank games. We have been playing scrims to try to improve on our teamwork and chemistry. Yeah, cause we are a new team.
We have been training very hard and watching all the MPL from other regions, trying to see what they are doing, and we have been picking those small little things up.
So this time round compared to previous season, for the last season, I think I started training too late. So for this season, what we have adjusted is like I have trained more with other MPL teams from other country, and we have started training earlier this season.
Okay, maybe quite a lot have changed. The emblems now we get to choose three different emblems. Yeah, and most of the emblems got nerfed. So yeah, maybe it kind of balance out the game.
Everybody will not be used to the new emblem change, but eventually, when you play more, when you train more, when you grind it, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to the new emblem. You get used to the new meta. Personally, I think it's a big change. Yes. I don't have any preference whether I like it or not.
I would say it opens up a lot of possibilities to new playstyles and also more heroes that have never been seen before will be used because the emblem system allows for more versatile gameplays, especially during the early to mid games. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I would say I'm pretty comfortable with the new meta, the new patch, because it brings more complexity towards the meta changes. Especially bringing the new emblems. There's a lot of things you can adapt to. A lot of strategies you can bring onto the table.
We don't really have a goal. Yeah, we just want to go into every game and play our best.
This season, I'd say it's probably quite a high expectation, aiming for at least a upper bracket slot after regular season.
I think for every team in MPL, the ultimate goal is always to be the champions and move on to international tournaments, and that's the same for Flash as well, I would say.
Of course, I'm aiming for the top one in MPL SG. I mean, I've failed 3 times already, so yeah, hopefully this season I can make it.
We must definitely achieve better results than what we did in SMGSG. Definitely the aim and the goal for Homeboys is to achieve champion and eventually this season M5.
Personally wise, it will be top 3 uh, because I really feel that in MPL SG it's really doable for top 3. But as a team wise, of course, we would like to win the whole thing itself.
So for the past few seasons, I always have been targeting top 4, top 3. But this time round, I'm coming for top 1 lah.
For me, I have always thought of winning the champions to prove myself in the international stage because I already have won, like as you say, multiple championships. So the hunger for it is actually not as strong as the first time. But my hunger to do well in international tournaments is actually even more than what I wanted at the first place of winning MPL SG because I already tasted it. So I want more. So it's like this is just actually a first step to me. It might be the bigger step to others, but to me it's only the first step of entering M5 and trying to get a better placing than last year.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6?
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster slash commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was a MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSGSG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. You know, there's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then, back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7. Screaming out our lungs. It's really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly, highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue itself and feel the literal electricity in the air. That is something that I will never forget, and I enjoy every single time when we're doing finals.
I think, first and foremost, I'd like to thank them. I know that we have a lot of overseas viewers as well. Thank you for your support for MPL SG as well. Without you guys, I think we wouldn't be at the level we're at now. And I think just keep giving us your feedback, because good or bad, doesn't matter. If it helps us improve, we'll take it.
I personally really do appreciate the support coming from the community. Things like streamers playing the game and people supporting those streamers eventually kind of rose up to support for the entire MPL community as well, and scene in Singapore. So I feel like keeping that support and viewership going really, really helps the scene, because that's the most important thing. If you don't have viewers, the scene isn't going to grow. If you don't have bodies at Suntec or at OTH, at our Tampines Hub, it's just not gonna work because no one's gonna watch the game. So keeping that support going, I think, would be really important to me, and I'm super grateful that we have these people in Singapore right now, and it continues to grow.
Honestly, first up, Singapore is very, very small. And if you have the slightest, interest in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I highly encourage you guys, to follow our social pages, come on down and support us live. It's really, really appreciated, that presence there, whether you're online, physically with us, it's greatly appreciated, especially Singapore is so small. And of course, for our players as well, they would be deeply encouraged by, your roaring screams, especially on the live venue itself. And with Singapore being so small, we need to show other regions that Singapore might be small, but guys, we are mighty, and we need you, all of our Singaporean viewers, to be there to support Singapore all as one.
Being part of an ecosystem, that has been very enjoyable, because honestly, if I were to go to the playoffs and I'm just going in, I cast, I'm done, I go home, honestly, that's kind of boring.
So whenever whenever the audience members or the community members comes over and we just chat each other up, I think that's a very refreshing feeling, and the experience is different every season.
MPL Singapore itself wouldn't be possible without you guys. Every one of you are very important to us. And, like what we mentioned, come down every week if you guys can. I know you guys can be quite busy. Or during the playoffs, we are around and about. Just ask away and, have a chat with us. We're more than happy to chat with you guys. So I feel like you guys are really important for us. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart how much support that you guys have been pouring in towards us since season 1. So I really thank you guys.
Don't do it! The gateway will devour everything! Sleep tight, my star. Daddy's watching from afar. Close your eyes, mommy's little
When I learned that our reality was on the brink of annihilation, the multiverse, implanted with fragments of my soul, became the last hope. Any universe is within my reach. Yet, my home still seems but a faded dream. You can't save them. All life will perish before the calamity.
Dad! Is that you? All these years.
I'm sorry, my little star. I will protect you. No matter the cost. Even the cosmos can't stop me! Layla. My baby girl. Goodbye. The calamity ends with me. Into oblivion. Finally, you are safe, my little star.
Can you hear me? It's Layla. Father, can you hear me? It's Layla. Please, come back home.
My journey is taking me home. For you are the home where I belong.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter.
MPL SG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in eSports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
eSports SG is your one and only victor when it comes to the MPL.
Gentlemen, RSG, they reign supreme in Season 4. RSG, take the game! MPL SG!
Previously, right here at MPL SG Season 6, we have seen in the regular season the top 8 teams right here in Singapore duke it out over the past 4 weeks, and the seedings have been locked in. Now, the sun has set over at the land of dawn, and a new dawn awaits us right here as we head on over to the playoffs. What an exciting day today, and we're so very excited to be here, none other than Suntec City itself. Ooh boy, it is so refreshing. So with that being said, my name is Cheryl, and thank you so much for tuning in, especially those of you guys online. Now remember, you can also head on down and join us right here at Suntec City as well. Now we're very excited today as well because we see the top 8 teams duke it out, and of course this is the time where we're gonna see some faces go, as it is the playoff season. As you guys know, for the other regions, they have already selected champion. Now it is Singapore's time to shine, as we said, and look for our representative that will represent Singapore over on the international stage and head on over to the M5 to represent Singapore. So we're very excited for that. Stick around over the next 3 days as we unveil which one of these 8 teams will represent Singapore. So without further ado, let's take a look at today's match schedule. So here, as you see on your respective screens, kicking off the show, we have the lower bracket battle. We see Team Evo first up, going head-to-head against Alchemy, and this will be starting off at 10 a.m. Thereafter, followed by Vanguard, duking it out with Stellark, and this will be happening at 12:30 p.m. Then it will be match 3 and 4, which will be the upper bracket battles, where we see Team Flash crossing swords with Bleed eSports happening at 3 p.m. And closing off the show today, we see our 3 times defending champion RSG duking it out with Homeboys later on at 5:30 p.m. Wow, what an exciting day that you guys are in line for. Now, we're very so excited here at MPL SG Season 6 playoffs, and it wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Moonton and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Our official partner, Head and Shoulders. And our partners in eSports, OSIN, and the beautiful Suntec City Mall. So without further ado, friends, let's kickstart by meeting the wonderful faces of our players right here from Match 1. So, without further ado, let's meet Team Evil. So right here, Team Evil is a team renowned for their playoff buffs, and they have arrived right here at the playoff season. Will this buff be in effect? Will they be able to pull off another amazing run as they always have? Stick around and let's find out. Now, going head up against Team Evil, presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, Alchemy SG. Now, friends, Alchemy SG right here in the regular season is but a warm-up session for them. Now, they're here at the playoff season, and they'll fight for their survival to retain their space amongst the titans of MPL SG. Now the boys are saying the hellos before heading over to the land of Dawn. I don't know about you guys, but I feel a little bit of a bittersweet moment. Bitter because I know when it comes to the first two matches right here of the day, we will see two teams get relegated right here at MPL SG Season 6. Sweet. Just because we are one step closer to unveiling our champion right here at MPL SG. Are you guys over at the caster's desk feeling the same? I'll hand my time over to you. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 6 after 2 long weeks of break. But now we are back at it again, and we are expecting to see a couple of teams drop out, unfortunately, and a couple of teams that will rise up the ladder. But maybe we have a completely different story this season. But before we continue with the rest of the show, a quick little introduction. My name is Abstract. With me here is Churros. And we do have a guest on our side. Who is this? Have you got lost? Hades!
He's repping his bleed jersey, so
yeah, man. Yeah,
you know.
I mean, what can I say?
Oh,
I was getting a bit bored. I woke up a bit too early, and I was like, okay, tell you what. You know, it's a nice early day. It's good to enjoy some great ML, some MPL SG. So I figured, why not hop on?
Why not hop on? Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like we got this all planned and all. It just so happens to be like, oh, we got a random Hades that got lost, and they're like, hey, you wanna get up here or not? But, well, let me just ask you a quick little question. How are you feeling today?
Feeling very good. I'm a bit nervous for Churros because, you know, Churros, like, the first thing he got into the makeup room, right? He was like, oh, this is not the other Hades. I'm like, oh my god.
I really thought this was the Pinoy Hades.
But, well, it is not.
It is
because
not.
we do have the OG right here. There is definitely gonna be a lot more insights that we will be able to, you know, yoink out of Hades throughout the entire season, or not entire season, sorry, during the entire panel for this series. But for now, let's talk a little bit more about the nitty-gritties and take a look at what have came out in the most recent update and what are the things that we should expect.
Well, when you look at the new patch, you can tell, obviously in the middle of the regular season, we kind of like sort of transitioned over to the support meta. You start to see all these support heroes popping up. You see the Angelas, the Matildas.
Hospital meta!
Yes, hospital meta, or like I call it pocket meta. And obviously you start to see, you know, surprisingly, some heroes didn't really make it into the criteria list. You could see like maybe your Estes, your Diggies. These heroes never really took off.
Right.
And when you start to see the, you know, the resurgences of these like Angelas, Matildas coming in, I would say it opened up like a lot of different play styles, and then if anything, it was more inclusive to all these support tank players. Now they can actually start to show where they come in.
Right.
But of course, with that coming into play with the new patch, I would say that it started to affect, say, goal laners or cores who used to getting caught out of position, I would say.
Yeah.
So that's where you start to see this new patch with all the new tiny nerfs in there. Actually, we did a bit of experimentation as well. I'm not gonna lie, when this kind of hit, I can kind of tell you, like, I'm pretty sure from every team's perspective, right? The first thing they're gonna be worried just before playoffs, you're like, something's a bit wrong, Is it as good as it used to be? So if anything, I would say how significant this patch is to the playoffs is that you're gonna see some teams, they're gonna question their heroes a little bit, or you're gonna have teams that really thrive on it.
Right. Okay, so at least when we are talking about like the hospital meta, the kind of stuff, we have Matilda that actually came up on top with a lot of people realizing, you know what, Matilda is sick. Matilda has a lot of damage, which makes sense now because with the most recent patch, we have got Matilda being tuned down quite a bit when it comes down to the wisp damage during the circling eagle. Now, of course, the main question here is if whether Matilda is still, considered as a main, still one of the few important bans.
Yeah, it's definitely on the priority list. I mean, the support heroes, they have a little bit of nerf, but they're definitely in right now, especially since, the jungle retribution has been nerfed a little bit or adjusted to bring in more assassins. But of course, we have to look into a lot of the player lineups for the side of Evil. We have Coconut, Jace's in the mid lane, Twist, one of the best up-and-coming EXP laners in the entire MPL Season 6. Powerful, of course, we know is the mainstays in EVO. And lastly, Carrot. Right here, we have the old dogs, I would say.
I would say, yes.
Yeah, they've been really, really improving a lot of through the entirety of the seasons, all from Season 3, since their debut, up to Season 6. And they've constantly shown improvement. Last season, Season 5, they've been 3rd place. This season, they are the top contenders for the 1st place.
Let's not forget about the fact that Evil themselves, they have the playoff buff. I was really hoping that they will be able to move up in the regular seasons, but you know what? They still went to the lower brackets. But together, since we are talking about lower brackets, we do have Alchemy SG as well that will be fighting against them first.
I mean, this is the team where, till now, I would say one thing they've struggled with up to throughout the entire regular season would be solidifying their identity as a team. Obviously with all these young and I would say relatively like inexperienced players, one thing they are lacking is obviously being able to solidify into like one direction into the way they want to approach the game. So often when you see against like Alchemy, for example, like when they played against us, so basically like this was a team that you could tell they were split in their direction. They really couldn't agree on how they wanted to close out games. But despite that, I would say there's a lot of snippets of hope. And of course, like for example, Icon in particular, I was quite impressed with him. I was also impressed with Puski. I feel like these are players where they have a lot of potential moving into the future. If anything, for me, I actually feel like this season has a lot to do with the future for next year especially. It's not just M5, it's actually for the future to see which players will be going over to the big teams.
Yeah.
So that is something we all need to be looking forward to.
Yep. So do remember that Alchemy stayed in their roster for quite some time already, and they have never changed their roster a lot. So I think that Evil has got quite some work cut out for them. So what exactly are the ways and the keys to their victory in this series?
Well, off the top of my head, a lot of the teams, they respect Evil just because they have this thing called the magic of team fights. We're going to bring that up again.
The evil magic.
The evil magic. I see Powerful carrying the magic notebook anyway, so they've got their work cut out for them. The book, exactly. But with that being said, they have to protect Coconut at all costs. It's a protect comp after all. A clash comp is basically getting your marksman up to farm and getting him to deal that damage, especially in the late games, especially in the objective fights like the Lords, like the Turtles. Carrot also has that soft support picks to help Evil's playstyle, but don't forget, he has that versatility to go back into that tank metas and that setup roam positions if he needs to. That works around the team's composition, especially when they have a lot of aggressive aggressive nature in the early game. Powerful's form will have to be on point, and this doesn't even have to be a key point right here.
He gotta have to be him.
He's just gotta have to be him, and he has shown his significance and his value over in the regular season.
Now, how about on the side of Alchemy? I mean, Evil has got what? The playoff, they have their playoff buff, they have the evil magic, so much things going on for them. But what about Alchemy?
Well, Alchemy, like I mentioned, this is a team where they have a lot of different ideas, but not able to, not really able to settle on one per se and not able to close out games. So when you talk about, say, for example, picking unorthodox heroes, I honestly think it really doesn't matter too much about the heroes, especially, it's game 1 of the day. What you want to do is get that, that nice mental advantage. You want to get that momentum going into game 2 in the best of 3. So obviously, the ideal situation would be to just be able to play together. Remember the foundation of going to the playoffs. That would be key here. Because like I mentioned, some of the losses which you saw from Alchemy was because they were often caught trying to achieve too much. So if anything, I would always say that it's better for them to dial back, just kind of chill, focus on actually closing the game out as a team. And I would say I would actually feel they have a really good chance of giving Evil a huge run for their money. You'd be surprised. Because don't forget it, like you mentioned, Alchemy's playoff form came in the regular season, right? But that's because one thing they didn't do in previous seasons was they boot camped before the regular season. But are they able to surpass and climb higher limits for these playoffs? That is the key question here for Evil.
I mean, we gotta have to remember that Alchemy, when it comes down to being mechanically skilled, I gotta have to say they do have that. However, it's more of their team dynamics as well as their identity that is really lacking. They're gonna have to, as Hades said, they're gonna have to focus on one thing. They're gonna have to look in more of a linear path in order to really understand what they want to do. But for now, let's take a look at the head-to-head. Is there anything that we should, keep our eye out for? Is there anything that kind of seems out of the ordinary?
I think these are kind of the stats that are really brought up. Evil being the top seed, they've won a lot of their games, especially, being doubted one of the Titan Slayers. They are slowly but surely being Titans themselves, and Alchemy really has to watch out for Evil's understanding of macro mechanics and understanding their way that they play around the map in order to secure objectives to leading up to their victory. So a lot of the objective rates are favoring over to the side of Evil, but first objective rate though, this is something that is really interesting. It's favoring the side of Alchemy though.
I mean, if anything, this is where this kind of confirms what I was saying earlier on. Because, when we talk about Alchemy, they're always kind of split up, trying to achieve too much. That's why I would say they have the higher first objective rate, which means more emphasis on the side towers. But you look at Evil, why do they have the higher damage? Why do they have the higher KDAs? Because this is a very team fight-oriented team. This is common knowledge throughout all the seasons that Evil has played. No matter what roster whatever player they've brought in, they have so much emphasis on team fight. And that's why they're able to give even, the top, like RSG. Give them a really huge scare in the team fights because these guys, they have that chemistry.
Yes, they are very scary after all. They have the magic, but maybe there's a little bit more seeded into that than just the magic. But for now, talent as well as the audience predictions. What do we all think about this game? We did see that their previous head-to-head in the regular seasons was a 2:1, but it does seem as though all across the board, for the three of us, we all think that is 2-0 instead of their, scores in the regular season 2-1.
I just gotta say, they have won my heart. Since season 3, they have been constantly improving, and 2 weeks, honestly, from the regular season until the playoffs is a lot of time for them to really hone their skill and improve their synergy and all of that. But this time around, I think Evil has got it in the bag.
I would say that is the Evil magic for you, huh?
Actually, personally for me, I'm actually low-key hoping that they make it all the way to the lowest bracket, even upsetting teams. Ideally, best case scenario, if we make it to the upper bracket, I hope they actually smash some of these lower bracket teams because I do want to see some new blood. The thing is with Evil, right? To me, they're always one step away from making it to the top 4. They're like half a step.
Yes.
They're not far behind, but something is missing. So will this be the playoffs that they actually identify what is it to actually take them to the next level, finally break the curse?
Yeah, I mean, so far we have always been talking about the top four, the 4 teams that are always close to one another. But when it comes down to the playoff, things are starting to look a little bit different because we've got the Evil Buff, Evil Magic. You guys know the drill. But as for the audience side, it seems as though we have quite a lot of audiences that are pushing more towards the Evil side. In fact, 70+% in favor for Evil. But this is the game that we should be looking out for, especially since they are starting the day out.
Sir,
we've got Evil that will be
command?
starting off with their bans as first man, first pick, and we have Alchemy on second.
Well, Evil actually banned out that Nolan first, so it's a very, very new hero that has been used, I think, in MPL PH once, but to a little success because of the fact that Nolan actually scales pretty I wouldn't say hard, but like it doesn't scale as well as a lot of the other assassin heroes into that late game. But right off the bat, you can actually tell Alchemy is still banning out a lot of these assassin doctor kind of heroes. Evil going on the whatever can disrupt my early game team fight composition.
I mean, if you think about it from the drafter's perspective, right? These opening bans, I would say it's very, very cautious. This is where you can really, I'd say from a team's perspective, you can feel the psychological factor take over. When you look at, for example, the Matilda ban, the Angela ban, all these bans all scream, these are all the meta heroes that are currently very, very popular. Especially when you look at Matilda. One thing why she's so commonly banned is because of the rotation speed. She accelerates rotation timings, farming patterns, and it makes like reaction timings very scary. Teams that are not coordinated well enough, that's where they tend to struggle. And meanwhile, you look at the evil side, see the Nolan ban. Why is he so scary? It's not just because, scaling and whatnot. It's because he's still so new. Teams are still getting a proper feel of him. And I would say even when coming to the build, he's still quite flexible, but he can still be a very, very huge pain in the ass. One thing about Nolan as well is that he forces teams to really like bunch up together. And that's something which actually I feel like, I think I actually wouldn't have minded experimenting and letting it do. But this is why I say that, with team perspectives with drafting, it's always going to be a little bit different. And now the Baxter comes out, and if anything, the common theme of this entire playoffs with drafting, I'm going to feel, is definitely going to be about
anti-heal,
and of course the rotation speed. Rotation speed to the side lanes is going to be very, very crucial between these two teams.
I like the fact that Baxia has been up and coming as one of the priority picks for a lot of these teams, especially when you do team fight compositions. You really need that early game to scale up. You really need to snowball your way through, provide space for your marksmen to farm up. Baxia is one of the mainstays of the team. I've always told my friends and everyone else, like, hey, when in doubt, just choose Baxia. In this support meta, Baxia is the way to go. You have the fastest clearing speed of all the tank junglers right from the get-go. Alchemy, on the other hand, they are reacting with the Valentina and the Bruno pick. So a little bit more on the defensive side, but they want to pick up the Bruno right from that get-go. What do you think about that, Hades?
To be honest, I have a little bit of doubt straight off the bat because you have so many marksmen in the pool, right? You notice the Irithel was like right open, all these other marksmen still wide open in the pool, but you went straight with the Bruno, which kind of implies that they do have a plan in mind potentially. I would say this also, for a couple of the Valentina, very, very safe. But meanwhile, I'm actually a bit more curious towards the evil side. We went straight for the Novaria and was it the Khalid? I'm saying
Khalid, yeah.
Yeah, I know like some of the Singaporean teams are starting to accept the Kali. Maybe it's the Diablo influence. Everybody wants to be the next Diablo.
Yeah. I mean, understandably, when it comes down to Khalid, he is absolutely strong in lane. You do have the sustainability that you want coming from Quicksand Guard. You pretty much have a very good rotational power because of the passive as well. And that will make very good sense since they immediately ban out the Terizla. They do not want the Khalid to have a losing lane. They want to have some form of lane priority at the very least.
Well, game plan for Evil, very, very simple. Just clear wave and invade the jungle. Try to choke Alchemy out of any farm possible within all of this. And it kind of looks like, hey, they want to play the range game. They do have quite a bit of dive heroes, a lot of frontline defense tanks just to soak up those ultimates. So Evil trying to focus fire on like, hey, let's just protect Coconut. And this screams like, let's give give Coconut that Ixia. Don't you think so?
I
and they ban it out in the end.
Yeah, I love that ban actually.
This is a really, really good ban as well because considering you do have a considerable amount of CC and stuns and team fight on the side of Evil.
Yep.
So that makes a lot of sense. Now when I think back about it, a little bit of reflection, I realized the Bruno pick actually could be a really, really good pick for Alchemy specifically towards their playstyle. Because like if you take those like the side objectives, the side tower is really, really fast. You open up the map. If you play the map really, really well, I would say if you're lucky and if Evil are not coordinated, especially with backing off from turtle objectives, this is a huge opening for Alchemy to actually capitalize on these kind of things. So we'll see. And obviously with the Martyrs as well, you can tell they have a plan, which is they're not very confident in hard coming to that team fight. They don't really want to challenge and hold this bull by the horns. This is something where you kind of want to dodge and see and assess the situation from there. Taking on the Yuzhong, taking on the Paquito, I would say there's a bit of skepticism to what's going to come up from the EXP lane now. The options are dwindling, and I wouldn't say they are the most ideal.
Yeah, but on both teams though, they really identify their recons. Like Alchemy, they really want this Bruno to scale up fast. So banning out all of the marksmen, Evil identified that, hey, let's just get Twist up to speed even faster. Let's take out all the threats that he has to deal with. So Alchemy, they will pick up the X-Borg a little bit more on the safe side just to wait and see what Evil picks up. Maybe Alchemy could go for a wild card. What do you think that is?
And I'm seeing the Xbox, I'm not too convinced on this. Because when I see the first 3 heroes, I can see the plan right there is to open up the map, create that pressure, especially with the Martis and Bruno. And when you come out the Xbox like that, it
Wherever
kind
I
of
go,
goes against what that
please.
original game plan could have potentially been. And I think that that is something they may have been baited into by Evil. And obviously now when you're looking at the last few roams...
This is my tempo.
Oh my god, they took the Rafa and the Brody. This is starting to look a little bit scary. So what options would there be in the roaming? I would say that you would probably have to go with the initiation tanks at this point.
Yep.
This is rough.
I love Evo's draft actually. Like you have a lot of support. Definitely, Rafaela gives a lot of movement speed and the slow reduction.
Triple finder.
From all that, Alchemy going for that pick-off strategy, but he has to really work overtime in this. You have a lot of frontline tanks. Cho really has to find his way into that back line. He's going to be very well protected by the Baxia and by the Khalid. So both drafts, they are set. Evil going for that magic of team fights. Alchemy on the other hand, they have a little bit more of a pick-off strategy. It doesn't have a lot of like, you know, that fallback crowd control ability. So Alchemy though, will this draft actually play into their favor?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that all said and done, we've got the first game draft already done and underway. We've got Evil that have drafted themselves as per normal, a very team fight oriented team composition. While for Alchemy, we've got some pick-offs, a little bit more here and there, but that is definitely what we want to see coming from Alchemy, if whether they will be able to get that down. As such, into the land of dawn we go for game number 1, series number 1 for playoff day number 1.
Actually, real quick, I want to pick your head real quick. Okay, Churros. So when you look at between the jungle matchup, what do you think here would be the easier win condition?
I think Baxia would definitely live in Alchemy's jungle. I think that would be one of the better win conditions. So rotate over, take his buffs, and then just immediately start that invade. You have a little bit more sustain coming in from the Wrath, so that would be a lot better for Powerful to just sit in their jungle. But it does look like Alchemy wants to go for their aggressiveness this time around.
Because originally, I would say if you look at it as a normal 1-to-1 matchup, it could be like maybe 50-50, and then it becomes like down to the team, right? And then you add a Rafa into the equation, it really does feel like, at least going into the draft for game 1, I would say Evil, you would feel a little bit confident. And we know without the risk of sounding a bit too biased here, I would say it also allows for, that bait where Alchemy would potentially overcommit. But now you know enough about Evil, now back to the Alchemy team fight-wise, the way you will take these objectives per se, playing around them would be so crucial. And obviously about trying to, I would say it would be a little bit tricky as well to catch the backline per se. I'm actually kind of surprised you don't see a couple of Purifiers here and there. And meanwhile, we do see that, a bit of a skirmish over here at the bottom. Nice trades going out just before the turtle. But hey, Alchemy's coming in.
Doesn't seem like we'll be expecting much of a kill from the side of Evil, but Alchemy understandably is going to be the one that has kind of overextended a little bit too early. Since we are 10 seconds into the turtle fight, we've got Xbox as well as Martis already not that healthy.
This is really interesting to me because I think that Evil's draft really enables them to be a little bit more aggressive, but they're just waiting for Alchemy to come into their faces and then they react from there. And it does work very well for Evil because Powerful was level 4 way ahead of Icon. But now, the turtle fight ensues, Powerful all alone.
Do note that Dani is still at level 3. Carrot will take a few ticks more, tick away to getting a level 4. Most of the rooms are not particularly ready just yet, but Icon is just waiting for the perfect time together with Powerful, but Icon immediately will be able to seize the turtle for themselves. And this is kind of like go in, take it, and get themselves right out of that kind of situation. So both teams, very passive.
Very, very nice pressure though. You can see it actually right there. They hard committed to the poke. And surprisingly, I think like Evil, they tried to adapt to the Alchemy's response over to the side lane, but unfortunately, the consequence of that was that Twist was not level 4 in time for the turtle, not able to really reinforce to try to play for the objective with Powerful, therefore losing the retry battle right there. So really, really well played for Raiden. Oh my god, nice pick.
Almost going down there by the hands of Dani. They did manage to get a pretty good pick-off, but unfortunately, with a quick little escape from the side of Novara, he's going to be A-okay.
Twist actually running for his life from Pluski. The early game matchup right here, okay? That's insanity just to get away from Powerful.
Well, for now, it's just going to be looking at the fact that, Alchemy, they do have a very good idea what they want to do. But this is a problem for Evil, right? Because Alchemy, they do have quite a bit of heroes that can actually hold the Lord pretty effectively. While for the side of Evil, not necessarily. They do have, yes, they do have the Rafaela, you've got quite a bit of sustainability, but in the end of the day, Evil focuses a lot more about lane domination as well as river domination, not necessarily holding down to the Lord. So if anything, when it comes down to holding down the Lord or the turtle, neutral objective, that is going to be a problem. But speaking of problem, this Donnie is going to be the one to find the first problem for themselves. Coconut is unfortunately going to fall prey to the hands of Alchemy just for now. That is going to be a two-way battle as Icon gets himself a double kill, while Alchemy, their side, lost Pacifist and Donnie.
A little bit of a messy fight over there. You could tell that, Alchemy, this fight actually went through, let's say, 3 different transitions. Alchemy were over there trying to pressure the goal in. This is what you want to do. You want to play towards your Bruno strength. You want to open the tower, take the plating as fast as you can, and Evil were ready. And then Alchemy, they were thinking about retreating, trying to get into a better position, lost the first pick, but then when it kind of like evolved into that 1-for-1 trade, but Icon coming out on top of that. So for now, things are still relatively even. This will all come down right now to the second turtle, I feel. Well, will Evil be able to sort of redeem themselves here? Because Alchemy, they're playing their priority over this turtle. And there
Carrot finds himself going to be the first victim to the hands of Alchemy. And to make matters worse, that is going to be the turtle that will be taken by the hands of Alchemy as well. Powerful as well as Twist. They really wanted to chase down on the Donnie, but unfortunately, 2-0 situation where they can actually get a little bit more value out of it.
Now, this is where you see the breakdown in terms of the draft coming in from Evil. You need someone to open up the map, but Twist and Powerful still has to farm up. They have to hit their power spikes. Taking a look at itemizations, it does look like Twist has got his Blade of the Hephaestus, so he does have a little bit more damage, but he is still suffering in a lane-to-lane matchup with this export, slowly chunking down bits and bits of his health. He's unable to rotate as fast as he should be when you pick Khalid in the first phase of the draft.
And the bottom half of the map is where I would say the heat signatures are going to be. But now, just as I say that, I kind of jinxed it a little bit. You can tell Icon is trying to get a bit of info. The Rafa, Carrot is doing a great job at just covering the Brody. Look at his positioning all the way behind the tower. There's a lot of patience involved, but wait, Icon.
Wow, Icon, what are you doing? Just going in proxy in between of the second and the third. But Icon is not going to be stopping in anything, but unfortunately, I guess that anything may actually just be powerful after all, as now 4-person have proved themselves useful against Icon. But this is what I mean there. They have to bring 4-person to really deal with Icon.
It's a very deep proxy by Icon, and at the end of the day, Alchemy won the better trade. They took down that they took down the turret. They got 2 turtles, and they're looking for more. This is a very, very brand new Alchemy. They know their objectives. They know their win conditions, and they are looking for these objectives. Danny almost missing out Twist.
That's not good. Burning the flicker like that, and you can tell, you see Alchemy, this is where the Bruno snowball, they're trying to make it happen. And they're trying to sort of assert their dominance around the map. You see how they play the bottom side? Really, really hardcore. Danny trying for the kick.
That is going to be a combination coming from both sides. That is, of course, with the Desert Raging Sandstorm, allowing them to pick up 1. But that actually might not be the end just yet. Yes, we do not have the ultimate coming from Danny, but at least we do have the turtle coming from the side of Alchemy. They have that priority, so they would want to hold on to that for a little while longer. Remember what I say, Evil do not have anyone that can really hold down a turtle at all. They can really just jump in and go in for the steal from the side of Powerful. But the question is
50-50.
if whether they can do it or not, which unfortunately is not going to be the case, as Icon takes himself the turtle for himself. Pooski just going to be running right in with the last insanity, pushing Coconut as well as JS away, allowing the rest of the members from the side of Alchemy to actually focus down on the Twist as well as Powerful. But Jet, he did what he needed to with the Raging Sandstorm plus Flicker, allowing them to get the final kill down onto Twist that ends it all off.
There was so good layering coming in from Alchemy. That turtle fight, you see Icon just getting that turtle retribution, and then the rest of Alchemy comes in straight for that backup. There was nothing that Evil could do. They still need a little bit more time. It's still a little bit early in the game, so Raph needs that time to just farm up, get that healing potential, and Evil needs to follow up quick.
And this is where I would say the experience around the turtle objectives are really, really crucial. You could kind of tell there was like a little bit of a pause, especially after the retry battle was lost. And, really, really huge props to Jet. That Valentina Kali double stun really coming out, saving, and actually redeeming the fight. Otherwise, that could have potentially gone really, really bad for Alchemy. But Evil over there, I wasn't really too sure, like what the comments were like. I really would have liked to check that out eventually. Like, Coconut, you could see the, Xbox trying to like kind of zone him out. And it was very awkward at first. And I was very surprised that Alchemy didn't try to capitalize on that, especially with the turtle buffs. But, overall, still a very, very good trade. Alchemy coming out on top. And now I would say it will come down to kind of like trying to play for the tier 2s before they can finally go for the Lord.
If you look at Alchemy's rotations, they're playing a protect composition. Pacifist is the win condition. Danny just zoning them, zoning Evil out very, very deep into their jungle. And Pacifist just slowly but surely farming up. He's just staying back. And there's nothing that Evil can do to reach Danny.
There we
Twist!
go. There
He
we
immediately goes past Pooski as he wanted to go for Donnie. But unfortunately, Donnie is the one that managed to get away, but not Pooski.
Very, very safe. Pacifist is so, in a lack for a better word, just very passive, just staying back, hanging out, waiting for Evil to just burn all their ultimates onto any one member of Alchemy, and then Pacifist comes in and gets that free hit. What you don't want to do is have a Bruno get free hits on your team. And even now, he's getting so much damage into the fray. Twist, though, dealing a lot of damage, but there was no follow-up from Evil. Powerful and Twist needs to really get the communication on and layer in that team fights together.
You would have thought that even though they won that skirmish, you would have expected them to be able to, get priority over the Lord fight for once. But strangely enough, Icon overall the map, you can see tiny.
Oh, Donnie!
Oh,
That's what
no.
we want!
That is not what Evil were looking for. I guess that's the first Lord and the tier 2 is down. You can see Twist, he's over on the other side, he's not coming in. They're decided to give this up. They're going to play the map and try to split things up, try to alleviate some of the pressure away so that the siege will be a little bit easier, and hopefully they can try to, take down the Lord and not lose too much resources on the map.
Well, hey, when you're playing with Novaria, it's all about that high ground wave clear. You have that backside defense coming in from Evil. So Evil just desperately trying to get that lane management, lane priority. Alchemy really needs to split themselves up, trying to maintain that lanes. In 10-minute mark, this is where Martis starts to fall off hard. Now, the snowball went well for Alchemy, but Danny looking for a quick pick.
Oh, not again! On2 Carrot, the second time in a row to be the first person to be taken down. Coconut at least did manage to avenge for his fellow friend by bringing Donnie down. So both of the Romans are now dead. So how is this gonna be like for both sides?
Oh, this is definitely not good. Actually from the draft, I was kind of like contemplating, like, why would Carrot not want to go for like Purify this game? A couple of Purifiers would make things really, really difficult. I actually assumed that this would be a very tough choke game. But Danny coming out with these very, very sacrificial picks, which, this is where, this is like I said, the experience. It all comes down to the experience at the end of the day. And this is starting to show. But, back to the previous skirmish before the Lord, as I was saying, you can see like, when Evo chose to take that fight back then, and then you can see the Icon, he was on the other side of the map, and this comes down to what I was referring to, saying that they're trying to achieve too much. So now Alchemy, they would need to like say try to choke out Evil, maybe steal a couple of green camps here and there, play the waves nicely as they set up for the second Lord. Hopefully, this time the siege will be a bit more successful.
Yeah, hey, Hades, you said in the Keys to Victory that Alchemy really struggles in the late game, really struggles in closing a game out. Now, in this late game defense, Evil really thrives on all of this like reactionary kind of engages, reactionary kind of skirmishes. They do have a lot of high ground right now. Alchemy, what is their play here?
Well, like I mentioned, it will be the second Lord, and then from there, they're going to have power creeps, they're going to have the enhanced Lord, and then maybe they can try and get the inhibs. That's all they need to do. Just make sure you don't get caught out of position, number one, and obviously don't mess up your team fights. It's that simple. But as simple as it sounds, the execution, the comms, these are all the things where in a team environment in the playoffs, they are all very crucial. So you can see right now it's all about playing the map. And this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get maybe that one potential pick, trying to get that mental factor out.
Now, of course, we talked about it before that Evil was exceptionally good at dragging out the game and constantly playing turtle, playing possum. But this lineup in particular actually doesn't allow them to do that. They don't have a very good wave clear at all, except for Novaria. Probably just a single Star Shatter, that's all. And that's literally pretty much all. The main other thing that we can look at is probably gonna be the Desert Tornado coming in from the side of Khalid, Khalid. But you're also gonna have to be really careful about your situation as well as your positioning to really find out if whether you are capable of holding out lane all by yourself.
Well, Evo has a sort of like a run it down kind of kind of draft, so they really need to look for an open opportunity to run it down, and this is where they are waiting for that Lord. Alchemy will thrive better in all these Lord fights. They do have that economy advantage as of now, but Evo, they really have to watch their 6. As long as Alchemy gets a nice flank, Evo is done for.
And doesn't seem like anyone's gonna be in, okay, at least Pacific's just gonna be playing around the pixel brush, but it doesn't seem like his location is going to be hidden for a long time after all. And the rest of Evil, they're still playing possum. They're still going to be hiding around the place and waiting for the perfect opportunity to really just jump right in and spring into action. The longer that Alchemy takes to take this Lord, the harder it would be. After all, we do have JS, the sharpshooter, when it comes down to the Star Shatter. Time and time again, he has been nailing these shots.
So now as we see the Lord, they have a very, very good Lord pool. They have priority over the map. They have the advantage for now in terms of utilizing the terrain. In Alchemy, they're slowly trying to choke them out. You can see that Evil, they're running out of places to hide. And this is one of the downsides of playing from behind as a Rafa. And now, they're refusing to touch the Lord. You can see they really want to play. They're trying to bait Evil out. And this all comes down to who has the bigger bollocks, I would say, for lack of a better word. Because honestly, in these kind of moments, you either commit for the 50-50 or you just try to find for that pick somehow. Like, what can you do?
Yep, they're pressing button right now. Twist
Oh
forced to
no,
use that resistance defensively.
That's not going to be good at all, as now we do have the Way of the Dragon that's going to be committed down on the powerful. That is going to be the junglers that are going to be taken down. No more retribution whatsoever. Buski still survives with a pixel of health, and yet he's not down just yet. The rest of Alchemy is just going to be running it down. Passive is just going to be going straight in the faces of Coconut. He does have his Heart's Claw, so at least he's going to survive for now. Alchemy will be able to take this Lord pretty darn easily, but they're gonna have to reset this Lord a little bit. Let's not forget about the heavy lane down at the bottom.
This is a very, very crucial Lord for Alchemy. They really need this Lord to try to push in all 3 waves in sync. As long as Evil is split up, especially through that base defense, Alchemy has a better shot in clearing this game out.
Well, let's see how that siege is gonna go. The Lord's gonna spawn soon. They have all the resources on the map to quickly farm and just take their time, chill. And you can tell right now, Evil, I mentioned about nerfs. They're definitely starting to feel it. And you see, even just going to the red buff, they have to open up the map slowly. And this is a process earlier. I felt they should have started earlier, especially previously before that Lord fight. They were a little bit too slow, waiting for the last 3 seconds to open up. And that takes time. But, that hesitation, you never know. This is why when it comes down to these enhanced Lord fights specifically, these even like 5 seconds, it may seem like, blink of an eye. But those 5 seconds will be the most important seconds, especially at trying to regain your map control over those objectives. And now as the Lord is pushing in, all 3 waves are coming in. I would say, Evil, you're going to deal with some gaps in the base very, very soon.
Let's not forget, they don't have a very good way of clearing the waves. So they should be expecting a collapse down in the top side as well as potentially the bottom side. Powerful Coconut, JS, and Carrot just going to be holding down the fort in the northern area and hoping that they will be able to bring down this Elemental Lord as soon as possible. Alchemy, unfortunately, they didn't quite sink the wave in the middle and the bottom.
I think they did. They did, but Evil, they cleared the wave pretty efficiently, if I could say so myself. Jace has a very efficient way to clear that wave with the Star Shatter and with that field. Alchemy, though, they really need to try to draw Evil out of their base. As long as Evil is stuck within the vicinity of their castle, they do have that extra defense boost. They do have that high ground capabilities to just wipe Alchemy out. Remember, Alchemy's draft is all head in. It's all out. They need to be in their faces.
Now, of course, I think that Alchemy has kind of fallen back into their old habits of playing comfortable. Remember, we're looking at Alchemy with about 6,100 gold lead, close to 6,200 gold lead, and yet they aren't exactly playing like as though that they had the lead. Remember, when the Lord was pushing down the northern side, Evil doesn't have a composition that allows them to wave clear fast enough. If Alchemy were to literally just run it down onto them, when Jet do have the Raging Sandstorm, when Dani have got a pick-off, literally every single one of their battle spells were available. They could force that out. They could literally do that. They may lose a couple of members, but what can Evil do with that couple of kills when they have all of the inhibitor turrets taken down?
Yeah, it's just waiting for them to at least make a mistake, because they know that Alchemy's draft is really in your face kind of draft. So you need a Cho to make a mistake into your own side, and then you try to react to that situation. But Twist has to find the opportunity to flank over onto Pacifist. As long as Pacifist goes down, Evil has a perfect win con. Now, we will have a little bit of a pause, but to talk about all of this, though, Alchemy really learned from their mistakes in the regular season. They were always a little bit too gung-ho, if I could say so myself. This time around, super disciplined. They don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to go in a little bit too disciplined, a little bit too passive, if you ask me. But it's what wins games. You don't want to just dive into your opponent's team and lose all your members and make a mistake, a grave mistake that Evil could take to overturn the entirety of that situation.
I mean, maybe from a spectator's perspective, right? You know, you want to see more kills, you want to see more hype, but I'm telling you, man.
True.
But when you're in that room and you're hoping that your team doesn't like do too much, that's a completely different feeling, man. You're gonna be like, okay, please don't do that. Okay, wait. That 3 seconds is gonna feel like 10 years. This is where all the white hair came from. But you know, at the end of the day, I would say like you see one of even very nice like details. Like for example, like with Alchemy, you know, in the middle of that freezing the lanes, just making sure that like, you're like daring Evil to come out of the base.
Yep.
You're like, hey, come here, come to me. This is what I like. I like to see, you know, teams use macro to like kind of like assert dominance in the map, so that this
It's a very smart move too.
Yes, exactly. It's efficient. You farm all the camps. You're not losing anything. You're still gaining, and if anything, you know, that's where Evil, they not just playing from the backhand, man. You basically you're trying to like leave the base with like a huge weight on your shoulders. You feel like there's so much to fear. There's so little you can do, and it's not like they have heroes that can easily open up the map as well. You know, you look at the Rafa. What's she gonna do? She walk in, she dies.
Yeah.
The Baxia goes in, he's gonna die too.
Yeah, as tanky as he is, he doesn't have any escape mechanism because basically the mechanics of a Baxia, you roll in, you try to find someone, you try to get a little
It's
bit
got a
more
one-way
movement speed.
ticket in.
It is. It's throwing all your eggs in one basket, but in this case, all your Baxia in one bush.
Well, it is relatively unfortunate that they do wanted to play a bit more of an aggressive start. So it's kind of like an aggression versus an aggression. How they would want to dominate the lanes versus how they want to dominate the jungles. At least for the start of Evil, we didn't really quite see that part whereby they want to win in the middle ground. They do have a Novaria, and Novaria is not particularly great at opening up the maps as well as really just wandering around. But that is a hole for the Baxia to fill. Whenever you are able to get enough information for your team, you even have the assistance of your Rafaela. Generally, whenever you choose a single jungle, be it the northern jungle or the eastern jungle, you pretty much have the control of that. But unfortunately, that wasn't quite the case for Evil. As such, Novara didn't have the kind of opening to really just piece in all these Star Shadow damages to really just poke down Alchemy in the early stages.
Yeah, I think one of the other breakdowns as well is, just to add on to your point, is they need to play around that Brody. You have Novara with a huge range, giving you a lot of vision. If you pick a Brody, you have to play around the Brody. Brody has one of the highest turret damage in all of the marksmans, and you need to have Brody take down those turret objectives. You need to protect him while doing so, but Alchemy not giving them any chance whatsoever.
Which comes down to a pretty good point, right? Whenever you have a Brody in your matchup, or rather in your lineup, I will believe that something that really complements with Brody a lot, that is going to be aerial denial, aerial control. Right. Fasa, Yves, in fact, Novaria, but Novaria to a certain extent, right? But in most situations, you'll want to have an immediate threat onto the list. Because if you want to bring out your Star Shatter, let me go into phasing first. Ball come over to me, great, now I can Star Shatter. It takes time. So it's not exactly an instant gratification of a area denial that Fasa or Yves is capable of bringing out onto the board. As such, that kind of siege composition, or like sub-siege composition coming from this lineup from Evil, didn't really quite work out, or rather, they probably didn't even have that in their mind.
I mean, this game all comes down to having like Plan A and Plan B not really working out for Evil, right? Because, you know, we've always talked about how they're such a good team with the team fight synergy, and then it all boils down to the mid trio. Like, why are they able to do so well, even give some of the top 4 teams like such a huge scare? It's because you got Jace's, coming in from the EXP, previously a shot caller. He carried them last season, right? And now you bring him over to the mid. I mean, like, yeah, last year. And then you bring him over to the mid. Him, powerful. They're supposed to like really be like the foundation of this entire team. But for some reason, that didn't work out. And even with Twist as well, not having a good time, Alchemy. I would say I'm very pleasantly surprised with how this game is turning so far.
The problem still stays at the fact that Evil doesn't have anyone to really just jump right in. Or not say jump right in, but kind of go in, pull the Lord away from the hands of Icon, because if Powerful were to be the one to do that, boy oh boy, is he putting himself in such a bad spot. All in all, we're gonna have to focus a little bit more onto the heavy lanes as well as the long lanes rather. Bottom lane, look at that. It does seem as though the priority is going towards the hands of Alchemy. So over time, Evil is definitely going to have a tad bit of a problem dealing with that. So Alchemy, just play with time. Bide their time. Eventually, that moment will appear for them.
In this draft, I mean, Alchemy should have just went fast with this lore, because every single time they waste is the Star Shatter hitting onto any one member of Alchemy. And now you see this Bruno just going back, trying to heal as much health as he can. Jet already at half health. Twist trying to pull the trigger on him.
Jet doesn't really have a lot of health to work with. He immediately used his flicker to get himself right out of dodge. So he's gonna have to go back home. That is pretty much for sure. Evil have managed to relinquish the control from the side of Alchemy and starts to pull the Lord for themselves. But the question is, are they going to pull the same thing as Alchemy did, which is to play things slowly? Or are they just gonna keep it resetting over and over again until they find some advantage in the short lane?
I mean, to be honest, like the longer this, the longer they prolong this Lord pull, right? You can see the Novaria, she's just gonna slowly chip people away. So you need to make sure, if you're Jet, if you're Pacifist, just make sure you don't get caught, don't take too many hits. The last thing you want. We saw like one Novaria hit, bam, half HP gone, and Pacifist has to go back to heal. And he's running out of camps from time to time, So this is, I would say both teams, they can kind of just chill, slowly assess the situation. There's no reason to get too aggressive right now. This is all about who has the strongest nerves as a team. Individual gameplay will only be like 5% of this, how this Lord fight is going to be won at this point. But that being said, the bottom wave is starting to look like it might be pushing in on the side of Alchemy and Evil. One person has to respond to that. Top lane's pushing in, Brody can take care of that. But if someone splits to the opposite end of the map, that's where Alchemy, they have to capitalize.
And I think the Twist is the one that can actually do that. I mean, remember, whenever he does have his passive, he actually can actually move pretty fast.
Danny!
But it does seem like we do have Alchemy that's just going to pull the trigger right on top.
Twist.
Powerful, but Twist is just going to be jumping over to the back lines. Pacifist immediately flickers himself right out of dodge, and he's going to be A-okay at least for now. JS nails the Star Shadow on top of Jet, but Jet is just going to be going over aggressive right on top of Evil +1. And with that all said and done, both sides of Evil and Alchemy, they didn't manage to find a lot of damage onto the opponent's side. It's just that Twist, he went in for the call. He went in for the call and he was hoping that he will be able to do much for his team, only to his own demise and Alchemy not having a single one down.
Now with one man down, Alchemy can pretty much take this Lord whenever they want, but Evil slowly but surely with this Wrath just healing everyone back up. Evil is ready to go. Without Twist though, it's harder to get Pacifist. Oh, Danny hits Carrot up, pushes Evil back out of the way.
It is just full out zoning from the side of Alchemy. And now they know that they have got a pretty good zone. They can just actually focus down the Lord as much as possible. As the Star Shadow strucks down on the 5 members. Pacifist is going to be the first person to be taken down. And let's not forget the torn apart memory will all be connected down onto Donnie. But Buski somehow finds a way to bring down the Lord. So they do have a little bit of insurance for themselves, even if they have a couple of members taken down. None of the members from the side of Evil is down just yet. Alchemy, the only silver lining in the clouds is going to be that Lord marching up north.
And this is one of the perks of the Novaria. The slow pokes. These are all slowly coming in. And it was really close as well. And are they actually going to make them sweat? I feel like Alchemy, they have to be sweating a little bit.
They want to cycle.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be very easy for Alchemy.
The Lord top lane.
They managed to clear the wave pretty darn fast in the middle lane and forced Evil to react to the Lord in the northern side. This brings more time for Alchemy to buy. And in fact, it doesn't seem like the third Lord is going to be the end of the game. Perhaps it would be the fourth or the fifth.
This is huge for Evil. Now with the first and second tier turret in the mid lane gone, Evil can take control of that map. The economy diminishes to around 3,000 gold lead. Alchemy still on top, but they have to be very patient. They have to pull Evil out. They know that they can't fight Evil in the Lord objective. They need to pull Evil out and find a way to get that flank onto Coconut. Once Coconut's out of the picture, Alchemy could very well cycle them through. They have to also protect Pacifist. With Pacifist gone, that's it. Evil, they're going to cycle through.
Now, we are entering into the end game stage, whereby goal, deficit, advantages, they just mean absolutely nothing. So now it's all about team identity. It's all about team composition. And by this stage of the game, Hades, who do you think have got the advantage?
I would say Evil, because right now you have that mental factor. You know, I'm pretty sure to Alchemy, that Lord specifically was meant to be their game-winning Lord. And when, you know, so many attempts, they've already gone and banged the hits like, what, twice now. And they have failed both times. These hits are all starting to come in. And this is what it comes down to, having that team identity and mental strength. The experience comes in, and that's where you were like, okay, we lost the Lord fight, we can still keep going. But right now, if you're Alchemy, you definitely have to be sweating. I mentioned, like, you know, their draft, like the Bruno, for example, it doesn't scale as well against the Brody. And you can start to see that the Novaria is only going to get more painful. All these pokes. The Cho, having a hard game anyways, we saw that just going down very, very easily. And now, if anything, Evil, they just have to keep playing safe. Just let Alchemy mess up.
So I guess that for the side of Evil, they may be lacking in zone denials and area denials and all this kind of jazz, but at least they have high ground, which essentially is going to be great for them to eventually work their way around a slow, methodical game. Well, Alchemy, they have that kind of area denial coming from the side of Xbox. They have the kind of lockdown that they would need. As such, this is why I previously suggested when they had this 6,000 gold lead, they should take advantage of that. Take advantage of the gold lead. You will want to run it down right in the face of Evil. In most situations, people will always say, yeah, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that back then. But in that current circumstance, that was probably the only good time for them to actually secure themselves the win in Game 1.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Now, you need to change. You need to understand your shifting win conditions. You cannot take that turn. You cannot take the Lord in a Lord fight because Novaria is just chunking down a lot of your health. You don't have any sustain mechanism apart from your Haas Claws or your lifesteal. So you really need to play a 4-1 kind of composition where you send Export down and try to pressure one of the lanes. Try to pull Evil apart. As long as Evil fight S5, that's where, you know, you're going to lose any team fight 10 times out of 10.
And I would say actually overall, the whole gist of like how that Lord fight kind of didn't go the way of Alchemy's way, it's also because, like I said, they're trying to do too much. You can see that, like, you know, the waves. Let it push in, let it slowly do its thing. And you're kind of not falling back to the basics. And I would say this also comes down to the point of lack of identity to a little extent, purely because, you know, that discussion where you often have, talking about one shot caller compared to having multiple players who are able to shot call. So this is where I would say, like, especially in ML, it's starting to evolve to that point where having one shot caller actually is the weakest thing a team can have. Because once that voice goes quiet, what happens? You know, I would say this is specifically towards like Pacifist because he's the in-game leader, I would assume. You know, he's the Bruno. He's the one calling for the objectives. He's calling, say, come to this side lane. This is why you saw the rotation go to the gold lane. Flip the map. I want to play for the Lord. Go to the other side of the map. But now, what happens when you don't know what to do? The whole team struggles. And you can see, like, the Evil, they have a very clear game plan. They game plan every single time, no matter what. Twist, go straight for the Bruno. It doesn't matter. Like, your life doesn't matter. Just kill him. Get him out of the equation. Yeah. And just like that, very easily settled. But once again, easier said than done. Execution and obviously having that mental factor to reset and, like, just, like, open up. What else can we do? How else can we play the map and cause Evil to, like, split up? These are the options which I feel like Alchemy, they have not really afforded themselves at the moment. So these are things where this game, I would say, can still go anyways. It's about who's going to make the biggest mistake.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about mental state, like, take a look at the players. They're just, I don't know, is he trying to fall asleep? Oh, he is falling asleep, Carrot. Now, this is a very, very high stakes game. Whoever loses this basically takes the MRT home.
I don't think they know. I think if anything, they're like, you know, Singapore's public transportation is really good. Okay, I can see them on the train back.
Maybe. But, you know, hey, they're having a good time still. That's Pooski, right?
Yeah, that is Pooski.
Yeah, he's smiling, all smiles. It's a very different Pooski from the regular season.
I'm still waiting for that one moment where a player just stares into the camera, because we have that in Philippines, we have that in Malaysia. But okay, so at least the pattern is that they all come from RSG.
Yep.
So maybe we will have Diablo eventually stare into the camera very seductively. But you know what? We'll leave this for later. We'll let Jays kind of like, think about that in a bit later. But I want to actually focus a little bit more onto Alchemy versus Evil and kind of really understand what went wrong for Alchemy? Why are they unable to end the game? Because looking at their game plan and looking at their heroes, Martis is a snowballing hero. You're the one to let him go for the dunks as much as possible time and time again, which he did. And I think that he did a pretty good job. But there's this other thing that I see, that they have an X-Ball and a Cho. And with these two heroes in one single composition, doesn't that mean that this is a rather difficult and highly mechanical team composition and win condition to fulfill?
I mean, this is why I pointed it back to the draft. I mentioned that, you know, the Xbox. This is nothing against the players specifically. In fact, I think that Pruski has been pulling out these tiny individual players that are going under the radar, and they have been so impactful. For example, like with the Lord, still with his ultimate, right? And this is why I wasn't a fan of it, because when it comes to sieging, what's the game plan there? If the Bruno doesn't have a good game, what's your backup plan? If Bruno's not going to be the one hitting the tower, who's going to be the one to at least throw their life in? Maybe, say, you know, Danny, maybe he could have like thrown his life a little bit more. Or it could also boil down to the fact that, you know, what you guys were mentioning earlier on, saying that these guys are not playing like they're winning, they're playing afraid. And that is, you know, that's also one thing. When I mentioned that I think they're trying to do too much, playing afraid, that would often be like the go-to factor. It's just human nature. When you're afraid, you move back to what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, so this is back to the habits of Alchemy, whereby they're not necessarily playing to win, but they're playing not to lose, which is going to be the main problem for Alchemy that has been around since the regular seasons. And unfortunately, I wouldn't want to call that their team identity, but it has been quite telling time and time again.
The thing is, Alchemy, they lack range. Every single one of the members have to be very, very in your face when they face up against Evil, which is their downfall, especially in the late game. We talked about Martis being a snowball hero. In the late game, he falls off hard. There's nothing much that Martis can do because Evil basically has all that defensive items. Martis can't reach the backline as effectively as he used to in the early game. But Danny is trying his best to get that Novaria. He's trying his best to just dive into that backline. But Evil's not making it easy.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Alchemy's timing was then when Twist had to deal with the wave. You know, they were trying to look for the position, but really well done to Evil to kind of like just back off. Not give them the fight that they want.
Yep, that's gonna be the middle lane, and of course, Twist finding himself in a really bad spot.
Big pick.
To the point that Alchemy have managed to find a pick down to Twist. As such, now, I can be pretty sure that Pacifist is gonna be completely unhinged because no one, absolutely no one, will be able to reach him from this point onwards. As such, Danny is going to make a quick little flick on down onto Powerful. He may have lost his immortality, but the rest of the members from the side of Alchemy may very well run it down. Puski's just gonna be putting himself right in the face of Coconut as well as Karen. He may have gone down the second time, but don't worry, he's a cat with 4 lives. Eventually, he's gonna come back up again and again. Alchemy, they're gonna have to really watch out for these Star Shatters though.
Ah, that's so unfortunate. Jaces, I swear he's not having much luck with trying to burst people down the poke. If he let just as I said that. Okay, maybe he's the only player on Evil that I can praise. The last team fight when I praised the Evil, for some reason like a Twist kind of got caught. So maybe I should just stop for a bit. But now we're back to another Lord dance.
Welcome back to the Caster's Dance where you can actually invoke the power of the Caster's Curse.
Yeah, man. Nice to see I still got it, yeah, to a certain extent. But now, now we see Alchemy. I would say like, Danny, he doesn't have that immortality, so he can't throw his life as much as he would like to, but that shouldn't stop him from still trying to do it anyways. And Jason, he really needs to land those Star Shatters like you mentioned, because otherwise, he's just giving Alchemy a bit too much confidence. The more he misses, the more they're gonna be like, hey, he's not gonna land it anyways.
It's just gonna keep going on time and time again. And unfortunately, Icon can only tank the Lord and these Star Shatters for so much. He's not a hero that can really get a lot of healing, other than the Guardian Helmet. But Powerful will be the one to take the Lord for themselves. While throughout it all, Twist is gonna be finding himself taken down. We do have the Winter Truncheon that's gonna be popped from the side of Icon, but Powerful will eventually be able to bring that down for themselves. Evil has finally gotten themselves the very first Lord of this game, and that will be putting themselves down to a tie, but close to the tie.
Bottom lane.
We also gonna be left with Puski. We're gonna be moving on forward for Powerful as well, JS, to really find the final few shots. But remember this. Puski, he does have got himself the Twilight Armor. He will be able to resist the Star Shadow whenever JS is just going to be hitting right on top of that. These 2 ballistas will be dealt with by Puski very, very easily. But how about the Lord?
Oh man, doesn't look good for Alchemy right here. It's just one X-Borg against the world. Evo, 2 lanes just pushing in. Puski draws the Lord towards him. Minions all spawning up. Puski still staying alive.
He gotta buy time. He gotta buy as much time as possible. But let's be honest here, 20 seconds is a little bit too long of a time for him to even pull anything right out of the bag. Even if you pull a bunny out of the hat, there's no way the Alchemy can even try to find something against this Lord.
The patience paid off for Evo. They secure game 1.
I mean, not surprising, right? This is what I mentioned. Alchemy, they always have the right ideas, but they're not able to execute it fully. This was another clear example again of how they're not able to close out games. So this is something where, you know, whoever is coaching them or whoever is the mind who has that third-person perspective, that person has to basically reset the team now and be able to like kind of figure out why are they not able to close out the games. You know, are they able to overcome that psychological factor? Maybe like stop playing like you're losing, start playing, you know, not to lose kind of thing. Or you see, like, I would say, like, you know, for example, was it the Xbox? Someone tried to adapt. They tried to like sort of split the map, play the map a little bit better, but they were a little bit too late to adapt to that. So often you see this is why, again, experience comes in, especially in these such crucial matches.
Yeah, you need to know your draft, the ins and outs of your draft. They know that in the Lord fight, especially for Evo, they know the longer they stay in, the better chance they have in getting and securing that Lord and securing a lot of these team fights. You have the Wrath to sustain you, you have the Novaria to poke you down. For the side of Alchemy though, the longer they take, they have a lot of like really high bursty damage, especially from the Bruno, from the Martis. You can take down that Lord fast. You want to make sure that you try to chunk down on that Lord, no matter where it is, you get Danny to zone them out. And they wasted a lot of time, especially when they took Twist down. They could have cycled the rest of Evo, but I don't know what they were thinking. They were just holding back. They were just playing a little bit too passive. They were playing a little bit too scared. They don't want to make a move that they might regret. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this game will be regretted for life.
Yes, this is a game that would potentially haunt Alchemy to a certain extent, right? And this is also one of the strong points of the Novaria pick, for example. These prolonged fights, the longer it goes on, Novaria just chunks you down, chunks you down, chunks you down. It's very hard to come back. And there was a reason why they were playing safe as well. I wouldn't say it was completely unjustified. But this is something where they're going to have to revise the game plan. Because moving forward from here, I would suspect that they would probably try to like change the ideas and the win conditions a little bit. When you make it around your gold laner, it's just too much pressure. It's just not realistic. It's more of a gamble more than it is a game plan to a certain extent.
Taking a look at the itemizations though, you see how adaptable Evo is, especially on Twist. Twist got the rapid boots. At the end of the day, he sold his Blade of Heptasis. He went for full defense because he knows that he needs to be one of the main soakers for a lot of these damages coming in from Alchemy. And he has that lane clear ability on that offside. So Evo, from a 5-0 kind of team fight clash kind of composition, moving into a 4-1, someone, especially Twist, on the offside, giving a lot of map pressure into the face of Alchemy.
And, you know, this is one reason why sometimes in certain regions, they would often say that, you know, turtles are a little bit overrated. It's more about winning the team fights at the end of the day. And this is why, from the stats, you can clearly see what happened there. You see, all 3 turtles went to Alchemy, but still not able to close out the games. And trust me, for first-hand experience, it's just saying my team, we've also been in that situation way too many times. But credits to Evo. And that's why I said that, you know, the longer this game drags out, Evo has it. And team fights is where they excel. One thing though, which I feel like they will have to revise, is being able to work on the chemistry for Game 2. If anything, this was a warm-up game. We have yet to see the true potential of Evo. Because that net trio, it should be way scarier in my opinion.
That's
and
right.
Despite the win, I don't think they should be satisfied with it. I don't think they will be. If anything, I feel like they know it themselves. They were underperforming their Game 1.
They definitely understand that that was a game that they are technically supposed to lose. But somehow a miracle did just pop up for them.
Now, this is very interesting to me. I noticed this in the game, but like I didn't think it was true. It was Quantum Charge on that Valentina, giving him a little bit more movement speed for a lane-to-lane, which worked out pretty well in the early game, but in the late game, this kind of build actually falls off hard. You can't do much. You can't run away from the Novaria, because in the late game, usually as a position 4, you don't really need to farm up as much.
Yep, that's the thing though. Because this is an early game draft.
It is.
Then they have a Martis, they are looking for dunks. They're looking at a Bruno, which has been picked up in literally the first pick. So they already have the idea that they want early game rotations. They want to melt down the middle lane and immediately be goal lane oriented. So their ideas and their mindset is early game, let's go, let's run it down using a Bruno, let's run it down using the Martis. It's an either-or situation. But I think that they just kind of got, what's the word? Tunnel vision into playing so much onto the neutral objective that they pulled the game a little bit way too long.
So, now we look about what they're going to do. We basically try to predict what are these teams trying to do for the next game. We already talked about Evil. It's basically improving on the mid-trio synergy. For Alchemy, what would it be? Do you want to try with your, whatever strat you have in mind? Or do you feel like whatever strat you had, was good enough, just that you guys didn't execute it to its fullest potential at closing out the game? So these are options available to Alchemy, and this is where we'll have to see. But overall, one thing I would say I would be very, very impressed with particularly was Icon stepping up this game. The way he was playing the map, he's very sneaky, going behind, creating a bit of space. But the downside, remember when he dived at the top lane, he was caught at the tier 3?
Yep.
I would say that was, okay, yes, it was space.
I don't think that's necessary though.
Exactly.
Deep proxy,
So this
yeah.
is what I mean about, yes, he's a talented player, but he needs to know the limits on what are good trades and creating space in a way that's beneficial for him without affecting his own game.
Yep.
Because to a certain degree, it felt like he was more of a position 3 more than actually like a jungler, the
Yep.
way he was playing.
There's a lot of quote-unquote space that he's creating, right? Because let's be honest, yeah, whenever you go down, or rather, whenever you just find yourself in a very off position, you can always just take it back and say, I created space. You can always say that. That's why I'm an EXP laner.
That is an overused phrase, I'm just saying. Because it's like, when you have a roam who goes all over
I'm
someone.
creating space.
0 and 7. Guys, I am creating space. For who? For the enemy team? That's a ton of resources going the enemy way. And to be honest, like this game, this is still a best of 3. This series is not over yet. Alchemy have shown that they have the potential to dominate Evo, and they just need to be able to close out these final details. Right now, it's all about the tiny details.
And this game, this victory, I gotta have to say, it probably goes to the hands of Novaria in my mind.
JS.
I would say that JS is the one that, okay, never mind, it's powerful.
My
I mean, I
man.
take it back. I mean, it's definitely powerful. I knew that all along.
When in doubt, pick Box.
Yeah, it's so obvious. I mean, like, we're talking about Box, yeah, man. I mean, we're talking about position 2 with the Retribution. What can JS do at this point in time?
I'm just saying he did something that is not easy for Baxia in that final fight. Remember when
Yeah.
Twist, he tried to aim for the back line by himself and it didn't work out? They adapted to the team fight. And this is something I really respect about, the way this mid trio works. Powerful, he stepped up. He's like, tell you what, I'm going to take away priority, my focus from the Lord to actually dive with my teammates. So this is all about, you know what, we're going to go ham, let's go ham together. This is something which in these crucial moments, it can be such a huge make or break. And in this case, they broke the glass and that's what won them the game.
Okay. So it's all about like kind of the changing of the roles to a
Yes,
certain
there has,
extent.
there has to be flexibility because when someone is
Adaptation.
down, other people have to compensate. And in this case, he really compensated really well. And I think he's one of the biggest reasons why they were able to turn things around.
Right. Because most of the time whenever we're looking at the game, we're just kind of thinking, you know what, Twist has went down. Why isn't Alchemy playing like as though that they have the man advantage? So at least, in your eyes is because of Powerful. Yes.
Powerful is 2 men in 1.
I mean, you can see they are so disciplined. The way they were playing, it's really very disciplined. Like, even though, yes, someone got caught and, Alchemy, it looked like they had the Lord advantage, but you can see the idea was there. The comments were there, but they are just like maybe like, 1 or 2 seconds behind. And these are all things where usually you need someone to like point it out to them. Because there's only so much you can do that you can reflect on the game when you are in the game.
The thing I like most about Powerful is he plays very, very selflessly. Like, look at a lot of these fights. Powerful throws himself just to protect Coconut, just to protect Jace's, just to protect Carrot from any harm whatsoever. And this was one of the most crucial retributions, or not this one, I think the one later. But Powerful was MVP because he made the most crucial retribution in the entirety of the game. The last retribution at the last Lord that solidified their victory.
Look at that, see, Powerful going all the way ham. He's not afraid. Kills one off, goes back to help his team. And this is where this is like, you can see the whole team, the way the direction of the fight, moving from the objective, the Lord fight pit area, moving all the way to the blue buff. That takes discipline, that takes chemistry. Some younger teams, they tend to struggle with that, and this is where Alchemy, you can see. You can imagine the comps was kind of split. Like, what do? Do you help your backline? Do you keep moving? Do you keep pressing forward? What do you do? So this is, it really boils down to the experiencer and Evo. I would say that this is why we talked about it just now. They are not going to be too satisfied that they won this game the way that they did.
Correct. It's a warm-up game for them. It's still the first game. There's still 2 more games to go. They need to be hungry for more.
Yeah, they gotta have to be. So what's the other best way to, you know, kind of fill that gap, huh? Aside from winning the game. I mean, let's be honest here. McDonald's have got you covered, huh? Because let's be honest here, the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Especially, we have their brand new and improved chicken McCrispy. So all you gotta, you can pretty much catch all of the MPL SG Season 8 action while munching and crunching down onto that juicy, succulent chicken thigh, or be it drumstick, whichever that you like. But I gotta have to say, if you are a man or woman of culture, it will be the drum or the thigh that you would absolutely love. But well, as we move on down from that, we have thousands of in-game diamonds up for grabs for you and your squad. So you don't have to, you know, smash your opponents that much. If you can't smash them, you can just smash your hunger with McDonald's. So don't worry about that. But of course, if you're not really, you know, up to speed when it comes down to hunger, at least, maybe you are, I don't know, hungry for diamonds. It's still within the same realm of hunger, huh?
Yeah, but most importantly, spread it to your friends. Good things must share.
Exactly. Because what you can do is you can purchase the weekly diamond pass, and you will be able to enjoy up to 455% diamond rebate. Imagine this. You have a pocket here. You put 10 cents in here, and tomorrow it becomes 20 cents, and then after some time, it became $4.55. How would you feel about that? That's free money to me, and that is exactly what this diamond rebate actually is to a certain extent. Okay, don't quote me on that. But all you gotta do is you can claim 100 diamonds every day from the day of your purchase, and just 120 by logging in for the next 6 days. So just keep on doing that over and over again. But of course, this doesn't really fully commit you into a, oh, I gotta log into the game every day kind of thing. Like, you can, but you don't have to. Because we've got Layla. Layla's saving box will automatically save these diamonds for you. And we've got item rewards that are worth 280 diamonds or somewhat that waiting for you as well. And this offer is just way too good to miss. So you gotta have to unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits right now, right here. Get yourself into MLBB and just get yourself that weekly diamond pass. And of course, you know, hold on for a little bit. I got this sorted out. I got this thought out.
Okay,
you know,
waiting.
from
We're
one
waiting.
ad-lib to another. Okay, because it has been long. My segment, I've been talking for a long time. MLBB has been around for a long time as well, because this is their M Series 5th anniversary. Oh man, I love that. In conjunction with the M Series 5th anniversary, you can vote for your heroes, Diablo, JPL, to be awarded as the top 10 greatest players in the M Series history. So all you gotta do is gonna stay tuned on November 4th for more information as to how that is gonna turn out, because I know this for sure. I mean, Jace is definitely picking Diablo.
For sure. Did you see his post? You reposted his post. That's his actual dream team.
Actual dream
He
team.
made a dream team. Actual dream team.
I mean, I'm just saying there was no way I was gonna like it, but I saw it just because my boys weren't there. I mean, I'm gonna be very biased. I mean, I'm wearing the jersey for crying out loud. Like, even right there, you talk about the vote. Ask me, who am I gonna vote for the greatest player of all time?
So as we move on to
I
the
just
next
got
stages of
ghosted.
the game. Okay, who do you think is the greatest player of MPL SG?
It's JPL, bro.
Okay.
How much has he?
Do we not expect the answer?
No, but think about it. Logically speaking,
Okay.
even if it wasn't from Fleet, think about it. How many like reputable Rome players are there coming from the Singapore region? You know, it's always easy to find core players. These younger players,
That's true.
they're all going to be great mechanically. They're all going to have the faster fingers. You know, they're young. But when you talk about the roaming players, you know, these are the guys who have to be the most selfless. They are working with the most, like I would say, with the least resources on the map.
Yep.
And they have to achieve so much. What can you do? So I have to say, it has to be JPL.
I gotta have to say this though. After looking at the analysis of Bleed's gameplay and all together with LaFell as well as Gideon from MPL MY, we did have an idea of Bleed's identity, and it all centers around JPL when it comes down to zoning.
Bleed has a lot of zoning capabilities within of their lineup whenever we are watching them play. So it's always kind of like a JPL is always tagging onto someone. And whenever you tag onto someone, you find opportunities, you find information. And such information is such a valuable thing to Bleed. At least in our eyes. You may have your reservations, you may agree or disagree. You may feel free to tell everyone if whether that was true
I
or
like
not.
how this kind of segued into the hey, welcome to the let's analyze Bleed segment here at MPL SG.
I mean, we gotta have to make full use of our guest caster here, who happens to be wearing the Bleed jersey,
That's
huh?
fair.
Right. So tell us more.
Tell you more?
Yeah.
I mean, all I can say is I'm excited for our series
Uh-huh.
later. If anything, you know, the focus should always be back to the two teams who are actually playing.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you look very handsome today. The
Hey.
makeup artist did a great job, eh?
I know, right? But yeah, tell me more about Bleed. You know, what I said about JPL just now, you know, and the
I'm just
entire
enjoying
team
them
of,
being
Actually,
together.
actually, ironically enough, right?
Uh-huh.
Real talk, I actually feel like that part was a little bit off. You know why?
Uh-huh.
Because I feel like to me, even I don't know my team's identity yet.
Really?
Okay, there's a bit of struggle because you gotta imagine, like,
Okay.
I would say it's our first season where we're bringing in imports, right?
Yes,
And not to
yes,
mention
yes.
you've got such reputable players from the Philippines like Kel and Sagit.
Yep.
So it's like, you know, there's always this incoming joke with us online on Facebook. It's like, oh, we are Bleed, we are best Filipino organization now. That's right. You look at the comments. The comments are going to be amazing. It's going to be like Bowie, and I'm like, this is not very Channel 5, huh?
I would love to actually see all of these comments, but that will only happen in the later stages of the day. Because now we're gonna have to go back and beeline into what have been paused. And that is going to be Alchemy SG versus Evil as we dive into the draft with Alchemy on first pick, first ban, and Evil onto second.
Now, Evil looking to ban out that Fanny as well as the Angela. Alchemy, on the other hand, banning out the Valentina, Matilda, and the Terizla. Evil banned out Nolan in the first game. I don't know if they would do the same right here or open it up for Alchemy to take it up. Maybe they might want to force over a Nolan onto Alchemy, but it does look like the objective is very clear for Evil. You don't want anything to disrupt their team fight composition or any form of very heavy pick-off kind of style. That would come from Nolan. Now, Alchemy prioritized this Edith. After looking at the patch notes, I think Edith really falls off hard, especially with the Primal Wrath. You don't have a lot of sustain, and it's nerfed to the ground, in my honest opinion. I think it shouldn't be prioritized, but they want to pick it up because of the value that it brings through the crowd control and the pickoffs.
Exactly. So that is, at least for me, I believe that it did have got the flexibility still be played in the EXP as well as the roam side at least, because there's still quite a lot of that crowd control that we are looking out for.
Right.
We do have the counters coming in from Edith onto the Kufra. There's a lot of interactions from Edith, right? You still do a very good job as EXP laner. You still do a very good job as a roamer as well. Yes, you may lose out a little bit of damage, but I think that is you can compensate for that.
That's fair. I mean, you have to know your objectives. Now,
Yes.
with Edith being nerfed to the ground, especially with Primal Wrath, maybe you want to play it in the wrong position, pair it up with a Theramis, and you got an unstoppable force. What do you think, Hades?
I'm a little bit confused here from the draft because like I'm seeing like the Edith, the Claude, and the Faramis. You know, probably because I mentioned in the last game. After game 1, they might want to switch things up a little bit.
You're switching things up too much for you.
Yeah, a little bit because you know I talked about Pacifist being the biggest voice on the team. Now you point it down to a Claude. This team is going to be super reliant on flanking, and then you combine it with Faramis on top of that. That means that he's going to play either a super selfish Claude or a super like a bit too selfless kind where you're going to be like, guys, I have no farm, but I'm going to spin and dance anyway.
No. Okay, so you have a very good point about that, right? They have two ways that Alchemy have two ways to play this. But regardless, all of that two ways still it still focuses on one thing, and that is team fight. They want to go head to head against Evil. Just drafting a Faramis for your team essentially forces you into playing a team fight composition. There's no way that you'd want to find a way to really like, oh, we gotta have to split push this, we gotta split push that. Most of the time, you would want to play team fight, or else you are going to get quite a bit of disadvantages. Faramis doesn't have a lot of capabilities when it comes down to... okay, no, sorry, I take it back. He does have got the Cult's Altar, no, not Cult's Altar anymore. What is it called now?
Netherworld.
Netherrealm, yeah.
But quick question.
Has Alchemy played the Faramis in the mage role before?
Mage.
Have
In
they?
the mage, in the mage position. I mean, I think you don't use Paramis in the role just because that it's too valuable. You need his damage in the early game. You have a lot of splash damage. Alchemy. Now going back into the draft though, we talked a lot about Alchemy. Evil, they have a very strong draft right off the bat. They prioritize the Irithel right from that get-go. They know what they want. It's a run-it-down kind of composition. With the Farsa, we talked about a very long-range artillery mage just protecting and giving that zone capability for Evil to just do their thing. I wanted to say that Yu Zhong was a very good pick for Evil, but Alchemy, they take that out of the way. So, in both of these situations, Evil really identifying the backline as one of the main win conditions. They need to protect Irithel at all costs. Alchemy, on the other hand, they don't want a dive kind of hero. So both of these teams, they are banning out all of these dive kind of dive-heavy heroes, Olympic divers, if you may.
Yeah, I mean the Yuzhong and the Terizla, of course, these are just signature heroes, right? I mean Terizla being just very common, it's great overall. It's hard to go wrong with it, and easy to execute. It makes the game plan a lot smoother, per se. And then you look at the Yuzhong, I mean, we lost to these guys, Yuzhong, right? There's a good reason, and strangely enough, even though we lost that series, we felt that was the best series we played in the entire regular season. And to say that and losing to Twist on that Yuzhong, I would say is something that you have to respect it no matter what. So taking it out as a ban, very good.
Evil takes X-Borg here, I think.
I think
you have to take it up.
I think that Alchemy is very likely gonna go for a very damagey type of jungler. The very fact that they have picked up everyone else and they still have some time to really consider how do we want to play our EXP laner? How much of a tankiness do we have? They capped onto that Edith for that slight of flexibility option. But I think that there's quite a high probability that Alchemy may actually play a okay, never mind, I forgot that it's banned out. My bad. Okay, take it away. Martyrs might still be the case then.
Yeah, I mean they still have a bit of room, I would say, on the side of Alchemy. You know, the Edith is always a bit of a flex pick per se, and you know if they need be, you know obviously you put the Faramis on the mage role, right?
Yep.
And but the last time I know that they played Faramis, I know that Jet, he was a little bit too gung ho, a bit too trigger happy for those like nice 3-man pulls, which eventually lost them that high ground defense.
Okay,
that
Hellcut. Okay.
Is this a way of cheesing into game 3? Oh no.
I don't know, but I pretty much expect that they would want a damagey, a carry sort of jungler, but it is not the Hellcut that I was originally expecting.
No, but I have to say, I like this. I like this
I like this a lot,
into
yeah.
Evil's draft. Specifically because the Hellcut, not only is he able to like snipe the backline really quick. If you're
blinds
Evil,
an already blinded Farsa.
yeah, if Evil has to worry about like being on the retreat, watching positioning the whole time, these guys are gonna have to retreat all the way into the last game just to hide from this Hellcut. And so it really comes down to whether Alchemy are they able to execute this pinpoint like near perfect.
Look. If Farsa is already blind, how do you blind a blind?
For a punch.
With Dark Knight Falls. With like those blackout curtains which is what Hellcat pretty much has.
She's already blocking her eyes.
Or you
can always see through. You
can
have that,
always
like,
be
light.
blinded by the love of your teammates.
Oh, wow. I feel so cheesed
Valentine's Day came a little bit too early
man.
this time around.
Isn't it supposed to be late?
It's coming to the end of the year, guys.
Exactly, we're still in the same year.
It's closer to February right now than it was. Wait, how do I put that?
I don't know.
But anyways, Paquito will be the last pick for Evil. They have their idea of how to play this as a team fight and a flank kind of composition up against a pure team fight and pick off kind of composition with the side of Alchemy. With the Hellcat knowing his win condition and taking down Jace's as well as Coconut in the game. Game number 2, both teams are set.
I'm not surprised. Paquito is like, it's always been a signature hero of Evil per se. When you think of Evil, most of the times you tend to think of Paquito. It could be like the powerful Paquito. But obviously with the meta changes and everything, that's kind of shifted to the EXP side. And okay, now let's talk about, for example, who has the advantage over the turtle fights, right? We look at both sides. Evil, as usual, they're going to have this huge team fight potential. But with the Hellcat and the Grok in here to actually mess around with the Farsa, I feel like Evil's team fight, it's actually very even this time. It's actually either a 50-50 or it's actually going to be like they are the 40 and the 60 going to Alchemy. What do you think, Churros?
Man, I think if Alchemy executes their draft very, very well and Icon knows his target, which is basically Jace's in the early game, and in the late game, he just needs to take down Coconut. Alchemy has a higher chance to win. But that being said, they really need to snowball because Hellkurt, again, is a very, very snowball-heavy kind of hero. Evo takes the first Lethal Wanderer, giving them an EXP boost in the early game. They also went for level 2. Evo does have the higher rotation speed. Alchemy just needs to play towards that late game.
One good thing about Evil's draft though against Alchemy is that, if Alchemy you get a little bit too cocky, if you overextend into specific areas of the map, this is where the Minotaur heal can actually be really annoying. Oh, the flicker already burned before the turtle. This is huge. Looks like Alchemy, they're really good at doing this. They've been burning spells perfectly most of the time.
Now, of course, down in the bottom side, we have got Powerful as well as Twist. They're just going to be putting themselves... okay.
Burning
Quite a lot of flickers. Yeah, a lot of these battle spells are already expended from both sides. At least from Alchemy, Puski has already used his one. For Evil side, Kara has already been used his one. I would say that both are pretty equal when it comes down to the intensity and how important that flicker is for the upcoming fight.
Now the Waves is pushing in. Evil just slowly buying time. He needs Jace's up to be level 4 as well as Jet in order to have that first team fight. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Minotaur and Grok coming in for that backline support. Still don't have level 4 though. Dark Knight falls.
It doesn't seem like the rest of the members on the side of Evil was capable of doing much at this point in time. But at least the Dark Knight Fall allowed Alchemy to take themselves the turtle, plus take a +1 or +2 on top of Evil. With Powerful and Carrot down, Alchemy would definitely want to steamroll with this, but it doesn't seem like Evil is pretty much done just yet, as we got Twist immediately jumping right in with a quick little flicker plus all the combos. JS even used his ultimate.
If you're Evil, you definitely have to be prepared for these kind of scenarios way more. If anything, like, before, once the turtle pull was starting, I was actually thinking, if you're Icon, Hellkurt is not usually the guy who's going to be pulling the turtle away, because you want to be going to the backline. But in this case, the other alternative is that he's just going to call, let it be dark, go Batman on them. And that's what he did. If anything, I feel like they will be doing this consistently. So now it's all, balls in Evil's court. How are they going to adapt to the situation, knowing that this is the game plan that Alchemy has in mind? If you're the far side, it's not going to be a good time. But that could also potentially be because they had the slower level 4s.
That's right. I mean, Alchemy, they played that very, very well. They were risking it a lot by having Icon use that Dark Knight Falls and securing that turtle for the rest of the team to get that level 4 and then go in for that fight. Powerful was ahead in terms of level, but with that one turtle fight, Icon is ahead. Just waiting for that right time. He's waiting for the right target. Twist will be the next one.
Oh, doesn't seem like Twist will be able to get himself... Oh, never mind. He did manage to get himself right out of the dodge. But for the rest of Evil, Powerful, he joined into the fray in the center just to make sure that he will be able to help Twist out.
And this Edith is having such a good game. But hopefully the impact will be able to translate over to the more crucial objectives, which would be the Lord fights. And I think, yeah, he's really pushing the wave. He's going to cut it in. He's going to have priority. Alchemy should be able to start regaining the map control towards the left side of the map. Powerful, I don't like just babysitting, trying to make sure they can defend the tower, making sure that Twist doesn't get caught. But I would assume they would start moving the, start getting over to the hauling ass right now. They have to. They cannot afford to, not go to the turtle fights. Even if you lose the turtle, you need to be able to get these pickoffs. But who can they pick off? That is actually the key question here.
I think Evo is playing it very well and maintaining that tempo. And Twist is just moving in and out of the map. He's joining in a lot of these team fights. But Alchemy, they have other plans. They want to open up the map as fast as they can. But Carrot, though,
Carrot, I believe that Evil is pretty much going all in right now. Unfortunately, Donnie and Jet is going to be the only 2 person that will be soaring into the skies. JS comes in from the back. He's just going to be wingsing himself right out of there. And unfortunately, does not quite have the feathered airstrike just yet. So, the rest of Alchemy, they're just going to be running it down. Carrot doesn't seem like he will be able to live to see it another day as Puski brings him down just so easily. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. But Alchemy and Evil, they also have one turtle each.
This is where experience comes into play. Evil looks like they were just focusing fire onto Danny, wants to taking him out, but Powerful, in the midst of all of that, he focused on 2 things. He was just basically taking down that Lord and taking down Danny at the same time, but Coconut taking a lot of damage from Icon. He is forced to retreat, but here comes Carrot just babysitting on that top side.
The idea is there, and this is why, the battle spell's so crucial. Can you imagine if they had those purifiers in the last game? We could have potentially seen a very different game. But meanwhile, back in this game, looks like there's a lot of pressure top. They really want to be able to snipe up the Irithel, but
Mhm.
not giving them what they want. Powerful, being that strong shield between him and the gold laner. Oh my god!
Dani
Oh.
with a great wild charge on top of Powerful. He did manage to buy a little bit more time for the side of
Ulti.
Jet, but even when it comes down to the Nether Realm,
Oh,
they would
no.
want to make sure that he
Oh,
will be able
he
to stay
whiffed.
alive. But Twist, he pounces right underneath the turret in the top lane, and thus he's gonna go. Okay,
What?
at least he managed to bring Jet down. That is not exactly a bad score at all. It is a +4 for a +2, so I'll take it any day.
It's like a suicide bomber. He knows he's going down. He's taking Jet along with him for the ride. Now, Evil, they are coming back up. They're just getting trades after trades after trades and still defending themselves. There's not too much economy far behind from Alchemy. But Alchemy, they have been in this position before. In game number 1, they have been ahead, but they need to extend that lead as fast as they can. They need to be able to maintain this momentum.
Onwards, but unfortunately the Earth Shatter just does not touch anyone just yet. Powerful comes in from behind and managed to scout out where Jet is. But the main thing is Alchemy came here for what they wanted, and that is going to be the first tier defense turret. They got it, and now they're going to go back to playing on the neutral game. Back
Spells are
over
down
to the
though.
neutral objective.
The spells are down. This is not looking good. This is actually a very negative twist right now coming out from the side of Evil. Alchemy, you see, they're just asserting the dominance. For ultimate still up. Yep, stolen.
Icon takes the turtle for himself. Carrot is still going to be in the midst of everything.
Pacifist?
I don't think that he will be able to do quite much at this point in time. But Carrot flickers himself right out of there. As such, he's going to be not staying alive, unfortunately.
Evil just looking for trades. As much as Alchemy got that turtle, Evil also opened up that bottom side tier 1. So Evil still in the game as of now. Alchemy a little bit far ahead. They have a little bit more damage. They are building defensive items just to psych themselves up for that Irithel and the Paquito, which is all over the map. Twist is just doing so much in this game.
No, I'm liking the decisiveness here coming out from Coconut because, you know, once the spells were down, that was really a 50-50. No, even the Bucks here didn't have the ultimate. Very, very hard. If anything, they were just trying their luck, trying to get that turtle. And immediately he was straight at the bottom. He opened up the map. So technically not the biggest loss. This game is still relatively even. But this just means that Alchemy's timing is here.
I don't believe that is too much that we would expect from the side of Twist just yet. I mean, Icon is currently at level 12. And I believe that when it comes down to itemizations, it's pretty A-okay.
It's building up a lot of defense though. Alchemy again with the passive aggressive kind of nature. And we've seen Alchemy in this stage before. They are ahead. They should be able to cycle Evil all the way through. They have Jet who's able to pull, like he has made some very good plays, pulling them over the walls, trying to single them out so that Alchemy could get an easy kill. But Evil is just defending and trying to react to a lot of Alchemy situations and skirmish.
They have to find a way to at least burn the Faramis ulti before these key team fights. But they haven't been able to do so just because, you know, both teams are playing relatively safe right now. And, you know, when I talked about timings just now for Alchemy, it looks like they may have just found one to accelerate theirs.
Wow, they're going all in on the Pooski. They want to make sure that they bring him down as soon as they can. He didn't even manage to pull off the Primal Wrath, get himself right out of the Fireaxe. So it's really unfortunate if you ask me. But Evil took that opportunity by force.
Look at Twist cutting the waves, playing the waves, and now they will have, you know, priority over the Lord fight. And it looks like this time, Evil changing things up a little bit, that pick really turning out to be what could be the downfall for Alchemy in this particular situation. But now it looks like Evil, they have figured something out. This is what you need to do. Take these tiny fights a bit, you know, faster to Alchemy so that these ultimates are burned and then they can run over. This is something they're already good at doing around the Lord fight. They need to use this kind of tactics around the other ends of the map. So now we're looking at Pacifist. He's trying for the flank. If I'm not mistaken, he's been the one who's been trying to actively hit the backline. But he hasn't been too successful yet. But now with a bit more fun, maybe he might be able to pull it off this time.
Twist is putting in the work. He's just playing that macro game, maintaining lane pressure on all 4 lanes. And here comes Purple with the knock, with the stump. Pooski caught out.
The Netherrealm came in quite clutch, but unfortunately, it popped right at the edge of the Feathered Airstrike. But Pacifist comes in to join in the battle over to the backside. And the Blazing Duet manages to get himself a double. And very potentially might be able to pick up a little bit more, as now his gun's blazing down on the Carrot. But Icon seized it right under his nose. And Alchemy manages to pick off 3 with only 2 casualty, and even with a bonus of the turret in the middle lane.
Questionable, like, teamfight decision over there to keep pursuing, to chasing the Faramis. Faramis is basically trying to kite them away from as far off, from the rest of Evil as much as possible. And just as that is happening, actually, Icon, what's happening here?
This is not what I'm expecting, as Twist as well as Powerful. They're making a statement here that even if they do have the numbers disadvantage, they will still run it down onto Icon and Pacifist to regain control of the river.
It's a slow burn whenever you play that box. Yeah, it's slow down. Powerful will always be in your face, and you can't shake him off as much as you can. But now the Lord is ensuing. Alchemy looking to pull the Lord over to their side so that they have the advantage. Evil doing a lot of work, especially Twist, maintaining that lane management for Evil to have a better time with this objective.
Claude not showing on the map yet. He's trying to split. It looks like he's not really ready to commit to that 50-50 at the Lord fight just yet. He kind of wants to let the wave push in, get some info, then maybe he'll decide. Is he going to keep it back? We shall see. But meanwhile, Evil is just doing what they do best. Jet goes down again. This is what I was talking about. Like him on the Faramis, I think he's just sometimes a bit too trigger happy. So when he likes those, those huge pulls, he tends to put himself in these very awkward positions. And this is something which may just cost them the lot.
I mean, I don't think that they pretty much need that kind of pull. I mean, we're looking at Pooski, we're also looking at Donnie. Both of these heroes are very capable of finding these kind of opportunities. And Jet doesn't have to go all the way out for that. But speaking of going all the way out for that, Evil, 4-man run it down on the 4-man. But Pacifist, whoa! He manages to bust right in and manages to bring JS down. Coconut is going to be the next one on the chopping block. But now Carrot is just going to be facing his Hammer's Wrath on top of Pacifist. But a quick, nice little knock-up to make sure the Pacifist will be able to stay alive. He swapped places with Dexter. And now he finds himself in the middle lane, out of sight and out of mind from the side of Evil. And they cannot manage to really bring this Claw down.
Sneaky, sneaky. Pacifist just making Evil work for their meal. Evil just slowly but surely trying to chase down any one loose member of Alchemy. But Alchemy, they have better plans. They want to go for that Lord. They need this Lord. It's been 5 minutes since the Lord's been sitting there. Nothing has been touched yet.
Very, very nice selfless play coming out from the teammates of Alchemy. Help covering Pacifist, protect the President. That's what the whole mission was right there. Especially
protect the President again.
Especially after the dive. Protect President, Pacifist. That's the whole theme of Alchemy's gameplay right now. So that, Claude's able to dive the backlines and make it out in time. Of course, having a bit of jumps here and there helps a little bit. But now Evil, how they're able to redeem themselves. This is splitting up the map. Claude, this is what he does best. This is the Pacifist's new gameplay. Instead of just trying to snowball off taking towers, he's going I'm going to pressure your tower a little bit, and then we'll see from there how the Lord fights go.
I think this is what they're missing, that split push capability, playing that map, maintaining that lane management so that Alchemy has the upper hand and able to pull Evil out of their base and out of their comfort zone so that they can try to get a flank onto the win conditions, which is maybe even Jace's or Coconut. Once they're taken down, Alchemy pretty much win this game easy.
Actually, only now when I'm looking at the lineup of Alchemist, looking at Pacifist, Claude does have mobility. Claude can actually farm and push out the long lane.
Oh, they're pulling the trigger.
He can definitely just go right in and not give a damn in the world to really what the rest is thinking of. But Pooski is jumping all the way to the back lines, all alone.
Wow, they got Pacifist.
3. This 5 lines, he's just going to be working all the way through, and he managed to zone 3 members away, pushing Powerful as well as Twist to work on their meals all alone. But here's the catch, though. Despite all that Pooski did, Pacifist still went down. Pooski himself is dead too. As such, Alchemy have got 3 members left to seize this Lord. And Evil, all 5.
Well, it was kind of missed a little bit from the observer cam, but really well done from Powerful and Twist. Once again, diving that backline synergy, and this is something which I feel Alchemy neglected as they were reviewing their game plan from Game 1 as they transitioned to Game 2. And this is something which it looks like they haven't found the answer to yet.
Oh, the Feathered Airstrike didn't really quite find much value. Okay, never mind. That is a massive value. As managed to zone everyone away from the Lord to finally take the first Lord in the game by 15 minutes.
Well, this was very well played by Evil. And they know, remember in the first game, they took their time with that Lord. They had a lot of patience. As long as they stay in, as long as they have some form of heal, some form of sustain, Evil will end up winning the team fights. right off the bat. Now, Danny just not making any sort of movements right here. The Lord taking down the tier 2 turret. Jace is giving a lot of zone potential.
Oh, Puski did manage to find the onwards catch down on the powerful and even find himself out of firelight. They will want to focus down on the powerful as much as possible. They even managed to bring the Lord down. That wasn't even much of a damage control from the side of Alchemy. In fact, that is an amazing damage control. The bottom lane second tier defense turret is still up and running, and that is definitely not what you want from the side of Evil.
The skill has tipped over the side of Evil now, like 1.3k gold up ahead in terms of economy against Alchemy. And Evil trying to pull them out. They know that they want to get a flank onto Pacifist. And Pacifist at this point of time, as long as they stay within their base, they will be able to defend. They do have high ground. They do have sufficient wave clear. They do have a little bit more mobility and utility to play in a lot of these team fights.
I mean, Abstract does giving me the hint right here, passing me some of that wonderful chili sauce. Things are getting a little bit spicy here as we, as we reach the end game. And thankfully, that death from Powerful wasn't the most.
Danny!
What a prediction! Are you for real?
Just gonna be jumping over the back line, JS with that Winter Truncheon, but unfortunately, not quite long enough to get himself out of the grasp of Pacifist. Dude, what are you doing? He just went in a perfect timing and bring JS and Coconut down. This is just so bad for the side of Evil. As Alchemy is going to be pushing down at the top lane, second tier defense turn. That was amazing.
Oh, what a catch. What a play by Danny, taking down 2 members, Jaces and Coconut. With them gone, the Alchemy, they're trying to cycle. They're trying to come back up on top. They're trying to take down as many tier 2s as they can. Open up the map and play the map. Alchemy really needs this next Lord.
Yeah, I don't think they get the inhib here. But if anything, it's all about setting up for that Lord fight. And you can see, that's where their priorities are. Maybe take the tier 2, and that's good to go.
Now, I'm just really afraid that Alchemy will go back into their bad habits. Well, the fact is, we are only looking at a 2,000 gold lead. It's not necessarily that much, but it's all about the mentality. If whether they're playing not to lose or they're playing to win. So far, Alchemy has managed to find these amazing pickoffs, and this is technically a slightly simpler game than the previous one because it's not that mechanically intensive as compared to the Xbox plus Cho. There's so much things that you're gonna have to consider. But for this lineup, for the side of Alchemy, it's so much easier to execute, and I think that this pretty much fits the alley of Alchemy.
Well, Twist and Pacifist having their own micro skirmish here over at the top lane, trying to see who is able to adapt better to give their team the best situation here, especially with the creep equilibrium. And now, here we go, the Lord pull is starting to happen. This dance could potentially seal this entire game. Twist, is he the one outplaying Pacifist? No ultimate, that's huge!
Well, Pacifist doesn't even have much of a movement speed to work with. As such, Evil, it does seem like they are going to be putting themselves back against the wall. Or maybe never mind, it's the other side. It's Buski as well as Downey that doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. Karen with a really clutch heal actually came right in the nick of time. As such, none of the members from the side of Evil has went down just yet. All of those skirmishes was all for naught.
It's a push and a pull from both sides. Evil, they really need to take someone down. Alchemy, they have a second life in that Theramis. With the Nether Realm, it makes it so hard for Evil to even take any one member down. Alchemy, though, they are finding it easy. They do have a lot of damage onto that backline. As long as they take either Jaces or Coconut down, that is their window of opportunity. They can cycle. They can take down that Lord.
Looks like they are about to start again. This time, Pacifist, he's taking a safer approach, pushing out the wave. Twist also afraid that someone was coming to back Pacifist up. But it looks like he's going to be behind this time. The flank could potentially be coming in right now.
Initiation coming in from the side of Puski will definitely get a really good timing for coming in for his friends. While Pacifist is just going to be jumping over the back lines with the Blazing Duet. He will be able to bring Coconut down. And it does seem like Icon is going to be taking it down as well. JS is going to be the next one on the chopping block. And unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for him. But the Winter Truncheon is just going to be popped coming from the side of Powerful as immediately bought that. But it's not quite enough to prolong his health. Alchemy, they found a perfect opportunity coming from the side of Puski. He initiated at a perfect time. Pacifist then popped that sprint. Perfect execution.
Twist trying to buy time.
I don't think that they will be able to buy as much time. In fact, he's just going to be speeding himself over to the dogs. Alchemy,
no.
with all 4 members beelining themselves down in the middle lane, taking down the inhibitor turret, and even down to the core.
That's it. That's it. Alchemy. They closed out the game. It's a 1-1. One more game. The stakes are riding high. Emotions are high. Smiles on their faces. They know that they can beat Evil. They know they can take down the Titan Slayers and Titans themselves.
Yeah, so instead of the brute force approach, looks like they decided to go with a bit more cat and mouse approach, which is starting to work out a little bit. And it all came down to like skill. And I would say this is where Pacifist, he actually surpassed his limits over at the top while dealing with Twist. This was about who was able to like adapt a bit faster to the situation. So really nicely done. I was a little bit concerned though for the Lord fight, like how that actually could have turned out. Like why were Evil a little bit slow? Like what was the plan going on there?
Yeah, I think Evil, they were a little bit too far behind. They were just lacking that defense coming in. They don't know where. There were so many members that could flank over onto the back lines. Coconut, Jaces, they weren't safe at all. And Alchemy just capitalized on every single situation that they found. Danny made so many huge plays. Even Puski finding onwards after again and again and again. It's just pickoffs after pickoffs. There was nothing. Even the sustain was not enough to keep Evil alive.
I guess that the main problem really boils down to the fact that, well, it seems as though that our friend here, Claude, didn't really have much of a threat coming from the opposite side. As long as he went over to the long lanes and cleared that out, Twist is pretty much forced, well, not say forced, but he has kind of like an idea if whether he wants to stay at the top lane and defend the lane or makes his way over to the fight. Because if Twist stays there, he has the information that, okay, Twist is still up there, I can play a little bit more ballsy. I don't have to be caring so much because generally it is Paquito that is really after the life of Pacifist. And as long as Twist isn't there, Pacifist has got free reign. Run right in the face of Coconut, although I gotta have to say, it is very surprising that Coconut just doesn't seem to be melting down Pacifist. Probably because the heavy crossbow has already been expended and Pacifist's timing were always there only after the heavy crossbow has been done.
I mean, this game, the entirety of this game, I felt like it was very one-sided, favoring Alchemy. And even though they built defensive right from the get-go, even though Jet had so many deaths in the early game, at the end of the day, it was all around Pacifist. Like, play around Pacifist, protect him as much as you can, give him space to farm up, give him the long lanes. He's got 17,000 gold at the end of the day in a 20-minute game. Take a look over on the side of Evil. Twist, even though he had a very good start, he was building a little bit too much of a defensive items. He didn't have that presence seeping into that late game. Evil just couldn't defend their backlines enough.
I actually beg to differ when you mentioned that Pacifist, like on the Cloud, didn't have that much of a threat. If anything, I would say like he was forced to play that specific way because that was the game plan all along. So he did execute the game plan the way he was supposed to do so, considering his job is supposed to melt the backline. You saw that. He almost did pull off the 1v2 most of the times. The Irithel and the Fasa never felt safe. And on top of that, I think this is where like the backline and the frontline of Evil were not exactly aligned. Purely because you look at the Minotaur's like positioning. He was the one who was taking too much damage before these fights happened, and when they wanted to back off, you could see like he was maybe like just a half a step not on the same page with the rest of his team. And that actually leads to the whole thing crumbling down. Like it's not even like a piece by piece destruction. It's just total annihilation at that point, just because the person who is supposed to be the foundation of the team fights holding the wall, just not there with the rest of the team.
Yep.
There's a huge disconnect that needs to be fixed, and I think Alchemy have just found out what that is.
Initially, I was thinking, you know what? Alchemy trying to fight Evil at where they are most comfortable in. I thought that I'm actually very concerned about it. But somehow, that actually worked out pretty well for them. I mean, understandably, Alchemy have got a great understanding of the macro, and they're constantly just pushing the waves from the long lane, leaving Pacifists there. Okay, just push, come in, and then Puski just pull the trigger. I think that has been pretty good timing for Alchemy, much more than Evil making mistakes. That's my opinion.
Alchemy, honestly, they broke the code to fight against Evil. Like, I've said this again and again. Evil, they have a clash kind of composition, and they always thrive in a clash comp. Alchemy, they succeeded in drawing them out, flanking over to the backlines, and taking out the players that matter. And now, taking a look at all the post-game statistics, look at how well Alchemy was playing as a unit. And this was so much better than the previous game where everyone had at least a 70% kind of team fight participation. Everyone was playing together, even though you see the entire team split up all apart. That's the rotations and movements coming in. But guys, who do you think the MVP of the game is?
I gotta say Puski, actually. Oh, no, okay, no, never mind, Pacifist. I'll still say Pacifist.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
Pacifist. He played
yeah,
pretty good this game.
Pacifist.
Yeah.
I gotta have to give it to him.
He was huge in a lot
Yep.
of these cases.
I gotta have to say. Pacifist. Okay, there we go. We saw
Yeah,
the
we saw
the
spoilers.
spoiler.
We saw a glimmer. We
We
saw a
saw the
glimmer.
bottom right. Okay.
There we go,
Yeah,
Pacifist.
there we go.
Yeah, I gotta say though, he has a very good emblem build though. Like all of these just built towards like farming up, just very his goal in the early game wasn't to take any kills. It's just getting your items and getting your power spikes. You don't need to be in the battle because at the end of the day, in the end of the day, it's all about objectives. So even if you don't join in team fights with the Claude, you can go for a backdoor kind of attempt.
I gotta have to say that throughout my entire time in Season 6, I was never convinced by Pacifist's gold lane so far. But at least for this game, I think that I can see it. I can see that coming a little bit. I do see that light at the end of the tunnel now, and I think that Pacifist has been improving. I gotta have to say that he has definitely been keeping the good works in. So I really do hope that Alchemy do manage to keep up this good work, and for this upcoming game. Although if they
This
do
Daddy
win,
Abstract talking. Daddy Abstract talking.
If they do win. That is going to be a massive major upset over to our evil boys.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Because right now, if you think about it, right, the pieces have been rearranged. You look at game 1, who was the one in charge of balancing the waves and pressuring the side lanes? That was Puski. But he was sometimes a little bit too slow or maybe uncomfortable when it comes to the Xbox or joining the team fights. But now when you look at game 2, what happened? They switched things around. Your EXP laner sticks to the team.
Mobile goal lane.
And that's where the Claude comes in. So what is Evil's solution to this? How are they going to rearrange the pieces themselves? Are they going to stay true to that playstyle that we know them for, which is forcing the team fights? Maybe they're going to go with even stronger heroes that have way better initiation. You never know. So this is all about finding out what the team's perspective and approach to this is. Because if you're Alchemy, you want to take the risk of sticking with the same game plan? No, thinking that, what if Evil has figured it out? Or do you think you just go with it anyways? These are all these questions that there's no way for us as from spectators' point of view, we are not able to really predict what it's going to be. All we can do is basically just hypothesize at this point.
Yeah, it's just the entire team for Alchemy creating so much space, and it's so different from the first game that we saw where they were very, very hesitant and going in. This time they were very decisive. If they see someone that they don't like, hey, I don't like your face, I'm going straight in. That's what Danny did. He kind of understands how Evil operates around the macro kind of decisions, and they make a very decisive play towards a lot of these kinds of skirmishes.
I gotta have to say, it's very much not on the face value, but
maybe.
I mean, probably that could be you onto me. Maybe there's something about my face that you don't like. That's why there's something against me. But well, regardless of all of that fact, I gotta have to say that Alchemy definitely gave us a massive show. There are two main players. They're Mage as well as their gold laners. Boy, oh boy! From the clip, we can see they are constantly under threat. Either by a direct threat or an indirect threat. Either they are looking at a wild judge coming at their face, or perhaps a blazing duet, or onwards of Shatter, or an indirect threat coming in from the side of Hellcat with that really annoying Dark Knight Falls. Because let's be honest here, by the point in time you don't know what's gonna happen, that is gonna be very annoying, and that pretty much just completely breaks the entirety of Evil's lineup and destroying their mental game, and to some extent could be destroying their world. Like how Nolan would to bring Calamity from to stop Calamity from destroying the world.
That's a very long segue,
I know, right? Thank you.
Oh, continue.
I mean, it worked, right?
It worked.
It worked, right? He scattered the fragments of his soul. Okay, you know what? It needs to be
low and slow.
To stop the Calamity from destroying his world, he scattered the fragments of his soul and faced oblivion. All the suffering he endured was for the protection and love for his daughter. The ultimate sacrifice for his shining star. New Assassin Nolan available now. And also for MPL SG, we can expect to see Nolan coming into play in the competitive scene as he marks up rift and holes and black holes or wherever it is all around the battlefield. And speaking of the battlefield, I can pretty much expect that not only in MPL SG we're looking at this battlefield, in the coming few months or weeks, we are going to be setting up yet another battlefield in Malaysia right after they have finished their MPL MY, because the M5 wildcard is striking up. Do note that the M5 wildcard will be a free entry in KL, Malaysia. And you can, and we pretty much have a kickstart for the pre-registration on the 4th of November. The location, though, will be announced very soon. So if you guys would like to find out more and be updated, make sure you guys keep yourself updated with all of the social media channels coming in from the side of MLBB, be it the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Facebook page, or you can hop on down to our MPL SG official Instagram account or TikTok account, or literally everywhere. From Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, we will announce all of these as to where the location of M5 Wildcard is going to be.
That is a mouthful.
Yeah.
That is a huge mouthful, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But hey, I gotta do what I gotta do. And I gotta say everything before I lose out my breath, because I know for a matter of fact that we are going out for a break after this. So, you know, I gotta have to make my oxygen's worth from a higher elevated angle here. Okay.
Well, hopefully we see...
God gave me these pair of nostrils for a reason.
You know I can't do that.
Yeah, because these are huge, dude. I have huge nostrils. Have you not known that? Yeah, so I can... Essentially, if we are in a small little cube, like in the McDonald's cube, I pretty much take all your oxygen away. You guys are not gonna outlive me. You realize that, right?
I would like.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, I think for me, I can speak on behalf of Churros. I think we will like to not be in a cube. But yeah, looks like we are gonna be cutting to a break.
Let's go into the cube then. So we'll see you guys in a short little bit, and we will be looking at the very unfortunate conclusion of Evil versus Alchemy. and gentlemen, welcome back to the close of this series between Alchemy versus Evil.
I think you got a filet fish in your mouth. That's why.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I just finished it in like, what, 5 minutes? Probably less than that. Man is dedicated to it. He wasn't even breathing. I was talking to him and it was like nothing came out. I swear there was no like gap for
Yeah,
like,
I guess
air.
that's why they call it fast food.
Yeah.
You get it fast, you down it fast.
But taking it to a bit of an unhealthy level.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
hey,
We're lucky the desk is actually covering his stomach.
Yes, exactly.
It's actually
Otherwise,
growing.
it's quite like.
What are you guys talking about? I have like literally no stomach. No, wait.
What are you saying?
Tummy. The words are not going through it.
I have no response to that.
Yeah,
abstract.
I'm sorry. I probably just need some drink.
I need my McWings, man. Where are my McWings at?
Ooh, thank you, McDonald's.
Thank you, McDonald's.
Fun fact.
McWings are underrated as hell.
Yeah. Do you know, fun fact, I used to can't eat spicy at all.
Uh-huh.
To the point that whenever I eat McWings, I actually find that spicy. And I love McWings so much that I kept eating it over and over and over again. To the point that I built a tolerance to spiciness to allow me to eat McSpicy.
Is this how you're like trying to sell out to all the Asian parents out there? Like for me, for example, I have low spice tolerance. My dad's always gonna be like, only real men eat spicy. So I'm like, I guess I'm not a man. And then, like, here you are pushing this education level of like McWings is the entry level to spicy food.
It actually is. I mean, to me at least, is delicious. And
Is it
spicy.
actually? Is it actually that spicy?
It's not spicy. But when
It's
you
not-
don't
it's
have
not
the
really
tolerance
spicy
of a
to me.
spiciness, it is actually spicy. To me, at least.
Well, you know what else is spicy?
The game,
The
of course.
game, of course.
The game.
The game. Okay,
As
but
much.
of course, Nolan is gonna be banned out. We won't see. Nolan won't see the light of day as of yet. Banning also from the side of Evil Alchemy. On the other hand, they are still sitting on banning out all the support heroes. Now, will there be any change to the draft from Alchemy? The Claw, the Hellcurt, they worked very, very well in the previous game. Will they still stick to their guns? That's the question.
Maybe, because that's what, we talked about how they revised the game plan, they rearranged the pieces. Another thing also that Alchemy did was, what's better than someone who's able to hit the backline? Two people who can hit the backline.
Exactly.
So it's all about arranging the pieces here and there and then being able to adapt outside of the usual positioning and stuff like that. But so far, I've been pretty impressed. And Evil actually, strangely this time, they're the ones banning out the box here. I would have thought that I would have left it in the pool, just to maybe like trade heroes with in the first phase.
I think they want to prioritize something else. They want to prioritize twist heroes. I think in this case, they very well should. So the Edith could very well be picked up for the side of Evil. That's
Only
pretty
makes
much open. Or go back to basics, pick up the Valentina, and give you a lot of opportunity and versatility in the short run.
Yeah, there is a lot of possibilities that they can actually work around for them. But now that Alchemy have the opportunity, getting themselves the Valentina pretty much is is the only one of the few ways that we can expect, right?
Yep.
Otherwise, we can pretty much expect I was thinking of Fredrin, but Terizla is also going to be another great pick for them. But if they do pick up a Terizla over to their over to their XP lane, they're going to have to expect a high mobility hero over to their gold lane.
Yo, this is... I'm loving this a lot.
This is scary. This is scary from Evil.
But this is the confidence coming out from Evil. They're like,
Yeah.
you know what, tell you what, we'll leave both these heroes in the pool, and you're gonna have to choose. You can take the Terizla, but we will take the Yuzong. And that is something that they really thrive on. Twist on the Yuzong is something special. There's always good Yuzongs, but he's one class above that, and I hope he gets to show that after this game. And this actually answers the question. It looks like Alchemy have decided they're going to stick to their game plan. Like, if it's not broken, why fix it, right?
Yeah.
Why make any changes? And now we see the Cloud picked up very early on. I can dig this just a fair bit.
Yep.
And
I mean, it's a high mobility hero that I was pretty much thinking
injustice in
of
the world.
after all. Because I think that after the previous game, they understand that the split poop potential is ultimately the best way to really get at Evil being a team fight composition.
so it looks like Fuski will be the one who basically have to be like a secondary tank to a certain extent, opening up the map, helping out whatever they're gonna pick for their roam. And Evil, I know we all saw Powerful in his nice little notebook. I want to see what's inside as well, kind of see what he's talking about to the team. It's like, hey guys, you know what? Quiz Yuzong. Maybe we have something else. What's gonna be Powerful's hero? That is, that's something which is, I would say, I'm a little bit curious about.
I think you go very well to the Martis, like secure the early game, because Claude is definitely a very, very late game kind of hero. secure the early game, try to get as much as you can, choke Alchemy
Yeah,
out,
hot tank
and
here.
don't let them go into the late game at all.
Yeah, Alchemy definitely needs someone that goes with a hot tank here.
Oh,
So
Akai.
There's the answer. There's the answer. Akai works very, very well here, especially in securing the turtle objectives and slowly but surely giving a lot of space to that Claw to farm up.
And this screams team fight.
This screams team fight. I'm thinking an Irithel again, or probably even an Ixia over here might work very well in Evo's favor. They just have to protect themselves from Claude in the backside.
Well, at least for the side of Alchemy, they do have a single Claude that enables a backline access. If Evil will want to do anything over for the side of their backlines, they're gonna have someone that can really anchor down pretty nicely. Novaria is the one that will stay pretty far back, so Novaria might not be the anchor after all. You're gonna have to look around for a really close-knitted kind of team fight. The Yuzhong will be the one that really heads out far enough. So Brethren will act as a very good anchor for their team. As such, they have an answer to Claude. And Alchemy, how do they want to respond to this? Because generally, if we are taking a look at Akai, it can be flexed over to the roam. It can be flexed over to the jungle. Joy is currently available if they want to actually add on to that backline access. Joy can actually be pretty applicable here.
Doesn't Alchemy... Okay.
Yep, there we go. The Lancelot,
Wow.
that's the answer to the backline. So you have like a plan A. If Claude doesn't work out, you always have a Lancelot as a sort of like a backline kind of approach.
Wait, quick question. Is this the first Archive roam that we're seeing in MPL Singapore? It has to be, right?
It is. Usually Archive will be playing in the jungle because it's too valuable in the jungle, especially since you have that early game damage with your passive ability.
And not to mention, I do believe, the last time we did see an Archive in MPL Indonesia playoffs and it actually destroyed an Irithel. Maybe this could be inspiration, kind of like influencing the Singapore region. You can see we are very observant. We absorb a lot of information real fast, right?
Well, Alchemy is the only one that so far has been playing an Archive jungle. Literally only them that plays Archive jungle, apparently.
Alchemy?
Alchemy, yeah. It's literally only Alchemy that have playing Archive jungle. Everyone else... Archive roam, sorry. Only them that have been playing Archive roam. Everyone else, Archive jungle.
Yeah, that kind of like caught me off guard for a bit. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, didn't Bray play like Archive
That's
jungle?
not right.
Didn't we play Archive
Bray
jungle?
went roam. But well, regardless of all of that, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be jumping down over to the land of Dawn. And that pretty much means that this is match point between these two. What are we gonna be expecting here for this very tightly knitted fight?
Oh, they're doing the dual lane thing. So this is one thing that
Fast too.
both teams are prioritizing for. Yeah, exactly. And I think it should be okay. It'll be pretty fun because Danny, obviously he has a lot of pressure on him to actually perform. You want to make sure that you get that level 4 at a very good timing, so that you're able to do the dives and also secure the turtle objectives for the Lancelot. I mean, Lancelot's just going to do his thing anyways, right? But you want to make sure that as an Archive, you actually capitalize on that timing, especially with the spin.
Well, as excited as I am for this game, it is definitely going to be a bittersweet one because the loser is going home. They won't see day 2 or day 3 at all. And it's going to be relegated from the league. But as of now, both teams, I'm expecting a little bit more on the passive side. They don't want to throw too much on the table. They might wait for the first turtle to spawn up. Let's take a look at emblemizations to see how they work. Does look like Evil trying to go for a little bit more early game rotations. They are copying and mirroring Alchemy's key win condition in the early game. As of now, I saw like Carrot, he burned the flicker, so he won't have that flicker for the first turtle spawning up in 10 seconds.
Yes, but it actually looks like both teams are mirroring each other. You can see that Valentina heading over. They want to get to fast level 4 on both sides. Archive fall also being prioritized into the Edith. Should be okay. Very even out. I'm very excited for this first turtle.
As it's just gonna be slowly working their way over to everyone getting a level 4. That is going to be what they're looking out for. As Powerful as well as Twist immediately leaps onto their prey and brings Jet down. As such, we're not gonna be expecting any INU for this upcoming fight. The rest of Evil, they're still gonna be putting as much of their focus and emphasis down onto one single member. With Dani, with not a lot of help to work with, that is gonna be Dani taken down. Icon, you don't have any vision at all.
Oh, he's trying for it.
Yeah, he's trying to go for it. He thought that maybe the...
Oh my god!
What was that? made full use of the appraisal's wrath from Powerful, and of course with the Phantom Execution, Icon took the turtle.
The Thoros though, just
What?
in the nick of time. What a play!
Oh, somebody messed up there. The turtle shouldn't have been that low. But at the same time, Icon, doing a bit of a Kyrie cosplay for a bit, working really, really hard. I'm loving that. These individual plays always never fail to surprise me. I'm liking it. I'm hoping you guys back home are enjoying it too. And now, I think you guys pretty much suspected, right, that Alchemy might want to give that up. That wasn't even the Phantom Execution that actually got it. That was
That's
actually
a retribution.
Yeah, it was just a regular dash plus retribution. So
Yeah.
he just thought, you know what? I saw that the turtle's low now. Let me just yoink it right underneath Powerful's nose. And Powerful didn't even have the chance to react at all with his own retribution.
Well, with the Akai in the wrong position, it's so difficult for Evil to even secure a kill. It's sort of like they want to go in, but it always push back. It's
Evil
always
invade.
very, very defensive with the heavy spin.
Yo,
Icon getting
wow.
stun locked right here.
A very aggressive
Big.
push coming from the side of Evil. Went straight into the faces of Alchemy. It's like as though Evil is just like, you know what? No more. Playtime's over, kids. Let us just run right in. And Evil very easily takes 2 off the heads of Alchemy. And they have got 3 kills in total with a 600 gold lead already. I mean, yeah, sure, Icon, you get the turtle, but Evil respond with, you know what, then we'll take your jungle, we'll take your life. And this is what they're expecting. I'm pretty sure you're feeling pretty confident right now. And this is also another clear example why you ban out Twist to Yuzong.
Yeah, actually, it's very smart of Chip to actually take that Primal Wrath. It scales very hard into magic damage, so using the Primal Wrath into your own advantage deals a lot of damage, tries to push Evil back out of the way. But as much as Alchemy has a lot of these flashy plays, Evil are still up ahead. They have 3 kills to their name. They're looking for more. This is the second turtle of the game.
As now, the turtle's slowly gonna get pulled right out. Playing a little bit of turtle dance, I gotta have to say. Both Alchemy and Evil, both sides, they have very suitable candidates for holding the neutral objective. So I guess that could be a very big chance that we're just going to be dancing around for a very long time. So our focus and our emphasis is very likely going to be onto the side lanes. How effective are each side clearing waves? It does seem as though Terizla is a tad bit faster than Twist. But let's remember this. Twist is playing as a Yuzong after all. He does have the Black Dragon form.
what?
They can eventually get in. I have no idea how, but that was a very anticlimactic neutral objective take.
Yeah, it was, Icon just secured it with the retribution. The heavy spin just pushed Powerful out of the way, giving them a lot of space, a lot of time. Now, taking a little itemizations, it does look like the War Axe is built by Lancelot, by Icon. So, hold on a second.
All the way to the back lines. We do have the Up Shadow Plus, the onwards combination. Carrot immediately launching himself right out of the Fire Axe. But unfortunately, that is going to give Pacifist a single kill. Alchemy fights back, getting themselves 1. We do have a little bit of fight back from the Alchemy coming in the middle lane as Icon takes the turret in the middle.
It actually looks like Evil looking a little bit, stubborn in the way like they want to approach the game. But this is because they have absolute faith in their game plan. Like we saw, Twist, he went straight to the bottom lane and they didn't want to fight. The rest of the team clearly wanted to back off. But I think Powerful just, trying to push the boundaries a little bit to just keep Alchemy on their toes. But even back to the turtle fight, right? The reason why it was so anticlimactic is because Yuzong was still on the way, Evil were not ready for the fight, and I think they were expecting the turtle pull to last a little bit longer. But Alchemy, recognizing that the Yuzong was not in, immediately tried to rush it. It was a gamble, but it paid off at the end of the day. But this game's still relatively even, as both teams will look to try and reset for their next turtle objective.
Well, to be honest though, from a lane-to-lane matchup on the EXP lane, it does look like Yuzong would have an easier time up against a Terizla, but it's always Pruski moving faster than Twist. He's always one step ahead. He's always there first before Twist even comes down online. But he's looking for trades. Evil want to just find the side lanes objectives. They want to take down those turrets. They want to open up that map for that opportunity for a nice little flank.
Eventually down in the bottom lane,
there we go.
Donnie just going to be popping out with the heavy spin. Right down on the Twist, making sure the Twist would not be able to get a fight back. But unfortunately, there's not quite enough Shah residue built up on top of that Kai. Jet, on the other hand, he's finding himself in a really deep situation. He flickers himself backwards just to make sure that he don't get clipped by the Appraiser's Wrath. But in the end, he's still going to have to go down. And such, that is going to be quite a bit of a trade from both sides. Evil losing 2 and Alchemy only losing 1.
They need everybody here for this team fight. The turtle got reset, so it should buy them a little bit more time. Jaces should be able to make it in time for the turtle fight. But Alchemy, once again, trying not to give them that timing. Powerful. What can you do? This time you can't do anything.
Icon still sees the turtle for himself. Evil has lost 3 turtles in a row, and that is going to be the result of unable to just hold down to the jungle domination or perhaps even river domination. The rest of the members from the side of Evil just going to be jumping right in onto Alchemy, and Donnie disengages the fight with a quick heavy spin of him. And Icon, even Phantom Execution himself, right out of the way, allowing them to make sure that they keep on with this lead.
Evil doesn't have an answer for Pacifist. He's always in and out. He's always using the BMI to its fullest potential. And Evil, on this side, even though they have the early lead in terms of kills, Alchemy just focused on the objectives, especially the turtle. And with this turtle, got them up 2,200 gold lead. The lane management is favoring the side of Alchemy. Evil, they are forced to back off and pick up the scraps.
And, you know, Edith having a very, very tough time. You can see their game plan is try to get the Edith to, you know, try and lock down that Lancelot, but it's not really going as well as they would have liked, considering how fast Alchemy are playing. They're playing really, really fast pace. You know, the Claude, I'm pretty sure he's up to that next power spike real soon, and it's going to be up for the Lord especially. Question is, how does Evil adapt to this right now?
Yo, Pacifist is online already. He already has 2 core items, and he's halfway building up toward his 3rd. His Holy Trinity is coming up online. He's always farming up. There's never a situation, there's never a second that he is not having he's not hitting a creep.
As now in the middle lane, we are looking at a little bit of domination coming from both sides. They would really want some dominance, I gotta have to say. Icon going head up against Powerful. Do note that Icon is playing a little bit more towards the tank jungle on his side, as he does have the war at Thunderbelt and Endless Battle. So it's very much of a hybrid, I gotta have to say. He's still relatively tanky, so he's gonna be pretty A-okay.
As of this
Evil, I think they're looking to try to reclaim the map, right? And one thing I am concerned about is that they are trying not to, they're playing too safe, don't you think so? Like Churros, like Evil are playing so safe, they're not burning any ultimates. Meanwhile, Alchemy, they're taking all the initiatives.
I think I agree with you. I think they shouldn't go in a little bit too aggressively because there's always a time for a flank, and this is where Pacifist gets stunned up. The BMI puts him to safety.
No. Dragon. Yep, exactly. Because Twist was expecting that. As such, they did manage to bring Pacifist down almost immediately, and Alchemy understood that. They're gonna have to run all the way back. But Kara, look at that! With a quick little flick of the onslaught. The onwards. They did manage to hold him down for a tad little bit, but not quite enough to really lock anyone down for a secure.
Okay, the passive gameplay is working out for Evil. All they need to do is react to Alchemy's aggressiveness coming into them. They still like that range. Evil, they're playing towards their advantage.
So it looks like both teams have kind of adapted in their own way. Lesser priority from the Lord. They want to get the kills first so that they're more confident in taking that big objective. And now Evil, they'll be taking a little bit of a step back for now, just to make sure that things don't get too hyped up. But Alchemy, as usual, like they want to take things they want to take this bull by the horns. They're going straight for their Lord objective. But Powerful already reading them there. Arkai, he has so much to do. I would say his spin will be this will be the most important one of the game so far.
Now, with no support healers in both of these teams, they can't afford to dance like they used to within Game 1 and Game 2. There's no element of heals coming in from either side, but Evil looking for a nice flank. They're trying to use that Lord as bait. Powerful pulling the trigger.
Information is going to be key coming in from the side of Alchemy, but unfortunately, because they don't know anyone or where anyone is, this is bad. As Icon doesn't have a lot of help to work with, Puski is just going to be left behind to deal with the entire country. So now, the entire nation crumbles on top of Alchemy, and Alchemy collapse with not a Puski in this battlefield. And now Pacifist, he was hoping for really a big fight. He's really hoping for a miracle to work out for him, but unfortunately that Blazing Duet didn't really do so well. And split push, yes, that is going to be the Claude that immediately got himself out of the fight using BMI and into middle lane. So at least out of all of that, they may have lost Puski, but they managed to get the middle lane second tier defense turret. Great macro in my opinion.
And what you're seeing right here, at least a dozen split-second decisions constantly being made from the team fights to what happens that, okay, we've lost the Lord control. We're going to try for the split push. What can we do to alleviate the pressure so that Icon can try at the same time for the Retribution steal? He hasn't used the Retribution yet, but now it looks like all the cooldowns are coming back off. Maybe not on the side of Evo, you know, now they literally just got the Dragon off cooldown. We could be looking at another huge team fight, but it's about who is going to give ground first. And Irithel trying to push out the wave, trying to get, Alchemy, get one person to kind of like respond to the lane a little bit, but Pacifist not allowing to do that. We saw that in game 2. He's going to try and be the one responsible to push back, pull back Twist from that team fight so that his team is able to commit to securing that Lord. But both teams, right now, this is a huge stare down.
Yeah, Evo is actually deploying 2 members, Twist and Jaces, to try to maintain Pacifist's position. Because if you leave him alone, he's definitely gonna try to do a backdoor, trying to look for a backdoor opportunity. And Alchemy could very well take down all of these objectives. It's all about splitting the lanes and trying to maintain that the macro play, the lane priority, and getting down the awareness of your maps. And Alchemy's playing it just right. It's all about the mind games.
Information overload, I gotta have to say, from the side of Alchemy as well. Carrot actually dove right in with onwards, but didn't really quite clip onto anyone. And Alchemy, I think that this is back to what they have done in game 2. Just push the long lanes using a Claude with great amount of mobility. And let's not forget, they even have a Lancelot. So even if Lancelot is not anywhere around the Lord's Pit, hey, he's still in middle lane. He can still clear the way fast enough and get into the fight fast enough, because we're talking about Lancelot after all. We do have Dani that can actually hold on to the Lord, hold on to the neutral objective pretty well. Pooski himself can do the same thing as well. But for now, it is going to be a quick little taunt, but unfortunately that's not going to do anything. Twist flies around the heads of Alchemy, but unfortunately that's not going to be clipping on anyone. As such, he's not going to be using his Petrify just yet. A lot of their battle spells are still left intact, except for the side of the top lane. Claude is still going to be beating down onto this turret as much as he can, and even over to the Blazing Duet. What was that?
He's a madman!
He just went in, he knew what was at stakes, and he knew whether he can even win that or not. As such, Alchemy, they understood the game plan now. With no JS around, there is
another
no
time he's
more
doing it again.
That. Dude, Pacifist is completely unhinged. Someone gotta have to deal with him. And now they have expanded 3 members to deal with Pacifist. That is essentially gonna be a free Lord. And the rest of the Alchemy is just gonna be focusing down onto Powerful to make sure that he don't get a Retribution down on the Lord. They may have lost 1, but even they have lost so much more.
There's the typical split push to fight a typical team fight composition. Evil, they have to exhaust so many members just to chase down one guy. Alchemy doing so much work, so much effectiveness onto taking down these objectives. Evil, they have to respond, they have to sit back and into a barren wasteland onto their base.
Evil just not able to adapt once again. They're just struggling with, I would say, with a bit of a monkey problem. And this is something which they were going to have to figure out. The game is not completely lost just yet. They're just 3,000 gold behind. And they managed to get the Lord defense out here. They cleared it out nicely. So they only have the waves. This is basically going to be a very dragged out game. Can they bring things down back to a balance?
This is kind of like a classic, right? When we're looking at a team that plays on team fight compositions, where it becomes kind of like a game of rock, paper, scissors. Whenever you are on a team fight composition, you essentially lose to, split push composition to a certain extent. And we go all the way around with that pick-off kind of thing, right? So back to the trifecta. This is what Evil has been lacking of in this game so far. They lack the mentality and the understanding for the fundamentals as to how Alchemy's lineup is capable of doing. As such, they keep losing sight of this Claude. It's like they're trying to fulfill a little bit too much. They want to get domination and dominance on the lower side or around the neutral objective. But in the meantime, that means that their long lane is completely exposed. While the long lane is completely exposed, no one is really keeping tabs on it.
They're shifting their win conditions. They know that at either side, at one point of time, they can put Icon on the offside, or they can either put Pacifist on the offside. It doesn't really matter because all of them has escape mechanisms and they play very, very well. As long as they split Evil apart, Evil is going to be in shambles. Alchemy can overturn any situation as long as they maintain the split push capabilities that they have.
If anything, Evil right now, they're, like I said, they're not, you guys mentioned it, they're not adapting as well because of the Claude push. And they're too reliant on Twist being the one to fix the waves. So they need to rearrange the pieces right now. They still have the options of, maybe getting the Irithel, or even getting Irithel +1 to go and push the waves back out. And then it comes down to Powerful, who is able to hold it together with Twist to try and do that. Because we've seen it before. The 1v4, he doesn't die yet, as long as he maintains his positioning. These are the options that are there, but in the heat of the moment, they're not really thinking. Maybe it could be the fear kicking in, and that is what holding Evil back. So Alchemy right now, we talked about how they couldn't close games before. Right now, they have the advantage. They need to play the waves a lot better.
I'm looking at their positioning right now. It does look like Alchemy, they want to try to go for a backdoor approach. They want to put Pacifist on the offside, away from that Lord. They want to bait out that Lord and try to pull Evil into a team fight, which they know that they can't win. They know that they can't take because they have to deal with a very, very sneaky Pacifist.
I think they're expecting it, and this is what they managed to adapt, but this may have been a bit too late. But hold that thought. Now they're trying to go back in. I think the three of them will try for a play. They need to try and snap the Valentina at least. Oh, they can't do it.
Oh, the backside. They force Donnie to work onto the heavy spin, and it doesn't seem like Alchemy will be able to hold on to that for a little while longer. But take a look at the bottom lane. We still have got a split push ongoing.
As long as Evil is split up, they need to find someone to handle Pacifist. Just trying to do a 3-2. So 3 men at the Lord. They can't fight in terms of numbers. Alchemy is definitely going to outnumber them in terms of that Lord fight. It's all about baiting out. Their goal, or Evil's goal, is not to get that Lord. It's just to use it as bait. Try to get a lane management away from that Lord fight.
I think they're also trying to do, basically karma. Trying to do what Alchemy has been doing to them. But it's not going to matter. There is a tier 2 still standing. Irithel and the Edith, they are going to try and get back in the nick of time, but it's very unlikely. Oh, Evil actually wants to try and burn it ultimately. Now if the Lord reset, they buy themselves a bit more time. They see the Claw. They have to commit here. This is their timing.
It's gonna take a little bit more than that for Alchemy to take this Lord for themselves.
The mid wave's open though.
Evil is doing whatever that they can, and do note and remember, yes, we do have a naturally pushing wave in the top and the bottom lane. Alchemy doesn't even have to pour out so much resource down in the middle and the top in order to get themselves a lane priority. But hey, look, Alchemy, you're gonna have to look out in the middle lane. But hey,
watch the back.
First turret, what's that gonna matter at all, right? Passive is just gonna be diving all the way deep with that blazing duet. Did they manage to pick one off? And that is going to be JS. Powerful and Twist doesn't really have a lot of health to work with, while Carrot is stuck in between of the sandwich. He's hoping that he'll be able to do quite a little bit, while Icon dove right into the action, pushing Evil away, and Alchemy once again taking the priority over the Lord.
They're going to reset and try and get to in the nick of time, but I don't think they can. It's going to be very, very tight. Powerful alone at the forefront, trying to open the map, trying to get them that info so that they can try and make an aggressive move in, but it's just not happening.
Getting melted.
This is gonna be tough. I mean, he's gonna have to
really...
Oh my god! Came in right in the nick of time! And now, without Booski, without Pacifist, Alchemy now have got a lot of work cut for themselves. The Lord is just gonna be hammering away with his trident. He's just gonna be holding himself down for a little while longer. But now Icon is gonna be taken down. Onwards connects, and now Donnie pushing it. Heavy spin. He was hoping they would be able to buy a little bit more time, but that's not gonna work. Coconut, the heavy crossbows. Literally everything is just gonna be running right down and over to the side of Alchemy. And Evil, they have managed to hold it on down for a little while longer, as now the Lord stands tall for the next defeat.
Can they do it? They have the minions. They could just go straight down mid. They have the potential to do it, but can they close it out?
They can cycle. They can very much cycle. They don't have that wave. Someone needs to tank. Someone needs to take the turret hits.
Carrot is currently going to be the one that's going to be doing that. The 41 seconds creep wave is just going to be diving right in, and they still have one more ballista to work for themselves, but unfortunately Pacifist is back in. But oh, the damage almost there! But now the ballista is just going to be hammering away. They have to be ending it! As such, the evil magic triumphs, and the alchemists unfortunately wasn't able to do much. Completely unparalleled.
I mean, what can I say? Evil, they adapted in the nick of time. It was a little bit slow, but they adapted in the nick of time. And this is what I mean. Alchemy are just not able to close out these crucial parts of the game despite having the advantage. So, I mean, what can you say? Disappointing as hell. I mean, if you imagine from Pacifist's point of view, he played a near perfect game all the way. got them that map pressure, got the objectives, but by the time he came to the most crucial point, he didn't press his sprint in the nick of time, died once, and that was more than enough. And this is what it comes down to at these very, very, just intense moments of the game. It all comes down to that one thing.
An unfortunate journey, an unfortunate end to an incredulous journey from Alchemy SG. You can look at their faces. Disappointment, sadness, their journey ends here. Again, for 2 seasons in a row, relegated out of the MPL League.
Well, it is very, very unfortunate, I gotta have to say. Alchemy went through it all, even though their regular season stats wasn't all that good. But everyone gotta have to agree that Alchemy, they played their hearts out here. They did their absolute best.
They hella did.
They hella did, and let's be honest here, at one point in time, in fact, in many points in time, throughout almost the entirety of Game 3, we thought that Alchemy is gonna walk away with this game and dispel the evil magic.
It looked so one-sided. It looked so one-sided from the get-go. It looked like any one point of time, a backdoor could happen at any moment, at any second. But at the end of the day, the magic of team fight still stands strong for Evil.
Indeed, it all boils down to who can adapt the fastest in these tiny things. And I mean, credits to Alchemy, they did it before, from relegation, they came back into the league. I'm pretty sure they can do it again. And like I mentioned from the very beginning, even from in the pre-game, this is all a transition period. It's all about looking to the future. I mean, you never know. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these players got picked up as some of the top 4 teams next season. Because honestly, when Icon, we talked about his high mechanics, even with that was it the turtle steel?
Yep.
Very, very good stuff. Pusky as well. These are players that show that they do have a bright future ahead of them. I wouldn't take it as like a heads down, let it process, let the negativity and the emo-ness process. But end of the day, this is a very, very hard lesson that needed to be learned here.
Yep.
Now, of course, the question is, what is going to be what is Alchemy gonna be like in the next season, as they have unfortunately been knocked out of the tournament at 7th-8th place. That means that they would have to fight their way back into MPL SG for Season 7. But, let's take a quick little recap and take a look at what really went down in game number 3 between these two. Itemizations, anything out of the ordinary here, Churros?
Well, something I want to point out is Coconut actually had a perfect game this time around. I thought okay, the GOAT lane was favoring Pacifist so much more. He was having so much presence. He was pulling Evil out of their comfort zone and trying to handle him out of in the off lane. But Coconut was untouched the entirety of this game, and he really, really showed up at the end of the day. That solidified their victory. And this was something that it was so crucial for Evil, playing around Coconut and doing a protect composition, and make sure he's safe and make sure he shows up. And this time around, he really did.
I mean, right? Also, one thing to point out, I mean, maybe not so much towards the itemization, it will always come down to the objective stats. Do you realize the games that Evil win, they never get a single turtle?
Oh yeah.
They have never gotten a single neutral objective.
By game 2, you see the game that they lost, they managed to take a turtle. So that's the strategy. Just don't take turtle, guys.
Just don't take turtle.
Yeah, just don't take turtle.
It's so simple. If you want to win game, don't take turtle.
Yes. I mean,
quoted by Hades. Okay.
Hey, no. don't twist my words out of context.
Maybe there's a secret to bleed.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Just giving up the turtle. Just giving up the secrets right here. Thank you, Hades, for being on the desk with us.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
we appreciate you so much.
This is why I'm not on the desk anymore.
maybe.
Okay, to elaborate a little bit more on the context of the turtle fight objectives part, I would say that Evil, they really put less emphasis on we die need to secure the turtle. It's not everything. As compared to Alchemy, they put so much emphasis on that objective, they forgot to play around the objective. And that's actually the reason why I would say that it's costing them the opportunities to close out games in a much neater fashion. But end of the day, this is something that they will have to work on. And of course, lesson number 2, we talked about this on the draft. Don't let Twist get you too. Don't do it. Just don't do it.
Yeah. Your backline is gonna be in a lot of pressure, especially when a Black Dragon is flying into your face.
Icon got no kills.
Yeah, he has 0-2-0. So his main job is just securing these objectives, which is fine.
That's his main job. I mean, the main job really is just about objective, which I think it's very hard for any one of us to say that we are disappointed.
Well, to be fair, to quote Cheryl Yao, it's basically like the Great Singapore Sale. They came in, took all the objectives, and they left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is exactly what Icon did. But now, I just wanna say, right? Is the Yuzhong that big of an impact to award him the MVP?
I would say this time around it's Coconut though.
Yes?
Yeah.
You think so?
100%. Do you not see
This
this
is
guy?
tough for me, man.
How many Archive ultimates do you see wasted? Do you see the Terizla ultimate burned in between the tier 1 and tier 2? They were like all set up for Turtle. They had the map control, but oh, Coconut.
Let's be honest here. 405,
Yeah.
69% kill participation, and
Nice.
755 GPM. I'll say that yes, they are definitely on par, right?
Yep.
But Coconut being the pause one, I think makes sense, right?
A little bit.
Throwing over.
He had a much better Irito game this time for sure.
This
And-
time,
Yeah,
yes.
this time for
Yeah.
sure. It was one of his better games. And true enough, no better time than these kind of elimination games to come up with a nice star performance. And okay, I would say to a certain extent, yeah, he does deserve the MVP.
Yeah, to be honest though, I do agree. It was a team effort for the side of Evo though. Twist did such a good job trying to draw all these ultimates to himself and try and get out of the fray. You see Novaria just pulling, Jace's just dishing out so much damage, chunking down health after health after health. And this was just Evil just protecting and sticking to their guns, sticking to the keys to their victory, protect Coconut, and just let him shine in the late game.
Although I gotta have to say, since we are talking about the keys to victory, I think that we gotta have to add one more line for Evil, because after watching these 3 games, I think that we gotta have to say that we weren't exactly very impressed with what Evil has shown us in this series, because we know how much they are capable of, what they are capable of, and those small little mistakes that eventually just became bigger things, yeah, that is the main problem. They're gonna have to really work on these side lane controls and not to just tunnel vision onto a single objective, such as the neutral objective and such. So I hope that Evil will be able to show us a better game in their next game. But for now, maybe we'll be able to find a little bit more during the mic check. So let's just roll the clip.
Hey, we need to fight. I'm not going in. Hey, the Xbox also no emo. Hey, let's fight. Down rush. I call.
Eh,
I think I call.
Eh, the Bruno.
Oh, I got. Hey, go. Hey, I'll pop winning.
Don't let him go back.
Nice.
Nice time.
Just continue.
Careful the pin.
Hey, careful. I cover. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, I'm dead.
Netflix 是吗？
Continue.
Go.
Hey, Ken. Go me. Go. I think Ken. Go. Go.
我再頂，我再頂。Nice.
The communications were a little bit different from what I was expecting, especially since after going through the regular seasons, we have actually been hearing the mic check evolving. It used to be like this, whereby there's a lot of flood, and then it started to be a lot more concise, crisp, and clear. But for, I think, Evil, they've been sticking to the same kind of communication. Perhaps that has been working for them to a certain extent.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was that messy as you described it to be. I still think it was concise. If anything, talk about it as a whole, this is also, I would say, an after effect of all the imports coming in.
Right.
The Singaporean teams have all had to force to level up. And on that topic as well, I actually feel like, even though this was like a lower bracket team, a relegation game, the gap from the bottom 4 to the top 4 is not as, as big as it was before. Just because all these teams, they just need to figure out how to work on all these like tiny details that are pulling them behind, helping them lag behind. So if they work on all these things, I would say, the league will be very, very exciting.
So, with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, it is very unfortunate that we're gonna have to see Alchemy bow out from the tournament in Season 6. Hopefully we'll be able to see them in Season 7. But for now, we're gonna be passing over the host, Cheryl Yao, for the rest of this segment.
Thanks, guys. I don't know about you, but I was literally sitting on the edge of my seat. I don't know what's gonna go. Powerful, what are you doing? that was, wow, I can't. Playoff season, first match, and this is the heart attack you put us through. Now, what we have seen earlier, and this is the first time you say Coconut getting MVP for 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Coconut, can you hear me or not? First time, 4 seasons, MVP, first game during the first match right here for the playoff season. Congratulations, and what a beautiful win. Actually, I don't even know if I should say beautiful win. Do you think you guys got lucky?
I think we perform damn shit lah. I think my member are still sleeping.
So do you think this is a really rude awakening for you guys to really say real, wake up that idea of yours?
Yeah, I think this is a good wake up for us lah. Because I think what happened today is also because yesterday we overtrained. Then we stay up until quite late. Then today we have to wake up early. Then just now when we came here, most of my members told me that they are all tired lah.
Okay, honestly, this is eSports, and this is why I always say our players are athletes in their own right, because when it comes to rest, it is absolutely integral, and right now they're so tired because they've been training like crazy. But I really hope for you guys to get good rest for the upcoming days as well, because lower bracket grind, you guys know, you guys are the lower bracket like dark horses. The grind is real. And next question is, I don't know what happened. Pacifist popped off like crazy today, and was he a threat to you guys? Because it was evident, and what did you guys do about him?
I think I will just say today my team, the brain is not working. Normally we will have ideas on how to counter, like etc. stuff like that. But today we are no macro, right?
Okay, but I mean, to be honest, you are a team captain. It's pretty easy to say that, oh, you know, my team is not performing. So what are you gonna do as a team captain, in-game leader, to recalibrate your team to come on stronger, or as you say, ×2 back tomorrow for day 2?
I think I will give them more rest lah. I think yesterday maybe it's my fault for asking them train until so late lah. Yeah.
Right, so for the past 2 weeks, it has been a long break, and I'm sure that there are a lot of lessons learned from the regular season. And seeing today, right, you are a team placed 5th in overall standings against a team that placed 8th in overall standings with 2 points, yeah? They only got 2 wins, and it was so close today, I was sweating. What are you guys going to do moving forward? It's not easy.
I would say they did well today. I'm quite impressed with about their preparation lah. And we still got a lot of pocket picks we haven't pulled out. So look forward to the next few games.
Right, so who you guys are facing off tomorrow is still unknown, but who do you think of the 2 competitors that you might be facing later?
I think we will be facing either Homeboys or RSG, but I think that RSG will win lah, because they are the champion for 3 seasons already, and then also like Sela is on the team now lah.
Yeah, Sela. So here say he's actually powerful, greatest of all time, and if he's gonna face off RSG, or rather the team's gonna face off RSG, it's gonna be a tough one. So you're anticipating the face of Homeboys in the lower brackets.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I shan't hold your time up. Go back, get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow at day 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Powerful. Wow. You know, when it comes to Evil, they have like the craziest fan base. Yeah, so the next game will be happening at 1:30 p.m. and I sincerely hope next time I'll get to interview Evil's fan base. They are absolutely crazy and the energy is just simply wicked. Now, today it is very bittersweet, as I've mentioned. We see Team Evil, on one hand, advancing further right here into the playoff season, whereas on the other hand, we see Alchemy SG getting relegated right here for MPL SG Season 6. So that is really a tough feeling to feel, a very mixed feeling, as I'm mentioning it right here on the stage itself. But, you know, a playoff is a playoff and life goes on. Next up, we're going to be seeing another lower bracket grind where we see the likes of Vanguard eSports go head-to-head against Stellark. One more team is going to get relegated. Which one will continue on with that chance of getting championship right here at MPL SG Season 6 between these two? Stick around and we'll see you at 1:30 p.m.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
Get your in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
من دور المحترفين للعبة مواجهة الأبطال.
Selamat ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7. Happy anniversary.
Anniversary sama untuk MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz sétimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения, тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
My name is Dewi. I'm currently the main roamer for Homeboys SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed eSports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RGSG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stellar, and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we will be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after qualifiers, after the last season until today.
We have been playing ranked games. We have been playing scrims to try to improve on our teamwork and chemistry. Because we are a new team.
We have been training very hard and watching all the MPL from other regions, trying to see what they are doing, and we have been picking those small little things up.
So this time round compared to previous season, for the last season, I think I started training too late. So for this season, what we have adjusted is like I have trained more with other MPL teams from other country, and we have started training earlier this season.
Okay, maybe quite a lot have changed. The emblems now we get to choose 3 different emblems. Yeah, and most of the emblems got nerfed. So yeah, maybe it kind of balance out the game.
Everybody will not be used to the new emblem change, but eventually when you play more, when you train more, when you grind it, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to the new emblem. You get used to the new meta. Personally, I think it's a big change. Yes. I don't have any preference whether I like it or not.
I would say it opens up a lot of possibilities to new playstyles and also more heroes that have never been seen before will be used because the emblem system allows for more versatile gameplays, especially during the early to mid games. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I'll say I'm pretty comfortable with the new meta, the new patch, because it brings more complexity towards the meta changes, especially bringing the new emblems. There's a lot of things you can adapt to, a lot of strategies you can bring onto the table.
We don't really have a goal. Yeah, we just want to go into every game and play our best.
This season, I'd say it's probably quite a high expectation, aiming for at least a upper bracket slot after regular season.
I think for every team in MPL, the ultimate goal is always to be the champions and move on to international tournaments, and that's the same for Flash as well, I would say.
Of course, I'm aiming for the top one in MPL SG. I mean, I've failed 3 times already, so yeah, hopefully this season I can make it.
We must definitely achieve better results than what we did in SMGSG. Definitely the aim and the goal for Homeboys is to achieve champion, and eventually this season M5.
Personally wise, it'll be top 3. Because I really feel that in MPL SG it's really doable for top 3. But as a team wise, of course, we would like to win the whole thing itself.
So for the past few seasons, I always have been targeting top 4, top 3. But this time round, I'm coming for top 1.
For me, I have always thought of winning the champions to prove myself in the international stage, because I already have won, like as you say, multiple championships. So the hunger for it is actually not as strong as the first time. But my hunger to do well in international tournaments is actually even more than what I wanted at the first place of winning MPL SG, because I already tasted it, so I want more. So it's like, this is just actually a first step to me. It might be the bigger step to others, but to me it's only the first step of entering M5 and trying to get a better placing than last year.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6.
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster / commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was an MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSGSG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. You know, there's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7. Screaming out our lungs is really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly, highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue itself and feel the literal electricity in the air. That is something that I will never forget, and I enjoy every single time when we're doing finals.
I think first and foremost, I'd like to thank them. I know that we have a lot of overseas viewers as well. Thank you for your support for MPL SG as well. Without you guys, I think we wouldn't be at the level we're at now. And I think just keep giving us your feedback, because good or bad doesn't matter. If it helps us improve, we'll take it.
I personally really do appreciate the support coming from the community. Things like streamers playing the game and people supporting those streamers eventually kind of rose up to support for the entire MPL community as well, and scene in Singapore. So I feel like keeping that support and viewership going really, really helps the scene, because that's the most important thing. If you don't have viewers, the scene isn't going to grow. If you don't have bodies at Suntec or at OTH, at our Tampines hub, it's just not gonna work because no one's gonna watch the game. So keeping that support going, I think, would be really important to me, and I'm super grateful that we have these people in Singapore right now, and it continues to grow.
Honestly, first up, Singapore is very, very small. And if you have the slightest, interest in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I highly encourage you guys, to follow our social pages, come on down and support us live. It's really, really appreciated, that presence there, whether you're online, physically with us, it's greatly appreciated, especially Singapore is so small. And of course, for our players as well, they would be deeply encouraged by, your roaring screams, especially on the live venue itself. And with Singapore being so small, we need to show other regions that Singapore might be small, but guys, we are mighty, and we need you, all of our Singaporean viewers, to be there to support Singapore all as one.
Being part of an ecosystem, that has been very enjoyable, because honestly, if I were to go to the playoffs and I'm just going in, I cast, I'm done, I go home, honestly, that's kind of boring. So whenever the audience members or the community members comes over and we just chat each other up, I think that's a very refreshing feeling, and the experience is different every season.
MPL Singapore itself wouldn't be possible without you guys. Every one of you are very important to us. And, like what we mentioned, come down every week if you guys can. I know you guys can be quite busy. Or during the playoffs, we are around and about. Just ask away and, have a chat with us. We're more than happy to chat with you guys. So I feel like you guys are really important for us. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart how much support that you guys have been pouring in towards us since season 1. So I really thank you guys.
From afar, close your eyes, mommy's little
When I learned that our reality was on the brink of annihilation, the multiverse, implanted with fragments of my soul, became the last hope. Any universe is within my reach. Yet, my home still seems but a faded dream.
You can't save them. All life will perish before the calamity.
I'm sorry, my little star. I will protect you. No matter the cost. Even the cosmos can't stop me! Layla. My baby girl. Goodbye. The calamity ends with me. Into oblivion. Finally, you are safe, my little star.
It's Layla! Father, can you hear me? It's Layla! Please, come back home.
My journey is taking me home. For you are the home where I belong.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Osim. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord!
That's why
everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the wonderful Suntec City. Now the electricity in the air right here is just absolutely buzzing. Now earlier on, I was sitting on the edge of my seat. Never am I to expect right here from match one itself to be so close. We see a 2-1 right here, the match earlier for Evil as well as Alchemy. And very unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Alchemy SG, and unfortunately, they are relegated right here at MPL SG. With that being said, right here we're still in the lower bracket grind, and this next match that's gonna come up real soon, unfortunately, we're also going to see one team get relegated here. Now we see the likes of Vanguard eSports going up against Stellark SG. So, where would you cast your lucky guess coin, guys? I don't know where this one will go, but definitely one team will be saying goodbye to, and another will be making forth in their journey here in the playoff season to carry on that dream to become a champion right here for MPL SG Season 6 and head on over to the M5. So, without further ado, let's meet the wonderful faces right here for this team matchup. First, presenting to you, Vanguard eSports. So right here we have Vanguard eSports. The newcomers have shown much promise in the regular season. Can they overcome the odds to push further in the playoffs? Let's stick around and let's find out. Now next up, presenting to you, Stellark SG. Now Stellark SG, after a huge roster change from the previous season, they have a lot of weight on the veterans to guide the new blood through. Who will emerge victorious right here at this match? Ladies and gentlemen, let's stick around and find out which one of these two teams will carry on for their journey right here at the playoff season, and which team will unfortunately walk away with their dreams dashed. Let's find out after match 2. Teams are now giving their respective fist bumps, friendly hellos before they head on over to their battle stations. So yes, once again, friends, thank you so much for joining us right here at MPL SG Season 6. Right now, we're at match 2, and we're going to be seeing the clash of two teams, namely Vanguard eSports and Stellark SG. Now, these two teams, when it comes to the overall points in regular seasons, they are so very close. For me, as the host, I really don't know which way this match is going to go. So I'm just going to leave it to the professionals to tell us more about what they think is going to happen for this match. Take it away, casters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second match of today. Playoff day number 1. My name's Abstract. With me here is Churros as well as Hades, the guest caster of today, which will be joining us as the analyst. And the three of us is going to be your caster for this match. A quick little roundup as to what has happened so far. It was, well, Evil versus Alchemy. I'm going to have to say that Evil, I had a quick chat with them. Apparently that they trained way too hard last night, and thus they got fatigued.
Maybe still waking up. It's still in the early morning. It's the first game of the season, but well, props to them. Evil going into the second round.
I mean, that was a nice way to get yourselves, more awake right in the morning. Considering you're playing at 10 a.m., but your check-in time is 8:30. I mean, who knew gamers had to wake up early to go to work? Yes, it does happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Who knew that you're gonna have to quote-unquote work?
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, it was really nice that Alchemy made them sweat a little bit. We saw signs of life, and it was a really close series. It really could have gone either ways. And I'm pretty sure Evil, now after winning the way they did, it's there's a monkey off your back.
Alright, so let's move on to taking a look at the second match of today. Let us introduce Vanguard Esports.
Now, this team is dubbed the underdogs of the lower bracket. So it's a lot of unknowns to be seen. There is no changes to the roster. They have 2 Indonesian imports, Chewed and Slowly taking down the mid lane and the jungle respectively. But of course, the leadership coming in from Nick Stain and O-Dogs, Super Ryan, as well as Luxian Stain within the entirety of this team. Now, they have a lot of work cut out for them, but 2 weeks is a lot of time. They had a lot of miscommunications, especially coming in from the imports. They want to do one thing, but the Stain brothers want to do another thing. So hopefully, after the 2 weeks, they have got what it takes. They have found that synergy. They have found that momentum coming into this game.
Now, we had the Stain brothers in this side, but do we have the Ski brothers here? Unfortunately, not anymore.
Kirby's coming in.
I mean, yeah, so that is going to be the change that we've seen halfway through the season, but who else do we have here in Stellar SG?
I mean, this was surprisingly a really nice addition, right? Kirby, formerly from Revival before the disbandment, and of course, you know, this guy was always known as the support tank player. They're really, really annoying, like Estes guys, for example. And of course, you know, you have a lot of Youngblood, Blade, Howski coming in. You know, we talked about, remember, like, I think before the day even began, we were talking about, like, the Stellar roster, how they were doing, how they were, like, kind of struggle to, like, find their stride. But now that's actually really taking off in a really nice way. All under the guidance of, you know, a former teammate of mine, Chu, from Zion. It's really good to see that he's taken on this, like, mentor kind of role. So I'm really, really not used to that, but at the same time, pleasantly surprised. You know, people can step up when they need to.
Yeah, so honestly, when you have the experience, you will want to pass down the experience and, you know, guide the newbies along. So I really do hope to see that Stellar will be able to push through this hurdle that is right in front of them, and that is going to be Vanguard Esports. This is understandably going to be a it's going to be quite a rough game, right? Especially since Vanguard Esports do have Indonesian imports. We gotta have to say that when it comes down to imports, it's fair to say that they are definitely very strong when it comes down to mechanics, and that's the main reason why they were imported over. While Stellar, they don't have one, so they're gonna have to work on
It's one of
themselves.
the few teams that have like pure Singaporean lineups.
Yeah, one of the few teams. So for now, let us just jump right in and take a look at what Vanguard Esports gotta have to do in order to step up.
I mean, Vanguard Esports, keys to victory, very, very simple. Positioning for Luxian Stain is key. This is something that is across the board. They like to play in the protect composition. We see in the 5-minute mark, Nick Stain going over to the GOAT lane and just protecting him, giving him enough space to farm up, and he really needs to pop off in the later stages of the game. We saw that happening in the previous game in Evil, where Coconut finally stepped up to the plate. But this game, Luxian Stain, he didn't have a decent, the regular season that he wanted. So in the playoffs, I'm really looking forward to how this guy really pops off right now. Prioritize pick-off heroes for Roamer, and this is especially so since they play around this kind of assassin kind of compositions, especially from Slowly, and of course follow up on Slowly's engagement. Slowly has this ability to play a lot of the heroes. He has a very versatile hero pool, and he likes to play the assassins, don't get me wrong, and this is something that Vanguard really has to watch out for. The communication from them really needs to pop off.
Now, of course, on the other side of the story, we do have Stellar SG. Now, Hades, what do you have for us when it comes down to Stellar? What should we generally be looking out for so far when they have been playing in their regular seasons?
Well, I like how you guys are throwing me in the deep end. Yeah, I like how, you know,
No,
like,
you're the
Churros
analyst.
Churros had all these like key points. I'm just like, wait a minute, there's a new guy on the team here. This is completely.
Let's mess with him.
Okay, I mean, but back to it, we're building on that support meta kind of
Yeah.
style. I would say, if anything, it's about giving True like somewhat winnable matchups, because he's not exactly known for his like mechanics. You know, he's not the flashy, explosive player like Diablo, but he's always been that guy. Even back then on Zion, he's always that guy who is able to regulate the waves and tell the team like, okay, I have a good position. He's able to flank at certain times. Just that, you know, maybe his team is not able to match him there. So for Stellar, I would say it's also about having a little bit more confidence, playing like they actually can win. Because the impression that I get when we played against Stellar was that, you know, these guys are not very confident in themselves, probably because they, you know, they're such a young team. And when you're playing against like these super experienced players, you know, you're just like, what do you do? What do you do? And then that's when all these tiny things start to add up. So like you said, prioritize True and Chesty heroes. To be honest, I would say yes, these are necessities, because these guys are basically the primary and secondary shot callers of Stellar. And when you say give Howski his comfort picks, at this point, I think honestly, you have to prioritize True and Chesty. If you have like 3 people which you have to prioritize comfort picks, honestly, we're never going to get anywhere. That's an unrealistic situation, to be completely honest. Watch out for Slowly. if anything, so far the impression that I am getting from Stellar is that these guys, you've got like, it's not even like 3 separate, like, great ideas. It's 5 ideas going to 5 different directions. I rather they just ball up into the fist and just punch straight instead of punching with like your fingers. That's the whole point of Stellar right now.
Actually, to add on to your point, there is something that is very uniquely Stellar, which is the aggression. That we've seen that in like, well, they do their thing. I'm gonna be saying my piece. Stellar has been known to be like this aggressive kind of team that really invades, that really sets the tone in the early game and just snowballs their way through in the late game. We've seen that in the previous season 5, where Bambi, Fossa, they were known for this, and they really thrive on this, especially this new team. So I want to see that coming back. I really want to see the aggression that Stellar brings to the table.
I mean, when we are talking about Bambi and Fossa, it's been quite some time already, and they have a vast amount of experience.
Yep.
And I really hope that at least some of those information and some of those tactics or strategies will pass down at the very least, hopefully in preparation for the past 2 weeks or so.
But even if the information is passed down, you're talking about a team which has basically swapped out 3 players.
I mean, yeah.
Like it's not only that, you swapped the 3 players out for the whole regular season, your so-called boot camp period. All that training has basically been, I would say most of it has been scratched to a certain extent, because you have brought in another player again. So technically you have swapped out 4 players, and you're expecting them to learn and try to incorporate all this from 2 veteran players who are in the past, in the previous rosters.
So in the end of the day, it's more of them creating their own identity at this point in time, right?
And the stats itself, actually, you look at the hit-to-hit, total damage dealt, this is something which, Stellar, to be honest, this is why I said they have too many ideas, no unity yet. And I feel like that boils down mostly to the roaming part, and I think that's where Yunsky basically struggled during the regular season. Like, when you go and rewatch any of the games, like if he has a good game, the team actually does okay. They look like they can be a team. But then the inconsistency on that part is too much pressure on a new player, putting him into an IGL role, especially as a roamer, who are usually expected to be the most vocal players, right?
Yep.
There's too much pressure and he's not able to cope. Especially when out of the way, it's like this is a transition from ranked games to competitive. Ranked games, people are more disoriented, they are not coordinated at all, most of the time.
Right.
When you put them into a competitive environment, I don't know, man, it's just too much.
It's a different ball game altogether.
Yeah, it's like going from level 1 to level 100 immediately.
Yeah, so you just kind of like skip a couple of steps. Okay, actually not a couple of steps, but quite a lot of steps in order to really get to what you want to. It's not that easy after all. So the main question is, how is Kirby going to incorporate himself together with the rest of the team from the side of Stellar SG? That is going to be my question. But there is another question that I have, and that is for the both of you. Who do you think is gonna come up on top in the end of this series?
Well, I'm gonna say, like, I'm gonna stick to my guns. I'm gonna stick to the statistics and vote Vanguard. As someone who was a strong Stellar supporter, I'm gonna stick to the statistics on this one.
Yeah, he has absolutely no respect for Stellar SG for getting 2-0 right now.
I mean, I know you're saying that. Okay, I just want to say right now, I actually predicted Stellar to win this purely because, like, with Kirby, I've like. On the previous rosters that we've been on, with like whether it's Bleed or even Zion, we've played against Kirby before. We know what he's capable of, so I like to believe there is a little bit of that surprise element to kind of like refresh the team. And if you look at the other regions, MPL Malaysia, Indonesia, like they made all these like last-minute substitutions. It has worked out for the most part on a positive note. The percentage is like probably like say out of 4 games, 3 to 1 win ratio. So I am very optimistic that maybe Stellar can actually pull something off. Because with Vanguard, I would say these guys are they had the higher individual skill.
Yep.
But in terms of being a team, I say they are still a little bit behind Stellar.
I see. Now, for the side of the audience, they do have their say as well. As for the side of Facebook, 57% of them has voted for Vanguard, while for YouTube, they also are voting for Vanguard. So, Vanguard rather. So, throughout everyone on the table, except for you, as well as the audience, everyone's just like, yo, you know what? Vanguard's the way. It's essentially like you have a voice somewhere and just be like, yo, everyone has an opinion, and everyone is right or wrong, but you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm cosplaying Vertical today. Shout out to him. Because I need to be the guy who basically plays devil.
Plays devil.
I have to play that role, right?
I like that. I like that. Why not, right? So, Vertigo, what do you have?
Okay, no, but actually, fun fact. I went for my bathroom break just now, and I actually met Luxin, Everyone's Zion together as well. Like, he was after True. He was in like that final roster, right? So, he actually was like saying, yeah, I don't want to lose to Stellar again. Can you imagine getting relegated by Stellar twice, he was saying.
Oh, yikes.
So when the moment he said
Oh,
that,
yikes.
I actually
Oh, yeah.
forgot about that because this is after I made my predictions, right? So when he told me that, I was like, oh yeah, huh? I was like, I'm rooting for the wrong team, is it? But no. I'm gonna stay by my predictions. It's gonna be fun.
Okay. It's not too late, you know. We are still on air.
I'm good. I'm gonna stick by my guns.
You're gonna
because
stick to the Stellark.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you know, the last thing you want to do, especially even in a team, if experience has taught me anything, is when you overthink things too much. You know, it's like when you go into an exam, you know the answer is A, but sometimes you're like, what if this is a trick?
But there's like 4 A's in a row.
Yeah, exactly, right? And then the next thing you know, you go for like B, and then when you get back the answer slip, you're like, wait a minute.
I would love to see that happen, but maybe this time we'll be able to see A's all the way, because maybe this time Vanguard would not be winning against Stellark because, you know, the pattern is too obvious. But, well, we are going to be jumping right into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, with Vanguard eSports on first pick, first ban, while Stellark is on second, and we already have the first pick coming in, and that is the Angela for the side of Vanguard eSports. What do you have for us, Juros?
Well, I mean, speaking about overthinking, Vanguard not doing that overthinking at all. They know what they want. They are picking up that Angela. They banned out Baksha in the first ban. They know that Baksha is going to be a huge threat in the start of the game. You don't want to give Stellark that momentum that they thrive on. Now, Stellark, on the other hand, they have other plans. Now, they have to just protect, stick to their keys to victory and protect Howski from any harm whatsoever. So the Fanny being taken out, the Joy being taken out, and the Edith being a strong pick-off contender whenever they jump in with the Earthel, that could be one of the threats. So really identifying the threats and just taking them off the table. And it looks like both teams, they're not wasting time at all. Stellark picking up the Kai, Earthel, and the Kufra, while Vanguard wasting no time, just auto-locks into that Bruno and the Yuzhong.
I think both teams, like, they came into this draft very, very prepared, especially, you know, I mean, they knew there was going to be a risk, and I suspect that they preemptively picked the Kufra because they were like saying, okay, Fanny is still in the pool. That could have been, oh no, so Fanny's not in the pool, sorry, yeah, I saw that wrong. But if anything, in general, I think they just want to lock down Nick's hero. It's a hero that's been playing quite a lot at the same time, right? And Yuzhong Angela is actually very scary, and they need a hero who's able to like try to counter protect the Earthel a little bit. So that's why you have two heroes that are able to provide some level of CC to a certain degree. But regardless, you know, this leaves the options open for like, you know, for Stellark. Quite open, because there's a lot of space. Like, their jungler is pretty capable, but once again, it's a bit too green, where his inexperience shines a little bit sometimes in those, especially those prolonged lot, like turtle dancers.
Yeah, for Stellark though, they really identify like, hey, let's just take slowly off the game. We're gonna ban out all of his hero pools, especially all those like tanky front lines, so that Stellark has an easier time, especially in the jungle. They picked up their Kai. It's most probably going into the jungle. You already have the Kufra going into the roam position, although you have that flexibility to go around. Vanguard, on the other hand, they are banning out a lot of these mage heroes. So an oath of respect over to Chesty. Now Novara being banned out, that's 3 mages taken off the tables for the side of Stellark. What will they go for? I think pretty much they should lock on to maybe even a Farsa, giving a lot of AoE zone capabilities from that side, but Vanguard has already got that covered with that Yuzhong.
This one's gonna be a little bit tricky.
It is tricky, yeah.
Because like when I'm thinking about like trying to like visualize the way the team fights are gonna go right now, the synergy is not exactly the best. I think like Stellark has run these kind of jars particularly a few times, but Howski's damage output as a marksman has not been the most impressive per se, right? And then if you compare it to like say on the side of Vanguard, like Lux is okay, he's pretty comfortable on the Bruno, but sometimes, you know, this is about who can hit the backline, and Stellark doesn't have that at the moment. Sicilian. Is this when like they want to play like those drawn out kind of games, it feels like?
Yeah, very late game insurance heavy for the side of Stellark. I think they're just leaving that last pick open, especially when it goes into the EXP lane, because you want Chu to have an easier time. Remember, we talked about setting the tempo, creating that momentum, creating the space for Stellark that they so desperately need for Howski to slowly show up and farm up his items, hitting his power spikes. But Vanguard, on the other hand, they could very well go for the Hayabusa. I mean, we've seen slowly with a very, very nutty Hayabusa. His only main goal is to take down Chesty and Howski. It will be the Martis in this time.
Well, this is fun. This is going to be a very, very fun like Angela game, I would say. A lot of options available for sure.
Conquest?
Questionable about the Minotaur though. Not so sure about that.
Minotaur definitely is sort of like a counter or a reaction to that Kufra pick. Kufra jumps in, Minotaur immune CC goes for your ultimate. Immediately you get that knock up, and you know that whenever Kufra jumps in, the rest of the team will follow up very, very quickly. So Minotaur is just a reaction to that.
I mean, right now it's also about who can hit their timings earlier, right?
That's
like,
right.
you know, for example, if you look at Sicilian pick, and Irrital to a certain extent, if you lose the laning phase all the way up to the first and second turtle, you're basically playing on the back foot. That's two heroes who are conflicting for farm. You're not able to build up the stacks, get the gold to get those items like which you always need on Sicilian. So that's where, like, you know, Stellark, you have to be very, very prepared. You know, are you going to get that very, very nice combo like early to mid game, or are you going to be forced to play on the back foot, where some people will basically have to become sacrificial lambs all the time? And you know that the Arkai is only able to secure so much of its own with those, like, you know, with the spin into the turtle objectives.
Yeah, X-Board will be the last pick for Stellark to solidify the entirety of their draft the set.
There's
Actually
a
a very, very good draft, good pick.
But there's a theme, which is like, greed is good. Greed is good.
Greed is good.
Yeah.
That's right. Just play towards that late game. It's a lot of late game capabilities from Stellark. Vanguard, on the other hand, they thrive on that early game momentum. I think they really need that Martis to snowball all the way through. Draft the set.
And such, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be getting ourselves right down over to the Land of Dawn once again for the second match of the day. We have Vanguard eSports that has slugged themselves throughout the entirety of the regular seasons, going through players after players, while Stellark themselves have changed up the Ski Brothers, and how are they gonna come up on top of all of that? And we are gonna be witnessing it here right now.
So I think we can do like a very quick comparison between the two drafts, favoring it like who has the slightly better early game lead. I would definitely favor Vanguard's draft a little bit more. Like, you know, the analyst Riston, he's now also doing, he's like a drafter for them. I think he's able to see the bigger picture a little bit better. Because I think previously, you know, when Nick, he's trying to be this captain, he's trying to, you know, lead the team and all that, but being a captain is never as easy as it is. A lot of the younger players, they tend to have this misconception that leading is just like, oh, I tell people what to do, easy game.
Yep.
There's so many like external factors outside the game for that. So I think Wisdom brings that kind of like underappreciated value that we don't really see from a spectator's point of view. But moving into it, I think as well, like right now Vanguard, if they play, you know, nicely to the Angela Yuzong, it's it's much easier to execute. Their win conditions are easier to attain as compared to the Stellark side for sure.
Right, now the thing that I want to just build up upon is that Angela Yuzhong, Angela Martis, Angela Bruno, so at any one point of time, there's always shifting win conditions. Vanguard has the ability to adapt to that situations. But on the side of Stellark, though, they are very fixed on what they want to do. Scale up towards the late game, get Cecilia on his stacks, and then slowly chunk them down and have Irithel clear them out like the janitor.
I think that one of the problems that I'm looking out for, because whenever I'm looking at the draft, I'm just looking at what are the problems and how they should be getting themselves out of that kind of situation. The main thing now I'm looking out for is Stellark, is the very fact that they don't really necessarily have anyone that can really hold down the fort in the early stages of the game.
Yep.
And let's not forget that Angela played as a mid laner here, although relegated to a position 4. She is still a hero that has got great potential of getting first blood. In fact, a lot of kill potential just from a single Angela. Granted, not a fast wave clear kind of hero, but you still gotta have to admit that because of Angela's utility, there's so much survivability that a Martis could get. And for the side of Vanguard, your number one priority is to allow the Martis to go on to unlimited dunks. As long as you can keep the Martis alive, as long as you can keep Martis in the face of the enemies. To be honest, there is not much that Stellark could do except for endless amount of CCs, which unfortunately is counted by the Mortal Coil.
I like that double support pick though. I must add, the Minotaur and the Angela gives a lot of healing capability, so they can just go in, clash, and they can keep going, cycle their enemies through. They are getting back into the game. So something that I am looking out for is that early level 2 lead, especially from that Angela. You really need that fast 2. Get Angela up to that power spike, and then you can rotate together. Go for those easy pickoffs, especially since you have slowly on the artist.
Very interesting to see that. Actually, I was expecting, yes, Stellark to do a fast 2 as well, since Kirby playing as the Kufra do have the concussive blast, but for some reason Sicilian is actually in middle as well, so they're not doing the fast 2. So I don't see I don't see much of a reason for Kirby to actually pick up the concussive blast. Probably would have one to go for a little bit more utility over that if Chesty wants to stay in lane to constantly clear wave over and over again.
Yeah, I think the breakdown from Sicilian is that in the early game, you don't really have a lot of rotations, but Liechtenstein really keeping Hauski at bay right here. Even with the Irithel Bruno kind of matchup, it's pretty evenly matched because of the range game. But Stellark, they are being a little bit more passive. Looks like Vanguard picking up the Wilderness Blessing, picking up extra movement speed. They want to go for early game invades, early game skirmishes.
Stellark, they literally have not much of an answer for an invasive species coming in from the side of Slowly. This Martis is definitely going to be having a lot of fun. And in fact, even for the side of the Romans, Nick Stain, once he gets to level 4, Minoan's Fury is not going to be that afraid of the heavy spin as well. And let's not forget, now the heavy spin is used, the turtle is coming out in 5 seconds.
Actually looks like Vanguard, they're gonna should be getting a relatively easier turtle here. Considering now they don't have the Archive spin. You know, Nick, he's trying to get to that level 4, maybe it'll help them out a little bit. You know, maybe kind of like secure that turtle. But right now, we have a bit of a turtle dance. Stellark dancing around a little bit. Chu doesn't have the level 4, so he will not have that ultimate, but maybe he will in a couple of seconds.
Dragon form?
There we go. Kirby immediately jumping right on top of the side of Nick Stain, but it doesn't seem like Slowly is going to be putting himself into the fight. He's going to be focusing onto the turtle first, and successfully doing so. In the meantime, Blade goes down, but Slowly focuses onto the neutral objective. Very respectable. And Slowly, maybe, hopefully, once he gets the lead, then he'll go on a dunking season.
Oh, they're trying to reset the blue, but it's taking so long to do this. Oh no, he brought it back in.
I don't think that they will be able to drag this out any longer. But hey, look, they did manage to. Akai actually did manage to steal the purple buff away from the hands of Vanguard. Or rather, take it back. You know, rightfully theirs.
I mean, it is what it is. They just have to make do for now. Trying to like stem the bleeding, especially after the first turtle. They are significantly behind for 3 minutes and about actually more than 1.5k. It's only going to keep on like growing as that happens. Oh, he misses the knock.
I don't think that that's going to be that big of a deal though, because Stellark should still be able to bring Nick Stain down. Okay, never mind. Yep, that means that Tyrant's range was actually super important to actually land. Unfortunate, but hey, it's not the end of the world.
Hey, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Like, Vanguard is doing everything right in this game. They're taking full control of the early game, and they really need to find really easy pickoffs, especially so right now. Slowly already 2 levels ahead of Blade, and Blade always forced to use the heavy spin very, very defensively, which is what Stellark doesn't want, especially since you have to contest for a lot of these objectives with this heavy spin.
Nothing special coming out from the items really for now. But hey, first item has on the Irithel. I think a lot more emphasis on trying to sustain in lane against the Bruno specifically.
Well, that's, I think, pretty typical of like Irithel builds or Bruno builds right now, because you want to get that early damage. You don't really need your boots because you're not rotating well enough. 4 seconds until a turtle spawns up. It does look like Vanguard starting the zone.
Yeah, but one thing to take note of is the fact that Liechtenstein has got the Heart's Claws. He also has boots as well, but we'll hold that thought for a little bit as Chu finds himself under attack and forced to work with the Last Insanity. With no more Firaga armor left, he would not be able to peel much for his team.
Oh, they caught out Nick Stain.
I don't think that Liechtenstein is going to go down that easily. After all, Chud is available at any time. Literally. He do have like map-wide coverage. He's gonna be there anytime you need him. But hey, Kirby, that's gonna be a great Tyrant's Revenge. But unfortunately, that's gonna be putting him in the chopping block first. As Liechtenstein finds himself the first kill, make that a second, and very potentially the third one if they manages to lock Blade down. But with the heavy spin, he gets himself out of the way.
That was so well placed by Vanguard. Just a very, very reactionary matter right here. But the Decimate takes Chesty out of the game for a little while.
What is happening? Like you had the tier 1 like position. You had the you had the right intentions to try for a flank, maybe try and pressure somebody. But for some reason, I'm not sure why. Stellark were playing very, very cautious there. No, without knowing like what was going to happen. And I think they're just overthinking it at this point.
Oh. Wouldn't you say that it's because they don't particularly have an answer to the front lines of Slowly? Because it's just gonna like kind of a run it down hero. If we focus on Slowly, then Liechtenstein is just going to bite us in the bud, and vice versa.
There's the goal. There's the objective.
I don't know. It just feels like TVH, like they're not really playing too aggressive as they could be playing. And I think like Blade in particular right now, he's not having the best of games. And you know, he is one of their primary win conditions to at least making sure that they're able to stall the game out until the Sicilian comes online, right? But we're not seeing any of that. You know, you don't stall the game by playing more passive unless like the whole team is committed to it, like, you know, actually giving up the turtle and then just going straight for tower pushes and stuff like that. But at the moment, it's like half the team wants to do something, the other half they're just not on the same page overall.
I guess overall they just don't really have a subset of win condition, I guess, or rather mid game. You know, they don't have a mid game to actually pass the time to really let Chesty farm up, or perhaps even let Houski farm up, because right now it's more about managing the waves here and there. But unfortunately, once they have all of the first tier defense turret taken down, it's pretty fair to say that Vanguard will be able to steamroll this part of the game, because there's just so much free real estate for Vanguard to just roam around and gain information that Stellar just can't do much.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way they're moving, even like at the bottom trio. They are so afraid. You basically, like, the Arkai is basically another position 5.
Yes.
Like, why do you have your jungler and your roam in the same bush, looking out over one green camp with the Irithel, you know, they can be cutting the waves together, knowing that the rest of the enemy team would probably be at the turtle side. And they had the info from the waves pushing in over at the top and mid as well. So you know, you could have made these assumptions from there, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's just the nerves getting to them.
Yeah, Stellar.
Oh,
Nick!
Completely
No much of an answer.
Big
the rest of the
initiation.
members from the side of Stellar just going to be diving over to the back line. Super Ryan he is unstoppable as he goes on to the back. The Shower Rescue stacks up and brings Arkai down. Then his 4 members from the side of Stellar taken down, and Houski took that opportunity to push all the way down to the bottom lane, at least managing to get the first tier defense turret in the bottom.
It was a very, very smart fight from Vanguard. Minio and Fury just pushing up Stellar, and they found 4 members. Stellar trying their best to split push, but Vanguard just skirmishing, taking everything that they can from everywhere. Stellar has nothing to do but just pick up the scraps. But Vanguard, though, I have to say, slowly built the BOD. He is going for a full damage Mortis. Now,
I like that.
Only if Stellar is able to go into late game, then slowly will fall off really, really hard later on. But Vanguard does look like they are leaving no stones unturned, and they're going hard, riding on that momentum.
Well, at least I do appreciate the adaptability coming from the side of Slowly, right? They know that they are in the lead. They can even push the lead even more with more damagey item, right? So BOD, when it comes down to the early stages of the game, is an exceptional pick whenever you have got yourself a massive lead. Because they're not building up much on physical defense. There's not much point in picking out the Malefic Roar, especially after the change, whereby early game Malefic Roar just not as effective anymore. So might as well just pour your investments into a BOD and just go for Dunk City, which is something that I would love to see in a short little bit.
I mean, to be blunt, Abstract, at this point, you know, Vanguard can go for any item and they'll still do okay just because they are playing better overall as a team. And it's almost at a 10k gold gap, so that's very reflective of what the current state of the game is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the mid trio, like, you know, you've got the Sicilian, the Arkai, and the Kufra, all 3
of
of
them
them.
no damage.
Yeah, and even on top of it, you just look at it from a you know, teamwork perspective. The impact is just not there. The moves are not being made. The pressure on the map is basically non-existent. And Vanguard, you know, it's a bit early to say that they have the game in the bag, but it's really their game to lose at this point.
Well, I guess what would be the saving grace, I guess, is at least Chesty has some form of high ground, and they can clear waves pretty effectively as well. But now the main problem lies with the Lord. Do they have enough damage to deal with the Lord plus another 5 members from the side of Vanguard? I guess that is going to be the main problem. Those split pushes and those kind of those 3-way attacks coming in from all lanes, I think that they can deal with that. But the 5-man plus Lord might be a little bit more difficult. As we can see, Nick Stain immediately just flickers right in on the final hit of the Minoan's Fury. But unfortunately, he's going to be taken down throughout all of that. Stellar is still holding down pretty well, as only Blade and Kirby has been taken down. Is left with Jude as well as Luxian Stain. The front lines of Vanguard got demolished quickly, but at least Vanguard, they understood that, hey,
Lux, don't get caught,
get
what are you
a little
doing?
bit more stuff, a little bit greediness coming in from Vanguard, but they managed to shy, just kind of walk away from all of that.
Alright, Abstract, you have the loudest voice here. I need you to shout what was like the win condition for for Vanguard later. Luxian, don't get caught.
Yeah, okay, so
now?
now?
Yeah.
Now?
Yeah, shout it, go.
Luxian Stain, don't get caught!
Exactly, man. You can see the poor Angela, like Chud is probably like shouting to his teammates like, bro, a bit close, don't
Too close for comfort.
I think a lot of ML players can relate to that when your MM is like overextending, staying
Yeah.
a bit too long.
Like,
that was
bro,
exactly
you are
what's
not
going
the
on.
tank.
Exactly.
Well, for Vanguard,
Talking
though,
about you, Ryan.
Yeah, for,
Then-
for Vanguard though, like Luxenstein, even though he gets caught, he is healed up by like 2 support heroes. So the beauty in this draft is like Luxenstein can just free roam, he can free hit from the back, and no one can touch him because he's got the Haas Claws, he's got an Angela on his back, he's got the Minotaur as well. So it's gonna be a little bit harder to take him down. You really need to stun lock him. And Stellark is throwing all their eggs into one basket. Kufra needs to jump in, needs to make a right play, and Blade really needs to follow up with a nice heavy spin.
And as we speak right now, the Black Dragon form comes in along with an Angela tagging along for a free ride. Vanguard is just going to be focusing down on the Blade, but unfortunately not a lot of damage is actually going to be chunking down on the side of Stellark. Chu has already used the last Insanity. He still have got Immortality though, as he survives with just a sliver of health.
Hey, Silver Lining, Stellark has a lot of high ground capabilities they can defend, especially from this next Lord that is coming up. Does not look like Stellark wants to bite the bait and go into the jungle, let Vanguard have a good time trying to find a flank onto their back line. Stellark will hunker down in their base, they'll wait for Vanguard's approach, and that is the only way that Stellark would be able to win this team fight.
The Lord currently lower than 50% HP. Unfortunately, Kirby did not manage to land the Tyrant's Revenge. The rest of Stellark, they're just going to be stuck in this small little choke point. Vanguard, they're not exactly taking this opportunity just yet. They're still going to be resetting the Lord and waiting for yet another opportunity to launch an attack.
Yeah, this is just the respect for Chesty on Sicilian, just because it's already 12 minutes and a half in. You know, you're going to be looking at it. He's starting to deal like significant amounts of damage. We saw that from the last siege, and this is something where whether you like it or not, you have to like kind of just watch positioning a little bit. Kirby and the Kufra still struggling to find an initiation or counter initiation for that part. And there we go. Looks like Super Ryan with the Angela combo. Thinking about it, they want to go back in.
As much as zoning is possible, they wasn't able to just zone everyone from the side of Stellark away, but at least they did manage to get themselves the Lord, as now Nick Stain trying to go for the Minotaur's Fury, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much at this point in time, as now he's going to be the first one to be taken down, slowly, immediately weaked himself right out of the battle, as Vanguard already knew that they came here for what they wanted, and that is the Lord.
I could have sworn that Stellark, they had an opportunity to keep pressing forward, but the moment they saw that the Angela Yuzong combo was coming in, basically just cut that formation into half, and the backline was very, very far separated from the front line, which left them completely vulnerable to the entirety of Vanguard. And now we're going to see this Lord as Vanguard try to close this game 1 out.
Is it even possible for them to bring this inhibitor turret down?
Apparently they can.
It's a little bit difficult for them to bring it down, unfortunately.
Wizards are crashing in soon.
I mean, Kirby's the king of it. Remember back on Revival, these guys were always the king of comebacks. Usually,
that's true.
like the game is not over till the throne is down.
Yes. It's not over until it is over.
Especially, you know, especially when one inhib is down, you can feel like the team starts to level up. Maybe this is the thing for Stellark. You need to let the last inhib go down so that they fully power up, you know, like Bankai.
So the first one is Shikai, Bankai, and then what's the last one?
I actually don't know. Any people out there about to help us out? Thank you very much.
Maybe something completely different right now. But Kirby is going to be charging off the Tyrant's Revenge, but didn't release it just yet.
Well, I think Stellark, this is where they shine, right? Like Stellark just buying a lot of time. They have a very, very critical defense. They can't wait for the next Lord to come back up. The longer they wait, the stronger Chesty becomes. And they can just ride on Chesty's success, Chesty's damage, in order to get a one-to-one kill. Vanguard lacks range. So a lot of their heroes, they need to get in your face, in Stellark's face, in order to deal that damage that they so desperately need in order to take them down. But Stellark is able to defend. They have that high ground. They can push them back if Vanguard makes a mistake.
I mean, have they made a mistake so far though? Not really, if you think about it. I mean, yeah, they took the fights in very, very awkward situations, but at that point they were just confident because they're so far hit, right?
Yeah. The thing is, Super Ryan always uses his ultimate, gets into the backline, but doesn't want to commit onto Howski or Chesty, even though he is directly on top of them. He does have the Petrify still, so he's just holding that down. They want to try to post out down because they want to go for a team fight that they know that they can win. They know that they can cycle them through.
Now, my main question is that Vanguard, they used to have a 10,000 gold lead and then a 9,000 gold lead. Now we're stuck at 7,000 gold lead. Hades, do you think that Vanguard is just not playing based on their advantages, or do you think that they are just, you know, what?
No,
It's a waste of flicker right there.
Okay, but back to the question, right?
No, but I genuinely think that they have to respect the Sicilian because the stacks are coming up, and The last thing, when you're going for these like very, very deep dives behind the tier 3 towers in the enemy base, Sicilian will just catch you out of position. Next thing you know, you've lost like maybe like a third of your HP. And the rest of the team just follows up. Don't forget that they still have the Archive as well, which can keep you inside the base. It's not as easy to go out.
Right. So definitely, there's quite a lot of heroes that we're gonna have to respect in the end of the day. But Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage connecting down to Super Ryan and will be helped on by Jude. And now the Black Dragon form is also gonna be executed. The Super Ryan is pretty much back to full health. But look at that! Great Tyrant's Revenge, but he do not have a rage to follow up. As such, look at Snowly. He's just gonna be running himself all the way back to behind. He wants to focus down on Jesty, but Blade comes in right in the nick of time with a heavy spin to ensure that the Decimate would not connect.
It's a 3v3 situation. Vanguard, they're still going for it. They can cycle them. The waves are pushing in. Luxenstein focuses on the throw.
Oh, look at the damage. You gotta have to respect the bat tag. Oh!
And this is why you respect the Sicilian. And like we said, respect, this is all according to Kirby's plan. This is the revival, like textbook play that's like, it's okay guys, 2 hit down, we just level up ×2.
Hey man, it's like an arcade. $1, 3 tries, right? Vanguard can go at it again. They still have the upper hand in terms of economy. They can still draw Stellark out again. That was a very, very good catch, though, by Nick Stain onto Howski. Without the Wind of Nature, without Howski online, it is very easy for Vanguard to contest for this Lord.
Yes,
especially
and now
since slowly making his way over to the Lord still.
Oh, this is not gonna be good, as it doesn't seem like Slowly is gonna be close enough. But now the Lord, 100. Oh, Blade still takes the Lord away from the hands of Vanguard. None of the members from Vanguard were ready for the fight, anyways.
Yes, but now you start to see the difference. This is what I was talking about, that earlier on, for like the first 12 minutes of the game, Stellark were not playing the game. But now you can start to see, like, as the Sicilian is more confident, he's probably making more calls, which is what Chesty is supposed to be doing in the first place. You can start to see a significant difference in the way that they're moving around the map. There is actually like a direction. You know what they're playing for. They know what their win conditions are. This is because this is their timing now.
Yeah.
And but Luxian, like, don't get caught. I mean, how can you not get caught? You walk in, Chesty just aims a spell to the backline, ignoring the front line, and next thing you know, bam, you've lost like 70% of your HP.
That's kind of like I guess the main thing about what a Sicilian is capable of. The Sanguine Claws, yes, is locked down to a certain range, but heck, that range is huge and large. So you're gonna have to really watch out for that. And like you said, respect the Sicilian, and you gotta have to. Because Stellark now, they are turning the battlefield around. With the Lord trampling down on the bottom lane. Okay, maybe not trampling, but it's kind of like swishing around with, since it is made of water after all. But Super Ryan is just gonna be immediately committing down onto the Black Dragon form to clear out the waves as well as the Lord as soon as possible.
This is the first lead that Stellark has in the entirety of this game, and this is pretty much what they play for. They play for that late game, and this is where they shine. Stellark just slowly chunking down health after health. They have nothing to do but just hold
Nick
on.
Stain, four-man
Massive
knockup coming in from the Minoan's Fury, but the follow-up coming from the side of Vanguard unfortunately have not been enough to bring any one of the members from the side of Stellark down. They did, however, bring the Faraga armor of Choose down, but nothing else after that.
Vanguard, no way to move an inch as of now. They have to stay back, they have to defend, especially slowly since he built up an offensive build instead of a defensive one.
I mean, that team fight, if anything, even though there weren't like that many casualties per se, or none for that matter, you can see that, Stellark, they are starting to feel the confidence. They know that this is their fight to take, and they can basically start to assert that kind of pressure, which previously Vanguard were doing to them. And, Vanguard right now, they have to be very, very selective about how they take these engagements, and like now. Ryan's not able to just go for these like random dragons anymore and start diving the backline like he used to. Because I think previously they were trying really hard to kill Chesty, but his positioning was like so far back, it was just almost impossible for the team to like basically follow up. And now we have ourselves a dead even game, or actually for that matter, Stellark now have the advantage by like almost close to 1,000 gold, as both teams now prime themselves for what could potentially be the game deciding Lord.
I don't think that Vanguard is necessarily out of the game just yet. I think that this is also still going to be a game for them, provided if Stellark makes a mistake. Don't doubt it. Slowly still has massive amount of damage in his arsenal. Luxenstein and Super Ryan as well. while Chud has got all the utilities that they need, while Nick Stain has got all the durability that he needs. In fact, he have eaten 3 ultimates in that small amount of time, and he even have the immortality. And this is actually a perfect fight for the side of Vanguard because they can just jump right in over to the back lines because Super Ryan just gonna be soaking in, and he's going to be peeling in for all 5 members from the side of Stellar. Lucius Stain joins him from behind, just gonna be throwing all the soccer balls right in the face of Garby, brings him down, immortality is down, while slowly just gonna be pushing down to the bottom lane as much as possible to keep Irithel in the base, allowing Vanguard to reign controls of the Elemental Lord pit.
I think that was the first time where they successfully caught the Sicilian in a way that they actually wanted. So this Lord will go the way of Vanguard. However, it looks like Stellar may have different plans in mind. Will Blade be able to come in and do some GTA stealing a lot of stuff?
He doesn't have his ulti.
He doesn't have the Red Tree as well. There's just no way.
Man. They'll just give. Stellar needs to give.
That is probably the mistake that we were looking out from the side of Stellar, when they throw everything that they have onto the side of Nick Stain, only for the immortality to pop, and he still had utility even after the immortality is up.
Very unfortunate things. I think as well, like the mistake here was that yes, the idea was like half right, but they didn't have the full picture, which is, you know, with Chesty without the flicker, it was still on cooldown for like about another 8 seconds. There was just no way that was going to work out without taking some serious losses.
As the heavy spin is just going to be used right now, Lucius Stain actually melts him down almost immediately. The rest of the members from the side of Vanguard, they're pushing over to the back lines, while some of them, the Bruno, focuses onto the core, and Vanguard takes game number 1.
Nail-biting performance by both teams. At the end of the day, Vanguard takes the first game. What a play. Very, very disciplined, very, very patient.
And this is something where you look at the reaction of the players' faces. They knew that was a very close shave. That game was not meant to be that close. It should have been closed out before the 15-minute mark.
Indeed.
So now the question is, like, what do they want to do going into game 2? What's the preparation going to be like? What is Wisdom going to tell them? And then meanwhile, if you look at the side of Stellar, I think right now, you know, they need to just basically just hard commit to their game plan. If you know the Sicilian is not going to be online and that your turtle fights are technically weaker, I think your jungler may need to change a little bit. Or like maybe you just need decision making. You might actually need to ditch the turtle to actually put like more priority on like opening the ends of the map so that you're able to like get more farm to distribute across your position 1 to 3 in that process. You know, greed is good. It shouldn't have to take that long. So I think overall, both teams have quite a lot to do to review before we head into game 2.
So at least when it comes down to game number 1, from what I'm understanding, right, is for the side of Vanguard, in order to extend their lead even more, or perhaps to really work onto their proper game plan of early game management, is to be greedy, right? Whereby you gain absolute control throughout the map because you know that you are in the lead, number 1 in terms of hero composition, number 2 in terms of power spike. You don't need so many people just to commit to a neutral objective. While you can have 1 or 2 people neutral objectives, the rest just work on winning your lanes.
Yeah, I mean the key part as well is about knowing how to play the map a bit more efficiently. Instead of like, you know, like what I mentioned earlier on, we saw like, you know, both the jungler and the tank like taking up the same bush just to protect an Irithel, to trying to split push one lane, knowing that the enemy team is on the other side of the map. And it's not like they didn't know. They should have seen, like, if you looked at the mini-map and the way the waves are pushing in and all that, you kind of know what was happening as well because the rest of the team should have been feeding that kind of info. So that could also possibly imply that there was a bit of a communication gap going on with Stellar. And that's where these are the type of things where, you know, nerves kick in at a LAN play. You know, here at a live event, there's the pressure of relegation as well. There's a lot of these external factors outside the game that could also affect the way that they are thinking inside the game. Yeah. So hopefully now, you know, I would say this wouldn't be like the roughest loss. It was close to a comeback. We saw it.
It was close.
So this is where they, you know, Stellar, you probably pick yourselves up and then like try to continue that confidence going into game 2.
Now, of course, with Game 1 concluded with a time of 22 minutes and 17 seconds, a quick little rundown on the items. Churros, anything out of the ordinary?
Actually, atomizations are on point. If you look at Super Ryan, he bought the Oracle because he knows that he's the primary engager for the side of Vanguard. It gives him additional shield, additional heal from Chud, using the hard guard on himself. So that is one. Slowly, he got 2 offensive items, and then he slowly but surely built up the rest of his defensive items. So that is still a semi-tank build, but he rode on his early game momentum, which is where Vanguard was really found success, especially through the aggression, trying to get Stellar, keeping Stellar at bay, trying to get them, pull them out, and try to find flanks onto easy targets. While Stellar, on the other hand, a little bit more greedy, a little bit more, they take the bait a little bit too soon.
Right.
So they always go out whenever Vanguard wants them to go out, and that is where Vanguard, they try to find the right opportunity and right flanks over to take them out.
Oh, I would say that Stellax has been kind of like an all-in composition for this one. So whenever they all in on the wrong guy, it just doesn't work out. So when it comes down to emblems, Hades, anything out of the ordinary for you, or do you prefer, one thing over the other?
Not really. I think everything is just pretty standardized at this point. One thing, however, like I would like to point out would be more towards like the statistics in particular.
Oh, okay.
Because if you look at the tower difference, right? I would say like Stellax shouldn't have gotten that many towers, to be completely honest.
Yep.
Because like when you look at it, also like you see Vanguard, they clearly have the advantage when it comes to like turtle,
Almost throughout the
lords.
entire game as well.
Like most of the objectives, they have the advantage, right?
Yes.
But why were they not able to keep those? It's not because of the emblems, but it's more of like the positioning and the way they're playing the map macro. These are the important factors that will win you the games more importantly. And these are the things as well which will basically set you up to be a stronger team overall. But that is not easy to achieve, because that means all 5 players basically need to be able to understand their roles and who's going to be doing what. Like, I actually think like, with the Angela Yuzong, they should have been in like a little bit more flexibility with the final siege. And I think that would have made the game a lot shorter as well.
Right. Now, speaking of about their own specific roles, let us just jump right in and dive onto the stats, whereby we have Rich Guy onto Houski the carry, most amount of damage down from the side of Luxionstein. So technically, throughout the board, we have the members of Vanguard, but Houski has been getting a good amount of farm onto his end to score a total of 719 gold per minute. So it's technically relatively fair to say that Luxionstein actually didn't farm that much.
Yeah, it's more of Stellar trying to funnel Houski. You need that late game insurance, and that is in the form of that Irithel or the Sicilian. Sicilian just needs to get that farm up, the stacks up. And Vanguard, on the other hand, though, I have to say their early game rotations are extremely on point. They know that Chesty is not going to have that early game rotation, so they don't have to really bother about Chesty that much. They just need to secure these objectives and then open up the maps through Luxionstein. At the end of the day, though, who do you guys think the MVP is?
I want to say it was probably the Angela, to be honest. It's either the Angela or the Minotaur because of the heals.
I think Chud, yeah.
I think the healing was like a very, very significant factor in this particular meta, which is why you can see even though Stella did do a significant more amount of damage, it didn't really work out per se. Because the healing helps like keep the team like online for longer periods of time. They don't really have to go back per se. They can hang around the map a lot more. So actually Ryan gets the MVP with that Yuzong.
I think I can understand to a certain extent, right? Because Yuzong, whenever you're in the Black Dragon form, and whenever you have an Angela on top of you as well, you are basically quote-unquote untouchable, especially since you are in the lead. It's kind of nonsensical for the losing end to continue beating down onto a flying Kaido in your head, and I don't think that you would want to deal with that at all. You would want to run away, and that is a very effective zoning tool that Vanguard has on their hands.
No,
Yeah,
but that's actually
right?
why I said like the Angela should probably have been the MVP. Because if you think about it, for example, the Siege, if the Yuzong comes in more like to buy time without the Angela, you open up like a kind of like a bait. So that Stella are probably going to be thinking, oh, we can go now. But then if you saved it for say like the Martis, the Bruno, you keep your sieging capabilities online a lot longer. So these are the kind of options that I say Vanguard didn't really like explore per se.
Yeah, but they know their game plan, they know their objectives. And at the end of the day, though, look at Chud. He had a perfect game, 1-0 and 12. But this was some of the fights. This was how well they rotated. And then for the side of Stellar, though, they came in, they queued up for the imminent doom.
Imminent.
Imminent.
Okay, never mind.
Eminem doom.
It's okay, guys.
Imminent.
Is that an in before imminent?
I think so.
Oh no.
I think there should be.
Guys, just remember, Dilulu is the Solulu, okay guys? Just remember
Dilulu
that.
is the what is that?
That's like a new Gen Z thing, if I'm not wrong. Is that like a new
Costa,
phrase?
you're supposed to be younger than me, bro. It's okay. It's okay. Move forward.
I don't
You
keep
are
up with
young
trends.
at heart.
I like to think. Oh, you're so kind. Thank you so much.
You are very.
Okay. Later, give you McNuggets.
I will call you young anytime, any day if I get McNuggets for that.
I know, right?
But okay, based on the highlights so far, yes. So far, whenever we are looking at Super Ryan, he's always going in with the Blind Dragon form. He's constantly twirling around, and like I said, yeah. let's be honest here. If you are in a situation and suddenly a giant dragon is in the sky, let's be honest, none of us here is Luffy.
I think I will take a picture first, and then I'll run away.
The Lulu is not the Sululu.
I don't know what that means. I don't keep up with trends.
Eventually he will catch up to it.
Yeah, eventually.
maybe.
Okay, let's say I am the best EXP laner.
I think you are.
Never mind. Moving forward, guys. Moving forward,
Ilulu
guys.
to Solulu. I don't know what that.
It's okay. You can
When in doubt, Ilulu Solulu. Is that how you said it? Okay, moving on.
Not getting any better, but eventually we'll get
He's
there.
the,
lah.
he's the
Eventually.
younger one amongst us.
Yeah, that's ironic.
Hey,
that's the
we're
actual
we're
ironic
the
part.
same age, Abstract.
In terms of month, we are not.
Wait, are you the older one?
I am the older one. My man. Well, okay, so let's just keep that out. We are just gonna be understanding a little bit as to what went wrong for both sides, right? At least for Vanguard. Okay, yes, they won. But there must be some kind of problems, which technically we did tap into that, right? Whereby you go greedy, you spread yourselves like wildfire across the land of Dawn, and not necessarily, you know, put everything into one basket, you know, and kind of like beeline yourself. Okay, neutral objectives out, we all go for neutral objective. Oh, goal lane is out, goal lane is help, we all go to help goal lane, if I'm understanding it right.
Not exactly. I think
Damn
specifically I was talking more about like playing the objectives a lot better.
Okay.
Like, you know, you obviously, I would say it's actually okay to surrender the turtle because we saw, like, for example, by the second turtle, I believe True already had the advantage. He was up priority, trying to, you know, trying to get their position, get info for his team. But then he just ended up getting caught and basically burning through his shield, wasted time.
Right.
And then the rest of the team was like, oh, no shield, okay, let's go away. Why not just hard commit to that? Just ditch, go push the other end to the map, apply pressure on the side lane so that, okay, fine, if they have to do it, you know, at least you're prepared. Just like maybe put more people towards the end nearer the turtle side so that you're covered. And at the other end, you know, maybe you could do like I say like a 2-3 split. There are so many options available. It's just that, you know, these are things which haven't really been explored yet per se.
Right.
But overall, I also think that regarding Stelarc's drafts,
Okay.
it doesn't really match
Let's tap
that. It doesn't really match the intentions per se.
Yep.
So that's what I mean by like the way their play style they're trying to implement to it is too conflicted already. As such, the team is very confused and they can only get together basically from a comeback kind of game.
Okay. So that technically was the situation. And when they had the good fight, they will be able to turn it around. But it also depends if whether, you know, they make a mistake or not. But one thing that is definitely 100% a mistake is when you don't use and when you don't deal with dandruff. All you gotta do, of course, if you do have that kind of problems, which I used to, by the way, unfortunately. I do have quite a dry scalp in the past, and I definitely had some help. So with this said and done, Head & Shoulders collaborates with MLBB for the first time to release not one, but two new limited edition anti-dandruff shampoos featuring T-Girl and Eudora in their signature Cool Menthol and Apple Fresh. Cool Menthol, Apple Fresh. Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, respectively, right? So you can, of course, level up your game and wipe out the dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoo. This way you can, you know, eliminate all your enemies.
Enemies.
Yeah, which is, of course, available in all Fair Price, Unity, Watsons, Cold Storage, Giant Stores, island-wide, as well as online on Redma, Shopee, Lazada, and honestly, you can also stand a chance to win in-game items like coins, skins, exclusive Head & Shoulders, MLBB merchandise with every purchase. So honestly, this is the point in time whereby you gotta have to, you know, grab one of these and just pass it over to someone that you think that, you know, they probably need it.
Don't forget the bonus as well.
Oh, and on
the bonus
for yourself lah.
No, a PT session with churros.
Maybe not. But you know what's better than
The PT session is for me.
Yeah, it's all about silky smooth hair and lots of amazing
Okay,
skins.
and-
Every single week, there's new skins coming up for MLBB.
You can give me like PT, but maybe Diablo can give me EXPT.
What?
EXP.
Okay,
Is that how
I just
Olulu
got
to
that.
Solulu or something like that?
No.
Is it the right time?
It's kind of the same, yeah.
Is it the right
Oh
time?
yeah, you
okay.
almost got it.
I got it. I got it. Eventually, I'm getting it.
No, what I mean is I would need help from Diablo to help me improve in my EXP lane because obviously in conjunction with the M Series 5th anniversary, you can vote for your heroes. Diablo, JPL to be awarded as the 10 greatest players in M series history. If I'm more of a role player, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be grabbing JPL. I mean, I have Hades here, so I can like grab JPL very easily.
I mean, like, just a quick sellout for JPL. Make sure vote JPL, okay, guys? Vote for JPL.
You want to flash that out?
Flash that. Vote for JPL.
No! Of course, stay tuned on November 4th for more information on how you can be part of this and how you can vote for your Singaporean heroes here in the M Series 5th anniversary. Vote Vote
I gotta say,
and Diablo don't care about other regions, just vote for our side one, okay? Okay? Can. Okay.
Actually, I gotta say,
moving on.
I'm voting for Diablo though.
Can't
He
we
has
vote
nice hair.
both? Can't we vote both?
Is your name
Wait,
Jace?
so am I growing a tummy?
Oh my god.
Blasphemy! Blasphemy!
Awkward! Okay, let me get out of here!
Okay, lucky he's not here. He's not here yet, so we're good. We're good for now. We're good.
Good for now.
How bold of you to think that. Oh, wait, he's. Oh, yeah, he's not here.
He's not here. It's okay. So we can continue this for one more until he comes back.
Yeah, but I
Time
think
to
maybe
drop
he
the
might be
beat of
watching
the
us.
is banished.
Is he?
Probably
We'll
is.
figure out one way or another.
Maybe. He's at work today.
Yes.
And then suddenly on like social media, it's like, what are you guys doing?
I'm just bad mouthing him. He will know when he knows.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
Don't
him.
worry about it.
But let's worry about the draft. Going
Yes,
in.
we shall. Let's take a look as we do have Stellark that is going to be on first pick, first ban, while we have Vanguard eSports on second.
Okay, right off the bat, Stellar going for the same routine, banning out the Fanning, banning out the Joy. They don't want any threats, especially assassins, into their backline. So really keeping Chesty and House at bay. On the other hand, though, Vanguard sticking to their same recipe as well, banning out the Boxia. And this time around, Angela, they know that they don't want to give it over to Stellark.
Oh.
That is interesting. So no more Angela for both teams this time around. But I think they're trying to open up Matilda. So if Vanguard doesn't ban out the Matilda, so it's a trade. Matilda or Nolan this time around?
I mean, the Edith is still currently available. I mean, Nolan, we haven't quite seen the debut of Nolan just yet. In the previous game, at least, we saw that Vanguard did prioritize onto the Valentina and the Nolan. So at this point, it's kind of like throwing a lot of things at Stellark. You gotta choose one out of the many heroes that's currently available. You choose one, we'll choose the other two. So at least for Stellark, they picked up the Edith. So for the side of Valentina, so the side of Vanguard, they can definitely pick up a Valentina for themselves.
That Valentina or a Matilda, you have the two mid lane duos, a lot of mobility, a lot of utility in and out of team fights. You have a lot of burst. That sounds like a good deal. Very nice Happy Meal.
Happy Meal.
Yeah, I don't know if like Matilda
Exorcist
should
of
still
the
be
Dragon
considered as a
Spirit
private
here.
pick as of now. Okay,
I
so
think it's still okay because, like, you know, at the end of the day, like I mentioned, it's all about who's able to pull off the rotations a little bit faster
That's
than
right.
the other. And but it looks like they want to go back into their comfort zone, which will be the Valen and the Yuzong. Kind of similar to, like, you know, you think about it, Evil's approach, which is, you know, if you get the chance to actually pick up that Yuzong, you just take it, right? No hesitation. And meanwhile, on the other hand, you know, I do think that I kind of have a little suspicion that Nick Stain cannot play the support heroes. I think he has to play the hard tank heroes. That's what I suspect. And who knows, maybe Stellark might be picking up on that suspicion as well, because if we can kind of like get that vibe, they probably do, and it's even stronger as you're on the stage. So okay, so Edith. I mean, that's just a comfort flex pick overall, but
Rafaela would be a very good pick for Stellark though. You have like an all-in like ballistic missile going in, but they are going for that split push comp. We saw that in the first game between Evo and Alchemy. The Claude will be picked up by Stellark.
Oh, guys, are we actually looking at a repeat of match 1? I mean,
possibly.
It feels like I'm watching Evo versus Alchemy right here. I mean, Claude, I mean, hi, pacifist.
I mean, that's why we're MPL Singapore, right? We have that Singapore culture. We have our own perspective towards how we want to play Mobile Legends. So if anything, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually do see almost similar. Where's your Khalid?
Hello?
Sorry, that's just Diablo. That's like on a different
No,
planet.
no. We have been seeing Khalid quite a lot, so...
Okay, you tell him.
I mean, even Repo also play Khalid now.
It's not too late. Tell Stellark. Stellark right now.
Stellark, Khalid, very simple.
Khalid, okay, got it.
Just jump only. Just jump only, don't need to think so much. Just jump, yeah. Then got flicker also.
Yeah, that would be fun. But I don't think True plays Khalid.
Now a
He
does.
could. He could.
I
but
mean,
it will be a little bit slow considering the lane-to-lane matchup. Against,
yeah, I mean,
Yuzhong.
Teresa is still available as well, so
Yeah.
I don't really see a need to actually pick up a Khalid if you really want to. So it's kind of like an either-or kind of situation.
Yeah.
Which one would you prefer?
I'd rather pick up something else for the roam position and put the Edith in the EXP lane and then pick something else for the roam. So you leave that wildcard pick at the last moment for Stellark.
I mean, I'm okay with whatever they pick, to be honest. I don't think there should be a personal preference here. The bigger to like tunnel too much on the hero specifically is to dodge the bigger problem, the main issue. So, I mean, I would say the only deciding factor for which hero would be better is about which hero will give the team more confidence. Because at the end of the day, Stellark needs to play with that confidence. If they're not playing with confidence, if they're playing like they're scared, they're like, oh no, we're gonna get relegated. And then they're just not gonna play.
Okay, so right now, Vanguard Esports, they have a very good idea what Stellark's game plan generally is going to be. So one thing's for sure is that Stellark, they do have a Claude, so we'll jump over to the back lines. Vanguard Esports themselves, they have their own ways of jumping over the back lines to deal with the anchors in this case, which is going to be the mage. They have actually been picking things up pretty darn fast.
I like this a little bit more, the Novaria pick, with the vision, and I would say the win conditions look a little bit simpler, at least for the team fights wife in the early to mid timing. As compared to the last game where it felt like they have to go to a 20-minute game to have a game.
Yeah.
So this is something where I feel it would be a little bit more comfortable if you're on the side of Stellark. Vanguard, they have a lot of options. Just go with a typical Nick Stain hero.
Maybe. I think Stellark should very well go for a roam this time around. Maybe a Minotaur will work well for them in this case because you have a Lancelot jumping in, or even a Franco right here. Esmeralda!
Oh, what? Okay, yeah,
that's the wildcard pick. That is the wildcard pick.
Yeah, that's
First
actually
game.
true. I do believe that's one of the true specials anyways, so I wouldn't be too surprised. Unless they decide to do something crazy like Esme jungle and then end up putting that Fredrin into the EXP lane. But we shall see. I mean, Nick...
viable, it's still a viable option.
This may actually confirm whether he wants to do, whether he's only able to play like the hard tanks. So it's probably like your Grok, Franco, who else? Minnow. They go back to the Minnow, yeah. But I think
they need an
expected
anchor.
it.
Yeah. They definitely need an anchor to really help Super Ryan. Super Ryan. To really help Luxionstein as well as Chu to stay alive, considering the fact that Vanguard, they're not necessarily a lot more of an initiative kind of team comp, but I mean, they can do that, but I would say that they would do a lot better when it comes down to disengage.
I think game plan for Stellark is very, very simple. Clear the lane and try to open up the map, give vision to the rest of the team. Esmeralda provides that sort of rotation speed that Stellark so desperately needs. The aggressiveness would come from Stellark, especially since Chu is able to use this Esmeralda, set that tempo, open up the maps, maybe invade the jungle in a little bit because Lancelot definitely is sensitive right here. But at the end of the day, both drafts are set. There's no going back right now. Vanguard versus Stellark SG. Game number 2. Stellark 1 game away from getting relegated. Vanguard 1 game away.
I'm okay with this.
Moving on.
I'm okay with this, man. If Stellark win game 2, I'm okay. Predictions right then. Give me a run for my predictions. If it's 2-0, then I'm just gonna look like an idiot. But who cares?
Fair. But I'm still hoping for the Caster's Curse. The
Caster's
implementation of my Caster's Curse.
Yeah,
Nice,
so
nice,
the
nice.
question
That's
is,
why
are you invoking it or are you revoking it?
I'm invoking it.
Okay, we'll
With
see
my
how
vote.
that is gonna work out for now.
Okay,
as
fast
we are gonna be jumping in and taking a look at how things are gonna be like. We got a fast 2 all the way up to the northern side, putting Chu down to the ground. I mean, we're talking about a Valentina and a Yu Zhong after all. And Esmeralda really stood no chance.
Nani? That was just very, very uncomfortable. Not sure why they were hearkening to that kind of trade over there. Not to mention, it's a Novaria and an Esme. It's not going to be a favorable trade regardless. So, a bit of I know they said that you're supposed to play with confidence, but there's a fine line with confidence and just being careless.
I mean, they're a high flyer, I gotta have to say. So
they'll get there. I mean, okay, maybe, who knows? This is definitely Dilulu, but that could have been the start of that confident gameplay that I've been hoping to see.
I will never understand that. I will never understand that.
Okay,
and I accept it.
We're gonna keep him in the dark. Hopefully, by the end of this game, he will understand what is Delulu or Solulu.
I know it's sort of like an acronym for like delusional.
Yes.
But like
okay.
That's about it. I don't know.
Then what is Solulu?
I don't know. Solution.
Yes,
Delusional
yeah.
solution. Is it?
Yeah,
Is that it?
it's that simple.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Fair. That's the solution. But the solution for Stellar, though, they like long extended team fights. They need to hit their power spikes fast. Chu needs to sustain himself through, get all these shields that he can absorb, and then Stellar would eventually win in these long extended team fights.
Wow, this is a very, very huge commitment to try and like stall and get the wave shoved out immediately so that Chu gets the level 4. And now they do have the turtle pull. It's a very nice one. And however, Vanguard, they do have the level 4s on all their key heroes. Kirby does not have level 4, by the way.
Yes. So Vanguard, they definitely have got the better end of the wave management at the very least. So Stellar, they do have the shorter end of that stick. How are they going to be defending or rather trying to capitalize on this turtle, which they did have priority for? That is the question. Now, Chu, though he has quite a lot of shields, he still cannot just randomly just run into the face of Super Ryan with no respect at all.
And that was his sprint burned as well.
Yes.
So, you know, it's not the biggest like spell, but it can be pretty impactful from time to time.
Kirby. He's just going to be going straight in
Wow.
onwards, and the Upshadow did
Big
manage to
CC.
land. The Appraisal's Wrath actually did manage to clip Chewed, while Chew jumps over to the back lines and brings him down effectively. And almost there to actually bring slowly down. So Vanguard now being put with their back against the wall, they're going to have to find something, an answer to what Chu is doing, because he seems to be just rolling around and is doing a lot. Even Kirby finds a nice little hit, and even when it comes down to Star Shatter.
But okay, like I said, you know, now we're starting to see some signs of life. Back to that confidence thing. So maybe, okay, you know, one last time just for Churros. I'm pretty sure how Stellar wins this game, Delulu is the Sululu. They need to Delulu themselves into believing that they can win this game. And
I get it.
It is starting to show. It is starting to show. And you can tell that Vanguard now, there's a little bit of that respect. Obviously, you know, being a bit taken aback from that game 1, considering how there was almost a huge comeback. So now, you know, Chu, he's going to have to carry this game, especially on his trademark hero.
Oh man, what is this? Chu can just very casually walk in the face of Slowly and literally bring down so much of his health. That is definitely something that I think that even Slowly wasn't prepared for. I don't think that any one of these players were actually prepared to play against an Esmeralda, and I think that may actually be the best bet that Stellar has.
It's actually still a very viable pick. You sustain yourself a lot. You can go in and out. You have additional movement speed, and with the Brave Smite equipped, you can sustain through your team fights a lot longer as well. So all Stellar needs to do is get this long, drawn-out team fights. I think Esmeralda could very well build up on the Starlium side, get a little bit more lifesteal or hybrid lifesteal in this matter, and just go ham from that backsides.
Meanwhile, Ryan and Chu, you know, the both sides, both EXP laners, basically trying to get those wave cuts so that they can see who is able to like join the team fight, make it into a 5v4 with that, you know, hopefully like a 5-second advantage. But so far, it's kind of still at this like stand even between both teams, and it looks like we'll only be seeing team fights closer maybe towards like the second turtle, maybe like another 25 to 30 seconds in. And, you know, so far I would say it's been pretty evened out. Like, you know, Lux, he does have the advantage against Husky. It is a very, very nice matchup. But, you know, Lux, we've seen before, he tends to get caught. And this is one game where he has to worry about Chu, since, you know, Chu likes to target the backline, which we saw in the last turtle fight.
The 4 members already psyching themselves up, zoning out for that turtle, spawning up in 30 seconds, but also trying their best to get someone off in the gold lane.
Look at that choke, look at that wall. 4 heroes staring at that tiny little opening near the green camp. But now, this could actually potentially lead Vanguard up to getting flanked if they don't box them, like spread themselves out into a nice formation to help them get that, you know, secure that map control around the area.
Why is Richong down on the bottom side and Lancelot doing the lane proxy?
He wants to be
missing
closer.
out a lot of his farm.
No, but he wants to be closer. The whole point is sacrificing the farm so that you get to the 5-man first.
Then probably do a lane swap with the Airtel.
So it actually looks like they may be overthinking it just a little bit too much. You can see like Stella, they're just like playing their game. And so far it looks like they might get into this very, very drawn out 5v5 prolonged approach. Like we're starting to see the turtle get reset over and over.
I think the Vanguard has actually been essentially taking away a lot of their own resources just to put more numbers on the map. And I think that could get detrimental over time. The Yuzhong is still quite reliant on items, and I still think that he really needs a couple of stuff, because he does have the Fury Hammer, yes. He does have to play the Greaves, yes, but not anywhere close to getting himself the Dominance Eyes. If we just look at things, right now Super Ryan is only at 3,000 gold, and in fact close to the lowest, in fact the 4th lowest farmed player, aside from the tank himself, which is going to be Nick Stain. But for now, we're just going to be jumping right into this fight, as we do have Vanguard. They're just going to be jumping themselves right on top of Stellark, and both of them completely stand still. Not a single player has went down just yet, but Nick Stain joins into the fray with a quick little smash. Was hoping that he'll be able to save Super Ryan, but unfortunately Super Ryan returns back to the fight. At least the Furious Dive gets him away, but Chastity gets nice! Little snipe down onto Super Ryan.
On the top side, though, it's a little bit of 1-to-1 skirmish, but both teams look like they are trying to go for these objective trades. They need to find a turret. 7 minutes into the game, none of the turrets are touched as of yet. Howski taking a lot of damage. Lucian Stain, the retaliation.
Oh, wait! Wow, Howski winning that's got to be such a huge mental factor, especially after that turtle skirmish. Then Stellark, they will look to try and capitalize and try and put some pressure over in the top lane. The Edith also looking to join. If Vanguard's not careful, they could get outflanked here.
I definitely don't think that Howski was actually looking to get a kill, but I think that he realized, hey, look, I can actually deal decent damage onto him. But speaking of decent damage, look at all the damage that's going to be piling up on top of Nick Stain. They did manage to bring him down right before the final smash of the Minoan's Fury. He even made them burn the flicker. Stellark, they are absolutely on a roll, and they managed to capitalize some of these small, tiny little mistakes. Or rather, I wouldn't even call it mistakes, but they just managed to capitalize some of these gaps that Vanguard are leaving open.
Stellark finally showing signs of life. Howski, BMI getting out of the fray. This is how you use a Claude, just being so annoying, so difficult to deal with. Vanguard has no solution, has no way to lock him down.
It's actually kind of difficult to deal with Chu unless you have a lot more people to come in for it.
Oh, he's healing back up.
Yep, the Petrify was even used and for a sprint. So it's kind of like a 1-for-1 trade, I gotta have to say. Sprint, it takes a little bit longer to cool down. So we gotta have to take note of the battle spells that has been used thus far. Stellark, we are only left with two spells, and for the side of Vanguard, actually the same, 2.
I mean, you can start to see the significant difference, right? Like when there's no Angela in the equation, like Ryan on the Yuzhong is just very lackluster at the moment. He's playing this very like a selfless role. Per se, he's trying to join all these team fights which are just not happening, and in the long run, all these tiny windows of farm going the way of Stellark will accumulate into a very significant lead. And this is why you see that 2,000 gold gap at the moment. It's this kind of like, I would say like over-resourcing, which is causing them to be in this kind of position. So Vanguard, the way back in, I would say, is they have to be able to address like what's going on right now on the front line, not so much about the Esme, because Chu's just having an amazing game so far.
There's a lot of space bought from that bottom side too. Lanes pushing in, wave management says to me that Stellark is going to have an easy Lord in this time around. As long as Vanguard doesn't split themselves up, they could outnumber Stellark, but Stellark is still pushing. Look at the bottom side.
Yeah, Vanguard, they are completely not responding to any of these wave managements in the bottom lane that is established by this Esmeralda. But now they have seen it. Esmeralda has seen that. Hey, look, Irithel is there. He's already lost more than half HP already. And perhaps this is a perfect time, because now Irithel can't even defend the bottom lane second tier defense turret. While the rest of the members of Vanguard, they were trying to take a fight down in the Lord's Pit, but none of that were coming into fruition. Only for Chu to come in at the final second to bring Super Ryan down. And now Howski even joins in the fray. He does have the Blazing Duet that managed to bring Nick Stain and slowly down to a low amount.
I'm not even surprised at this point, and you can see even bottom, like the moment the Irithel was forced to base, Stellark capitalized on that, just playing good ML at the moment, and they're just out macroing Vanguard. They're just not able to address the situation. Actually, it does bring you back to the Evo series, doesn't it? It's the power of the Claude.
It is the power of the Claude.
It is the power of the Claude.
The split push from the Claude, from the Esmeralda is creating so much space. Vanguard needs to split themselves up. Vanguard wants to fight S5, but Stellark is not letting them do so.
So unless this is basically a Stellark's game to lose right now, and I would say they will need to like figure out a way to be able to peel those tier 2s and eventually to the high ground. They need to start planning for the high ground now, basically. Because now with this Lord, this is not something which you will win the game with, but this is something which will help you get a bigger advantage for sure. Look at Chu. Ooh, he's going to go ham again. He's been so integral. If he doesn't get MVP this game, I have nothing to say.
I think they eventually will be able to get something out here from both sides of these teams. The second tier defense turret has been knocked open and pried through by the hands of Stellark. Nick Stain, unfortunately, did not manage to connect onto everyone with Daminoan's Fury, but a couple of them still fly up into the sky. Howski with the Blazing Duet. He did manage to put quite a bit of damage down on the Vanguard, but
nice one.
Not quite enough. Now Chu joins in the fray. He would definitely want to go for a duel against the Valentina, but that's not going to go anywhere. That's not gonna fly.
There was some confidence as well, you know, Chesty playing so far at the blue buff, and you know, Yuzong doesn't dare to go in because the moment he goes in, he's just gonna get hit so much. And in the moment you pop the dragon, the Claw just counters in with the Blazing Duet, right? And you can see Vanguard just kind of like split apart, and they were taking so much damage from that fight. Chesty, of course, with a very, very nice snipe and the Yuzong towards the end, when seeing that the Yuzong was trying to go for that, you know, Lord clear. So now Stellark, they will build themselves a very comfortable advantage for now, as they look to like, you know, farm up the resources of the map and try to prepare themselves for their next Lord and hopefully try to get themselves back into a Game 3.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Stellark is winning the macro game. It looks very, very one-sided if we talk about like Stellark playing the map and creating a lot of pressure on all sides. Every single one point of time, Vanguard is always together and Stellark is trying to split them up. And that is the key to victory right here. As long as they are able to split Vanguard up, they might open a window of opportunity for them to do a backdoor approach. If that doesn't work out, they will win and find flanks onto Vanguard's backlines.
There's so much escorting going on from the side of Vanguard. They are definitely afraid of the lead that Stellark has got on their heads. So Stellark, I hope that they will be able to find some lead and some advantages with this. But hey, you gotta have to remember that the Lord will be popping out in 30 seconds. The bottom lane in Hip Turret is also gonna go down real soon. So perhaps a little bit of a macro game and just pushing Vanguard off the edge would be a nice little touch for this upcoming Lord. I would say that the chances of Stellark actually getting the Lord is relatively high just because of the threat of bottom lane going down.
I just realized as well that Slowly has basically no KDA registered at the moment.
Oh, that is true.
He's had a very, very rough game, and I'm starting to anticipate that this might be a thing throughout the entire playoffs, just because, you know, there's so many. I think when you use it too much in the regular season, other teams just eventually adapt to it. This is how fast the players, you know, learn. You can't give them like any inches, otherwise they're going to stretch it to a mile. And now, of course, with the enhanced slot popping up, Esme, you know, Chewy, once again, I talked about his wave management skills. He's trying to keep them bottom. On top of that, the tower is really so low. This could actually be very, very annoying. Yuzong is going to try and defend that. This is an opening for the Lord.
Yep, you are technically forced to react for the bottom lane, and whenever Stellark gets the information that someone is clearing in the bottom lane, you gotta have to do something about it. But I really like that. The Super Ryan knew about the timing, that once it's 14-11, you can pretty much leave the lane already as he comes back in with the Black Dragon form. Luscious Stain brings Chu down. This may actually be the fight for the side of Vanguard, as now we've got Super Ryan just gonna be hovering around from the side of Blade as well as Howski. He pushes Howski away, and that himself alone manages to push 3% down south. Even though he went down, I gotta have to say, Super Ryan's presence was so important there in order for them to ensure that the Lord goes to their hands.
Crucial lore from Vanguard. This will put them up on top. At least try to close up the economy gap from Stellark. And Vanguard taking full control of this game right now. They need to look at taking down all these tier 1, tier 2s. Open up that map. Don't give Howski any time. Don't give Chu any opportunity to push their waves.
Very unfortunate tunnel from Chu. He was feeling it. He was feeling very strong, so cocky, but a bit too cocky, and ended up punishing his entire team because of it. And now with the Lord coming in, they will be forced to play from their own base. You know, one thing as well is that maybe they underestimated that Ryan was coming into Yuzong just because he's had such a bad game from like up till now. And this is completely changed just because of that one team fight.
Yep. That is just the amount and the things that a Yuzong or an EXP laner is capable of doing. The amount of zoning advantages that you can get out of a Yuzong is absolutely insane. As long as Super Ryan keeps up to this kind of presence and he understands when he should leave the lane, when is that priority and all the kind of stuff, it's great.
I think Stellar, there is still a silver lining. And Stellar has a lot of high ground. They can very easily defend against all three waves that are coming in. And especially with the Novara, as long as she's safe, he's doing tons of poke damage. Vanguard needs to retreat, needs to go back. And that reset time creates a lot of opportunities for Stellar to come out slowly but surely.
Things will now be on a little bit of a standstill, just because both teams are waiting for the Lord to come up. The buffs are about to like reset and stuff like that. And this is where both teams, you don't want to be, this is just because it's quiet, right? It doesn't mean they're doing nothing. This is basically the part where they need to be discussing like how are we going to adapt the game plan accordingly. Because now you know how the team fights are probably going to happen for that next Lord objective. And Luxian, he's been very quiet. I'm hoping he can pop off, maybe try for a bit of a flanking maneuver. We haven't really seen that from him yet. Compared to some of the other regions where we see the Irithals, they don't really like stay with the team as much. A bit more independent role. But I know that that's not exactly one of Luxian's strengths per se.
I mean, there's still a lot of time that's ticking down for now. Even though we can expect that Vanguard, most of their members are actually capable of split pushing. But you gotta have to really consider that the opponent side, they have a Claude too. They have a high mobility marksman. Maybe, at this point in time, you may have to think, when is the perfect time to actually bring a Claude away from a team fight? When does a Claude actually have to run away? And when is the best opportunity to actually snag a fight when Claude is away?
Well, contrary to popular belief, I think Claude doesn't even have to enter the team fight. Stellar could very well try to buy a lot of time, try to lure Vanguard over to the Lord, but on the bottom side, though, Chu in a spot of bother, facing up against 2, still gets away safely. He's just maintaining wave management time and time again. Stellar, the Howski on the Claude could very well open up a backdoor opportunity if Vanguard is not too careful.
I mean, to touch on a little bit more.
Oh no! Chud, he managed to find Chu!
God, again.
And this time, Vanguard did manage to find an opportunity to eventually land on top of Chu, with Super Ryan committing down onto that Petrify. With Chu currently unavailable for this upcoming fight, Vanguard definitely have got quite a bit of advantage with one frontliner already dead from inside of Stellar. How much opportunity and how much space does Howski even have? He immediately BMI'd himself right out of there. Super Ryan is going to be looking for a situation, trying to look for the people that he gotta have to run out for. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to clip on the chesty. But never mind that, because Vanguard has already won the frontline battles by bringing Blade as well as Kirby down. As such, this is going to be the line, and then as Vanguard beelines themselves down to the bottom side, they immediately got themselves right out of there, as they are definitely not looking forward to extending an unnecessary fight.
Vanguard was looking to cycle Stellar all the way into their base, but they were disciplined. They knew Chu was coming back up. They knew that they could lose that team fight as if Chu was able to land a very nice Starfall onto at least 3 members of Vanguard. Looks like an easy Lord taken down by Vanguard, looking to sync up all the waves. Stellar trying to push, trying to maintain that lane priority, trying to maintain that lane dominance that they have.
Dude, Hal is so desperate right now, for he knows that he wants to get that really, really good spray. He knows how important it is right now that he is the one who needs to put this team on his back and carry them across the finish line. Because right now, I don't think they were mentally prepared for this. You can start to feel like the fear creeping in again. And I can feel it all the way from the stage. Backs against the wall. It's all or nothing at this point. Vanguard, they are the ones who will be going with the siege with the enhanced Lord pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel the stress, the pressure. Stellar just moments away. This is a very, very crucial game. Vanguard charging in.
I would suppose that the wave clear capabilities from Risala Stellar is not necessarily very amazing as well. Let's not forget that it is super creeps, mega creeps that will be marching down together with the Elemental Lord that wields his trident. But for now, we do have Howski unfortunately knocked up while he was still in the midst of his blazing duet. That's not gonna fly. That's not gonna work. As now Blake, Kirby as well as Junior all gonna be taken down with a Lord just gonna be swinging the trident. And thus, that is going to be Stellar SG that unfortunately wasn't able to hold a candle against Vanguard, who holds their shield up high as the Vanguard of MPL SG.
An arduous journey, an incredulous task. Vanguard moves on to the next stage.
Oh my
Waves
God.
goodbye to Stellark as they unfortunately are relegated from the league.
He actually got up, he went over to them and he was like, bye. Oh my god. That was the Nick Stain special. I mean,
That is kind of like that's definitely something that I want to see. You know, this is why the offline event is what is juicy. You know, you gotta have the get up and you know gotta get some flair out. I mean, understandably, it was a 2-0 series. I think Vanguard eSports, they deserve this. Nick Stain can do whatever that he wants, man.
They really did. They really did. I mean, it was unfortunate. Stellac, you know, they did pick themselves up in time for game 2, but
They
not all
did.
the way. They couldn't carry that form across the entire game.
It was just mistakes after mistakes after mistakes.
They started to crumble.
Vanguard just took control of it. They saw a gap. They saw an opportunity. They took it. It was stun locks all the way through, and they finally finished that out. It was just untouchable for the side of Vanguard. This was such a incredible game, but unfortunately, Stellark, as much of an effort that they put in, as much of the amount of stress and anxiety that they have, their journey for 2 seasons of MPL ends here. They need to claw their way back up through the MPL qualifiers.
I mean, to be honest, this game was the perfect representation, if anything, or a good example of don't put your eggs in one basket. You can tell that Stellac were over-reliant on Chu to try and open up the map, you know, be that huge distraction, which he was for a while. But one person can't be doing that the entire game, you know, unless he's having an amazing like double S tier game. And this is where at that time when he's creating that kind of space, it's up to the rest of Stellac, the rest of the members, to be coming up with solutions as well. Like what happens if they adapt? In this case, Vanguard adapted, Stellac did not.
I will say that I would believe that Vanguard may actually has triumphed over Stellac in the drafting phase itself. I'm pretty sure that Chu really wanted the Uranus, because when the Uranus was if the Uranus to be actually picked up, I think that it will create such a massive impact on Vanguard to the point that they wouldn't even know what to do.
Yep.
Esmeralda doesn't really just, you know, scrape the surface of what a Uranus is capable of doing when it comes down to peeling and creating space. I mean, understandably, Esmeralda still deals quite a bit of damage regardless.
I mean, I don't think it would have mattered too much whether he got the Uranus or whatever hero who would have
thought
got
it would.
I think it
would have helped to a certain extent, but once all the items came in, you know, for example...
Oh, then that one is kind of like teamfight and
Yeah,
kind
and
of
then
stuff.
you got the DHS, got the Malefic and all that.
Yeah.
You know, you saw how fast True doesn't melt it. On top of that, you got the 2 Dom Ices as well. There's only so much you can do. Even having a Uranus, it wouldn't change the situation as much. Maybe it would have bought them a little bit more time. Like maybe instead of 12 minutes of deficiency, it would have been like maybe 14, 15 minutes of like amazing tanky time. But then the rest of it, like I said, it comes down to the rest
Buy
of the
enough
team.
time.
Like, you see, they had one game plan, which is like, okay, Brother Chu is just gonna go in, you know, YOLO a bit, kind of mess around with Vanguard, and then, you know, the rest of the team, they need to step up, like, capitalize on the chaos.
Right.
But the thing is, they never once capitalized on the chaos. They
True.
never tried to push it, even when they were ahead. They were still playing like they were afraid. Like
It's kind of like the same habit as our friends from Alchemy.
Yeah, they gave a bit too much respect, basically.
Right, yeah.
It's like when you're winning, this is why they always said, when winners cannot be nice guys.
Yes. You gotta have to capitalize as much as possible. You gotta play like you mean it. When you have the lead, play like you have the lead. Instead of, you know,
You call it respect, I might call it intimidation. I think they're a
intimidation.
little scared.
Okay.
I think they were
So who's the
intimidated.
intimidating one in Vanguard then?
I think at any one
Nick?
point of time, it will be Nick Stain setting up the right play. and
No,
the rest
don't
of
say
Vanguard
that. Don't say
come
that.
all
When the
way
moment
through.
he hears that, oh no, don't say that.
Yeah,
You
you want to give him an ego boost,
Oh,
but
you don't know.
that's besides the point.
You have opened like not
The
even
floodgates.
the Nick gates at this point.
Okay, don't worry. I will save you at this point. Nick, there's so many moments in time where you could have done things so much better. Do you remember that point in time where you actually used the Minoan's Fury? You flickered before the final smash? Yeah, that was such a big mistake. Does that help?
I guess a little bit.
Okay, yeah. You know, kind of balance things out a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. That would definitely have been great.
We're back to the drawing board for Vanguard. They deserve that amount of rest. So tomorrow, coming back a little bit stronger, facing up against the losers brackets in the upper brackets. Taking a look at the statistics, the post-game statistics. Actually, I would have thought, like, if Chesty had enough time, he would have been able to peel everyone out of Vanguard. He was hitting snipes after snipes. He was hitting, he was dealing so much damage all the way through 105,000 damage. And this is a very, very impactful kind of Novaria that Stellar so desperately needs at this point. However, Vanguard, they found the right target. The front lines was not frontlining enough.
All right, so who do you guys think is the MVP?
Damn.
I would say Chud.
I would say
though.
Chud.
I would
Yeah.
say Chud.
I would
yeah.
actually say Chud.
Is there such thing? Is there such a thing where you lose but you still can be the MVP?
No, you can't.
Oh, that's so sad. So we have to choose from Vanguard.
Yeah, so I'll say
course.
Chud. Yeah, I gotta
Of
have this. It gotta be Chud. I think that Chud has been quite.
Oh, Chud, not
Chud. Yes, Chud.
Chud.
That's why when you're saying Chu, I was like, wait, you're talking about Chu or Chud? And I was like, wait, what? Wait, who's winning? But yeah, I would say that Chud is the one of is the MVP because he has been relatively consistent. I would say that Super Ryan would be nice, but
I
out
don't
of
know.
all, is like that one play that I absolutely admired.
Yep, it is Chud.
It's him.
It is Chud. 100%
Okay.
kill participation.
You guys can't see the you guys don't can't see Hades' face right now, but please enlighten me, Hades. What's with that face?
I mean, you know, Vanguard won because they were the better team. It's not because they were better individual players. Like, honestly, like, if I had to give an MVP, I would still give it to Chu from Stella. Just because of the way he was playing, like he was doing so much wave management, he was hitting the backline, he was basically being a tank all at the same time. And Kirby and the rest of his teammates were not able to really like capitalize on that kind of advantage. And you know, you could see Chu just dies alone, and the next thing holding the game is just won. So I guess to a certain degree, that's why he's also the MVP.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's right. So
MVP
but they didn't win,
for Vanguard.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate, right?
I mean, if they did win, it makes absolute sense because it's literally the weight of the world on his shoulders. Right? If you put it that way, yes.
Fair,
but for Chud, I think it's more about the consistency that Chud is constantly putting into games time and time again. Game number 1 to game number 2. I think the main point is that he don't bring chaos and pandemonium to the team. He has been very consistent with knowing what he wants to do, the extent of what he can do, and even as a Valentina, I see him opening up the brushes and even getting that very pivotal kill onto Chu.
It is a feels bad moment, to be honest. Like, because the theme of him, like how reliant they are on him to have a good performance. You know, even if the previous rosters, Chu has always been very crucial to winning these team fights. And it's really, I would say from his perspective, I hope he doesn't feel too bad that his team were not able to capitalize on these advantages.
Right.
We've seen it even in the losing games, like game 1 and 2. He's there already. He wants to fight. It's just unfortunate that his team is not really on the same page with him. So this is something where, you know, if they look back at the reviews, I hope that this is something where they have to approach together instead of a very individualistic approach. Because to be fair, you cannot outskill the entire world. Not at this level. MPL Singapore is for the big boys, where basically they're all warriors.
Yep.
And not to mention they are trained like tiny squadrons, right?
Well, with that all said and done, let us just jump over to the mic check and listen to exactly what our friends at Vanguard were shouting about.
Hey, go, go, down. Hey, can fight. Go lah! Let's go! Come on. Hey, all the way. 第一家不下，我等位。Easy one. Nice. Hey, watch me. Let's go. Hey, 背水。Can base. Nice! Can you one first? Go! Hey, Virgin! Right, coming! I back you up. Let's hey, we can push top first. Oh, cannot. Hey, come, we can wipe. Nice! Why you die? Cannon.
Woo! There's a lot of morale boosting within the entirety of the squad. And that last, okay, I'm gonna address that.
Okay, yeah, we'll leave that as it is because
We'll leave that as it is.
they deserve that victory roar. It's all the adrenaline that came in, and obviously it has been amazing for them. They were happy, they were just ecstatic and all about. But regardless, it is still very unfortunate that we're gonna have to see one team bow out throughout it all. But I gotta have to say, yeah, sometimes you gotta have to, lose a little bit in order to come back stronger. Sometimes you gotta have to gaze into the abyss. As such, you gotta gaze into the abyss if you want to get yourself Lady Vengeance, because it's part of the Abyssal Wings draw event.
That was such a good segue. I gotta say. That was such a good segment, man.
Thank you, thank you,
I'm
thank you.
not-
I'm not gonna lie. For a moment there, I was like thinking, is that your nickname for your girlfriend? What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh!
Oh, sorry, not girlfriend, wife.
Wife now.
Wife now. Okay.
I was like, wait, how long has it been? So like 6 months since
What?
since the day you proposed?
Oh, that was like since MPL SG season 5.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, finally.
I will say
family
congratulations.
man.
I will say congratulations as well to every single one of you guys when you actually did manage to pull the Selena Lady Vengeance skin, because it is at 29% off in exchange shop, but you can log in the game and get 50% off for your first one draw every single day. So you are getting like a lot of diamonds off. As long as you come in for every single day, you get 50% off for every time you draw. So you gotta have to log in every day, unlike the Layla one, because Layla, holds on the crystal box and diamond box and make sure that, you don't miss a single day. But this one is a little bit more punishing to a certain extent. You gotta have to log in every day. But there's one thing that is not punishing though, is M5 wildcard, because it is free entry in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. All you gotta do is just go there. It's that simple. Just go there. M5 wildcard is completely free of entry. But of course, when it comes down to location, we'll let you guys know very, very soon. The pre-registration will kickstart on the 4th of November. So if anything, you guys would have to take a look at all of our social media pages on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We will post out all of the information that we need there, or rather you need that. So MPL Singapore when it comes down to TikTok, mpl.sg.official when it comes down to the Instagram page. We'll post a lot more there.
That is a mouthful.
That is a mouthful. And you guys know, whenever I start rambling a lot, that means that we get to go off for a short little break. In fact, probably a long break, because we have our host Cheryl that will be coming in very, very soon for the winner's interview. But before we even go off, I'd like to give a huge thank you over to Hades for joining us on the panel, for waking up super early just to join us on the desk. He definitely woke up early. We didn't plan this at all. He just woke up early and just decided to hijack the table.
Hey, your team is playing up next. Any last words for you, Hades?
Any last words?
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that we get a good series off. Don't forget to support Bleed as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Support, yes, Singapore Pride.
Just like Superman.
Actual Singapore Pride.
Yeah,
Yes, make sure you support that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we're gonna be moving on and segue over to the interview. Cheryl Yao, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, guys. And right now here, I have analyst Richard right beside me. First up, congratulations
Thank you.
on the team win. And you guys have successfully relegated Stellark SG. Now, I do have some questions for you. Now, first up is, how do you feel about this win? Is this something that's expected for you guys?
I think we expected it quite a bit, but they did put up a challenge against us, so yeah, kudos to them as well.
For sure. And of course, they're very, very supportive. And of course, what else do I have? Oh, in game one, what, at least you're the analyst, right? So educate me. In terms of the draft for Stellark, it seems that they're more geared towards late game.
Yes, and I think we didn't really execute that well, and I think we can improve on that further.
Right, and it was like a ticking time bomb because you guys were absolutely snowballing. We are looking at a 9K plus goal lead for extended duration of time. So what do you to drag on
Stellark did quite a good job against in game 2 as well, and I think they put up a good show today for all of us.
Right. So it's very exciting because, as we progress into the playoff season, the opponents are just going to get scarier as we speak. And what is on the table is risk getting outed, especially in the playoff season. There are no second chances, unlike the regular season itself. So next up, you could be potentially facing two opponents. It could be either Team Flash or Bleed eSports. Who do you think you might be facing in the lower brackets?
I think it'll be Bleed because Nick said he wants to face Bleed again. He wants to face Bleed to show them that he shouldn't be on the bench.
Oh, but I mean, you can face Bleed in the upper brackets also, or you must face them in the lower brackets.
We don't know whether they can last that long.
Oh, the shade is real. So perhaps the next one that you're anticipating will be Bleed eSports.
Yes, and we hope to put out a good fight against them.
Okay, so I guess the teams are here right now. Please deny them of that joy of seeing you guys next. So yes, thank you so much for joining us, Mr. And we wish you all the best in this journey in the playoffs. So yes, friends, that was Ritzton, the analyst right here from the wonderful team of Vanguard Esports. Now the next game is going to be happening at 3:45 and we're going to be seeing a exciting match. And this, guys, I am just so excited talking about it because I see at the corner of my eye people streaming in, queuing up, getting tickets and getting their seats ready for the next match itself. We're going to be seeing the likes of Team Flash going head-to-head against Bleed eSports. Now, this is going to be a match that's going to blow the roofs off right here at Suntec City, I promise you. So if, at this time right now, maybe you're just ending work, maybe you've ended school, head on down right now to Suntec City and just soak up the energy. These are two titans in their own rights because Team Flash overall in the regular season have got the top seed position. And of course, we have the veterans themselves, Bleed eSports, who will be kicked down to the lower brackets to grind for the title champions right here for MPL SG Season 6. I guess we will only find out later from Match 3. Stick around and we'll see you then.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn. No time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. in every fragment of my soul. The calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
Get your in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'ya karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
Ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7. Happy anniversary.
Anniversary sa nonton MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz séptimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения, тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
My name is Devi. I'm currently the main roamer for Homeboys SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed eSports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RGSG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stellar, and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard eSports, and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we will be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after after the last season until today.
We have been playing ranked games. We have been playing scrims to try to improve on our teamwork and chemistry, because we are a new team.
We have been training very hard and watching all the MPL from other regions, trying to see what they are doing, and we have been picking those small little things up.
So this time round compared to previous season, for the last season, I think I started training too late. So for this season, what we have adjusted is like I have trained more with other MPL teams from other country, and we have started training earlier this season.
Okay, maybe quite a lot have changed. The emblems now we get to choose 3 different emblems. Yeah, and most of the emblems got nerfed. So yeah, maybe it kind of balance out the game.
Everybody will not be used to the new emblem change, but eventually when you play more, when you train more, when you grind it, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to the new emblem. You get used to the new meta. Personally, I think it's a big change. Yes. I don't have any preference whether I like it or not.
I would say it opens up a lot of possibilities to new playstyles and also more heroes that have never been seen before will be used because the emblem system allows for more versatile gameplays, especially during the early to mid games. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I'll say I'm pretty comfortable with the new meta, the new patch, because it brings more complexity towards the meta changes. Especially bringing the new emblems. There's a lot of things you can adapt to. A lot of strategies you can bring onto the table.
We don't really have a goal. Yeah, we just want to go into every game and play our best.
This season, I'd say it's probably quite a high expectation, aiming for at least a upper bracket slot after regular season.
I think for every team in MPL, the ultimate goal is always to be the champions and move on to international tournaments, and that's the same for Flash as well, I would say.
Of course, I'm aiming for the top 1 in MPL SG. I mean, I've failed 3 times already, so yeah, hopefully this season I can make it.
We must definitely achieve better results than what we did in SMGSG. Definitely the aim and the goal for Homeboys is to achieve champion and eventually this season M5.
Personally wise, it will be top 3. Because I really feel that in MPL SG it's really doable for top 3. But as a team wise, of course we would like to win the whole thing itself.
So for the past few seasons, I always have been targeting top 4, top 3. But this time round, I'm coming for top 1.
For me, I have always thought of winning the champions to prove myself in the international stage because I already have won, like as you say, multiple championships. So the hunger for it is actually not as strong as the first time. But my hunger to do well in international tournaments is actually even more than what I wanted at the first place of winning MPL SG because I already tasted it, so I want more. So it's like this is just actually a first step to me. It might be the bigger step to others, but to me it's only the first step of entering M5 and trying to get a better placing than last year.
My name is Cheryl Yao and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster
for MPL Season 6?
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster / commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was an MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSGSG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. You know, there's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then, back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7. Screaming out our lungs is really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly, highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue itself and feel the literal electricity in the air. That is something that I will never forget, and I enjoy every single time when we're doing finals.
I think, first and foremost, I'd like to thank them. I know that we have a lot of overseas viewers as well. Thank you for your support for MPL SG as well. Without you guys, I think we wouldn't be at the level we're at now. And I think just keep giving us your feedback, because good or bad, doesn't matter. If it helps us improve, we'll take it.
I personally really do appreciate the support coming from the community. Things like streamers playing the game and people supporting those streamers eventually kind of rose up to support for the entire MPL community as well, and scene in Singapore. So I feel like keeping that support and viewership going really, really helps the scene, because that's the most important thing. If you don't have viewers, the scene isn't going to grow. If you don't have bodies at Suntec or at OTH, at our Tampines Hub, it's just not gonna work because no one's gonna watch the game. So keeping that support going, I think, would be really important to me, and I'm super grateful that we have these people in Singapore right now, and it continues to grow.
Honestly, first up, Singapore is very, very small. And if you have the slightest, interest in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I highly encourage you guys, to follow our social pages, come on down and support us live. It's really, really appreciated, that presence there, whether you're online, physically with us, it's greatly appreciated, especially Singapore is so small. And of course, for our players as well, they would be deeply encouraged by, your roaring screams, especially on the live venue itself. And with Singapore being so small, we need to show other regions that Singapore might be small, but guys, we are mighty, and we need you, all of our Singaporean viewers, to be there to support Singapore all as one.
Being part of an ecosystem, that has been very enjoyable, because honestly, if I were to go to the playoffs and I'm just going in, I cast, I'm done, I go home, honestly, that's kind of boring.
So whenever the audience members or the community members comes over and we just chat each other up, I think that's a very refreshing feeling, and the experience is different every season.
MPL Singapore itself wouldn't be possible without you guys. Every one of you are very important to us. And, like what we mentioned, come down every week if you guys can. I know you guys can be quite busy. Or during the playoffs, we are around and about. Just ask away and, have a chat with us. We're more than happy to chat with you guys. So I feel like you guys are really important for us. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart how much support that you guys have been pouring in towards us since season 1. So I really thank you guys.
And welcome back, friends and fans, right here of MPL SG Season 6. Things are heating up, quite literally, right here at Suntec City. Even though the sun has set, you know, the heat is definitely up in here. We see an influx of our wonderful fans here of MPL SG itself to catch the upper bracket playoffs, where we see the likes of Team Flash go head-to-head against Bleed eSports. I assure you, the roof of Suntec City is going to blow off right here with this match. On both sides, they have so many fans. We see Go Bleed, everything, KelVJ fans, I see. Wonderful stuff. And over on the other side, we have Team Flash's fans as well. Now, right here on the venue, we do have so many activities going on for all of our wonderful sponsors and activities from the booths and the teams themselves that you guys can engage. So yes, once again, if you have just ended work or even school, we highly encourage you guys to come on down and join us right here at Suntec City, because there's so many engaging activities. Meet your favorite teams and members, and of course, soak up the energy right here at Suntec City itself. Now, this match is leaving me breathless, really, because this is going to be a high-octane game that we're gonna be seeing. Team Flash, first of all, now they are a team that is put together from all different teams. That's why I personally call them Frankenstein Flash. And right now, during the season itself, they have proved themselves worthy, getting the top seed spot in the overall standings. Whereas on the other hand, we see Bleed eSports, veterans in their own rights. And right now, with the addition of KelVJ as well as Sagitnu, they are definitely turning up the heat over at the Land of Dawn. So what will happen later on, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know, but I sure am excited to find out, because stakes are high, fam. We're gonna expect the loser for this game itself to drop down to the lower brackets to grind, and that is definitely a marathon, not a sprint, and definitely not a position that any of the teams are going for. That's why it is still imperative that they hold on to that upper bracket spot. So without further ado, I would love to take this opportunity to introduce to you our wonderful teams. First up, Team Frankenstein Flash. So yes, friends, right here for Team Flash, heavy expectations are looming as they're deemed to be the favorites of this season. Will they be able to overcome the first big challenge, the first big hurdle in front of them? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash. Going up against Team Flash, we present to you Bleed eSports. Now, Bleed eSports boasts some, what you might say, the most experienced team with tons of accolades under each player's belt. Will they break the curse to regain the glory this time round? All will come true here in this match itself. So right now, teams on either side are giving their fist bumps, saying their friendly hellos. What happened? No friendly fist bumps anymore? All right, so it's still smiles all around. Right now, brothers in arms. But as they head on over to the Land of Dawn, all hell is going to break loose. It's already breaking loose on screen itself. I think they want to play for the opposite team. I don't know. In Singapore, we're so tight as a community that they're all friends, so it doesn't hurt to play for one another. But yes, they're now at their respective battle stations. And friends, all hell will break loose right here for this game. So we're gonna hand our time over to the casters. Take it away, friends.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Akong Amas, aunties and uncles here to Suntec City. We are at MPL SG season number 6 and we are at the playoff day number 1. And we saw an insane first match, we saw an insane second match, but this time we are in match number 3. good morning, and good afternoon. Sorry, I still in the morning days. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vertigo. With me here is Ryan Churros, and with here we have Kin Dofu, none other than himself. And you know, we have a nice test today. We have a nice games today. Great, amazing audience, left, right, up, and down.
This is going to be a very tough game to cast because, like, every time Vertigo is on here, I always feel like, oh man,
what's he gonna say?
Concentrate.
What's he gonna say?
What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say this time? But hey, guys, I'm super excited. The first two games were lower brackets. This time around, upper bracket semifinals. Huge matches. Lots at stake. They have 2 lives within each of these teams. But now we are going to be looking at both of these teams, starting with Team Flash.
Team Flash, we have our 5 famous heroes here, Vanix, Jay, Adamir, Hades, and Lawsy. Now, we've already seen the performance in the regular season, and I am very confident that this playoffs, they are going to be extremely hot and spicy.
Exactly, hot and spicy. Team Flash will bring the flame like a flash fire to your face. And, you know, we have Vanix, like Jay, Adamir, Hades, Lawsy. They have been almost undefeatable in the regular season. Top 1, sitting at the top of the table. Nice and comfy, and this time, can they bring down the Titans yet again? But you know, enough about Team Flash. Let's go to Team Bleed.
Now, mainstays, powerhouse, Deck in the goat lane, FMN mid, Sagitnu in the EXP lane, QVJ in the jungle, and JPL, our lovely JPL right here in the roam position. Now, they had a rough start in the regular season, but I call them the mainstay powerhouses because this team looks like they are a very scary bunch of individuals. But whether or not they have that 2 weeks to really solidify their synergy, solidify their composition, and work together as a unit, which is rather lacking in the regular season, remains to be seen right here.
Exactly, and I mean, both of them, Team Flash and Bleed eSports, they are both equally strong. They are both equally formidable, right? Team Flash, you know, they came in a flash. They came in a sudden last season, right? Suddenly top 2 out of nowhere.
Yep.
No one would have expected it, right? But, you know, enough about hyping them up. Let's see what their keys to victory is. Sorry, my brain is still... I'm still shocked by the second game, guys. I'm still so shocked. But Vanguard, amazing game to them. Big shout out to them as well. But let's take a look at the keys to victory here for Team Flash coming up on the screen. And it is going to be Hades. That, you know, Hades needs to buy time for Vanix to get his farm. And we all know Vanix is a title, not a player. You know, he has attained this title, right? He has made this title for himself. And, you know, not to forget to pick heroes to give Adamir more confidence. So we've seen Adamir, you know, going in, jumping into the fray, you know, giving a little bit of iffy timing here and there, but they all made it work, right? And, of course, to exploit Deck's MM position.
That's right. So when Vanix gets his power spike, his real-life power spike, right, Deck is going to be in a very vulnerable position, right? Now, I have to just give it to Deck. He has improved a lot. And, you know, a roll swap is not so simple, right?
Yeah.
But he has performed so well. So right now, Flash, as long as they can spoil Deck's game, I think Flash should have it in the bag.
Yeah, I do agree with you 100%. I mean, putting Vanix up against Deck is not an easy feat, especially for Deck. But speaking of Deck, let's look at Bleed eSports keys to victory. Now, first is watch out for KZP's unorthodox draft. This is something that Potato definitely needs to watch out for. And I think based on research, based on how they want to play the game, they have a resurgence of heroes that have never been picked before. You have stuff like the Gord coming in, the Valir coming in. This is something that Potato really has to watch out for in the draft. But out macroing Flash's aggressive playstyle. Now, with this international kind of experience comes a bit more confidence, especially within the macro plays. And JPL creates that space and opportunity for QVJ to really get his farm, get his power spikes in order for his team to really pop off. And lastly, pick utility jungle heroes for QVJ. I'm not sure if I agree with this. I feel like QVJ can pretty much play whatever he wants based on the team draft or composition, especially since, you know, assassin heroes are a much better pick to deny Vanix of really showing up and popping off in the late game.
Okay, so you're saying that he needs to spoil the game for the goal laner, right?
Yeah,
So he needs to take a Layla and EXP.
Layla and EXP?
Oh, I mean,
jokes.
KCP will take his fire and throw at you.
Hey, you know, there's a reason why Layla is the Starlight skin for this month.
Oh, that is
maybe. That's like Moonton's just like a hint to all of us. Layla is back in the meta, maybe?
Well, she has insane range, quite a bit of damage as well, but, you know. it remains to be seen. But of course, with that being said, I think there are some numbers we need to consider. Now, I think based on the performance of both teams so far, they should have pretty good stats as well, right? So I think let's consider Team Flashers first. They have had a very successful regular season, right? The stats will be popping up in a little bit, so let me just continue on this. Team Flash, I think they have the chance and the strength to be the champions of this season's MPL.
Yep, and take a look at the team head-to-head right now. You know, let's ignore the heroes ban and pick as for right now, but let's take a look at the first tower rate, 65% to 61%. So Flash, they're very macro heavy, right? But take a look at Bleed. First objective rate with 61%. Yes, they're trying very hard. Yes, they're doing very well in terms of KDA and as well as total damage dealt, but Bleed, they lack in macro a lot, right? They have that lacking for them.
In my honest opinion, though, Flash and Bleed, Titans versus Titans, is sort of like a battle of the Filipino import jungle.
Yeah.
So Hades versus QVJ, whether or not they are able to sustain and obtain the first objective is very, very crucial for the team's success, especially to create space for both of their marksmen on either sides to really get their power spikes and get that farm going. Both of which have very, very similar playstyles as well.
Yep, so I think the main question here for both teams is, do they want to take note of these statistics or not, right? So does Team Flash focus more on getting the towers, getting the macro game in play, or do they want to contest more towards those turtles and lords, the neutral objectives, right? Because based on the stats itself, both teams are very focused on different things. But the outcome is always mostly favorable to Flash, who has won most of their games, if not all, in the regular season as well.
Ooh, I mean, taking a look at the old game as well, right? Their previous game, their previous matchup as well. You know, Vanix on the Bruno, Vanix on the carry as well as the Bruno again. I think Flash want to prioritize this Bruno as much as possible, right? Right?
Yeah.
Even with the new patch, the new buff, and the nerf as well, I feel that, you know, they do stand a chance with this Bruno. I mean, the carry didn't really work out for Flash, right? So KZP is kind of rethinking the carry again. What went wrong? You know, what are the different little holes? But, you know, let's take a look at the talent prediction that is going to be coming up on your screen right now. What have we predicted?
Yours.
Oh, what? Oh, you interested in mine?
Because it's like the Vertigo effect. Vertigo always chooses the team that will lose. So...
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so today Kin will be playing me and I'll be playing Kin. You know, I'm on the Bleed train here. I still give them the 2-1, right? It's gonna be an insane 2-1 for sure towards Bleed, in my opinion. But that's purely my opinion.
Okay, so this is our prediction. We have the audience prediction later on. So
Yeah.
maybe just to put it into context, why do you guys choose Bleed?
Why do I choose Bleed? I mean, 2 Filipinos over 1 Filipino, it's better, right? Just kidding. I'm joking. But, you know, I really like Bleed. They're very stable. They're very stable.
But I do agree with you, though. They are very stable, and it does look like they have all the top players from each position going in. But in the regular season, they were sort of like moving around like headless chickens. They don't have much communication, but 2 weeks is a lot of time. When they come together and they play together as a unit, there's going to be a lot of changes into the playoffs as well.
Exactly.
Well, let's take a look at the audience prediction first and take a look at the stats itself.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's mostly going towards Team Flash still. So they agree with me on this point.
Yeah.
You know, that's good reasoning, good logic on that, right? So now let me explain why I think Team Flash looks better on the numbers itself, right? I think Team Flash, they had a very successful regular season.
Oh yeah,
and
they do.
I don't think they are a team that loses consistency, right?
Oh.
These are players with a wealth of experience. Vanix having played in multiple teams as well, and we have Lousy, who comes not just from RSG, he had success at RSG as well, right? So all of these factors add on, and you know, to me, they are a very huge monster. This season, I feel personally, is their season, so that's why I picked Team Flash.
But honestly, statistics don't lie. Flash was the first seed, Bleed was the last seed in the upper brackets, leading them up into this position right now. But at the end of the day, Bleed has a lot of experience going in since the start of Season 1 as Evos, and then moved over into Slate, and then right now into Bleed eSports. They have quite a lot of changes. It kind of seems like they are a new kind of Bleed, but in this case, there is always one mainstay, which is JPL. With that wealth of experience, he's sort of like having like this Bleed daycare where he takes care of his
He takes care of his kids.
Daddy
JPL.
He takes care of his kids, and Daddy JPL is a really fitting title for him.
Yeah, I mean, literally, right? Like, we've seen JPL from ages ago up till now. We've seen him from a young boy to a big boy, an even bigger boy right now, right? The Cho on this JPL is definitely going to be hot contested along with Lousy.
I feel like they're gonna ban it.
They
I
have to
feel
ban it,
they
right?
have to ban it.
So
yeah.
whoever's going to be first pick, I think they should leave the Cho open for themselves, and or whoever's on second pick, they have to ban out Cho. And enough of that, let's take a look at the drafting phase right now. First thing is going to be that Fanny. They do not want Hades Fanny no matter what. Especially the Joy. We've seen how Hades perform on the Joy. They should be able to ban out the Joy as well. But no, they're going to go for the Fredrin ban. I mean, look at the previous game as well. You know, we see Flash on the first pick. You know, previously they banned out the Yutong and the Angela as well as the Fanny and the Fredrin. But this time they're going to ban away the Rafaela.
Something that speaks out to me is the Yuzhong being prioritized in the ban pool. And
Yeah.
MPLPH, they also prioritize the Yuzhong pick, the Yuzhong ban, which is something that I think both teams are looking forward to play against. You have that Yuzhong. If you pair it up against a very strong support roam, a doctor, if you will, or a sort of like guardian angel, that Yuzhong can never die, and you can always find the right targets on the back lines.
Exactly. I want to say as well, right? The reason for this Yutong ban as well is because of their previous matchup. Bleed has won Flash because of this Yutong, right? They played the Yutong Kufra and the Matilda slips through. Okay, but Potato knows this. Potato knows this. He's not running on a Potato PC, not running on a Potato clock.
Nolan's open. Will
Nolan
we see
is
a
open.
debut of Nolan?
Yeah, but we haven't had any teams picked up Nolan.
No, it's
yet,
always
right?
banned. It's always banned out. First
Yep,
two
so-
games is perma banned.
Yeah, so
right now it's slipped out.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Bleed will pick up this Nolan as for right now, but the Matilda is going to be so detrimental to Team Bleed, right? It gets you in fight, it gets you out of fights, you know, very good disengage, very good engage as well. But what will Bleed do here? Is Lousy going to go for the Matilda roam, or is that going to be a Matilda mid? Hopefully, it has to be the Matilda roam, right?
I think Valentina will be a very, very comfortable pick for the side. Yeah, Valentina first pick.
And the Nolan!
Oh,
yeah.
okay, it comes
And the Nolan.
true.
Yep, there's a
So-
2 for 2 for me.
Yep, so we'll see the potential fracture with that
Oh, you're wasting no
huge
time.
damage
Wow,
coming in for Bleed as
instant.
well.
They know what's gonna happen. They're gonna snap pick up this Lancelot as well as the Edith. So it might be a Edith roam and the Matilda mid, or it could be a Edith EXP and a Matilda roam. But you know, the Valentina pick as well as the Nolan. It is very good for them to pick this up because of this Valentina. What can this Valentina do? What can IMU be stolen with? They're not gonna steal anything except for the Circling Eagle. What else can you take now? Flash is playing into Bleed's hands.
You have the Primal Rav.
Yep, exactly.
That's all.
Deal
Only
a
the
lot of
Primal
damage.
Yeah, but that's all you have. You only have the Primal Rev
Yeah,
or
remember-
the Circling Eagle. So it puts Bleed in a position where, hey, you know, this Valentina, what else can we do with it? Like, how much value can we gain from this?
I think it's just the early game burst and early game wave clear just to give a lot of space to
Fight for
QVJ,
the
and of
ultimate
course the Hilda
ransom
comes up
is there.
because you're facing up against an assassin. You're not going to want to give Hades an easy time in the jungle. You want to be able to have that Lancelot work for his meal, work for his keep.
Yeah, this Hilda actually going to enable the jungler on the side of Bleed quite a lot, because if you have a Hilda chasing you down, more often than not, you're going to lose a little bit of farm in the jungle. This means lesser EXP, a slower growth of your jungler, which would be quite detrimental to Hades, right? Because he's going against a Nolan. And Nolan, as we all know, if you give him a good start, the amount of burst he can do with his skills, especially his ultimate, the Fracture, that's a lot of damage that is AoE within that very small circle, or the cross.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you
I
will.
would rather, you know, Nolan's passive is much stronger than a Fracture, right? The Fracture is a little bit of a disengage for him to get right out and leave the marks on the floor as well. But they're going to ban out that Valir. I would say it's a very good ban from Bleed. Take a look at what they're having. They're having a Hilda, a Nola, and a Valentina. All in your face. They're literally walking right up to your face, rushing your backlines, and they do not want a Valir denying them from, you know, closing that gap, closing up that space. So they have to ban the Valir away. Very good ban coming out from Potato here. Big brains coming out.
It's all about the range game, identifying the threats. And Bleed, they understand their objective. They're like 5 men on a mission, and their mission is to choke Hades out. They identified that Hades is a threat. As long as Hades is working for his keep, he's struggling in the jungle, Vanix will not have an easy time farming up towards his power specs. Now, Flash, on the other hand, they are prioritizing the EXP lane. Prioritizing the EXP lane, getting Adamir a little bit more comfortable within this Edith, or it might not even be this Edith.
Yeah, banning out the Arlet, I mean, yes, there is a buff towards Arlet in this particular patch, so I think that's why they don't want to kind of enable LVJ too much. Right?
Yeah, I mean, with the final sweep as well, right? Just
Yeah,
suddenly
cooldown
popping
reduction.
right in your face, just swings you over and just denies you. And final slash, sorry. The final slash comes in and sweeps you off your feet. There we go. Sweeps you off your feet. You know, this position your whole team and denies that, you know, that nice formation that you're about to go on.
You know, we talked about like Vanix being one of the mainstays of Flash and being one of the core threats that Bleed has to watch out for. I don't see Bleed actually focusing fire on banning out Vanix's heroes. Why is that so, Kin?
I'm not sure. I mean, they already have an answer, right? They have the Hilda running you down, Valentina as well as the Nolan to close that gap, right? They're not afraid of the Bruno.
There are many different ways you can play this game, right?
Yeah.
So if the goal laner is not going to be focused, as we have already seen, at least in the first half of this draft, the focus is making life as easy as possible, right, for KLVJ, right? This jungler, once he gets that spike, it doesn't really matter if your gold laner has a good game or not, because if it's in the early to mid game, the farm is not yet up. And that's where KLVJ really can go ham.
Yeah, very, very good lockdown right there, right? Like taking out the Alet, taking out the Pakido. They are denying a Sagitnu here on the EXP. Oh, sorry, KLVJ on the EXP. And, you know, taking out that Pakido as well as the Alet, they did that in their third game. Yeah, they did that in the third game in their previous matchup. Few weeks ago, I would say.
I see a trend over here. It's
right?
about taking out heroes that has the possibility to flank their backline if you're not careful enough. So Bleed will solidify their first, second phase draft with the Irithel. Flash would very well go for the Bruno. It worked out
Yeah,
well
I think they have to
before.
go for the Bruno.
And then they have to find something that would target the Hilda or be a very defensive position for the Hilda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually just very concerned about Bleed's lineup because the way that Team Flash is drafted, it is actually quite easy for them to protect their goal laner. You can see the draft by Bleed, right? They have this very divey composition. They can get to your backlines. But they are going to mitigate that from the side of Team Flash because there is the guiding wind.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So at any point in time, they might actually allow Bleed to overcommit and be in a horrible position where they can catch out the backline members of Bleed and keep their own safe.
Yep, and they're going to go with the Ixia instead. And I was just talking about this with the Terizla as well. The Ixia Matilda combo. Do you know the combo, Churros?
Yeah. Guiding wind
disgusting.
into the
full barrage. Yeah, so you open up the full barrage, pull out the guiding wind, and you have so much space covered.
Didn't we see
with the
this
penalty
in
zone?
Onyx ID?
Yeah, Onyx did.
Onyx
did
ID,
it, yeah.
Keyboy and CW. That was crazy.
It's
it was
crazy. I love what Flash is picking up right now, but they do have one last slot for Bleed to solidify their lineup with the cherry on top.
It's the EXP lane right here. You can very well go back into Khalid, early game pressure onto Lancelot, or I think Khalid would be one of the better choices over here. You
the
can set
Terizla
up
got
in the
banned
late
out,
game too.
Yeah, I mean the Terizla got banned out, but the Xbox is still open too.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean the Xbox would
Totally
be,
slipped my mind.
Yeah, Xbox would rush into the backline and Bleed did play Flash played the Xbox, right, in the previous game. There we go. I am a beast.
There we go. You are the beast.
I am a beast.
You are the beast. And now the draft is set. Both teams, they have their objectives. Flash, they want to protect Vanix, get Lord Vanix up to speed, let him get his power spikes, and slowly but surely try to protect Hades from the wrath that JPL will bring onto them. For Bleed, on the other hand, they want to choke out the jungle.
Okay, I'm going to offer you guys one more chance. Do you want to change your prediction?
I'm not changing.
I'm sticking to my guts.
I'm sticking to my guts too, right? The Faraga armor is going to do so much damage mitigation. But let's take a look at the crowd here on the right side of the stage and the left side of the stage. Everyone give your nice warm cheers to the team that you're going to be supporting. Either
Team
Flash
Bleed
or Team Bleed. And it looks like Team Bleed are looking a little more lively here.
There's another in the crowd too.
Yeah, they're waving to us as well. Hi to you guys, but enough about that. Let's go into game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen, for Team Flash up against Bleed eSports playoff day number 1. I'm excited. I'm still going Bleed here, guys. I'm still going Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely looking to draw that first blood away from Flash because the way that Flash is going to be playing, they're going to snowball pretty hard, right? But of course, on the flip side, on the side of Bleed, they do have this option. Once the Hilda gets the slowdown onto the jungler, which is Hades, it could be a much better game for Bleed.
Okay, Retribution popped by Hades. JPL just doing the Lord's work. Opening up, trying, just saving. Okay, doesn't have the sprint, has the Purify right there, so he will be able to get out safe just for now. But does look like QVJ starting the engaged, aggression coming in from Bleed. That is what we talked about in the draft.
Yep, and so this is the game plan, right? They want to focus on making the game extremely easy for the jungler. JPL, he's not going to be bothered.
Wow. He's not bothered at all. I mean, that's the whole persona of JPL as well, right? He's just walking up into your jungle, you know, just giving vision to your team, giving information all the way to Bleed, and that's what are they going to do with this information? Can they capitalize on this? It is constant information feeding from JPL. JPL is a literal dictionary.
Flash, though, I think they are a little bit more passive, which is part of their game plan. Just wait for Vanis to get up to speed, wait for Lancelot, wait for Hades to get up to speed, and then try to look for this easy pickoffs. You have a very, very easy access into the backlines. You have easy mobility out of skirmishes, but it does look like Nolan, QVJ on that top side, almost taking on Hades. Timely Thorn Rose saves his life.
Yep,
Wow.
yeah, they committed a fracture as well. So right now, it's not looking too good for both teams because they've expended quite important skills with the turtle actually going to be spawning up in the next 4 to 5 seconds. And one of the things you will notice Blade is doing is they're putting so much focus on that EXP lane. They don't want to allow this Terizla to come and help in that turtle rush as well.
Exactly, but if we can take a look at here, KLVJ just going into the purple buff, trying to steal it away, and the lockdown is going to be beginning right here on the side of Bleed, but Jay, very well done here.
Actually takes a Primal Wrath, so Flash has to be very careful about over-engaging here.
Yeah, I do notice too, it is going to be Edith mid lane. Yeah, my brain just clicked, I was like, wait, it's an Edith mid lane. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to
Jay's
be
on the
Edith mid lane as well as a Matilda roam. And the flip back onwards all the way down onto Sagit Nudo, but Ferraga armor is going to get broken all the way back. And take a look at JPL, constantly knocking down onto Lawsy, denying Lawsy of any information at all. And that is what JPL is doing well.
Just hit level 4, QVJ at level 6. He might very well go for this turtle, but actually he has other plans. The turtle is just being used as bait. He just wants to lure Adamir out of his lane, try to get enough time for the bottom side just to clear up, get that farm, and get that gold advantage. So early game, very, very clear for B.
Jay?
Yeah, that's the game plan. They want to make sure that Jay does not have as much health as possible, and this is going to, make him a bit scared to really join that turtle dance itself. You can see Bleed is just buying time. They want to get the extra EXP. They want to make it so that Flash doesn't have the easiest time to start an engagement for this turtle.
Yeah, I mean, they're all rushing for their level 4s right now, right? They want to secure on the turtle. Bleed wants to get their level 4 to secure the turtle in any skirmish that comes their way, as well as Flash. Flash, they want their level 4 as well.
We got that information. Adamir just waiting for the right time. Penalty zone onto QVJ.
Oh.
He gets the retribution.
Gets the retribution down as well, but all the way it's going to be a 2-man knockup, and Jay forced to use the primary ref all the way into the back, but Last Insanity going to burst down onto Hades and Adamir. Is it going to be enough? Adamir goes down. That's going to be first blood all the way into KLVJ's hands as well. So the turtle with the first blood into Bleed hands.
And this is where you're going to start seeing the game swing very heavily into Bleed's lineup here. This is the power spike that they're waiting for with the extra EXP and the shield as well. JPL is just going to chase them all day.
Oh, JPL though, but he gets the onward, but he denies it with the Purify as well. Not even a sprint Hilda. This is a Purify Hilda. Earth Shatter onwards is not going to face JPL. Back to 50% HP just that instant. JPL on this Hilda is a annoying bug.
And that's going to achieve a couple of things as well, right? Adding with the fact that Deck has the Purify as well, JPL is one of the things that he's going to try and achieve is to get them to waste all of these crowd control skills on him and use the Purify to get it out, which means that it will be a favorable team fight for Bleed if the engagement happens.
Exactly, and the orange buff already stolen, circling Eagle down onto JPL, but look at how tanky this boy is! He's tanking everything up. Last Insanity comes in, Lawsy runs low, but down goes Jay, down goes Hades. It's going to be a 2-man take right here.
A very, very different Bleed. They're revving up to high gear, increasing the intensity. QVJ living in Flash's jungle. Look at their own jungle, untouched. He's making his rounds, getting a lot of information, getting a lot of experience right from that get-go. This is how you use that Nolan. Incredible. So he's building that War Axe first. He wants to stay within that fight. So I think this might be a semi-tank Nolan.
It might be
similar build.
Yeah.
Similar build to
he's
Tank
going,
Lancelot.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to go for that Sky Guardian helmet already, but the tier 1 top turret is going to go down, and I have to take a look at Deck's item as well, right? Already having the Husk Claw with the Steel Legs, but Vanix already securing the Corrosive Scythe, and probably going to go for DHS next.
Turtle spawned up, Bleed, trying to get more information. So Gitnu knows that Adamir is not at the bottom lane. Adamir being spotted out by QVJ.
but they're trying to zone him out. FMM is left all alone. Hades.
Oh, Hades though runs a little low. KelVJ able to dash right out, and Enemy is going to be taking a little bit of a hit, but the last Insanity gets cancelled. Lawsy all the way back trying to catch out onto FMM, but take a look at this. Deck is going to be coming in with a heavy crossbow as well. Penalty zone comes in, but FMM is going to get his knock up all the way in. KelVJ runs away, but no, he's going to get taken down by Vanix. It's going to be a 1-for-2 here in favor of Bleed. Turtle still untouched.
Yeah, but KelVJ is dead now for the next 16 seconds, so Bleed needs to buy a lot of time for the team to allow KelVJ to come back and get it started on the turtle once again. Vanix already at level 8. You can see he is hitting this power spike already.
So just got that Ice Queen one. I'm just interested in the itemizations for the side of Flash. How far are they behind? Especially since JPL is constantly being that annoying mosquito that's difficult to slap, but Circling Eagle!
Oh, Circling Eagle is going to get cancelled away by Lawsy. I mean, that's the beauty of Matilda, right? That Matilda grants you so much escape and disengage, but the onwards going to get flipped up by Jay, but no, he's going to get denied FMM with the nice micro play coming in from this Valentina as well.
Oh, Bleed has to be very careful here. Right now, Vanix has the full barrage, and based on what kind of damage that he was able to resist from JPL, I think it's getting a little bit scarier because JPL isn't as strong and beefy as Team Bleed would like him to be.
We're seeping into that late game. Bleed should be looking to get one person on the offside, trying to maintain lane pressures on all 3 lanes. Sagitnu just chunking down lots of help from Lawsy, forced to retreat right now.
Yep, and Sagitnu on this X-Bolt is pretty strong, I have to say. But let's take a look at this. Hades onto the backline, trying to catch out onto the Lethal Wanderer. They do get their Lethal, but they're going to instantly get it out. They do not... They're trying to deny as much information from Flash as possible, right? They're trying to suffocate them. They're trying to block them out with the Fog of War as well. But Anime takes a lot of damage, 50% HP here. But Hades to the rescue. They're going to be jumping in onto Hades, though. But Hades is going to use the triangle, trying to go right in. But Jay gets pulled in, and the onward comes in with the Earth Shatter as well. But they're going to... Sagitnu is going to be able to walk right out, and Lawsy with the Circling Eagle as well. But the last Insanity is going to cancel that out. What a play from Sagitnu, using the last Insanity to cancel out that Circling Eagle.
Both teams, they push and they pull. They're just trying to receive information, and this is the time where the Matilda has a lot of sustained capabilities. I think the Flask of the Oasis is it has been built up. He has favor, so this Matilda is going to be very valuable within a lot of these team fights. But Bleed has been successful as well in trying to lure Flash out of a lot of these split pushes.
Yep, they're doing everything correctly. At this point right now, they have close to a 4,000 goal lead. Not only that, they're playing the macro game so well. They've taken 3 turrets already as it stands now. So Flash a little bit lost because right now the map is extremely dark for them.
Yep, I mean the map is pretty dark on the side of Flash right now. But let's take a look at the players go. Deck, KelVJ, all the way on the top of the net worth right there. Following closely behind is going to be Vanix at 5.7k, and as well as Hades. So they're a little bit behind, I would say. Bleed, they do have the 4k advantage in their favor as well. But take a look at the minimap. Constantly, all you see is heroes on the mid lane. They're protecting their turrets because that mid lane opens up a can of worms. It gives you all that mobility. It opens up the map for your team. That mid lane turret is so important. Flash do not want to lose that.
But JPL just giving reconnaissance work, just being a nuisance to Hades.
Yep, and the triangle is going to deny that damage coming up from JPL as well. But the Lord is going to get started right now at 50% HP.
Team Flash might be surprised by Deck here. He already has that Berserker's Fury. If he gets in a position, Team Flash might get melted instantly.
Yep, and taking away the Lethal Wanderer. There we go, and it is going to be a little dark on the side of Flash as well. Lawsy takes a lot of HP, but JPL jumping right in. Oh! The big Earth Shatter coming in from Sagitnu. Sagitnu going to the back line as well. But take a look at this, Hades. Hades runs a little low. Hades trying to go for that steal, but no. It's going to be into Bleed hands, and a big killing spree coming out, though. Looks like Flash, they're trying to trade it back. They're going to be able to get a double kill, and Daddy Vanix right there with a big double kill. And just like that, I have to say, Flash, they were smart. Although they have lost the Lord, they managed to get something back in return.
It's all about trades right here. Flash lost the Lord, but they tried as much as they can. Their goal is to just protect Lord Vanix. As long as he can deal that damage, Bleed will suffer.
Yeah, but it's quite difficult for Team Flash at this point, right? Yes, they did well with the trade, but nobody was able to touch Deck in that fight, and that's a problem for Team Flash. They need someone to go in. And, you know, with the Matilda combo, it's a bit risky because if you're going to be diving Deck, you're exposing your own backlines towards the entirety of Bleed as well.
Exactly, and right now, Bleed, they do have the Lord marching in onto the top lane, and they're just trying to get the mid lane opened up for themselves right now on the side of Bleed. But a big of Shadow coming out from Jay, the Conceal comes out, Saginu just trying to zone Adamir, and Jay right back, and the top turret is going to go down. There we go, and Bleed, they are just trying to make use of this Lord as much as they can. Two-man stun right here on the side onto FMM and JPL, and the tier 2 goes down as well. And right there, Bleed regains back that goes into 4.6k.
This base rush was so pivotal for Bleed. This solidifies their role on top of Flash, but we've been in this position thousands and thousands of times before. Bleed in the regular season had so much trouble closing out the games, even with teams in the lower brackets. Now, we have to ask ourselves, is Bleed ready to close out the game? And what do they need to do? They have one chance, one opportunity to seize anything they ever wanted. Would they capture it or would they let it slip?
Oh, not again. Ryan back at it again with the puns and the memes. I love it. And right now, as you can see, Bleed, they're just playing it slow. They are very disciplined. And I have to say, if you were to compare, in the likes of Vanguard, Evil, Bleed, Flash, there's a very stark difference, right? They have a lot of discipline, right? Bleed and Flash, they both have very strong discipline. They do not overstay their welcome. They do not overpush. They stay, they get the fight, they come in and they go out. That's all they need to do.
Yeah, but Bleed needs to close the game quickly because the power spike will start to fall off towards the late game as well.
The play here for Flash, identify the win condition in this late stage of the game. It's deck, it's FMM. As long as they take them out of the way, there is a window of opportunity that they can use this Vanix to go straight into that fray and continue the cycling.
Yep, a big steal from KelVJ as well, denying and suffocating Flash. And take a look at this. Hades runs a little low. KelVJ still very tanky. Lawsy or activates the circling eagle with Jay. Are they going to go for the bait though? But it's going to be a 2-man. They're walking into 5 members of Bleed. They're going to be able to get caught out right here. Jay runs low, but a full barrage off FMM running into the backline with the penalty zone, trying to catch out onto Flash as well. But he's going to go down. Deck trying to chunk down onto Hades as well. But no, it's going to be FMM that's going to be downed.
Oh, Vanix is still left open. It's so well protected by all the members of Flash. You're just hanging back, just waiting for Vanix to unleash that full barrage onto Bleed. Bleed, though, a little bit too close for comfort on that one.
That was a little bit of a misplay as well, right? FMM jumps in with a penalty zone, but there was no follow-up because of Jay on this either with the Primal Rage as well, denying and stunning out onto Bleed, denying that follow-up from FMM's stolen penalty zone.
And with that, what I'm telling you is Bleed has a couple more chances left. Once it hits that 15-minute mark, it's going to be hard.
Up 2-man Earth Shadow all the way in, but Sagino is going to get up. Oh, he's going to be able to break that Faraga armor. And they're going to be still standing nice and strong. JPL here gets the Earth Shadow into the face. But take a look at Lawsy here, just trying to zone them out. KelVJ trying to go for the 50-50 steal. It is going to be, they're going to have a numbers advantage here. But JPL jumping all the way into the backline, trying to chunk everything up from them. But that's going to be a big mistake. But the Lord is going to get resetted right here. They do have the numbers advantage as well. But what can Bleed do? Can they tank this up? Sagino and KelVJ, they are pretty tanky. Lawsy goes for the circling eagle, but he's going to cancel it away. But can they steal it?
KelVJ is just waiting.
KelVJ,
he's diving in.
KelVJ diving in, he runs low, full barrages come out, but no, he's going to go into the hands of Flash as well, but Vanning takes down, it's going to be a big 1-for-3 trade right here. Deck not being able to deny the turret take as well, but Hades runs low, goes for the triangle as well, but he's going to get chunked down. Deck runs very low with a 1 HP, gets pulled in. Lawsy runs a little bit low, but no problem to that, and just like that, take a look at the goal, guys. Equal sequels.
Yeah, it's going to be just a cut down. They take all of the money out of the pockets here. Team Flash, this is what I was talking about. Bleed, they had that chance and they needed to capitalize on it. So it's really difficult. Right now, the game is definitely going to go back into Flash's favors. And Bleed, they have to start hanging on.
Well, the challenge is how to get to Vanix. You can use JPL, just open that map, open up Vanix's location, try to get the rest of Bleed over onto Vanix, but it's not so easy. You have 4 members at all times just protecting, hunkering down onto Vanix. It's so hard to get into him. He's had a perfect game so far, 5-0-3. Bleed needs to forget this defense. This is so critical for them.
Yep, they need that defense, right? They need to deny this Lord push, but the Lord is going to be charging up, and what can Bleed do right here? Penalty zone is going to get stolen. The Lord is going to be marching in, but look at Flash. So disciplined. They're going to go for the mid turret take instead.
Well, Bleed had the chance, but they couldn't capitalize on it. And
now,
now
KelVJ is going to get pulled all the way back, but Sagino comes in with the last insanity. He's going to pop his Faraga armor, going all the way back just to deny their little push and deny the minions coming in from the mid wave as well. And Flash instantly turns it around.
The sustain coming in from Vanix makes it so much harder, and to add on fuel to that fire, Lalzi is right there at all times, just protecting Vanix, and Vanix funneling to infinity and beyond.
Yep.
Oh, I'm not sure about you guys, but I'm pretty confident about what Bleed is feeling.
Ooh, the Purify though. The Purify, no onwards. It's going to be a 3-man penalty zone coming in from FMM all the way in. Last Insanity as well. But take a look at Flash. Flash, Adamir runs low. He's going to be able to pop down his immortality as well. But KVJ runs low. Deck, take a look at Deck. Deck against Lawsy. Who's going to win? Lawsy is going to go down by Adamir jumping into the backline. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Adamir runs low. KVJ able to get right out. Hades able to dash right out though. But he do have the Faraga armor on the side of Sagitnu. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 here on the side of Flash and Bleed. Intense games.
Massive find by FMM, but Flash, they are overturning all these situations. They were speedy on that reaction. At the very least, Bleed actually found Vanix and shut him down just for a little bit, giving them a little bit of lease of life as of now.
Yep, it's going to be a close to a 1,000 goal lead for the side of Flash, and this is what I'm talking about, right? As the late game comes, it's going to be Team Flash in favor. Now, the main thing is here, let's take a look at the X here, who's going to be played by Lord Vanix.
Yeah.
Lord Vanix already has most of his core items. If not, no, it is a full completion.
Yeah, full
along
completion.
with the Wind of Nature as well.
Yeah, he have the Sea Halberd, you know, the Malefic Roar, Wind of Nature, Demon Hunter Sword as well, the Corrosive Scythe as well as the Swift Boots.
Well,
so this is going to be a full attack speed, yeah.
You could sell off his Swift Boots, get a BOD, get a lot more damage. That's going to be heal him a lot more, especially when it comes to team fights, as long as he keeps his position safe.
Yep, he only has one thing he needs to focus on, just landing the perfect Star Helix during the full barrage. And that will be it. That it will be the bane of Bleed's existence right there.
Oh, what a play so far. Lord Dance ensuing QVJ, pulling the Lord over to the side. Adamir trying to get as much vision as possible. You got a penalty zone by FMM.
That's the key game changer, right? I mean, using the IMU to take away the penalty zone as well, trying to deny that. But take a look at where JPL and Hades is.
Are they actually going to give it up?
No, I don't think they're going to give it up, though. They do have the Retribution, but Retribution goes down. He misses though, but no problem. He's going to be in a penalty zone, but the full barrage comes out as well. FMM, KVJ runs low, but Jay able to take down onto KVJ as well. But Deck, oh no, what are you doing? You're on the wrong side of the map, Deck. All the way, is he going to be able to get out? No, with a flicker as well. Lossy takes down onto Deck, but no, Deck goes down. Bleed, they're at a man disadvantage right now, but they do have the Lord marching down into the mid lane as well.
A grave mistake by Deck. The positioning, KVJ running for his life, running for the hills. He gets sandwiched. Oh, he gets taken out. Vanix is out.
But KVJ goes down as well into the bottom lane, but it's going to be a big recall right there. Then they're going to have the Lord marching into the mid lane right now, and it is going to be opened up by Bleed. Very well played there, and very, very disciplined play. They're not going to go for the end, though. They do have a man disadvantage because of this KVJ's loss into the bottom lane, just trying to pull and give that space. Trying to give them the space though, but JPL jumping in, trying to catch down onto J though, but Primal Rage is going to get stolen away by FMM.
The massive find, keeping Bleed still on the scoreboard. They're not out of the woods yet. Bleed needs to maintain this lead. They need to maintain it for 120 seconds. Try to push in all three waves. Get Flash to just disperse themselves. Try to get Flash a little bit more disoriented with the defense.
Yep, with the Primal Rev being stolen away by FMM here. I don't think it's going to do much as compared to the penalty zone, right? The penalty zone is just such a impactful skill to use.
Yeah, to add on to that, one of the things that makes Primal Wrath very dangerous is the ability to stand in front of your opponents and just go ham, right? Just let loose. But Bleed right now, they are struggling kind of trying to protect the backline. Deck, as you have seen in the previous fight, he was left alone. He was trying to kite the team, and it really cost them the entire fight. So, Bleed, I don't think Primal Wrath was the play here, but we never know. Bleed, a very surprising team when it comes to team fights as well.
Yep, we never know as well. Let's take a look at the damage down right here. Vanix with 85k already. And, closely following suit behind is going to be FMM with 63k. So take a look at Vanix's damage here. He is the title. He is the Lord.
I mean, that fight, Deck wanted to go from that flank, but he was left all alone. There was no sustain. He timed his Wind of Nature just right. He almost made it out alive, but Vanix was always there with Lawsy. You have additional sustain on top of your lifesteal just to get out of a lot of these flanks coming in from Bleed. So Flash, they really need to hunker down, try to protect Vanix and play around him this time around. GPL gets knocked up. Won't commit onto any fights as of yet. 30 seconds until Lord spawns up. Bleed trying to maintain that wave priority.
Yep, and right now, Flash and Bleed, they're neck and neck, right? And both the mid lane has already been opened up on the side of Flash. Bleed top lane has already been opened up right now. And one fight, it's all it takes.
Stallion Scythe though being bought out by Jay, so he is gonna have quite a lot of damage. Every single time he uses a skill, it's gonna cause him a lot of pain. So they need to be very wary for deck, because if this Edith, Mr. J, gets his hands on deck, you can be rest assured that deck is not gonna have a fun time at all.
Yeah, I mean, deck is gonna get shredded down insanely fast as well, and there's no penalty zone being taken up by FMM right now. Lord Dance is gonna get started. Hades just flashing away, but Sakino runs a little low. He gets the knockup though. Faraka armor is gonna get broken out. He's gonna be able to get the dash right out. FMM though trying to push a little bit down on the damage as well. Take a look at JPL. JPL just hunkering down the wave, just pushing and holding out onto the waves. But what can Bleed do? As you can see on the side of the bottom right, we do see the Flash, team holding team room as well. They're just watching on and cheering their team on from the sidelines as well. 50% HP is going to be onto the Lord as well. Lawsy pops in, circling Eagle, but he's going to get cancelled. FMM though, FMM is going to get caught out. It's going to be a very bad bet. All the way back in, but no, the Lord runs low. There we go, and it's gonna be into Hades' hands. Sakino runs low. He does have his Faraga armor. He does have the immortality though, but FMM is gonna go down. Vanix runs low, but Vanix is gonna be able to survive with the immortality still up and running. Adamir runs low. Immortality still available right here. Hades trying to run in.
KLVJ.
They're playing fire. They're playing fire. QVJ from the back line.
Into the back line, able to pop down onto Vanix with him. Oh, takes down the immortality. What a ton of events here on the side of Bleed. That's a big, big take.
Playing to the T on
What a
that
change.
immortality. Both teams making sure that they had the full efficiency of that item itself. So now Bleed, another lifeline has been given to them because they managed to clear a majority of Team Flash.
Wow, 3-for-1 take here. What a big, big fight, right? Flash, they were winning instantly right there and then. They did take the Lord, but Bleed turns it around instantly. This is what Flash did in 5 minutes of the game. 5 minutes of the game, this is what Flash did.
Oh, massive play by Flash. They at the very least, they got that Lord. So it buy them some time for Vanix to come back online and try again.
Yep, buy them that little bit of time to go back again. And their team fight, Bleed barely manages to get out alive, right? They managed to get 3 members out, and Flash, they managed to get the Lord. It's going to be a 50-50 yet again.
It was a wasted Lord though, I must say, because you take down that Lord, you didn't sync up the waves, you don't have your marksman at your possession just to push down all the 2 other waves. So tier 3 is still standing up strong. This is still an 18-minute Lord.
Yeah, so one of the things that is happening in this team fights is at every single team fight, Bleed manages to get their hands on Vanix. And you can see the fights are extremely close. So the one thing I'm waiting for actually is if Flash can set up the situation where Vanix is totally protected. It could be a very huge fight for Team Flash.
Yeah, the main priority for Bleed right now is Vanix, right? Vanix is dishing out so much damage. He's shredding every single person right down. On the side of Bleed as well, KLVJ as well as JPL, they're not going to be able to even tank up this strong boy.
Yeah, Brute Force Breastplate being bought out by KLVJ and Oracle being picked up by the Xbox as well. So there is quite a bit more survivability. That's what they're trying to survive, which is the damage that's being dished out by Vanix. If I'm not wrong, he's still top of the table on in terms of the damage output. Right now, there's a couple of things on the map that Bleed needs to watch out for, right? Flash definitely want to break that tier 3 in the mid. That's going to be a lot of pain and difficulty for Bleed because the next Lord is going to be coming up in the next 25 seconds. If they don't manage their waves well, it could cost Bleed this game 1.
I think Flash, they need to be a little bit more proactive. It kind of seems like Bleed is always the first one to make that first move. The penalty zone from FMM, and then JPL follows up. You get the last Insanity. Then Flash needs to run for the hills. Flash needs to stand their ground. They need to be a very, very active team, especially when it comes to team fights. Lord coming online.
Yep, and a big penalty zone already stolen away by FMM here. And it is going to go into the hands of FMM, and we've seen how much of a tide turner it can be, right? And all it takes is for FMM to get one nice solid catch onto Vanix. If Vanix is caught with his pants down, Vanix is going to get punished hard. But Hades takes a lot of damage. They're forced to use the ultimate already to get right out there.
But one of the things that you'll notice is that they always try to burn out that Faraga armor.
They always.
So they can mitigate the damage by the last Insanity. So far, they haven't managed to do that yet on the side of Team Flash. So Bleed, I think they have the advantage here.
Yep, and Deck just picking up that immortality right there, and it's going to be a very, very good time. 50% HP is going to be the Lord, FMM, and Deck right here onto the back line. But take a look at Hades trying to jump all the way back. But Jay, with that Earth Shadow, what are they going to do? FMM, they do have the KLVJ all the way back in though, but Jay runs low, and it's going to be a monster kill coming out on the side of Hades as well. But where's the Lord going to go? It's still going to go into the hands of Hades. JPL runs low all the way into the back line, but the immortality from Jay is going to get popped. JPL runs low. He does have the immortality, but they're going to be able to jump down onto Adamir. It's going to be a 1-for-1 take.
That's a 70 seconds on the death timer. Flash needs to make full use of this Lord. They are up ahead. They need to maintain this momentum. Rush it down. On the top side, though, on all 3 lanes, waves are pushing in. This is the super minions we're talking about.
Yeah, a much stronger wave clear now and macro gameplay from the side of Team Flash. You can see Hades already committing, pushing up as much as possible, as fast as possible to sink the waves with this Lord push. So Bleed now on the back foot. They need to have everything perfect.
Yeah, Bleed, they need everything to align. They need the stars to align, but we can see the Lord is going to be pushing it as long with the wave. All the way, the wave is going to be synced up right now. Sagino, Faraga armor is going to get broken up. He do have that immortality left though, but take a look at Hades jumping into the backline. Did a lot of damage down onto Deck. Deck runs at 2 bar of HP, but a full barrage is going to be coming out. JPL able to tank that up, but FMM is going to get pulled all the way back with the onwards as well. Primal Rev, he's going to be able to get him out of the dodge, and they will live to see another day yet again.
Oh, that was so close for Team Flash, though. The Lord was just chunking down bit by bit of the Throne's health, but Bleed managed to defend that AoE. The damage coming in from Deck was a little bit too much for Hades to handle. They need to back off. They need to try again. This is the 3rd try this time around.
Yep, Team Flash definitely upped the difficulty for Bleed now. As I've already mentioned, that mid-tier 3 has been taken. Bleed need to focus so much more on clearing the waves. And this is where you'll see Team Flash play extremely slow. They want to make sure that the creep waves is always in their advantage.
Yeah, but all the Earth Shadow and the onwards down onto Sagitnu though. Sagitnu still have that Faraga armor in his hands. Bleed, they're just trying to get, information. They're just trying to open up the map right here. Take a look at JPL, slowly but surely opening up the map for his team. And immortality being picked up by Adamir right now.
At this time, I think in this late of a game, both teams could very well look to go for a split push kind of play style where either QVJ or either Hades on either teams could just play on that offside, try to push, try to get that backdoor opportunity for to maintain that pressure.
Yeah, Bleed needs to stem their bleeding at this point because it's quite difficult. Team Flash, they have so much advantage around the map. Yes, they have the goal lead, but at this point of the game, the goal lead is redundant, right? It's really just about the item switching. How fast can your fingers and your mind operate at the same time? JPL, he's going to try and open up the map, but that's a risk as well because if JPL dies, there's going to be a huge gap in terms of defense for Bleed.
Yep, and Hades taking a lot of damage here from Sagitnu from the flamethrower as well. Adamir still runs a little low, but the healing comes in clutch. And take a look at that. Oh, Circling Eagle is going to get cancelled away. And right now they do not have that Circling Eagle. It's going to be 40 seconds there on the timer on that Circling Eagle. So no Circling Eagle available on the side of Flash and Bleed. As you can see, Flash, they're just trying to walk up into the lane. They're trying to go for that Lord push. And Lord is running a little bit low.
Flash just taking their time. They can't afford to stay. They have that sustain coming in from
They don't
Ballsy.
have that info. They do not know where is the rest of Bleed. They do not know.
It's a 2-3. Oh, they're going for the base. They're trying to wait for that right time to find the right flank. Flash really has to watch their 6.
Yep, they need to watch their 6. They're going to go pincer them right
Oh,
into the
conceal
pop-up
play
offense.
coming in.
Conceal play all the way. They're going to be able to jump all the way into the back line as well. But all the Circling Eagle as well. The penalties don't come down.
Vanix.
Full barrage from Vanix. Vanix is going to get pop on that immortality though. Lousy runs a little bit low. But a godlike comes out. That goes down. Bleed do not have the damage right now. KLVJ runs a little bit low. He does have his immortality ready. JPL goes down. Hades trying to put a little bit damage down to Sagino though. But Jay is going to be able to pop his immortality. And it's going to be 66 seconds down onto Vanix. But it's going to be a 1-4-2. Adamir as well as Sagino. Last insanity here by Sagino trying to cancel it out, trying to hold some team, trying to hold down, but Adamir misses the penalties though. Lousy runs low. Triangle comes out from Hades. Hades able to dash right out. Hades with a terrified runs low. Lousy runs low as well. KLVJ able to catch down onto Hades for Lousy. Still running low, still in the fight. It's going to be a 3v3 here. They're staying all the way. They're here to stay. Sagino trying to put a lot of damage down, but no death concurred.
It's 2 for 2 on each team.
2 for 2.
Neither of the teams are coming up. The marksman is gone. The the core for the side of Flash is gone. So QVJ has all this time to just get that reset, come into that Lord, and secure it for their first time.
Yeah, but KVJ, he has an important role right now. He's here to clear the wave. He has to clear the wave. So you got the bottom lane as well. The bottom lane is going to be pushing in. Can they clear? Can the minions take the bottom turret though?
Yeah, so at this point, Bleed is they have a very simple job, right? They need to make sure they clear the waves.
They can take
provide
a lot
the
here.
space. Yep, that's
They
right.
can take a lot.
KVJ has the opportunity because Hades is still out for the next 29
Lousy.
seconds. They shouldn't lose this fight. Bleed, everything is on this moment.
Yeah,
there's a free Lord over the side of QVJ. This is going to be a very, very pivotal Lord for the side of Bleed. As long as they are able to sync up all 3 waves, Flash, they got their work cut out for them to defend. But Vanix is coming back online. He's got the Rose Gold Meteor. He's got an extra defense coming in.
Yep, they've finally swung this game back into their favor on the side of Bleed, and this is finally the one chance that they have. Right now, it's theirs to capture, and Team Flash, they have to try and make sure that they do not lose this, because this, I feel, is going to be the last push of the game.
Yep, this is the pivotal moment here on the side of Flash as well as Bleed. And Flash, if they can win this, they can take the game away. But Bleed, if they win this, they can bring the game away.
The one chance, the one opportunity to seize anything that Bleed had ever wanted. The Lord marching down on that mid side to get new.
Flip back onto Sakino though, but the Fragile armor is going to get broken up and the Lord is going to be marching in right now. But take a look at Bleed. Where's the rest of the team? The team is right here. KVJ still into the backlines though, but the knock up all the way onto FMM. What are you doing there? You're not supposed to be there, FMM. But Swells up into the tripod as well. But the throne is going to go down and Bleed take game number 1 away just like that.
A nail-biting performance. Bleed working their way up, securing the first game.
So you asked if they were going to capitalize on that chance, take that catch, right? They did it, and of course during the entire process, right, you can definitely feel their knees were weak, arms were really heavy.
I think for Flash, there's vomit on their sweaters already, mom spaghetti.
Not yet, not yet. Still, they do have a second chance. And this is only the first game of a best of 3. So Flash, right now, what can they pick up on? What can they do better?
Going back to the drawing board, they need to take this time to reset. They had this game in the bag, especially the early game. They had a lot of momentum. They had the rotations going on. It was just only in the late game where they lost out in terms of getting ambushed by their 6th, by JPL shot calling. So that was a pivotal play that turned disaster for Flash.
Yeah, it all came in that pincer from that bottom side of the jungle where they pinched them right in the top side jungle, right, for Team Flash. And it cost them the game because Hades was out for more than, 70 seconds? That was an extremely long time.
Yeah.
And during that process, all they needed to do was to clear the lanes. So Team Flash, I think they didn't prioritize the wave management too much, which kind of led to that moment because it allowed an easy clear in the laning phase, in the lanes for the creeps, which then allowed KVJ to go for the Lord really easily with no contest because there was no retreat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No retreat there. There's no one to contest for your Lord. I mean, with the play, I have to say the draft, Flash had the idea in mind. Right, they had the idea, they managed to execute it. It was pretty good, right? Like the execution was great, the Terizla is great, but because of this Valentina pick, that penalty zone just cucks you over and again.
Yeah, so like we saw a couple moments of the game where FMM stole the Primal Wrath instead of the penalty zone, and it didn't really work out. And this adjustment, very quick adjustment by FMM to just focus on getting that Terizla ultimate, right, that penalty zone away from the EXP laner, really changed the game for them because there were a couple of moments where I think Vanix was on point. Vanix had the full barrage, he got the Star Helix as well. Oh, everything down. And it just came down to the moment where FMM spoiled the entire mood for Team Flash with a penalty zone.
Wow. Well, speaking of FMM, it's always a risk. It's always a gamble when you put Valentina and taking in the penalty zone because you're risking yourself. You're risking your body, throwing it down there for that setup. As long as you catch a person, you have to use your double dash to just get out in time, deal as much damage as you can, and then just wait for your cooldowns to reset and try all over again. But the fact of the matter is, Flash was a little bit too reactive. They was waited for Bleed to make the first move, and Bleed literally made the first move.
Yep, I'm really impressed with Deck this season. Like the fact that he did the role change. He has been so clean this game. Nobody actually got their hands on him too much.
That's right.
Not too much. Yeah, I mean, he's performing his role, right? I mean, on the marksman as well, he went into a kiting mode, he went into objective mode, he went into team fight mode. Deck has been showing up, and therefore, clinching them the first game.
Yeah, I think it's all about like taking down the objectives, which is what Deck is trying to improve on, especially his positioning. If you notice, he's in the regular season, he's always the first to enter, but he tries his best, tries to find the right angle to make flank opportunities. Take a look at the itemizations. Kin, is there anything that speaks out to you?
I think just the whole defensive measure by the entirety of Team Bleed, right? They kept selling away the immortalities to change it with defensive items, which really helped them out in the fight. Because, I mean, let's be honest, Vanix was just wrecking them left and right with the amount of damage that he did. He definitely had the highest damage output in the game itself, and he really changed the team fight for Team Flash as well. But Team Bleed, with the amount of time they bought on their lives, allowing the space for Deck to run rampant on the backlines, I have to give it up to, especially to me, Sagitnu. He did a really wonderful job maintaining every single instance where, you know, during the Lord fights, Team Flash actually wanted him to burn away that Faraga armor.
Yeah,
he noticed
but
that
it doesn't
behavior.
matter.
No, he noticed that behavior immediately, and he never stood that close anymore. And that allowed him to really have very impactful last insanities on the entirety of Team Flash, where it was 3 members, 4 members, Vanix always included in this combination.
So would you think it's a shot calling breakdown or communication breakdown from Flash? Because it kind of seems like Jay always targeted Sagitnu, always using the onward, always using the Earth Shatter on Sagitnu, trying to burst that Faraga armor, but it doesn't really matter because he has a lot of life steal. So even if his Faraga armor goes down, it gets it back up. He's like a cat with 4 lives.
Yeah, I think that the strength of Bleed at this point is they're kind of like a magician, right? They play the distraction game. So they want you to focus on Sagitnu, they want you to focus on Deck, and when Team Flash overcommits, suddenly the win condition changes. It becomes KVJ jumps in from the backlines with the fracture, and you know, suddenly Vanix is dead. Or it's Hades who's dead.
I think usually they play on the visual cue as well, right? I mean, whenever the full barrage opens up, last insanity, fracture, running right in, penalty zone just to get in your face. That's why they banned out the Valia. Because if a Valia was there, it would have been a totally different story.
But it's a very smart move by Bleed, just playing that map. At the end of the day, Bleed won out in the macro game. Just knowing where to go, where is the blind spots that Flash really needs to look out for, and they played it exceptionally well to secure this first victory.
Yep, and if you take a look at the stats, it all stemmed from the early game, right? The first 2 turtles, we mentioned the fact that they want to focus on the EXP lane. They wanted to have a bad start for the jungler on the side of Team Flash, which was going to be Hades, and they achieved that. This late game power spike, this itemization, all went into Bleed's favor.
It's something that, again, speaks out to me is the quantum charge on the Valentina. So every time you clear the wave, you have that last hit, you
Give
use
them
your auto attack, and then
movement speed.
move.
Yeah.
Move, rotate across the map, which is pretty much setting Bleed's momentum, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
So QVJ was pretty much living in Flash's jungle.
Yeah, and as well as, you know, I have to say on FMM as well, they do have, you know, he do have that double movement speed, right? Wilderness Blessing, you have the extra movement speed, as well as that quantum charge. FMM is all over the map.
Yep, and one more thing is that Purify by JPL.
Yeah.
That really allowed him to just
So
be
much.
in the face of Vanix the entire game. I mean, I can't stress this enough to you. If I were Vanix, I would be stressed out, man. I'm constantly having JPL in your face. Can you imagine waking up at the side of the bed and suddenly JPL's staring at you?
I would want to see that.
Come true.
Yeah, to me that would be a dream. As a roamer, I want to wake up and see JPL first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, but enough about that. Let's take a look at the stats right here. You know, damage dealt, damage taken. Honestly, it's nothing. It's both equal damage to turret as well. Flash, they had the macro in mind, right? Flash had a better macro, but Bleed, they discovered, you know, they finally discovered what is the key to winning Flash. Right, the key to winning Flash is having better macro, and Bleed, they know this. They spot it out very well. They are able to take down the Lord without Hades there. They capitalize on Hades' death cooldown timer as well. Take the Lord, go for that push, and you know, just like that, settle badminton.
All right, so who is your personal MVP for the side of Team Bleed?
JPL.
JPL. How about you, Churros?
I think FMM is actually quite good too, with the penalty zone constantly catching, you know, Flash over and over.
Hey, there's no Iron Team. I think everyone did well. But if I had to put my finger on it, I'd say... Man, I don't know. Don't put me in this spot. I'm just going to wait for the screen to come online.
We will take a look at it. Yep, it is going to be Sagitnu here with the MVP. I mean, his Xbox was pure class in this entire match.
Yeah,
right? Going with the Ice Queen wand, going with the War Axe as well, with the additional slow, additional team fight, sustenance as well, Anti-Curas as well as the Oracle, right? So he even went for the Oracle for extra healing to increase the Viraga armor of his, with the Oracle as well, and the Immortality almost never gets popped on the side of Sagitnu.
Alright, so this is an inside joke, right? But if Team Bleed wins this entire season, he needs to do a dance for us on the stage.
Oh, wow. What kind of dance?
The TNC dance. I don't know. I'm not going to show it here.
I mean, you can give us a little bit of a demo,
I seem to have forgotten how to do my lips.
Sure.
Very perfect timing for the
very convenient,
here.
very convenient forgetfulness for Kin.
Correct, but enough about that. I want to talk a little bit more about the draft here, right? That Hilda was so detrimental to them, right? The Hilda came after, the Matilda and the Lance. They are here to hunt you down, right?
Let's take a look at the highlights right here to see how effective the Hilda as well as the Export was whenever it comes down to the team fight and objective.
Look at him.
Sagitnu just burning that last insanity and taking a huge chunk of health from any one member of Team Flash, and Team Flash has to heal that back up. It's always Bleed making the first move, and it worked out extremely well for them.
I mean, this portion of the game, it was all in Flash's favor, right? They won a couple of the lords as well. They managed to clear out so many waves on the side of Bleed, got the turrets down as well. It was looking, let's be honest, pretty dire for the side of Team Bleed.
Yeah, take a look at Vanix's positioning here as well. Just constantly chunking every single person down. JPL running into the back line, able to catch out Vanix as well. And this is where Bleed turns it around.
Sagitnu is living on a pixel of health and he's living on the edge.
Yeah, he's
but still going
living
for
on
it.
the edge, right? And take a look at that. Lawsy goes down, Adamir goes down. Immortality everywhere is still up, and this right here is where Bleed turned it around, right? KLVJ going to the back line, catches out onto Vanix. Hades trying to protect onto Adamir as well, but no, it's not going to be enough. Down goes Vanix.
Yeah, and they're always wasting your resources on Vanix, and that is it's a very worth it trade. You waste all your cooldowns onto Vanix, as long as you take him down, there's that window that
FMM though.
you can really it's a window of opportunity that you can really capitalize on to obtain the rest of your objectives.
Yep, and this is the last final Lord push here, right? Take a look at that. FMM, the full barrage is on the wrong way, and JPL as well as KLVJ just going to town as well as Deck, and just like that, they managed to go for the throne. A crystal. They managed to go for the crystal, and finally close out their game, and Bleed finally understand the cracks of Flash. Better macro.
I mean, I'm very happy that this is such an exciting game. So right now, right, as we transition into the second game of the series, what I really want to see is how does Team Flash recover from this, right? Because at the end of the day, we have been through multiple seasons. We know that champions are made on how well they can adjust, right? So being able to adjust to the different metas that team have shown you, right? The difficulties that they put in your face, how do you deal with that? How do you get the mental strength to recover and come back even stronger?
Exactly, and speaking of adjust, what else can you adjust? It's not your mindset, it's not your draft, but it is the new OSIM Youth Throne 5 here. As you can see, we are sitting on, and take a look at Churros just taking a nice little nap here after a long,
I'll let you
hard
do
day.
the segue and then I'll take a break for now.
Long, hard day here, for Churros. As you can see, we are here using the Bumblebee one, and all the way onto the stage, you can see on the right side, they are using the Optimus Prime one. That's the Optimus. I have to do it.
You have to do it.
Yeah,
You have to do it.
That's the Optimus Prime, right? So we all know that gaming can get intense sometimes. However, OSIM has got your back quite literally. So the Youth Throne 5 gaming massage chair is built to energize and reinvigorate. Oh, that's a very big word for me. Reinvigorate or revitalize. Like literally the spell revitalize, right? And give you that little bit of healing as well. Your mind to your body, and level up all the players' comfort in mind. So all you can do is just gaming comfort and style with the Youth Throne 5 Transformer Edition design. And remember, OSIM is here to support your well-being, even if no one else supports you in game.
Just like Angela.
Oh yeah, just like Angela, right?
Heart guard.
Heart guard, you see?
This is my heart guard. This is my heart guard in real life. But hey, you know what else is interesting?
Oh yeah, what else is interesting?
That we finally see the debut of this new hero.
Yes,
yes.
Nolan. How well was that?
I mean, the Nolan is so strong, right? We saw how he can, we used it in a competitive setting, where Nolan is supposed to be an assassin. Yes, he deals a lot of damage. But
as a jungle myself, I thought like I was building him. I was using like the recommended builds.
Recommended
and then
builds?
I thought like, okay,
Full damage?
full damage. But then
this game really showed me like a whole new world.
A whole new world, yeah, literally a whole new world. So to stop the calamity from destroying his world, he scattered the fragments of his soul and faced oblivion. And all the suffering he endured was for the protection and love for his daughter. So who is Nolan's daughter? It's definitely not us.
Wait, who is?
It's Cheryl. No. Yeah, but Nolan's daughter is going to be Layla, as you all know. So the ultimate sacrifice for his shining star. And the new Assassin Nolan is out and available right now, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, and available in all patch notes right here and right now.
Wait, are you serious? Layla is
Yeah.
Nolan's-
She
She
in
is.
the lore.
Have you not watched the video?
Oh, called out.
We will watch it if you guys watch the ads.
So yeah, so you know, in conjunction with the M series that's coming up right now, the 5th anniversary, you can vote for your hero. So you can vote for Diablo or JPL, you know, all these big names as you can see here. For the M series, right, we've seen how Diablo perform in the M series, we've seen how JPL perform in the M series, right? They are scary, they make big impacts on the M World series as well. So you can vote them to be, you know, the 10 greatest players in M series history. So stay tuned for November 4th of November for more information. So you can either vote Diablo or JPL. Which one do you want to vote? Do you want to vote Daddy JPL or Daddy Diablo? Both works for me.
Both daddies.
I
Both
have no response to that.
Why do you not have any response for that?
No comment. No.
They both are such a pivotal, you know, figure of the M series as well, coming from
Yeah.
the Singapore region. We've seen how JPL uses his show to the max.
You know, I see a lot of like clippers on
clips.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Clipping
DJY.
like JPL and Diablo. Remember the Diablo solo kill onto
Oh.
the Fanny? And,
What
and
Fanny?
FC.
Badang is the counter to Fanny.
Badang's the counter Fanny. And then you see JPL playing the Pope and Koopa just using conceal and just remember that clip? I think it was the
Taz was the one. Evo's Taz was on
Ah.
the Fanny and he was having the toughest time of his life and he went against, you know, Diablo's
Yes.
Badang. It's so detrimental that they had to ban out the Badang and the Khalid instantly.
Yep, exactly. So these are the core memories that have been formed, right? So I'm not sure about you, but for at least for all of us behind the caster desk, we definitely feel that they are our heroes. So the difficulty is not about, hey, should I do this quiz? Can I vote for them? No, we definitely will vote. The tough challenge is who are we going to vote, because it feels like we are being disrespectful if we choose one over
Maybe
another.
we can vote for two. You create like two
Ooh.
accounts.
2 accounts
and
just to
you
vote
come
for
in
both. I'll create 10 accounts and vote 5 each.
Maybe. And then you get like overinflation.
Kaboom. Yeah, but enough about that. You know, let's take a look at the games right now. Game number 2, Bleed up against Flash. What can they do differently here on the side of Flash? Honestly, I think it's just an execution error here on the side of Flash.
Yeah, I honestly think so too.
Draft is great. Draft is
Draft is
great.
good.
Don't get me wrong. Draft is great. It's just execution errors, right? There are a little bit of misstep, mistiming here and there. And it was mayhem, right? It was pure mayhem. And because of this Ixia is a liability to you, right? Like, yes, don't get me wrong. Ixia is good with the full barrage. Vanix's positioning is amazing. But the moment you see that purple little cone on the ground, Last Insanity, penalty zone, fracture,
Everything
jumping right
just
in,
thrown
right
onto
into your
Vanix.
face.
Yep, exactly. So I think maybe Team Flash needs a bit more damage. They need to have more than one win condition, right? So Ixia, Vanix, Lord Vanix was their proposed savior in that game. It didn't really work out because everything on Bleed was to go against Vanix anyway.
Correct.
So this second game of the series, I think maybe they can focus a bit more on having other win conditions, specifically being Hades. Hades, I think he didn't achieve his power spike on a personal level in reality. As a player during this first game, I think there was a lot of stress on him as well. And, you know, having the difficulty of protecting Vanix as an entirety team, and also having to focus on, we need to get the lore, we need to manage the waves, we need to make sure that Vanix doesn't die, we need to try and get a kill on different members on the side of Team Bleed. That's a lot of different factors happening. So I think that's too much mental work for Team Flash at this point. So maybe make it easier, have a secondary win condition where you can have more damage being dealt out by a secondary member on the side of Team Flash.
Yeah. I mean, because of this lance, right, you are forced to go into a utility lance, right? I mean, we've seen lance going into, we've seen lance going into the assassin build, but this time we're going to go into the lance tank build. But Bleed instantly bans out the Joy and the Fanny. They are trying to give Hades that lockdown, and Flash the reason how Flash lost last time is because of this Yutong and Angela.
I think in this draft will be pretty much the same in both sides. Now,
No,
Bleak,
but they banned the
they can
Valentina.
prioritize the Edith right off the bat, give them a little bit more versatility, flexibility for reacting to Flash's trap, or they could very well go for the Matilda themselves if JPL wants to go for that one. But you risk the roam position that was so pivotal in picking up the Hilda.
I think this could be a main focus for Team Bleed, which is to let's get the roam out of the way first. Let's have that. And yes, it is going to be the roam, a Matilda, but of course this is still a flex pick. We have seen Matildas in the mid lanes as well. And let's be honest, I think Matilda does find some success in the mid lane if you play it right.
Yeah. If you play it right, yes, but you are sacrificing on your wave clear capabilities, right? As compared to the likes of Lilia, you know, you lack that wave clear, right? God is amazing, right? No bias, definitely.
Yes.
No bias, no biasness behind that. And I have to say, Flash, they did not ban out the Kadita as of right now, right? The Kadita is still very strong, but Flash this time, they're gonna snap pick up this Nolan. Take a look at Vanix there. Cool as a cucumber, ice in his veins. You know, he's like, I'm gonna wreck you. And there we go. It is gonna be the Baxia. So,
Baxia in the roam?
banning out, yeah. No, Baxia is gonna go. Yeah, Baxia is gonna go into the roam. They're gonna deny that extra healing, right? So that's healing degen right there. And I have to say, Bleed banning out 3 junglers just shows how much they are afraid of Hades.
Yeah, that's a lot of respect for Hades at this point.
Big respect.
And
if they're gonna go for 5 bans, you know, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but it worked out, right? That
It
was the
worked
game
out.
plan for Team Bleed, right? Have the jungler have a lousy start to the game, and that's where we can snowball, get a bit more off the map, and have more macro game in play before we really pull the trigger and win the Lord fights, you know, have the Lord dance. No problem, we can sacrifice a few lives, but end of the day, it's all for the greater good of winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, they can go for they can go for a Martis right now for Bleed, right? The Martis would be a really good pick. There we go, and the Martis and the X-Ball, you know, a little bit of a
point today.
Yeah, I'm on point. I'm feeling myself today. I'm feeling myself, right? And I mean, the Martis is a really good pick, right? I mean, you can deny and negate all those CCs coming in right into your face, and you know that X-Ball was so pivotal on the side of Bleed as well. I mean, we saw how Sagino utilized that X-Ball to the maximum with the Faraga armor, constantly with his team over and over again.
I think the Baxia pick was a really well thought out pick because you want to deny the sustain coming in from Bleed, and Bleed is picking up all these very heavy sustain heroes like the X-Borg and the Matilda. And now I think something that could be interesting going over the side of Bleed is that maybe they could either pick a Valir or a even what was that?
They're gonna go for the Edith this time.
Yeah, okay, so Edith for Flash.
They
and
might
then
go Edith
Bleed.
mid again.
Bleed could actually go for the Hilda again, just to disrupt Hades in the jungle.
Yeah, but
If
they're
they
so
still
tanky.
play-
But that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Because the Hilda was meant for the Lancelot as well as the Valentina. But, Lancelot as well as the Ixia. But this time there's no, you know, they're not going to leave, they're not going to be picking up that Hilda because, take a look at that, 3 tanky boys, right? It's too soon to pick up that Hilda right now.
It's too soon. I think Bleed can very well just wait for the right call. It's Flash's turn to ban. I think something that should be taken out is maybe artillery
falling
mages.
stars
Yep.
brought us
Yeah,
down.
Novaria, the Farsa, the Lilia. So a lot of these high wave clear oriented heroes. Bleed on the other hand, they're lacking out a marksman as well as
I think Flash want to leave the Irto from himself, right?
No, it's the first time that I'm seeing Baxia in the roam for a very long time. Usually you just play Baxia in the jungle because you want to utilize his fast wave clear ability. Now Baxia, if you guys don't know, is the fastest tank clear jungle and one of my personal favorite signature heroes. After all, Bleed could very well try to deny that out of Flash.
Yep, and right now Flash, they are missing the artillery mage as well as the marksman. So the marksman, they might go for the Ixia yet again, or even go for the Bruno. I mean, it's a very nice comfort pick for Vanix as well. But they're going to go for the Rafaela band yet again on the side of Bleed.
Man, I'm just thinking. So Bleed wants to lock down on these roam heavy heroes. Jay might very well go on the Edith again, but it's still a flex pick. Now, it's very unorthodox for both these teams, right? Flash could sit on the Farsa, then you have a little bit more sustained capabilities, or ban out maybe even a marksman, so deck doesn't have an easier time.
I think they might consider on the side of Team Bleed who else can enable that team dive, right? Because with Sagino in the previous game, you see that with his
Let's
Xbox, he always had the ability to go into the backlines scot-free, get out, no punishment at all from Team Flash, right? So Team Flash, they want to disallow that. They're going to ban out the Irritel,
And leave themselves the Bruno.
Yeah, which would be quite detrimental to the side of Team Bleed. So Team Bleed, I think they have to consider a little bit more, right, about who exactly do they want as their goal laner. There are still a couple of options. You do still have Carry, who can technically shred the entire backline of Team Flash, or even the frontliners as well, and she could be saved by the Guiding Wind as an option.
Yeah, I think, Ixia would be a very, very good
It's
choice.
my
Oh,
way.
Yeah, banned out.
Ixia's banned out here.
Yeah, so
Just
they
as
do
I
not
said
want
it.
to. Yeah, they do not want to play front to back right here. So they could either pick up the Bruno or even the Claude, just to jump into the backlines of whatever Bleed might be picking up here. But on the side of Flash, they could go for the marksman last pick as well.
Yeah. I think, oh man, I don't know. Because Edith could very well go into EXP or Rome, but it will be the Edith in the
EXP.
Rome? EXP, okay.
Edith,
Then Baxia
EXP,
Rome.
Baxia Rome, and then
Faramis
Faramis mid.
Okay. Okay, that's how they're going to play.
That's good. Wave clear as well. Decent wave clear with the Ghost Bursters.
Very
And,
Clash Calm. Very Clash
yeah,
Calm.
I
heavy.
really like it. It's a very aggressive draft from Team Flash, right? Because they have the ability to catch out the members on Team Bleed. One of the things that they can achieve is to displace the movements on the side of Team Bleed, and that's going to be quite difficult to deal with. So right now on Team Bleed's thought process, they need to either go full commit into the dive competition, or have something that can save them from being pulled out by this Faramis.
Yeah, we go. The Claude is
Vertigo,
gonna get-
you're on a roll today.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. I'm feeling myself. The Claw and the look, what
Claude
did I
and
say?
Lilia.
What did I say?
Okay,
Claude
you
and
say.
Lilia.
We got it. We got it.
Fast wave clear, fast rotations. I think Bleed just wants to close this game out before 10 minutes. That is their goal. Just clear mid lane, rotate over to the sides, or even engage and sit into Flash's jungle, because Nolan still needs to farm up. He is still pretty weak in the early game.
I mean, I have to just tell you guys, you have to buckle up your seatbelts, because this is a very back and forth composition by both teams. Both teams have the option to re-engage almost instantaneously and, give that perfect setup where the Edith can come with the onward with the Earth Shatter.
I think they want to go for Irito or a Bruno right here, right?
Irito's banned.
I mean, they're going to go for the Bruno then.
Bruno up against Claude? I don't know. Beatrix? Oh, yeah, Bruno. But Vertigo,
What I say?
you
What I
got
say?
it all on the dot.
What I say?
Listen to the coach.
What I say?
Coach Vertigo.
Yeah, Coach
Hey,
Vertigo.
Were you coaching Team Evil?
Shh, no.
It's,
conflict of
Team
interest,
Evil.
conflict of interest, and as you can see on the screen right here, we have the side of Bleed, with a little bit inclusion of Evil as well. In the crowd, everyone, looking excited, everyone looking, like, oh, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Everyone looks excited and ready to go for game number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all these excited faces.
Tensions are high.
Tensions
Flags
are
are
high.
waving. You have Nana in the crowd too.
Woo! Bleed eSports against Team Flash. 1-0 to Bleed eSports.
Yep, they're looking to close out the series here. Team Bleed in the lead so far, and all they have to do, it's not too difficult. They just have to win one more game against Team Flash.
Exactly, one game is all they need. And right now, honestly, I'm really siding on the side of Flash as well, just because of this Bruno pick. But I have to say, Bleed's Matilda pick is going to be so detrimental to them.
Yep, in the individual lane matchups, I feel like it's going to be quite tough for the Faramis, because there's really quite a lot of damage that Lilia can do. So FMM should have an easy time of getting the lane working in his favor.
And right now, as we can see, they're both going to be starting onto the orange buff as well. And Hades already securing. And take a look at how fast he is. He's going to go and take the purple buff as well. And I have to say, Fast 2. They're going to go for the Fast 2, of course. If you guys do not know what the Fast 2 is, it's going to be the roam and as well as the EXP in the EXP lane, as well as the, oh wait. Oh yeah, sorry. My brain just blanked out. I was like, is it going to be a J mid? I was like, yeah, it is a J mid. And yes, we're going to be having Jay on the mid lane right here. And we can see. So if you guys key in this code, you may stand a chance to win a epic skin. And it's only limited to 50 winners. So 50 winners is a lot to give out an epic skin. One epic skin is like almost 700 to 800 diamonds.
Yep.
Yeah.
But of course, with that being said, another team looking to win, or another group of people looking to win, will be Team Bleed. You can see they're placing a lot of emphasis on this EXP lane. Same formula. let's get it working to make sure that the jungle is going to be difficult for Team Flash to achieve their marks.
That's right, and as you can see right here, JPL onto and Matilda might be able to do... Wait, Baxia EXP?
Yeah, he's the EXP.
Yeah, so Baxia on the EXP, and we have the Edith on the roam. So this is going to be very, very different game or slash lineup, I would say. And we know both Flash and Bleed, they both love to go for that level 4 fight, right? They always want to secure their 4. They always want that guarantee. You know, they always want to secure on
JPL getting caught out.
Yep, but the fracture is still up and available right here. But nice little bond and catch there.
They're coming up, and so Team Flash, they're ready to fight for this as well.
Yep, all the way in by Adamir. Adamir is going to be able to take down onto the turtle as well. Very good catch there coming out from Team Flash.
Well,
Yeah, what a shocker, man.
Adamir played defensively. Okay, so it's the Baxia EXP lane has that roam capabilities. You have that rotation down into the jungle, so Bleed will be able to suffer a little bit in the early game. That is Flash's game plan right now. Just disrupt the jungle as much as you can.
Yep, oh, JPL though. The onwards though, but JPL able to use the guiding wind to get right out and still able to push damage down onto Lolzy.
Yep, and so this is what I'm talking about in the mid lane, right? Jay is not exactly going to have a very fun time, which means that early rotations will be available for Team Bleed. You know, unfortunate that it didn't work out for them for that first turtle itself, and it ended up going into the hands of Adamir out of all the different people available.
Yeah, I mean, I have to point it out as well, right? I mean, I have to point out that Bleed, take a look at FMM and Tech yet again, going for the Purify. Wow.
Last Insanity pop defensively just to get out of the way, but Flash showing a lot more dominance in this game than the previous one. Bleed still having that high octane rotation speed, especially so when Deck really needs to farm up slowly and facing up
JPL?
against Vanix. Circling Eagle will not commit, I think. Yeah,
Get
he's gonna
that
back
damage
off.
by Vanix.
Yeah, I mean, Vanix's damage is just insane, right? Take a look at his lifesteal as well, right? Coming out from that Husk Claw. If I am not wrong, he is building up the Husk Claw right here and right now. Yeah, instantly already. Husk Claw and Warrior Boots, 3 minutes and 50 seconds in.
It makes a Circling Eagle more of a target practice for Vanix instead.
Yeah, he's like, okay, let me try to aim, trying to go for it. And yeah, right now it's almost at a standstill, but as you can see, Flash, due to that turtle fight and gaining their first turtle, they are able to secure themselves that nice goal lead. And Bleed, what do they want to do right now? They want to go for that second fight yet again to take the second turtle and equalize the goal lead.
Yep, there's something that they're going to have right in their arsenal here. The Blade of Heptasy is being built by Hades, which means that he will have that burst damage. And Jay is going for a scaling build with the Clock of Destiny. So you know, Team Flash are expecting to have this game for a little bit longer than your usual, you know, 15, 20-minute games. They are looking to scale out into the late game and get that huge burst as well.
You see the lane swap coming in. Adamir down on the gold lane side just to get that turtle, just to secure that turtle away from Bleed and solidifying their lead in the early stages of that game.
Yeah, but FMM is going to get pulled back all the way in. Hades trying to jump in and just gets that retribution. But Circling Eagle is going to come in, try to get out. But the fracture is going to delete JPL off the face and the Land of Dawn.
Do you notice that we just had our first blood after 5 minutes?
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of Bleed and Flash. They're very disciplined. They do not want to lose. They do not want to lose their life, you know, just as easily and just let it go just like that.
Oh, they're shifting their win conditions. If you take, if you notice Flash, you have Nolan just after that 5 minutes, the gold reduction and the XP reduction from the lane creeps are taken off. So Adamir's main job is just to protect Vanix, and again with the same recipe, Flash tries to protect Vanix, get him to get that free hits off onto Bleed.
Yeah, and I have to commend Team Flash as well, right? I mean, because of this Baxia and Edith pick, the Nolan can go for full damage, right? Blade of the Heptasy is already secured as well as the Legion Sword. Wow. He's going full damage, Nolan.
It might scale off hard in the late game,
Pretty
especially since you're facing up against a semi-tank Mortis. If I could hypothesize what he's going for here.
It's really go big or go home, right? So I like that mindset as well. Just go full damage, man. Trust in your skills.
Yeah, I mean, they are, you know, KelVJ already secured the Molten Essence, Fury Hammer, as well as the Dagger and Leather Jerkins.
Oh, Flash actually very, very methodical, going for that top tier 1 and then
bottom.
moving down to the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, the macro is so clean this game.
Very clean coming out on the side of Flash, right? The moment they take their first turtle, objective, objective, objective.
In this case, what is Deck doing then? He's just sitting in the mid lane. He's not going down onto the bottom lane. He's trying to get
providing
funneled, though.
support. Yeah, he's providing support, you know, into the mid lane
But as
because
a
the mid
Claude.
lane, yeah, as a Cloud, I mean, the mid lane is so important to him right now. They're just trying to funnel all that wave to him, and you know, finally Deck can farm in peace.
Yep, and more importantly, it's about buying space and time for the team, right? Because you can't afford to give any more kills from the side of Bleed. This is one of the things they need to really watch out for. So Deck playing very safe. Not only that, achieving... hey, hang on.
Oh, Adamir rolling Thunder over
Oh,
Hades.
there we
Actually
go.
secures the turtle.
Yep, Hades secured the turtle, and KLVJ goes down with a fracture as well, but the kill is going to go into Adamir's hand, and it is going to be Flash 2-0 right now.
And that's exactly why Bleed is playing in such a defensive formation, right? Yes, Deck should be going to farm, but it's really dangerous because look at the damage that Team Flash have on this point. It is too much, and I don't think they can win in a full, honest 5-on-5.
I don't know about you guys, but this game really looks like a one-sided game favoring Flash. I think if Bleed is able to just sustain and defend until at least the 20-minute mark, that is where Deck might be able to come online. Deck taking a lot of damage on that top side, though.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage from this Nolan as well, and Hades doing the Lord's work right now, and Vanix going for that push. Very, very good macro sense coming out from from Team Flash as well.
It's very, very methodical. Finish lane 1, go to lane 2. Lane 2, go to lane 3.
Yeah.
It's always like that, and he's always farming. There's never a single point, a single second where Vanix is not hitting a creep, not hitting a minion and getting his gold.
Yeah, and constantly Flash, they're just putting a lot of pressure into the mid lane right now, right? They want to crack open that mid lane turret to open up all that opportunities. As you can see, Flash, they're just slowly working their way from the bottom lane as well. And the bottom lane, tier 1 is going to go down, but JPL though, circling Eager down onto Lawsy. Lawsy using the primary ref just to get right out.
Yeah, but you know, in the midst of all that, we have our jungler Hades who is doing a lot of work. Once again, playing the macro game, making sure that the map is a little bit more red for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, but a big knock-up onto Sagitnu. The Faraga armor gets broken out. And take a look at Adamir, just being a nuisance and not popping the Tortoise Persons right here, just putting pressure, giving that wave presence as well, map presence, and just like that, tier 2 top turret and tier 2 bottom turret is going to go down. But big catch there, and JPL able to get right out, and the recall as well.
Yep, it's all about damage limitation now for the side of Team Bleed, right? They need a lot more time. I mean, 15 minutes is kind of the timer towards hitting that late game itemization, but I agree with you, Churros, it has to be 20 minutes based on what's happening now because Team Flash, they're just going to take everything across the map.
I don't know what's happening right now, but Bleed is just playing into Flash's demise. When Flash wants them to move into the mid lane, Bleed stays in the mid lane. This mid lane tier 1 is so important for the side of Bleed. If they lose this out, Flash could very well beat them in the macro game. So they're protecting it with their life, but a little bit too much, if I could say so myself, because they're not getting that farm. They're not getting the funnels.
Yeah, they're stifling the growth. Look at the Faramis. He already has the Lightning Truncheon. He is going to be dealing a lot of damage. On the other side, Lilia only has the Enchanted Talisman. He's still so far away from any of the items that he needs to build. And you know,
for the Ice Queen 1.
Yep, that middle lane is going to be the crux of the fight for them.
Yep, the middle lane is just what Flash are looking out for. I mean, they have the wave pushing, right? I mean, and take a look at Adamir, the map presence, just forcing the BMI there, and all the way back in. Take a look at Jay with a very, very big aggression, running through the walls as well. But no, Bleed, they have the Lord knocking onto the top lane, and they do want to crack open the mid lane yet again. The Lord, though, by the last Insanity from Sagitnu, is going to be forced out of him, forcing out that Lord. But Flash is here to take what they wanted, that tier 1 mid turret. They just want to crack open the skulls of Bleed right now.
Yeah, they have to stay in the base. It feels as though the tier 2s don't exist in this game for Team Bleed so far.
What's the play here for Team Bleed? Now, 10 minutes into the game, 2 kills over the Flash, and that's it.
I mean, right now for Bleed, they want to wait for Flash to walk into their base and then catch Flash off guard. They can't walk out of their base. And take a look at FMM on their Lilia as well with the recall party. They do have that Lilia clear, so they are not afraid to be losing in the early game.
I'm actually quite pleasantly surprised that the Baxia EXP is actually working out very well in Flash's favor. And this is where the rotations are coming in. You have Adamir going into the off lane, playing as that last man, that off man, clearing the waves on the offside, maintaining pressure, and maintaining that lane management.
Yep, you know, but your question about how Team Bleed can actually turn this around. It really centers around FMM at this point. He just needs his itemization.
Yeah, he needs the itemization though. The onward comes in all the way back in though, but the fracture is going to come in. Sagino runs low. Adamir trying to go into the backline though, but they're not going to go for that sandwich pincer. Instead, they're going to go for that orange buff.
Very, very aggressive Team Flash. They are taking
Wow.
whatever
9K.
Bleed has.
They're
9K gold
suffocating.
lead.
Yeah, they're suffocating out Bleed. They're choking Bleed out. They're giving them that big gold advantage as well. Take a look at that. Vanix, Hades, and Jay, and Adamir. Top 4. All top 4 of Team Flash are on the top of the net worth right now.
Yep, 9,300 gold for the side of Vanix. That is close to the full itemization completed for this Bruno. So there's a lot of damage coming down, which is why I say FMM needs a lot more items. He needs the damage coming out from his Magic Shot Wave, which is his first skill, and his Shadow Energy as well. They need to start chunking down the side of Team Flash before the fight even starts. They need to have this poke. Without it, there's too much sustainability on the side of Team Flash. You have that ultimate Nether Realm coming in from Jay. That's going to be a spoiler for the side of Team B because, yes, they can go full in with the Last Insanity. They can have KLVJ going with the Ashura Aura, with the Mortal Coil. But what is there to do when everything is mitigated by a Nether Realm? Just one skill. That's all it takes on the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, one skill is all it takes. One Nether Realm is all it takes. But right now, Flash securing onto the Luminous Lord. This level 2 Lord that's going to be marching down the most probably mid lane or top lane. The Lord is going to be marching down onto the top lane as well. And Flash, they can take this game away. Or maybe they're just going to take one turret and walk away and wait for the next Lord and continue to choke out Bleed. Right? They're continuously choking out Bleed non-stop, not giving them any resources, not giving them anything to come back at all.
I don't know how to say this, but Bleed is running around like headless chickens. They
Headless
are
chickens.
too afraid to go out of their base because if they do, Flash will be able to pincer them or find a flank angle to take out Deck. If Deck goes down, that's pretty much it. The entire game is over. So second Lord is pretty much free for Team Flash, marching down that top side. Flash looking for the engage.
All the way engage, all the way. Sagino is going to get lost, and the Faraga armor is going to get broken as well as the top lane turret all the way in. JPL with the circling Ego though, able to get right out, and Adam is just going to get a little bit of a short knockup. And Team Flash right now, they have the Lord knocking at the top. They can go for the end as well. They have the minions, but do not forget, they have FMM, they have Lilia. The insane wave clear is going to be imminent.
And they still have all of their ultimates with the exception of Lolsey, so the actual fight hasn't started yet.
Oh, the Purify though. The Purify from FMM is going to get used up, and all the way Lolsey is going to be used in the Nether Realm. The Nether Realm comes in. Nice clutch coming in from Jay. We all know Jay loves that Faramis.
They still got one more wave pushing down on that bottom side. Flash rotating towards that bot side. They want to take down that tier 3. I think they can. That's the enhanced minions going in.
Oh, Bleed have to be very careful here. Yes, they have all of the ultimates, but they need to get the perfect catch.
Yep, and all the way back, and there we go. The Circling Eagle is going to catch them off guard, but KLVJ dropping like grapes. Vanix just pushing and pushing the damage. KLVJ, 3 hits,
Well, he's
and
still
it's
not
gone.
used yet.
3 hits, all the way gone, and there we go. Last Insanity able to catch out onto Adamir as well. It's going to be a 1-for-none trade here. On the side of Bleed, finally getting a kill.
Vanix is 0-0-0.
He's max build.
Yep, he's max build. He has been farming the entire game, and right now, Bleed, they need to figure out a way. How do we get in the face of Vanix? They had that solution in Game 1, but Game 2, they're struggling to find it. They need someone who can dive the backlines, which was supposed to be JPL. He was supposed to be the one that brings one of the important members on the side of Bleed. It could be KLVJ on towards the backlines to try and get that combination for the decimation for the one-hit KO. But because Vanix is top farm, top damage, he is untouchable at this point in time.
Literally untouchable. 3 hits and KLVJ's feather of HP.
I think Vanix doesn't even need to join in team fights. What he could do right now is try to hide away from the vision intelligence of Bleed. They don't know where they are. They could very well go for a backdoor opportunity, which is pretty much what Bleed is ramping up for. They need to find a way to at least crack down one turret, open up the map, and try to regain pressure on the map itself.
Well, this is one opportunity. If Bleed manages to win the Lord, they could alleviate the pain a little bit and, you know, perhaps get on that comeback tree.
Yep, and Deck finally securing onto his Malefic Roar right now. And still not... Oh, yeah, there we go. Finally, Deck is not at full build as of right now. He is still one item shy. He does have the steel leg plates.
Sagino gets caught.
Sagino is going to break his Faraga armor right now, and Lawsy trying to push out the damage, but no, the Guiding Wing gets them right out, guiding them out of harm's way, and the level 3 Lord is going to be secured. Animir has that immortality right now, and Bleed, they are on the back foot.
Yep, the end is near now. Team Flash definitely going to see the value of this Lord here. It's an enhanced Lord as well at 16.5 minutes. So Team Bleed, they have to hunker down. I am not sure how they're going to do it, but they have to try.
They have decent wave clear though from FMM, from Sergitnu, so they should be able to defend this, but Flash is so far ahead. That is a full item 6 slot build, 13,000 gold lead for Team Flash. Lord marching down in the mid side, they are going to ramp in.
Exactly, and right now Team Flash, they have the Lord marching in. Lawsy, Adamir just rolling around onwards, and a flicker! Big up shatter there!
Oh!
Blazing Duets from Deck comes out, but it's not going to be much damage. JBL takes a load of damage. Sagino just trying to take it out for the team, but no. The Crystal, the throne, he's going to go down, and Flash equalizes it to game number 3.
Oh, very convincing victory for Team Flash.
I mean, that was clean. That was clean. That was crisp as well. I mean, right now, the scoreline is 1-1. It's still in favor and in line with what the three of us have predicted so far.
Hey, we're all in line?
Yeah, we're all
It's
in line.
anyone's game right now.
Yes, it is. But right now, Team Flash, of course, they're going to come off this second series with a more comfortable mindset, having achieved a 1-1 draw, right? So right now, on the back foot, it is going to be Bleed. But we know Team Bleed, right? This is nothing to them. This is just a chink in the armor. They can come back from this no problem.
Yep, a small little crack in the armor there on the side of Team Flash, and as well as Bleed. So how are they going to take a hit at each other's weak points?
I mean, it has been very different, right? This game, Vanix was just totally protected. I mean, okay, maybe not protected. He didn't even need protection. He 3-shot KLVJ?
3-shot
Almost.
KLVJ and 1 feather of HP already. So it takes 4 shots to take KLVJ down, even with all the items that KLVJ has.
And it's a Martis. It's a tank Martis.
Yeah, to be honest though, like Flash with a 15,000 gold lead over Bleed, the third game statistically would favor the side of Flash. They have what it takes. Like Bruno was such a good pick for Vanix. He's so confident and comfortable with that hero. He basically just, I don't need to buy anything else. I don't need to get any kills. It's 0-0-0 for Vanix. All I need to do is just take down the objectives, take down the turrets, and take down the throne. Objective wins games after all.
Exactly. I mean, you have Sky Guardian Helmet, Anti-Curious, going with the Fury Hammer as well as the Molten Essence, and as well as the Tough Boots. KLVJ just gets chunked down so hard by Vanix.
Yep, I mean, you can tell it was just a very straightforward game for Team Flash, right? 9 towers, 3 lords, 3 turtles, nothing contested on the side of Bleed, and they just couldn't do it because the mid lane was extremely difficult for FMM.
Exactly.
If you remember, Jay already achieved that Clock of Destiny along with the Lightning Truncheon way ahead of FMM, who only at that point had just the Enchanted Talisman. So it was really difficult.
They already had the Blood Wings as well as the Divine Glaive as well.
Yep, and that was like not even late game. It's
not even late.
17 minutes.
1
only.
minute away from late game.
Yes.
Yeah, they are 1 minute away from late game, right? And I have to say, Flash put up a amazing fight, right? Crazy fight, and it all boils down from that one team fight, the one turtle fight. That's it. Flash just snowball.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play against a team that is so disciplined. They know what they can take, and then they'll back off. This was one of the games that we typically see in a Philippine region or a Malaysia region, where most of these teams, they don't really go for these kinds of team fight skirmishes. They just want to go for these objectives. They want to take what they can, and they want to clear out the game.
Yep, and you can see, I mean, specifically for Hades, right, with the Assassin Emblem, with the Rupture, as well as the Season Hunter and Impure Rage, early game he did a lot of damage, and mana wasn't a problem for him, right?
I mean, he's on energy though. He is on energy, but as a Nolan, because of this Edith, because of the Baxia, you have so much tank ability there. It allows you the space to go for an Assassin build. Blade of Heptasy, and we can take a look at the items too later on as well, but what a play here from Hades.
Yeah, I don't know what went wrong in the early game. Was it a
Snowball.
like a lane gap?
They
from-
missed the timing. So Bleed, they're supposed to snowball because of this Martis,
Yes,
because
that's right.
of this Claude as well. So if the Martis snowball, the Claude has to go, the Lilia has to go, right? But without that snowball, essentially you just have your back against the walls.
Yep, let's take a look at a couple of other statistics. We have the carry here, Jay, actually dealing close to 60,000 damage.
Yeah, and Bleed dealing a whopping 0 damage to turret right there.
No,
But
you know, to quote Cheryl, it's like the Great Singapore Sale once again.
Yeah.
Like Flash is just taking everything.
Yeah, they're just taking everything. It's free real estate here. The damage dealt is so much more significant. On the side of Flash here, 155,000 in the hands of Flash. And I have to say that is amazing, amazing play. And take a look at the damage to turret. Clean sweep on the side of Flash.
I like the fact that Vanix has 0% in kill participation, but the damage that he dealt out was insane.
Yeah, I mean, this damage is, I would say, equivalent to Jay or not, you know. Slightly behind Jay as well. And, you know, we do have the MVP ready for you guys. I think it has to be Jay.
I think it has to be Jay too.
Right? Or is it
Phenomenal
Hades?
plays.
I feel it's Hades.
Really? I think it's Jay.
We're just waiting. It's
Jay! Yeah, Jay cannot, unfortunately, Jay cannot join us here today. He is not on the caster desk. Oh, that's Jay's. But yes, that's Jay's, that's Jay's. But yeah,
I was
Jay's,
a little bit confused by
Like,
your
what?
statement.
Yeah, you're like, oh, Jay? No, Jay's the player. I mean, no, I meant Jay's. Jay's with a Z, right? But, you know, this changes everything, right? With the Faramis pick just scaring the heck out of Bleed and denying Bleed of anything at all. Resources, macro, 0. Nothing was given over to Bleed.
All because of Shadow Stampede, all because of the Netherrealm. It changed the entire game for Bleed because all of a sudden it felt like Bleed didn't have any options at all. So I have to commend this. This is all due to KZP's crazy mind. I really love the way that he drafts for the team. It's really creative and you can see the effects of it, right? Not just the draft, you also need the players to be able to execute that particular mindset.
Yeah, that's why like I'm trying to analyze the draft, and then like he picks up a Baxia, he picks up a Nolan. Okay, Baxia into the roam, but he surprises us again with the Edith, and then he couples everything together with the Paramis, and now we'll see the team fights. This is the magic of team fights that Flash has brought into this game.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Jay with the Netherrealm always on time. JPL getting caught off guard, and there it is. That's the snowball.
Yep, Hades was very clean this game with the red trees as well, and he always jumped in at the perfect time, saving his fracture for the perfect moment.
Yeah,
It
this
always
was
a
one.
one
Look
shot.
at KLVJ. Look at KLVJ. Look at his HP, right? His HP is like this, and
Vanix.
Here comes Vanix.
Look at Vanix. Look, 1, 2, 3.
Oh man,
3 hits. 3 hits.
It's all it takes.
Painful. 3
Man.
hits, just like that, and Flash is able to close out the game. I mean, they did lose a life here in the time in a sense of Adamir as well. They go for the crystal, they go for the end.
Yep, and this jump by Adamir to go onto Deck was the one that really changed the fight because Deck could not join the fight.
He had forced to back.
Yeah, he was forced to go back, and take a look at the damage. Vanix was always on the heads of the players on the side of Bleed, so there was no option. There really was no option for Bleed. And that's why I say KZP really the true MVP of this entire match.
Yes.
KZP was the best of the best.
Yep.
Well, again, it's the execution of the players, though. A coach can only do so
Exactly.
much. But the entire team, though, they knew their objective, they knew their role, and everything was just so spot on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a very good pick, you know. You have that Lilia, which has very, very good clear. You know, good mage, good wave clear. But you know who else is a good mage, has good wave clear, and is also a sort of a artillery, or is the epitome of an artillery? Fasa. So Fasa, you know, you have the new skin, as you can see on the bottom of the screen right here, is going to be the Abyssal Wings draw
That's Selena,
event.
Selena's
So,
skin,
oh,
right.
sorry, the Abyssal Wings, yeah. So you have the Selena, you have the Saber, you have the Moskov as well. So go on and draw. You know, you guys have a nice 29% off in the exchange shop, and you know, log in, get 50% off for your first time, one-time draw every single day. So hashtag Mobile Legends, hashtag MLBB, new skin.
Yep, actually, so Selena, right, was the first character that I learned skill names from. So like Abyssal Arrow was the
Really?
first skill name that I learned
Wow.
in MLBB.
Ah,
Yeah.
so you'll never forget it. You'll never forget
You will
it first
never
time.
forget the Abyssal
Yeah,
Arrow,
it's the
right?
easiest. It's like, oh, look at the demon with the Abyssal Arrow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have the M5 wildcard that is going to be coming up as well. So the M5 World Cup will be a free entry in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. You know, the place of the twin Petronas Tower, my favorite place, right? KL is the place to be. Kickstart your pre-registration on the 4th of November, and the location will be announced soon. Please be Petronas Tower. No, I'm joking.
Petronas
It's too small,
Towers.
it's too small. But you know, we get to see Petronas Tower as well. Big shout out to our Malaysian brothers, you know, our neighbors as well. Hope you guys are enjoying the show with us. I really love today's game. Today's game, third game. Look at Ryan. He looks so happy.
I am very happy.
Yes,
I'm so
for
excited
game
for the third
three,
three.
full of
I am
energy.
excited for the third game. I mean, I casted the first 2 games.
Yeah?
This one really woke me up.
This one hits. This one hits.
This one really hits a little bit harder, especially with 1 kill and 3 kills on both sides.
Exactly. So you know,
I could have hoped for more.
yeah, I mean, we can only hope for more, but right now, you know, the players, they need some rest, and we are humans as well. The players are humans, and even Ryan needs to take a rest. Take a look at him. He's already resting on his OSIM chair. But yes, enough of that. We'll see you guys in a short little bit. Take care. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, uncle, aunties. We are here, Suntec City, playoff day number 1, and we have 3 games on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vertigo, and with me we have Churros, we have Kindofu. Today has been a fruitful day. Today has been a game of intensity. And today is raining too. I mean, if you guys do notice watching from home or anywhere else, it's raining. It's a nice day to sit in, or even better, it's a nice day to come down and see the crowd, buy yourself some merch. I mean, I've been eyeing, the Homeboys merch for a while. I mean, they look really, really good, right? With their new different jerseys, home and away as well. But right now, we have Bleed against Flash. Is someone going to go away in a flash, or is someone going to bleed right here and right now in the upper brackets?
Yeah, definitely looking to bleed out the competition here. Ooh. But it is 1-1. So Team Bleed against Team Flash. Now, we've already seen both teams have given us multiple moments of brilliance. Now, it is clutch time. It's time to clutch it out. It's 1-1. Winner stays on that happy train of the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
The loser, unfortunately, will head down into the lower bracket where they have to fight for their life to try and get back to the throne.
It's a 10 a.m. game. No one wants to wake up at that early in the morning. Everyone
the
wants to
weekend.
sleep in. So the winner gets to sleep in.
Exactly.
The loser has to wake up.
That's right.
slightly
Saturday
earlier
is a day to
play a
sleep
game.
in, right?
It is.
Saturday is a day to sleep in, and of course, Saturday morning is always good to order Mac delivery to your house early in the morning.
Ah, that sounds good. Does
Yep.
sound good.
Same bands yet again.
Same bands yet again. Flash starting off the band with the Yuzhong. Bleed, on the other hand, setting it out on the Fanny. They don't want to face that Fanny at all. For the side of Flash, though, responding with a Angela. So same bands all across the board, and I'm not surprised if they would ban out the Nolan here, because it has been so pivotal. Nolan has had so
I think
many
they should ban
good
out the
games.
Joy. Yeah, Bleach should ban out the Joy, right? I mean, they're just holding for time here.
Joy,
Yeah.
Yep, that's the Joy. And then Flash on the Fredrin man, that would be a very viable option over here.
Yeah, for Team Bleed at this point specifically, I think I would really prefer for them to put a much more controlling hero onto Sagitno. I mean, Xbox is great, but he does not have any CC available in his kit.
Yeah.
So actually, I think if you give something with more crowd control, a little more damage as well, Sagitno could pop off. I feel Sagitno would be the cornerstone for Team Bleed, and if he really gets to pop off, it's going to be easy game for Deck to really run rampant as well.
Yeah, but they're going to be banning out the Fredrin. So I have to point out the ban for Hilda as well, right? It does seem like Flash are moving towards a assassin yet again. Of course they have to, right? So they're going to go with the Nolan on the first pick, snap picking it up. Very good.
100%
win rate.
Yeah, there's only 2
goodness.
games being played this time around.
Small sample size.
In this entire series, Nolan has been picked up 100% of the time.
Yeah.
So hasn't been banned out, opened up, Flash picks it all the way up. And we talked about, like, hey, Sagitno needs to be on those EXP heroes with high burst mobility, high mobility, so he has a lot more free play to make setups for the rest of the team, and they know that Bleed, their only win condition is to take Bannings down. So he might very well go in for a Benedetta this time around. We've seen him play that in the regular season. He worked out very well.
Yeah, Valentina's great here, right? On the side of Bleed.
Yep.
It's a very good balance pick right here. They're going to go for the Valentina as well as the Edith. So, I mean, the Edith as well can easily go into the goal lane, right? We know, into the mid lane. We know how FMM versatility is, right? He can go with the Edith as well.
What's
I
wrong?
said goal lane because
What's wrong?
FMM was the goal lane.
I mean,
before.
Edith could work in the goal lane.
She
Theoretically
is
as well. Yeah,
technically
she
a
is
marksman.
Yeah,
Technically, she is a marksman as
Yeah,
well.
but jokes. We know.
We know. But yeah, Valentina as well as the Edith. Very good snap pick here coming out on the side of Bleed. But what is going to be the counter draft here from Flash?
Snap pick up the Bruno. I think just give
Really?
Bannings his comfort hero.
Right now?
Prioritize it right from the get-go.
Yeah,
I think that would be
whoa,
pretty
look
good.
at the
You have
confidence.
Matilda as well.
Confidence from Lolzy. I mean, he is signaling and showing all sorts of hands. And they're going to go
Box
for
and
the
Matilda again.
Yeah,
Oh man,
That's
this
good.
is looking
That's good.
scary from
Really,
Flash
really good.
right from the get-go.
Turtle Poissons along with the Circling Eagle. This team right now, this draft for Team Flash, extremely mobile, and it's extremely hard to catch as well. So Bleed, they have their work cut out for them. Yes, they do have the Valentina, also with high mobility with the Shadow Strike as well. But it's a bit tough to catch up with the speed on the side of Team Flash.
Do Bleed want the Xbox again? I mean, they are pretty confident and pretty, the Xbox with the Faraga armor is
I
really
would
comfortable.
very much not prefer to have an Xbox. I think
Really?
they need more CC. I
Khalid?
really think they need more control. Khalid would be great.
Oh,
as well.
Terisla. But you have anti-heals coming up from the Baxia. So the Rafaela was banned in the previous phase, and this time they're gonna go for the Rafaela. Or what other people would say, Rafaela. There we go.
Yeah,
So a lot of heals coming out.
So with the Raph pick right here, I think Bleed is psyching themselves up for, hey, let's put deck on the Irithel once again. I think Irithel would be a very, very good option right here. But of course, Flash definitely knows this. They might look to ban out a lot of these threats from that gold lane, giving Vanix an easier time, maybe putting deck back onto something that he's less comfortable with. So I'm looking at Flash banning out the Marksman, Bleed, banning out
Marksman as well.
Maybe Marksman
I
as well.
think they
EXP has
should-
already been picked up.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this. You have so much engaged already, right? I feel like Flash should, signal towards an Ixia, but Bleed recognize this. They're gonna be banning out that Ixia because Matilda jumps in, Baxia jumps in, Nolan jumps in. All you have to do is have a amazing positioning like Vanix, stand at the back, open up full barrage, and that's it. GG.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering why Bleed doesn't want to ban out the Bruno. Do you think Kin is...
I think they have an answer because you have the holy healing, right? You have extra movement speed, mobility, as well as the circling eagle.
They might want to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah. So they might pick up the circling eagle for themselves as well as the tortoise persons to deny any sort of healing coming out from Team Flash as well. It depends all on FMM as well, right? So right now, Flash, they're going to go for the Irithel ban. And the Bruno is still up and available, but will Bleed ban away this Bruno? I don't think they should because this, after this ban, they are Flash will ban and then Bleed can pick themselves up the Bruno, forcing Flash to ban the Bruno.
Well, if they ban
all
the
about the
Bruno,
mind
they
games.
could always just go for the Layla.
Not again!
Not again, Kin.
On the Clint.
Enough with your unorthodox
No, imagine
picks.
Bleed goes with the Layla and what the hero interaction with Nolan, like, Papa!
Oh, yeah, they cannot fight. Oh, then after that, this is a nerf on
Nolan does
Hades.
does lesser damage to Layla because he's his daughter. But yes, enough of that. Bleed going for the next ban on, or rather their last ban right now. I don't think they should ban out the Bruno. Oh,
they actually ban out the Bruno.
I don't
They
think,
can't afford to risk it.
I know why. Because deck doesn't play a Bruno. He
wants
rarely,
to-
he
wants to-
doesn't, or he either doesn't or rarely plays a Bruno. If
means-
you see all the old matches.
That means Deck wants to go back for the Beatrix.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Bless.
Yes.
And the Martis is gonna get banned out here on the side of Flash because they did not pick up the jungler as of right now. And the Martis is gonna get banned out. And right now they could go for the Fredrin is banned.
I just want to put it out there. Melissa is still a possibility as well. It could counter the very divey composition from the side of Team Flash.
Ooh, Akai.
Akai would be very good
Ooh,
for
Akai is
Bleed.
good here.
It would offer a lot of good disengage as well, right?
Yeah. And Akai is really, really good here. I mean, Potato, if you can hear me, and Akai is amazing to be picked up right now. As well as Akai, Melissa.
They have time.
You can
It's a
deny
very intense conversation.
You can deny everything. And take a look at that. Eyebrows furrow here on the side of Bleed. 8 seconds left. They do want to go for the...
It is my mission to banish all
Lancelot.
Wow, Lance not so much. Lance a lot. And right now, we get to see some nice little KLVJ Lancelot.
Interesting. I don't know how this is going to be played out well because I know QVJ, his objective is just go to the back line, shing, then slows down, and then open up opportunities for Bleed to just play front to back. But I think they want to leave the goal lane open. So
Good.
Brody
Yeah.
being snapped up.
Your team.
As well as the Thermos.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a very
This
dirty
is beefy,
draft.
so strong.
So
Flash.
nasty. What a nasty draft.
Very nasty.
Okay, Bleed, I think Beatrix would be the best choice right here.
Really?
Give Deck his comfort hero.
Yeah, I think the Beatrix is good here. Or
Yeah,
wait,
Beatrix.
the Irithel is banned out. Yeah.
Irithel is banned out. Beatrix one of the only
Yeah,
choices here.
Beatrix is good. Beatrix is good. Clean Melissa. Oh.
Or hey, if you want to go insurance, you can go for the Claude again and then play split push.
Oh yeah, that's true. But I do
Yeah,
like the
because
Melissa
they're playing
here
team
more.
fight. They're fighting against Flash who are doing a team
But I like
fight
the
composition.
I like the Melissa way more. But because
I
of this
do
Brody, because of this Brody, right? I mean, it kind of negates the bubble instead, right? You have the Matilda, you have the Nolan, you have the Baxia running into your face as well as the Faramis, but that's not going to do much because they have the range.
Whoa!
And there we go.
I was telling you about it. The 1-1. I can't believe I didn't even predict that.
So if the 1-1 doesn't make it, so it's on you, right?
No, this is 1-1's debut pick for the entirety of Season 6.
The first 1-1. We
First
finally
1-1.
see the 1-1 of the number 1 in 1-1 season, playoff day number 1.
Yep.
No, that works, man. That
Okay,
works.
I have no response to that. No comment.
Very dry joke.
Very dry joke.
We're just gonna call you out on that.
But it's gonna be a fun. It's gonna be a fun game right here. You see the
Wow,
crowd.
look at the
They're
crowd.
waving their flags. Wave
Whoa.
them high up. Bleed eSports. Make some noise.
Whoa, very. Wow, okay, hear the
Okay,
cheers.
we
Wow,
can
wow, I
hear
can
the
hear
cheer.
the cheers. I can hear
Or
the
on
cheers.
the other end, of the spectrum, Flash, Team Flash, fans of Team Flash, make some noise.
There we go.
There
we do
we
have some
go.
Team Flash here as well. Very, very good audience participation as well on both sides for Team Flash and Bleed Esports as well. But finally, we have game number 3 on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for your team. Team Flash up against Bleed Esports. Game number 3.
Yep, decided game for both of these teams. One is going to have a very happy journey home later on, and another has to wake up really early tomorrow morning to try and fix the mistakes that they have made today. So right now, Bleed and Flash, I think we're all very impressed with the draft on the side of Team Flash because we know how scarily disgusting this combination can be pulled off.
It's gross.
Right off the mark.
Yep, it's pretty disgusting coming out from Flash as well. I love this lineup, right?
Like
you have
huge
a
clash.
Huge clash. And the Brody from the back line, all he has to do is just chunk damage over and over again. That's all he needs to do.
Yeah,
but
Deck is not going to have a good time though.
Yeah.
I do want to talk a little bit more about the potential of 1-1 within this draft. Now, you know that you're fighting up against a team that has full team fight composition. It's very, very in your face. As long as Deck is able to get that weakness points, he's able to just chow it down. And you know the buff on the Haas Claws as well as the Berserker's Fury. Deck will have an easier time, especially in the late game, to deal the chunks of damage that he has. The dash buff that 1-1 has as well in this new patch update is going to be so pivotal in allowing the easy access to the weakness points as well.
Exactly that. And let's take a look at the emblems right now. Nothing out of the ordinary apart from the movement speed and the wilderness of blessing coming out from Lozzy as well as Jay. They want to rotate all over the map. And take a look at on the other side as well, Bleed doing the exact same thing. Wilderness of blessing as well as the movement speed. And I have to say, KelVJ going with the thrill in pure rage as well. Wow, that's very, very different.
Lozzy is doing a lot of work, just opening up the map, giving vision to wherever QVJ is. So now the mirror game is very, very strong. They just want to know where Bleed is. They want to mirror their movements and try to get the opportunities that they so desperately need in the early game of the match. So Turtle spawned up, Bleed. No, it seems like no team is actually zoning out for that Turtle.
Exactly, and a very, very strong play coming out on both sides as well. I have to say, they're just waiting for the fight here, but big jump onto JPL. JPL walks away scot-free, but no! The bounce coming out from Jay, just so painful.
The Magic Worship dealing so much damage as well.
And that's why it's called Ghost Bursters.
Yes, the Ghost Bursters for you right there.
Not Busters? Not Ghost Bursters? Close enough. And there we go. I mean, as you can see, Deck is having a little bit of a harder time against Vanek because of the range, right? I mean, as a Brody, you outrange, you had the biggest range amongst all the marksmen in the arsenal of the marksman pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's just moving away and getting that range over, but the
very late turtle.
The only thing that 1-1 really has to, or Deck really has to look out for is that early game damage that
Saginu?
Brody has.
Saginu getting the knock up and the earth shadow as well, but Jay with a flicker and a pullback all the way in, but FMM with the Netherrealm Adamir all the way into the thick of it as well, but JPL with a big stun down onto Hades as well. They're going to be able to get right out, but Saginu runs a little bit low, props the Primal Wrath as well, but they're going to be able to get right out, and just like that, Flash will be able to secure your first objective of the game, which is going to be that first turtle.
Oh, that was a big
going
brain
for
moment.
it, QVJ.
Nope, but Hades cutting it a bit close. KelVJ runs low, but he goes for the dash as well. But he's going to go again all the way in for Lozzy, but it's going to be a big trade. That's not a worthy trade.
Yep, just a little bit late on the side of Jay's and NetherRealm there, but I think it's fine. And you know, this is advantage to Flash simply because of one small moment, which is a big brain vengeance coming out from Adamir, which blocked off that Primal Wrath, so they couldn't get the damage down. So Sagitno once again, handicapped by the play of Adamir. He's showing that he's, at this point, the better EXP laner.
There's a lot of movement or rotation around Flash, and they're moving together as a unit. They know what the next step is. Take that turtle, go down to pressure the gold lane so that we drag everyone from Bleed over to the gold lane, give Adamir enough space and time to farm. And once that is done, even though we don't get any trades, we can always go back to the EXP, go up to that top lane. They're always one step ahead of Bleed.
Very good play coming out from Flash right now, and it is almost replicating the game number 2, right? We saw how Flash came back and just demolished them with
jump.
Oh, big jump all the way in, but JPL with the 2-man stun all the way in, but the circling Eagle is going to catch out onto deck. JPL goes down, Hades with a big jump, and just like that, JPL goes down.
Very good rotations coming in. Very nice layering of these team fight opportunities as well.
Oh! Daddy Vanix catching deck and just showing him who's the real marksman here.
Yep. Torn apart memory being committed by Vanix as well. And this is one of the things that's going to be really tough. FMM, he might fall here. They're going for the chase. Oh, one more hit.
Oh, one hit away. They're just one hit away. But take a look at the tier 2 turret as well. They're running a little bit low. Sagitnu forced to rotate all the way from the top lane and the EXP lane just to support onto the bottom lane right now. And look at how Bleed is reacting to this. They are walking into Flash's hand yet again. They're just playing very reactive right now. Bleed, they do not have their purpose. They're not executing their keys to victory at all.
I mean, they feel very confident with the Holy Light, right? And I think it's for good reason as well. While Deck didn't exactly have the best lane in the laning phase itself, he still managed to make it out of that entire laning phase with just an 0-1 and 0, which means that Deck is actually going to be able to hit his power spike sooner rather than later.
The Flash making the movement speed work in their favor, already rotating up towards that turtle lane. The rest of the lead follows suit, but Flash, look at where Vanix is, just going for objectives, and that is what wins games. As long as Vanix takes down the objectives, they open up that map, there's a lot of space created, and Deck will suffer, especially choking out from all these small little creeps.
I mean, they kind of recognize this as well, right? They know that Deck is not comfortable in the goal lane at all, and they are just constantly trying to burst down that goal lane. And oh, Lawsy, what a good escape as well. But they're just trying to hunt down onto Vanix. Vanix catches out onto Deck. Is it going to be enough? But no, the crossbow of Tang finally from Deck, able to trade it back. But no, Flash takes the turtle away as well as the tier 1 top turret. And Flash, wow, very good macro plays.
They're looking for trades all across the map. You take down Vanix, that's okay. He's going to be resting a little bit for maybe 10 seconds. I'll take down the turret and see how you respond.
They're trying to create more space for Deck, right? So the point of that play was to make sure that, wait, hang on a minute, Deck getting chunked down a little bit.
Yep, but take a look at the damage dealt here. Hades 16k with Jay with 15k already. And because of this Baxia, yet again, I told you guys, because of the Baxia, because of the Matilda, it allows this Nolan to go into the damage build, right? He go for the Blade of Heptases, 2 Legion Sword already secured. He's going for his BOD right now.
Yeah, they're in their element right now. Flash is just making the entirety of the Land of Dawn their own home. They're sitting in the jungles, and they're always looking for the next big opportunity, which is taking down that turrets. They don't even care about where Bleed is because they're so far ahead right now. They only need to just extend their lead.
Yep, it's looking like a little more blue on the side of the map for 2 reasons, right? One is Flash is all over the map as it stands now, and KLVJ.
KLVJ trying to jump into the backline, but he's going to get stunned up by Vanix, but the torn apart memory almost catches out onto KLVJ, but nearly hits the mark. I mean, that was a full 5 stack coming out from Vanix as well, and nearly catches out onto KLVJ, and this is so bad for Bleed right now, right? KLVJ getting forced to go back, buying the Sky Guardian helmet finally, and Flash, they're just taking map control over and over, but the Flicker, as well as the Circling Eagle, trying to catch on onto Deck, though, but no, it's going to be Sagitnu. Sagitnu runs low, Primal Wrath comes up, but the NetherRealm is going to get popped as well, all the way in. KLVJ trying to go for the dash, shing, all over the place. KLVJ gets pulled back, forces to use the Dawn Rose to get right out.
Yep, and it's really difficult, right? So Bleed right now, it's really about damage control because they're trying to create space for Deck to farm. They need to kill Vanix every time Vanix dies. That's a lot of time they have bought for Deck to really get the farm up and get the items up so they can really go for the true objectives of winning team fights. But as it stands now, Bleed You're gonna give it a try.
Run a little bit low.
Oh, he actually took it.
Cal VJ finally gonna get the steal back again, but all the way back. Bleed is gonna be running a little bit behind, but finally Bleed showing signs of life, showing why they are Bleed eSports, showing why they're one of the big powerhouses and they're here to surprise everybody, especially Team Flash.
They have just bought themselves around 3 to 4 minutes of time where they can farm safely, right? Right now, it's a 4.5 thousand goal lead for the side of Team Flash. Bleed needs to stem this. They need to stop the farm. They need to stop their growth as well. So they need to get a kill within this law push. Something.
Bleed is splitting themselves up. Like it's basically like Hydra. You have so many hits, you need to be doing so many things at once, and Flash is just playing the macro game so well. Take a look at where Nolan is at all times, or this Hades is just farming up, getting his economy, getting his gold up, and doing the damage. The damage is done.
Exactly, the damage has already been done. Take a look at Deck all the way back in. He's going to get pulled, but no, the healing coming out from JPL is so much because of the Flask of Oasis.
Yep, Holy like doing a lot of work. That will be one of the winning conditions for the side of Team Bleed as long as they make sure that Deck is healed up. He will be able to lay those stacks down, and with the critical strike as well, it's going to make a huge difference in the late game. Bleed, like I said, just buying time. All they need to hit is that 15 to 18 minute mark where they can have full itemization on Deck. And that's where Bleed can really turn this game around.
Exactly.
I just want to point out that Baksha actually got the Dominance Eyes. I'm not sure if it actually stacks with his passive because that's a double anti-regen.
Yeah, it does. Because of the Rafaela.
Yeah.
He has to build the Dominance because of Rafaela. I mean, it kind of denied that healing, right? It's anti-healing coming out. This Dominance is so important here, you know, coming out from Adamir. And he recognized this as well. And Adamir, not even going for the flicker, going for the vengeance. Adamir is here to stay in the fight, soak all the damage, deflect every single damage, and deny that healing coming out from JPL.
Well, you can see Bleed trying to position themselves to get a kill here onto Adamir. Not going to really work out for them.
Ooh,
now, I have a fan here right in front of us who has a couple of place cards for us to read, right? He actually predicted that Bleed is going to win 2-1. He says,
Wow,
go and
2-1.
sleep. These are his words, not mine. Right?
Lawsy go and sleep, wow. And will Lawsy be able to sleep it right here, or will, you know, Bleed show what it takes to take Bleed back home?
As it stands now, Team Flash having much more map control. That advantage that they have bought themselves, that timer they've bought themselves on the side of Team Bleed has expired. So right now, they're going to go back into a very defensive structure and formation.
Wow, a Blade Armor secured by Adamir here. So Blade Armor, Vengeance, Dominance, Eyes. This is a prickly durian, right? You use your hand to slam down on this durian, it's just going to hurt you more. Right? He's on a roll, and Hades right now securing onto a endless battle. So Blade of Despair, endless battle with a Fury Hammer right now. This is a full damage Hades, especially with the true damage.
Lord is up. Bleed eSports just zoning themselves up, trying to open up that map, trying to find where Hades is.
And Deck actually has the Wind of Nature, so if Flash disengage, it's going to cost Bleed quite a lot.
It is going to cost them quite a lot right here as well, but Lawsy's running in with a suddenly
the
ego, but the Lord Nice big knock up here, but the Netherrealm is going to get a pop. Oh, the Silent comes in as well. JPL runs low, but the Holy Healing comes in. But no, it's going to be Vanix, going to be able to take down onto the Lord, and Bleed are forced to go back. Oh, what a two-man pull! What a two-man pull coming in from Jay. Big play coming out. Jay 1-0-4 right there. Two-man pull, bringing in KelVJ into their hands and taking them home.
It's a travesty for Bleed!
Yep,
Wow.
That was a beautiful Shadow Stampede coming out from Jay, and he did it without the Divine Glaive. He just got it on hand.
Yeah.
So right now, it's going to be the calm before the storm. Team Flash, one more opportunity will do it for them here.
Syncing up all three waves. Flash looking for one more big kill. They can't cycle. QVJ is not up yet. Lord marching down the top side.
They have the 5 seconds right now, and Bleed, they're just trying to hold on to their life right now, but the Lord charging in all the way in, but Lawsy trying to go right out with the second Eagle as well. And Flash comes in and goes home, takes that first tier 3 turret onto the top lane, and very easily just secures it.
Yep, Hades is still putting a lot of pressure on Deck here on the bot lane as well, and look at him, he can just
T-pose,
stand
he's
there.
just T-posing. He's just T-posing. Yep, T-posing, but Lawsy takes a lot of damage here coming in as well, but he do have the Guiding Wings. Saginu comes in with Primal Rev, but big catch there. So much damage down onto JPL. Hades is painful.
Yep, they're probably going to go into a reset now. Hades now secured that Malefic Roar as well. 99 seconds. Bleed has just bought himself 99 seconds before the next law is going to be spawned. So they have to do so much here. They have to control the waves. They have to get the farm up as well. And most importantly, they have to try and burn out the utilities, the kits of Flash before the actual fight happens.
The Hades hurts like a truck right now. And if you notice, Hades is always not within the 4 men. They're always not sticking together. Hades is staying at the side, waiting for the right time and opportunity to make a move on a flank. He knows his target is to take Deck and to take FMM down. Flash just needs to provide a lot more support to Vanix. And Hades can just very well go off and do his thing. 60 seconds, that's 1 minute. It's a long time.
How dirty is that particular mindset? Because right now, you're going to have to throw every single thing onto Vanix as well as the remainder of Team Flash. And after you've thrown everything, Hades comes in, cleans up. He's going to be a cleanup crew.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what else to expect from the Lord of the Underworld?
Literally,
True.
the Lord of the Underworld right here. But speaking of Lord, 35 seconds until the Lord pops up right here onto the bottom half of the map. And right now, Flash, they are having the time of their life. 9.4k goal lead, and they're just T-posing in the jungle of Bleed.
Did they steal the buff?
Yeah, no.
No, they
They
didn't
got a
got it.
retribution.
Yeah, they have to, you know, pop the retribution and then, you know, give them a little bit of a chance to go for the Lord.
And that's not ideal.
But hey, 20 seconds until the retribution comes out, 10 seconds until the Lord comes out, 10 seconds is your window right here
will
for
take
Flash.
Flash less than 10 seconds to get things done here on the side of Team Flash, right?
Are you sure about that?
Yep, they just need to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, they do need that kill, and right now, Bleed, they're just signaling in. Shatter down with the onwards as well. Enemy, he's so thick. Oh, look at the damage coming right out with the Guiding Wind as well. But the Nether Realm is going to be saving out onto Adamir.
That's
but
a huge mistake there,
Big.
Jay.
So
with
much.
the early Nether Realm, which means Bleed actually can fight this out. They just need to play this perfectly.
Yep,
Flash trying to force Bleed out of the base, but look at where Hades is, just trying to split push, maintain that lane pressure. Bleed has to respond. They have to go back.
They don't even need to care. Flash doesn't need to go for the Lord. They just buy time.
Yeah, it's just
Flash.
all about buying time. They don't know where Hades is.
Oh, they got the information right now. They can see that Deck is in the base right now, and Lelzy trying to go in. But oh, the onwards, as well as the Earth Shatter coming in, is going to be a 2-man knockup right here, forcing Bleed to go all the way back. But KelVJ trying to dash right in with his sword all the way in. Xing indeed trying to get a little bit of a help right now, but they do not Flash. They do not have Hades. Where's Hades? Hades is not here at all, but no, it's going to go into the hands. Oh, Bleed yet again.
Look at the wraparound.
They're going to go right in.
The wraparound.
Oh, look at the wraparound. Hades coming in. 1v5. Can he take it though? He's very squishy. He does have the damage all the way in. KelVJ runs low, but it's going to be a 2-man knockup. But the NetherRealm comes in clutch.
Rushing in.
NetherRealm comes in clutch yet again. But no, down goes to the Gitnu. It's going to be a numbers advantage in terms and in favor of Team Flash.
This is the best chance they've had all game. Bleed needs to take advantage of this. They have one member. No, they have one member down. They need to make this Lord work for them. They get the Mega Creeps as well. They have
Oh, they're
so
baiting it. They're
many
baiting.
things to do. But Team Flash, all they need to do is to get one member down, and it could be the end of the game for Bleed.
Look at Vanix's damage. It's so dirty.
Oh,
It's
man.
so insane. Let's take a look at the damage.
Hades,
on the items.
Hades.
Oh, Hades!
Running for the hills, running for his life.
Running
he
for his
gets safe.
Look at the
emote.
dash. The dash is just so insane. Let's take a look at the
84,000 on Jay.
Wow, 84,000 on Jay. I mean, let's take a look at the items that Jay is bidding up right now. You have Clockwork of Destiny, you have the Magic Shoes, you have the Lightning Trunket, Divine Glaive, Magic Wand. I mean, still going for the Holy Crystal or maybe the Blood Wings even. But yeah, the mid lane turret is going to get a little bit of a crack open right now. Lawsy jumping right in, but he's going to get denied, and as well as the stun coming on from JPL.
That's just playing the long game right here. They're just waiting for Bleed to come online, make a mistake so that Nolan can do, or Hades can do a wraparound yet again. They're going to try this a couple of times, and it doesn't matter because Flash is so far ahead. Full build over on the side of Hades as well as the Faramis.
And Vanix as well, but Deck, on the other hand, does not have a full build.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he does. Oh,
no,
not yet.
not yet.
Not yet.
Not
I think
yet.
he's going for the Berserker's Fury.
Berserker's
The only
Fury?
logical, that's the only logical option. Or the Haas Claws, maybe.
He might go for the Heart's Claw or even go for a BOD.
But
just
there
needs more
might
attack
not
speed.
be enough time here. Lawsy scouting out so many members on the side of Bleed.
Yep, and all that information, and Bleed thrive on information right here, but Flash, they're just denying Bleed of the information, walking up into their jungle, but
Oh, the last possible moment.
Onward comes in, but the Vengeance from Adamir comes out, but it pops the crossbow tank. Hades trying to jump right in, but no, he's going to be able to get right out.
No Vengeance on Adamir as well, so this could be a good re-engage for Bleed. As it stands now, Hades and Adamir both have used their ultimates, but the most important ultimate that needs to be burnt out from the side of Team Flash is actually the Nether Realm.
Oh, the stun though. The stun coming in, but the Winter Trunkian coming in from JPL. It comes in clutch, but the damage comes in onto Lozi as well. But here comes the crossbow attack, but no, the Nether Realm is just gonna deny it. But it's gonna be 4-man Nether Realm as well. They're just gonna stop onto Bleed. Sagino gets silenced all the way back again. Adamir rushing to the bloodline, but Lozi is gonna get taken out. LVJ with a good backline catch, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 catch. Adamir still survives though, and Flash, it's gonna be 1 man down. Sagino, what a catch onto Adamir. It's gonna be a 2-man takedown and none on the side of Flash.
Bleak can turn, but they need to go back to defend.
Oh, they have to defend this.
Man.
They have to defend this.
Vanix is still online.
Jay still does have his flicker, so if he gets the perfect Shadow Stampede with the flicker as well, it could turn it around for Flash. But Bleed have a very advantageous position right now. They have the Lord in sight, and there is
they know where Hades
the retreat available as well.
Yep, they know where Hades is. They are trying to go for the wraparound. They might be trying to catch down onto Hades yet again. But LVJ is persistent, catching out the Lord over and over again.
Looks like Flash might not want to contest this. Hades is going to be pushed away. So this is Bleed, a second lifeline in this 20-minute game.
Yep, and the fourth turtle, level 4 turtle here coming out, but Hades.
Oh, is there enough time?
Is there enough time? Oh! He catches it! Hades, what are you doing? What a steal! And he goes for the recall as well.
What is this, man? The Lord of the Underworld!
What is this? He went for the steal, walks right up, dashes into the Lord Pit, goes for the retribution. Good night, Team Bleed.
Team Flash, they just cannot take no for an answer.
They just can't stop making plays.
This is the epitome of tutor retry choke. Literally. Tutor me the retry, man. Walks right in, goes for the retry, and just T-pose. No skills at all, just T-pose, get the retry down.
Now, back on defense, this is going to be a crucial Lord for Flash if they can use it well. They can sync up all 3 waves. Bleed will need to wake up at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. This is it.
Do Bleed need to wake up or Flash needs to wake up
the
tomorrow
longest
morning?
30 seconds of your life here because the Lord is going to touch the base of Bleed very soon. This is the last defense.
Yep, the last defense all the way for Bleed, but here comes Lozi coming in with it. Secondly, Eagle's going to be able to catch down onto 2 members right now. But JPL, he's going for the heal. He's going to be able to get right up. But Hades with the guiding wing all the way into the end, though. But the Lord is going to be able to come in by enemy Raslo. The Nether Realm comes in. It's going to be a double narrow now, but it's going to be a 3-man stun coming in.
Wow!
But double kill, but the throne is going to go down. And Team Flash says goodnight to Team Bleed. And Team Bleed are going to be able to come here early in the morning in Suntec City.
What a play! What a steal! Hades made the play, and Flash just solidified their victory, moving on to the next stage in the upper brackets.
Wow. Goosebumps, guys, goosebumps.
Yeah,
literal goosebumps.
Was there any doubt?
No, King got it right. King got it right.
Yes.
You got it right. Maybe it's the caster's curse. It's the vertigo curse.
Oh, it's the
You're always
vertigo. Oh,
voting on
man.
heroes.
Me again? Oh, I feel so bad right now.
Yeah, but in any case, I mean, I think Team Bleed, they did extremely well, even with all the difficulties that they were, given at this point. Team Flash definitely had the better draft in this game itself, and the execution was a bit easier. If you notice during the entire game, Jay was just waiting for the crossbow of tanks. That was the only thing he was waiting for before he popped that Nether Realm. And towards the end of the fight, I think Hades or someone within the Flash lineup actually got their hands on JPL, got him out of the fight. It just ticked him off. And when you don't have the healing light, you don't have the holy baptism, there is no other way for you to fight. And this was right after the crossbow of tanks as well as the Nether Realms were both popped on the respective ends as well.
Yeah, a lot of patience coming in from Flash. They knew what they want to do. They know how they want to layer in those team fights, and Jay just really made the right shot call. And at the end of the day, though, it was just down to the micro mechanics of each of the individual players. Everyone did their jobs right, and this was by no way an easy feat.
Oh, no way an easy feat.
I just have to say, if you were to describe Hades' job to a person that doesn't play games, who is not part of the esports world, right? You can just say, oh, you don't really need to do anything. You need to move.
Yeah, we have a card right there.
And
Lord Vanix.
Get one
Lord
retry,
Vanix.
get one retry, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
That steal by Hades was insane. I'm not sure why Team Bleed didn't continue to pressure Hades off of that Lord. That felt like a Bleed Lord, to be honest.
Yeah, it was definitely a Bleed Lord, right? I mean, what Hades did, dash in, retry, and T-pose. Literally, that's what he did. He dashed in, retry, T-pose.
Yeah,
That's
just
it. He doesn't have to do anything.
Another day in the office for Hades.
Yeah, exactly.
The Lord of the Underworld
Exactly.
just doing his thing, doing
and
his bidding.
Flash had the numbers disadvantage
Exactly.
And Bleed had the numbers advantage. They could have easily capitalized on that fight.
It bought them so many things, right? It really was a great Singapore sale. It bought them time for their members to respawn. It bought them the Lord. It bought them all the Mega Creeps. It bought them so much pain onto Bleed that now Bleed, they have to wake up tomorrow at 10 a.m. No, even earlier to reach here at 10 a.m.
8 a.m. If they stay even further, they got to wake up at 8 a.m.
exactly.
If they stay up all the way up into the north around the Yishun or Sembawang area, they got to take their time coming down as well. But enough about that. Let's take a look at the stats. Congratulations to Team Flash. And take a look at Hades. 2-0-6. This guy is unfazed. Right?
Actually, Jay also had a perfect game. As a Faramis, you could
yeah.
basically give up yourself and sacrifice yourself, but literally Jay was alive the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and the moment Jay dies, 5 seconds, he's instantly back, right? Instantly spawns, and he's been collecting the souls over and over again, you know, just to ensure, just give a little bit of insurance to himself. But Jay, what an amazing player here on the Faramis with the two-man catch as well. Amazing, perfect timing on the Nether Realm.
You know, I just have to say that like after today's game for Flash and Bleed, I'm gonna see a lot of Baksha in the EXP lane.
Oh, really?
I swear. I swear it's gonna be Bakshia's just getting picked up but not being played in the jungle.
Oh, unfortunate. I mean, I can do that too.
Maybe. Okay, but yeah. Based on the itemizations, it does look like Flash going full on the offense. Hades doesn't even have the jungle boots. He sold the boots just for the immortality.
I mean, he can go for the damage because Adamir is going for the full tank. Lawsy is there to heal him. And then Jay, Vanix, and Hades, that is your three main damage dealers.
Did you know that Matilda is Lousy's secret pick?
Yeah,
That's most comfort hero.
Honestly, in M3 and where else? In Season 3, MPL Season 3, Lawsy was literally picking up Matilda every single freaking game.
Lawsy picked up the Matilda first when they went against Bleed.
Yep.
They first picked Matilda when they went against Bleed in the very first game.
Yep, and with the emblems itself, the focusing mark, there was no one that could catch Lawsy, but he could always catch them out. So it was an instant extra 6% damage onto anyone that Lawsy touched.
I mean, Matilda Assassin emblem sounds good too. I mean,
yep, we've seen that worked in our own games as well. And
what is interesting to note is that actually Lawsy, usually we see Matilda pick up the Quantum Charge because you want an extra movement speed, but he actually picked up the Focusing Mark, which deals a lot more damage, especially when you play Buddy System with Vanix. So it really worked well in Flash's
6%.
6%
So
extra
next
damage.
time when people tell you, say, hey, investment 6%, oh, 6% is a lot.
Yeah, 6% is so much. The return on investment on that 6% is just gonna be so good. I mean, there's value.
Yep, and
true value.
This game, it wasn't even about, hey, are they protecting the goal laners? It was just, Lord Vanix, what are you doing, boy?
Yeah. Where are you going? I'm just going to tag along with you, just try to keep you safe and alive just for a little bit. And Bleed, they have no answer to that. 1-1 was on paper, a very good pick, but it wasn't really well executed. There was no way he could pop the crossbow tank without the Nether Realm being popped on as well.
My goodness, Jay, 119 damage as this Faramis.
Unfazed. Literally, the magic just bounces over and over and over again. We've seen how Jay used Faramis last season.
Yep.
We've seen how Jay used Faramis last season, and it's just so important for the team. That Nether Realm, that literal bounce, walking through the walls, and Jay is so good on the Faramis. And if I were to go against Team Flash, I would ban away the Matilda and the Faramis, 100%.
And you know, this message by Flash is sure. Game 1, they were wrecked in terms of macro, but like Game 2, Game 3, take a look at the damage to towers.
Yeah.
Bleed didn't even touch the towers in the previous game. In this game, they only dealt a total of 1,200.
1,000.
Hey,
yeah.
They're making a statement.
They're
honestly making a statement, but at the end of the day, Flash, everyone did so well. Who do you think is the one that did the wellest?
The wellest?
The wellest as the MVP, guys.
Jay.
It has to be Jay.
Daddy Jay. JJ. It has to be JJ. JJ right here with the Impure, Magic Worship, with the Wilderness Blessing as well as the movement speed on the Mage emblem as well.
Lethal Ignition.
Wow.
Really, really lethal. 4 kills only, but he saved the team so many times. And if you look at his last item, he was actually going into a Genius Wand.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty late for a Genius Wand. I mean, he could go even go into a Burning Wand.
He could actually go into a Winter Truncheon, which would make it a lot harder for Bleed to overcome the situation as well.
Very, very good play. I mean, congratulations to Jay as well. What an amazing game. What an amazing, amazing play. But, you know, it was so good.
It was a very good series. I enjoyed myself. I was kept up on my seat. I was really excited all the way through. But I'm more excited for the mic check.
Yeah,
I want to
I
see
mean-
what they are. I want to hear what they're talking about. what
Lawsy
they're
will say,
thinking.
don't be scared, man, don't be scared.
Go. As in, it's all about our perspective here,
Yeah.
right? But I think it's much more important to see things from their eyes and their mouths. And listen to what a professional team comms is like.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hey, no bomb, fuck. Slowly, guys. Guys, we can run.
Guys.
Hey, the S-ball first, guys, S-ball first.
Slowly, guys.
Hey, number 10, S-ball.
Nice.
Bro, Famis, bro. PH game,
I'm going in soon.
Hey, Adif.
I start
I'm going on 1-1, guys. I'm going on 1-1.
Adif. Hey, guys, Adif.
Law is half. Nice.
Hey, lens. Hey, back coming, guys. Lens.
Nice.
Rolling in soon.
2 seconds, my S2.
They low, damn low.
Hey, they know ulti.
Hey, one ulti.
Hey, nice. Party. Nice lah.
Nice. Wow, nice steal lot, bro.
Steel Lord.
Yeah.
Nice Steel Lord, bro. I mean, it's a very good synergy. I love this synergy. It's like, nice! And then, okay, good game.
Yeah, and they were very
That's
clean
true.
about it. After
Very
Hades
clear.
stole the lot, they were, instead of going all ham and like, okay, let's just go for the base, they went like, back. Just back.
Just
You
back.
know, okay, one of the reasons why like they were screaming and all that is because we wore the headsets and we literally cannot hear ourselves.
Yeah, you can't hear
So
yourself
you're
at
literally
all.
just screaming all the way through, hoping that your teammate hears you and pray that they respond to your pleas. But
Wow.
yeah, that was exciting game, amazing series. Unfortunately, Bleed, we'll see you tomorrow in the lower bracket. But
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the journey for them, right? It's just a tougher journey. But, you know, with experience, all of this pain that you're going through, you're going to come out much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of strong, I mean, we're going to be talking to the strongest man on the stage right now. And it is going to be our winner's interview. And, you know, over to our beautiful, beautiful host, Cheryl. Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you so much, friends. And right now, here I have literally the brains. I do the pageant wave, KZP. So yes, I have the brains right here behind Team Flash. So I have a few questions for you. Wow, CC time ah. I got a lot of time, KZP. Okay, so the question first up is, what happened in the draft in Game 1? Is this something that you guys expected?
So basically for game 1, we thought that Sunny 2 is going to use the EDIF because from what we know, his EDIF actually not bad lah. But actually, I think we're just overthinking for ourselves lah. Then end up game 3, they really pull off the EDIF, but it's quite disappointing for him lah. For him.
Okay, but honestly, I think Sagit did really, really well, you know, in the overall games. And when it comes to Edith, why did you guys use it in the mid lane?
Because our lineup composed with Assassin, so we like to show everyone that we can play everything. So by playing everything, when they are like at home studying our draft, they will let them do the overthink lah.
Right, and I feel especially for Team Flash, it is a terrible team to try to do homework against because you guys have such versatile players. So just mentioning Jay, I've never seen a mid, right? Or rather in Singapore, like that can play like a Cho mid, like Edith mid,
Yes,
and then she is also playing the Rafaela.
yes.
And while the list goes on and on. So how do you draft around such a wonderful and all-rounded mid player like Jay?
I cannot disclose so much because I scared, you know, the next game, right, the winner going to like watch my interview and analyze. Even though they cannot analyze much one, I believe, like we still got some things that we haven't shown. So overall, just stay tuned.
But I guess that banning the Hilda proves that, you know, it's a little bit of a problem.
Oh, so I have a theory. I have a theory that for Beat, right, because JPL already, then if JPL, what's the best easy hero to play other than Hilda? Rafaela.
So you read them like a book, essentially.
Just ban all the old man hero, we are good to go lah. Since he showed us Cho in regular season and he couldn't do anything.
Okay, but in all honesty, did Bleed make you sweat at least a little bit?
I think I will just reference from this with Lucy interview. The actual enemy is never the enemy, it's ourselves.
I see. And okay, so questions also is more of like, this is the first match that we have seen Nolan. Not just Nolan in one game, but all 3 games. Was this intentional, this leak?
We didn't expect KVJ to pull off Nolan. So by picking the map, they will still give us the Nolan line. But overall is like, don't touch.
Don't be an imposter. This is not you.
I'm Phoenix, guys.
Continue, sorry.
Yeah. So what did I say? Oh, so on game 3 when they intend to give us the Nolan, we already know that the old man is gonna play some old man hero. So then if old man play old man hero, he cannot do funny thing. My jungle save, we are good to go lah.
Idea. And the thing is, when you guys executed Nolan, you guys did it differently. When it came to Bleed, they played a tank built Nolan, whereas you guys did a damage Nolan. So what are your thoughts on these 2 different builds?
I think maybe because during the training sessions for Bleed, they tried to pull off the Nolan as damage, but I think maybe they can't pull it off. So they just treat it as like a landslide that can, disrupt everyone's momentum. And maybe because he can't estimate so much that he will keep dying early phase, that causes him no blue. Then if we invade their blue, they're gonna lose the game. I mean, that's all.
Okay, so I guess final question, more or less. Do you think drafting phase is more important or in-game is more important?
I think it's the players that is more important. Like my players, you see, quite handsome. Then got 2 cute guy, both wear specs, one a bit.
So based on looks right now, eSports?
Yeah, we play based on looks. You ask Diablo, Diablo not bad, right?
He also mechanically skilled, what?
Yeah, that's why. We only pick all the handsome people to our team. Handsome or cute.
I see. So next time when you guys are opening for...
That's why I cannot play already.
That's why I can coach. Okay. So final question for you guys. Now that you guys have remained in the upper brackets, who are you anticipating to meet you still in the upper brackets? Will it be RSG or Homeboys?
I think it will be a close fight, depending on the draft. But I think I told Diablo yesterday, I hope that we can meet on the 3rd game tomorrow, which is the winner upper finals lah.
Okay, so I guess your prediction is RSG will take the next game.
I hope so lah. If not, I'm gonna PM Diablo again.
I see. So you only want to do it once, you want to do it twice, yeah?
I don't know. We shall see how later.
I see. All right. So thank you so much, KZP, for the insightful sharing.
Thank you, guys.
And friends, that was KZP, the brains behind Team Flash. Now, the games have been so exciting, and I know you guys must be wondering, when is the next match coming up? And friends, Suntec City is blowing up as we speak with such a hot match. Best bet, the next one is going to not just blow the roof off, but your socks off as well. As we see our 3 times back-to-back champions go up against Homeboys SG. So this is an exciting match that you definitely don't want to miss. And we'll see you at 7 p.m. Be there or be square.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6.
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster slash commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was a MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSGSG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. You know, there's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then, back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7. Screaming out our lungs. It's really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly, highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue itself and feel the literal electricity in the air. That is something that I will never forget, and I enjoy every single time when we're doing finals.
I think first and foremost, I'd like to thank them. I know that we have a lot of overseas viewers as well. Thank you for your support for MPL SG as well. Without you guys, I think we wouldn't be at the level we're at now. And I think just keep giving us your feedback, because good or bad, doesn't matter. If it helps us improve, we'll take it.
I personally really do appreciate the support coming from the community. Things like streamers playing the game and people supporting those streamers eventually kind of rose up to support for the entire MPL community as well, and scene in Singapore. So I feel like keeping that support and viewership going really, really helps the scene, because that's the most important thing. If you don't have viewers, the scene isn't going to grow. If you don't have bodies at Suntec or at OTH, at our Tampines Hub, it's just not gonna work because no one's gonna watch the game. So keeping that support going, I think, would be really important to me, and I'm super grateful that we have these people in Singapore right now, and it continues to grow.
Honestly, first up, Singapore is very, very small. And if you have the slightest, interest in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I highly encourage you guys, to follow our social pages, come on down and support us live. It's really, really appreciated, that presence there, whether you're online, physically with us, it's greatly appreciated, especially Singapore is so small. And of course, for our players as well, they would be deeply encouraged by, your roaring screams, especially on the live venue itself. And with Singapore being so small, we need to show other regions that Singapore might be small, but guys, we are mighty, and we need you, all of our Singaporean viewers, to be there to support Singapore all as one.
Being part of an ecosystem that has been very enjoyable because honestly, if I were to go to the playoffs and I'm just going in, I cast, I'm done, I go home. Honestly, that's kind of boring. So whenever the audience members or the community members comes over and we just chat each other up, I think that's a very refreshing feeling, and the experience is different every season.
MPL Singapore itself wouldn't be possible without you guys. Every one of you are very important to us. And, like what we mentioned, come down every week if you guys can. I know you guys can be quite busy. Or during the playoffs, we are around and about. Just ask away and, have a chat with us. We're more than happy to chat with you guys. So I feel like you guys are really important for us. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart how much support that you guys have been pouring in towards us since season 1. So I really thank you guys.
Don't do it! The gateway will devour everything! Sleep tight, my star. Daddy's watching from afar. Close your eyes, mommy's little
When I learned that our reality was on the brink of annihilation, the multiverse, implanted with fragments of my soul, became the last hope. Any universe is within my reach. Yet, my home still seems but a faded dream. You can't save them. All life will perish before the calamity.
Dad! Is that you? All these years.
I'm sorry, my little star. I will protect you. No matter the cost. Even the cosmos can't stop me! Layla. My baby girl. Goodbye. The calamity ends with me. Into oblivion. Finally, you are safe, my little star.
It's Layla! Father, can you hear me? It's Layla! Please, come back home.
My journey is taking me home. For you are the home where I belong.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff! Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me! Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders!
Move on to Head and Shoulders! Up to 100% protection! Dandruff and Itch!
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders!
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise, I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise, I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise. I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
Get your in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
Guys, the energy right here at Suntec City is absolutely crazy. So right now, you see, just hear it for yourself. Perhaps let's make it official. Right now, we're gonna see two teams arguably with the loudest fans right here at Suntec City itself. We see our three-time back-to-back defending champions go up against Homeboys SG. So let's do a quick sound test. So where are all my RSG fans at? Can you wave? Can you wave? RSG fans. Here? Okay, so seated right in front of the team. So RSG fans, can you give me your loudest roar? Let me hear you guys. Okay, balik. One more time. Okay, this team, they look like they're ready to pounce at me, I swear. Homeboys, let me hear you guys. Okay, Singapore, come on, represent. GG! Level 2 did better. Balik, one more time. When I say GG, you say... Habis lah. Okay, I think we will try that again. I'll pass this role to the casters. We will do that one more time, perhaps in-game. Or maybe when you see them start to slay, your roars will come in. But yes, this is the energy that we have, even though a little bit confused, but good, right here at Suntec City. So yes, friends, closing off the show, arguably, perhaps, we have saved the best for last. Right now, we see our three times defending champions go up against Homeboys SG. Now, let's not forget, Homeboys, do they sound familiar? Yes, because the Homeboys Malaysia team has just secured championships over for MPL MY. So, will RSG SG defend their champion, or Homeboys SG get a little bit of that Homeboys buff and secure this game for the upper brackets? Let's find out. Meanwhile, presenting to you our back-to-back-to-back three times champion, RSG SG. In what seems could be the toughest season yet, they'll have to prove that they're unstoppable. And it's none other than the champions themselves, RSGSG! Let me hear you guys! Fantastic. And now, going up against our three times defending champions, presenting to you, Homeboys SG! The team with no chill and no frills, Homeboys SG managed to get a game in back in the regular season. But can they do more? This time round, we're down to the final match of the day. An epic battle is about to ensue. Keep your eyes peeled for match 4. Players are now giving their friendly fist bumps before heading over to the land of dawn. Friends and fans of MPL SG, things are heating up right here at Suntec City. I wonder, what does my casters think about this match? Take it away, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the crowd, look at the aesthetic. Everything is just going ham. I mean, wow. Last game, we thought, last game, all penat, all late, all tired already. No. It's just the beginning of the day.
It is all just but the beginning.
But yes, in the beginning, my name is Vertigo, and with me is Abstract as well as Kin Tofu, and we are your casters for today for the amazing Homeboys SG up against RSG SG.
Yeah, I'm very sure later on you'll get to see what kind of preferences we have for this particular match itself, right? And now, of course, we saved the best for the last. This is a very hot series, and it's going to get more exciting as the games go on. There's a lot of things we need to talk about. Let's start off with the players.
Wow.
There is so much to talk about. I mean, when we are talking about RSG itself, there is so much history. When it comes down to Homeboys, boy oh boy, they are pretty much a revamped team, and coming in with Vinocure as well as Pegs, they have become a whole different team dynamics. But you know what? I'll leave that, Homeboys part to, someone else to talk about, alright? For now, I want to hog this session and talk a little bit more about RSGSG, alright? So of course, wrapping RSGSG, we have Oki, Sayla, Diablo, Bray, and Lucian Cutie. All 5 of them has been present in the most recent MSC, and they have done their absolute best to really show out what they are capable of. Of course, when it comes down to Sayla joining into the fray, he, of course, made it seem as though there was no changes at all to the RSGSG lineup. That is one thing that I would want to see coming up for MPL SG Season 6.
Yep, exactly. And we have the Homeboys lineup ready for you guys as well. The first 5 that's going to be standing out today for you guys. Kin, why don't you give us a little bit breakdown of Homeboys SG?
Yep, Homeboys SG, we have Mitsuri in the gold lane, Pex in the mid lane, Vernal Cure and the EXP Super Jocks, of course, in the jungle, and Dairy, our homegrowner. Helma boy.
Homegrown Dairy.
Rome. Now, Homeboys, they have a huge task to do, right? You were there. Abstract, you were there in the Malaysia home ground. You saw the Homeboys in Malaysia take the throne. So, Homeboys SG, they have a bit more pressure on them because they want to reenact that exact situation here as well.
Exactly. The crowd over at MPL MY was absolutely astounding.
Wow.
And let me just say this, when Homeboys MY was fighting against SMG, I was in the talent room, right?
Yeah.
So they had like sound effects. So whenever I can hear the sound effects, I know that SMG is winning in the team fights. But when I hear the crowd cheering, I know the Homeboys is winning.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys crowd is insane. But, enough of Homeboys SG. Let's take a look at the keys to victory for the side of RSG SG here, ladies and gentlemen. And what does it take, what it takes for them to win, right? So right now on the side of RSG SG, I mean, Abstract, give us a little breakdown on, what's their main purpose here today.
Now, okay, so this is something that we're gonna have to look out for. When it comes down to Diablo, he's one of the main playmakers for the side of RSGSG. It really depends on how we want to see the coach, in this case, Youngin wants to play things out, right? Because Diablo, he's got great mechanics, and of course, he's super good in the things that he does. And of course, he also made Khalid such a big thing now, right? So the question is, do you want to prioritize Diablo in the first phase, or do you want to put him at the last for that surprise factor? Now, that is all completely up to Youngin and how he wants to play it, right? In the meantime, Sayla, he is back in the mid lane. Woo! This is the Sayla that we are looking out for. This guy! Woo! Okay, but we gotta have to wait and see how Sayla is gonna, put things out for us. But Lucian Cutie, this guy, he has been very aggressive. He has been finding very good plays. But, he probably gotta have to calm down every now and then to make sure that he collect himself properly and find the right timing when everyone is ready.
Yep, I really like the fact that, the KTV is Sayla is back to mid lane. Like, it's just that statement, like,
that's all. That's all he needs, right?
Yeah. But of course, we also have their competition here, Homeboys SG. So as we all know, Sayla is a beast in the mid lane. So this is something that our dear Homeboys SG need to watch out for. He is quite prominent in a couple of heroes. His old school in the previous season, Kagura was one of his main picks as well. I'm not going to see that today, I presume, but it's still a mystery, but it's something that they need to be wary about. Now, of course, Youngin, with the new addition into the coaching lineup for RSG, he does have some very cool ideas as well as sometimes pretty unorthodox picks as well.
I mean,
so this is something I think Homeboys has to watch out for.
Exactly. I mean, Homeboys has to watch out for Youngins, nice little cool draft. And, and not to forget for the last keys to victory for Homeboys SG as well is to follow up with Dairy's shot calling. Because Dairy is the one, the team is kind of centered around Dairy as well, right? Like, Dairy is there. He's the very engaging hero. Matilda would definitely be a hot pick for, Dairy as well.
Yes.
But, I have to say as well, right? Homeboys, they have a nice pocket pick as well. You can't discount Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305, Coach Dale, right? Coach Dale or Dale, right? Yeah, we had Dale. Look at the cheers. Look at the cheers for Coach Dale there, right? He's been everywhere. He's been in NA, he's been in NY, he's been in SG this time. Can he bring home a trophy for the homeboy Singapore right now?
I'm sure the fans feel so. I mean, the support has been quite favourable for the side of Homeboys SG, especially Dale.
Yeah, I mean, Dale has, got the crowd attention. He's got the world attention as well. But, let's take a look at the head-to-head stats right here on the both sides of RSG SG as well as Homeboys SG.
Now, we're gonna break things down. When it comes down to the head-to-head between RSG and Homeboys, one thing that you need to know is that RSG did manage to beat Homeboys SG in a 2-1 fashion.
Yeah.
When it comes down to the regular seasons, right? This was definitely quite a while back already. So how much has Homeboy evolved, or how much has RSG evolved? That is the question that we would want to focus on. In the meantime, for the first objective rate, that is something that I always want to focus, because RSG and Homeboys, both teams love to focus on objective. In fact, now the meta, there's a lot of people that's just looking at the neutral objective only, not necessarily so much about, roaming around, getting kills, finding value on top of missing out these neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, you have to see value in me for that, right? That's why
Oh my
Fredrin has been
God.
picked so many times in this game. Now, it's the same situation as the previous series where both teams have very differing objectives. Right, RSG, very high focus on towers, and of course, Homeboys, very high objectives on the turtles and the lords. So, we have to see, this game, are they going to try and make up for that difference? Or will they look at the exact same objectives they have done in the regular season? And this will determine the performance. And it's an important one, right? Because whoever gets the win today, they have a very, very safe and comfortable trip to the throne, to the grand finals, where they can take the trophy.
Exactly. And we do have our talents prediction
I'm ready for
coming up right now. I'm very excited for this. I mean, we have something in store for you guys. Some little mischievous, a little bit of a naughty intention as well. But let's take a look at the talent prediction right now. On the bottom of your screen, as you can see, it's going to be Homeboys on this side, and it's going to be RSG on this side. And you kind of want to explain what you have there, Mr. Abstract. Whoa!
Hey, with the timing.
Wow!
Oh, okay,
With the
sorry.
news
Wrong
process.
side, sorry.
Ooh, okay. We have the abstract one as well, and of course, we as Homeboys, we have a nice little jersey edition
we're gonna
here
share
as well. Yeah, look at that! It looks good. Oh, look at the cheers! There we go, Homeboys. Some homies to you guys. Wow! I mean, I love the crowd. I love Homeboys fan base. I love their merch. Did you see their sandals? I wish I
did.
could wear sandals
I
right
did.
here.
Honestly, at this point in time, I would really want to support Homeboys SG. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. Okay, I can, right? Okay, come, ask me. Why do I support RSG?
Why you support RSG?
Sebab boleh deh.
Sebab boleh deh. That's right. All right, and we had the talent prediction, the audience prediction as well, right? So what did you guys vote? Let's take a look at this. It is gonna be almost neck and neck, 52%.
Wow.
Quite close.
That 4% is just a little bit close. That 2% tipping in towards RSG's favor here, but is it gonna tip into their favor?
It's just a tad little bit.
Just a little bit.
Tad little bit.
So it's almost neck and neck.
Yeah, so pretty much everyone have the same idea that these two teams are ultimately one of the strongest teams out there, and especially since we have seen Homeboys MY score such a big win, I'm pretty sure that Homeboys SG may have picked up a couple of tips or tricks.
Or even a momentum, right? Or even a boost, encouragement boost as well. Maybe the Homeboys, Malaysia, they're like, hey, Homeboys SG, you guys can do this too.
Look, they have their fans right here.
Exactly, look at the
They
fans.
have their fans right there. So
Wow.
honestly, what's there to miss out?
Well, at this situation now, these are opinions, right?
That's
All
true.
these numbers, the statistics as well. These are opinions by the fans. These are our opinions. Now the teams get a chance to turn them into facts.
Wow.
Right? So both teams looking to come out with the win, at least for the first game, right? This will give them a lead, a mental stability. You don't want to be on the losing end in a best-of-3 series.
It is ultimately very punishing,
Very.
since this is a best of 3, right? Eventually we will go over the best of 5s and then best of 7s, and that is where you have a little bit more leeway per se. But this time, you gotta have to bring everything that you have on the table
There we
as
go.
we are jumping in to the draft.
The Khalid ban right off the bat.
Yeah, DJ Khaled right into your hands right there.
Another one.
Banning away another one. RSG, they're just, Homeboys banning out DJ Khaled here. And on the side of RSG, they're going to ban away the Valentina. I mean, Pegs on the Valentina, they're very, very comfortable as well. So this is exactly like how the first game went last time, right? I mean, Khalid ban, Valentina ban. They can either go for the Badang or the Xbox ban as well. I mean, we saw how in the previous game, no, they're just going to ban away the Nolan. They do not want the Nolan to go into their hands.
There's one more thing that I think Homeboys would definitely try to pick up on is the fact that Lucian Cutie in the regular season didn't really perform as well with a healer or a roaming healing composition for the roamer, right? So they might want to force Lucian Cutie to go with that. As we all know, he's very comfortable playing on the Kaja. So right now the question is, does RSG try to focus and keep this Kaja in the cards for RSG SG?
Exactly, and right now they're going to ban away the Novaria, so denying Pegs yet again, and the Matilda, like I said, the Matilda will be a very, very good ban. Yeah, and they have to switch it up as well, banning away the Matilda because it is going to be definitely a very, very hot pick.
So with that all said and done, we have quite a lot of these heroes that has come and gone so far. But one thing for sure is that, well, Fanny is not exactly out of the picture just yet. But to be honest, I don't see that as being one of the main culprits of something that you're gonna have to focus on. But, you know, EXP lane, I think that this is going to be one of the most important things because there has been a very obvious trend in MPL MY at least. Whenever the EXP lanes wins the lane, they pretty much have a very good chances of winning. And leaving out a lot of these EXP laners out there is actually quite a concern to me. That is going to be a viable pick coming in for the side of RSG, whereby they can focus a little bit more on Terizla, or perhaps for the side of Homeboys, they even have a chance to pick up an Edith for themselves.
Yeah, I think Homeboys do want to pick up the Edith for themselves, right? I mean, previously in the previous match as well, they did snap pick that Edith for the very, very first pick as well, and RSG banning away the Irithel very, very early in the game. Yeah, very early banning out that Irithel, right? I mean, Homeboys, we saw how Mitsuri used that Ixia, that Beatrix, but banning away the Edith could be very viable here. But no, they're going to go for the Ixia. Wow. First pick.
Okay, this is pretty much understandable considering the fact that right now there is still quite a lot of hospital meta heroes that is currently still available. We can expect to see a Rafaela, we can expect to see an Angela. It all depends on exactly what RSG is trying to do at this point in time, because we don't have a very set piece of direction. The first few picks is really what they would want to get out of from the meta itself. Now, since the Baxia has already been taken out, RSG, SG, they may as well just not focus too much into all these sustainability kind of style, but this also offers the option for Homeboys to actually work on that. So getting themselves the first pick onto the Baxia forces RSG to think, yeah, maybe we shouldn't play sustainability. In the meantime, it makes our Homeboys having such a great start going for the sustain.
That is really, no wonder.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you were right about the Angela abstract, right? I mean, the Angela, but what does it has to pair with, right? It have to go with that Alpha. So Homeboys right now, they could pick the Yuzhong up for themselves, right? To deny the Yuzhong Angela pick, because Yuzhong on Diablo on the Yuzhong as well with the Angela is just going to be so insane. But a very good pick from this Baxia as well, right? Homeboys, Baxia, now we know Baxia can go into 3 different lanes. EXP, roam, or even the jungle.
Yep, so we have to see whether this Baxia can hold up against a AA battery, right? The AA Ace, the Angela and Alpha. Alpha, as we all know, is able to dish out true damage as well. Yeah. And in an extended fight, it's going to go in favor of RSG. So we might see something out of this draft that extends the fight for RSG SG, which would then edge them up against Homeboys SG here.
Ah, okay, so very mobile lineup so far coming from the side of Homeboys, with Claude is just going to be joining into the midst along with Grog. So right now they already have one person that's capable, or rather 2 person that's capable of going over to the back lines, although I won't expect too much out of Homeboys' Baxia to actually dive over to the back lines. They have a very effective wave clear at this point in time. They have lockdowns, they have anti healing.
Yeah.
So there is a lot that's already packed in here. So generally, what are we missing out of this? Probably what I want to see is more of a damagey style. Notice how that there's still a lot of flexibility around. There could still be a possibility that we could see a jungle. If we are seeing a jungle pick from the side of Homeboys, do note that Lancelot is available, Joy is available, so much that could still be picked by Homeboys.
Yep, the flexibility is, for lack of a better word, for me it's quite irritating. Because it makes me feel like, oh my god, I've been so stupid in my rank games. Look at the flexibility that Homeboys are teaching us right now.
Yeah, I mean the amount of flexibility, right? The Grok could even go into the EXP, right? You could go EXP Grok or even go into a roam Grok as well. But knowing Homeboys, they really would want a very catchy hero, and RSG did the very right choice to ban away that Lilia. Right, because that Lilia will instantly burst down that Alpha, nowhere out, right? No way out. So that Alpha is forced to go into the jungle right there, and the Lilia could just easily burst, especially with Ice Queen 1.
Yep, and it will be more of a offense is the best defense kind of a mindset, where the Lilia keeps pushing the ante, right? Testing you, or how much before you really jump on me and I get to use the black shoes for free again.
Yep, and it does seem like the carry is going to get banned out by Homeboys. They're very good ban coming out from Coach Dale. Because this Grok is going to be tanky, this Baxia is going to be tanky, they definitely want to go for that triple tankiness, right? I mean, with the Claude and as well as the Mage, they are going to be the one dishing out the damage.
Flexibility in the end of the day is going to be the number one option coming from Homeboys and RSG, right? We could see a very dated strategy from the side of RSG, right? That could even be a possibility. I would say that it's very low, but I wouldn't want to count it out, whereby Kaja have went to the jungles before. Now, this is the thing, right? Because I'm looking at Angela, and I'm looking also at a Kaja. Who wants to go to the jungle, who wants to go to the mage, or who wants to go roam, who wants to go mage. In this current situation, the most ideal and the most straightforward idea is for the Angela to go mid and for the Kaja to go over as a roam.
Yeah,
they lack a little bit more of that frontline defense. They lack a little bit of a way to really play around the Lord's dance and just kind of hold down to the Lord. Or perhaps they don't have a roamer that can actually activate a fast 2 combination for the side of RSG, because Kaja just doesn't really clear as fast as anyone else, like for example Kufra in this case.
Exactly.
They lack the setup, but they have the pickoffs.
Yeah, they have the nice pickoff, and RSG with the pickoff draft and setup right now. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left on the clock right now. They're going to go with the 1-1. Yeah, I mean, I have to give it to, the Kaja cannot go to the jungle because of that flicker. That flicker is so important for you to close the gap, and Divine Judgment just to catch you off guard, right? They want that pickoff, so they have to go into the Kaja, into the roam.
Unless the
Kaja
reason
EXP?
they pick up the Kaja is solely for the one member that jumps over to the back line.
Yeah, they just want to pick somebody off and then play the numbers game.
You don't need to specifically go in for the flicker. That is the kind of strategy or gameplay that you may want to look out for. So I don't want to toss that into the bin just because it's not meta.
Yeah.
But it's something that we can appreciate and we can possibly understand.
Yep, and I have to say, RSG leaving Diablo for the last pick is very, very good. I mean, it's so scary, right, to know that Diablo is going to go for the last pick, and they're going to go with the Phoveus as well as Farsa. So Phoveus, 100% win rate here. Phoveus is going to go into the EXP lane, and then we have the Farsa on the mid lane as well as the Grok on the roam, and we have the Baxia in the jungle, and we have the Claude on the marksman. So right now, RSG, they could go for Terisla.
They could, but this Phoveus pick,
I like it.
Esmeralda,
okay. I like it.
The typical answer to whenever you see a Phoveus on the opposite side. Whenever you see a problem, and that is Shields, you know who to call.
Yeah.
Not Ghostbusters though.
Exactly, but I mean, it's kind of a deny pick as well, right? That Esmeralda cuts the shield of Angela, so you do not want them to pick it up. Pick it up for yourself.
Yo, are we actually back in Season 4?
Yeah, we are so throwback to Season 4, right? The Esmeralda is such a hot pick, right? I mean, who knows the Esmeralda might even play in the mid lane, but obviously it has to go into the EXP lane. Yeah, I mean, I love both sides, right? Homeboys SG and along with RSG SG, we're going to go for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hear your voices on the side of Homeboys as well as RSG SG. Both sides are looking strong.
Whoa! Okay, so this is gonna be a hard one, and of course, with that being said, this sets the tone for the rest of the series. Winner probably gonna get an easier time going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, look at that.
Wow, instantly already. That's so unique. I love that.
I mean, if you guys still don't know much about this, it is, of course, the most recent pack, I gotta have to say. Whether you can keep on spinning and spin. Oh, no, not spinning, but yeah, it is a spin, right?
Yeah.
So the Abyssal Wings. There are 4 skins that is currently available, and I believe that the Moskov one was the old one. So technically 3 new skins, but you can get them all this time. Just
exactly.
And of course, let's not forget that every day when you sign in, you do have 50% off whenever you spin. So
The one times.
Yeah, let's not forget about that.
Yeah, one time spin every single time. And I have to say, Mitsuri up against Oki, right? I mean, the lane matchup is very, very unique, right? Both of them, 1-1 up against the Claude. 1-1, you do have the range. 1-1, you do have the kiting skills as well. But the Claude, you have that BMI to get you out of the dodge any single time that you want.
Yep, and they actually survived on the side of Homeboys SG against that early aggression, that signature early aggression by RSG. And this is a good sign for Homeboys SG because most teams start to crumble right at the get-go.
Yeah.
Like the moment the first invasion happens, RSG get the lead and they just smash the competition from there.
Exactly, and RSG, they will roll with the momentum, right? They will roll with whatever that they have and just take it and run away. They're literally like a hit-and-run accident.
It's a very aggressive start coming from side of RSG, immediately invading since they know of the very fact that Angela has got very good kill potential all the way at the start of the early game. And let's not forget, we are looking at an Esmeralda versus a Furvius game. So Furvius have got no way to get any form of lane priority, being absolutely cowering in fear in front of him since he does have his mortal enemy right there. No way he's getting out, no way at all.
Yeah, because of the shield as well, right? The Demonic Force, in the moment you pop that, you get a free extra shield on and on again. But you have the shield cutter, which is going to be Esmeralda.
Yep.
Sailor is 4, so we have to watch out for the hard guard. That might change the fight altogether.
Oh, but Dairy, he's going to take the Alpha right into the face and force to go back, and Vernal Cure just trying to take it out. And Super Jogs, there we go. Super Jogs with a nice steal. There we go. First turtle of the game, and right now, Sailor and Bray, they're just trying to take it with the help of Diablo though. But here comes Dairy! 3-man all the way in. What a catch from Dairy! Instantly 1 for 2.
What are we looking at? This is a very different Homeboys from the regular season.
They have the Homeboys buff.
Yep, I mean, they definitely have rubbed off of that win in Malaysia, and you can see Homeboys playing very, very differently.
Exactly, this is a whole new Homeboy. That is so insane. The Demonic Force coming in, but oh, it's just insane. It's too much. It's too much.
The wall charge by Dairy, my goodness. And you know, now mentally it's going to be quite stressful for RSG because every single time they have their ultimates up, they're going to have to be wary about this Dairy's wall charge. And I mean, that's not going to be a very safe space mentally.
It all started from the Spear of Alpha, right? That Spear of Alpha just coming in, just instantly starting out the fight from Bray as well. But that was such a good turnaround from Dairy. 3-man knockup with the wall charge, as well as the Feather Airstrike coming in from Pex. Impeccable timing.
I like that. And of course, with that being said, Mitsuri actually having a very decent game. He is going to be hitting his Demon Hunter Sword very quickly here. 3 out of the 4 core items already up.
It will take a little bit more time before they will even be able to come back online. Or rather, not come back online, but rather come online, you know? When it comes down to the rest of the game, yes, it's very understandable that we might be expecting a little bit more of a EXP heavy lane. Most of the time, you wouldn't want to see much of a fight going on in the northern side. RSG and Homeboys, they would want to play within the jungles as much as possible, as both of their identity really revolves around either river domination or the jungle domination.
Yep, and I realized the Phobius pick is a very nice pick as well because you do have a 1-1, a Kaja, a Alpha as well. I mean, with the Esmeralda, you have 4 heroes who can jump and dash. Free Demonic Force for everybody.
Perhaps eventually. At one point in time when 1-1 actually joins in the game, it might actually get a little bit more difficult. As
But the
meantime,
catch, the catch and the Spear of Alpha coming in, but Dairy coming in with a wild charge and a flicker all the way back, and Super Jogs is not going to be able to take away that turtle, and it is going to be the turtle going down. But the turnaround, but look at the Demonic Force, Vernal Cure just going on and on. But the all crossbow of Tang is going to get popped down onto Vernal Cure as well. But Super Jogs, what a play, he's still going in.
Vernal Cure is just going out of his mind here, jumping in over and over again, and he still survives.
Diablo, take a look at Diablo. Oh, he's still trying to go for it. He even pops the sprint as well, but I have to give it to RSG side as Bray able to take that turtle away and turn the tide.
Yeah, but this is a a spectacle because this is one of the rare few times that you see RSG not having the lead in the early game.
Yeah.
Now, of course, one thing to note that when we looked into that fight, Virnocure was in that fight, Oki was in that fight as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the only one kill that Vir managed to get was a single one off of losing Cutie. And as a Fervius, when you join a fight against a 1-1, you want to expect a lot more out of that. And going to only get that one kill for himself is not necessarily that good. Because your power spike against a 1-1 is absolutely mental. Eventually, you will be smashing this guy time and time again. And once Oki gets more items, you can't land a single one of these demonic force. So you gotta have to take note of when you are capable of doing anything to a 1-1.
Exactly, and even with the new buff as well, right?
Exactly.
The new patch,
That's
this
the
1-1
reason.
is so quick. And then what's the point of this Phobius then?
Yes, so at least when it comes down to the Fervius, you are capable of getting a very strong head start into the early stages of the game. You essentially forces the Oki to not fight, but hold on a second.
Divine Justice all the way in onto Super Jogs as well, but Super Jogs is a very tanky boy with crossbow tank, still able to pop out, but no, they're not going to go for it. They're trying to go for the bottom lane turret siege, but to no avail. Able to take down the turret by 1/4 of HP, but that's not much.
Alright, so back to the point, right? The main thing that you would want to have Fervius is that number one, you want to ground Oki if he's in the fight. Or number two, you make sure that Oki doesn't even join in the fight. Because you wouldn't want to be as a 1-1. You wouldn't want to join the fight knowing that, yeah, I'm gonna die to Vir because he's got items and his power spike is way higher than mine and way faster than mine.
Exactly.
Diablo
And Super
being
Jogs,
communicating.
wow, Diablo just zoning Super Jogs away. And right now, Dairy, oh, he looks very low. Feather Ashra comes in, but Dairy goes for the flicker, but he's not going to go for the wild charge. He goes
went
for the
for-
wild charge, he missed.
Yep, he went and missed, and it's now RSG is slowly taking back control of the game. Homeboys, they did well in the first part of the first half of the game, but right now we are going to be transitioning into the mid game, and it looks like Mitsuri starting to falter against Oki.
Yeah, but kind of looking like he's faltering, but look at Oki still running
backup.
away, but here comes the hard guard. Is it going to be coming in? No. BMI brings Mitsuri all the way back home and still safe and sound.
Good patience from Sailor to hold back on that hard guard. I mean, on a normal basis, I think it would have been
Conceal
used
though.
already.
Conceal, look at Lucian Cutie with the conceal, but he misses on the Divine Justice.
Feather
Gets
Airstrike.
pulled all the way back in, but the flicker coming in from Pex as well, trying to go for the Feather Airstrike movement as well, but it's not going to be enough, but Hardguard goes down onto Doki, but HP all the way Dairy, he's going to get a knockup, Lucian Cutie runs low, Super Jog just trying to get a little bit back, Mitsuri too far in with your elbows, a little bit too deep Mitsuri, and RSG, they're going to get 2 members at a cost of none.
Oh, that positioning by RSG was so clean.
There was a lot of push and pull coming from RLG, and all eyes on Oki. Whenever Sailor just going to be putting the hard guard on top of Oki, he pretty much becomes a new person. You're not too afraid of a lot of things, and you are just so willing to go back into the fight. But at that point in time, Mitsuri was completely abandoned by Homeboy just because of the fact that, yes, he do have the mobility, yes, he does have the sprint, but you can only do so much as an early game Claude. And during all that push and pull, he found himself in the middle of a sandwich.
Exactly, and Pex forcing to use that Feather Airstrike so instantly. Has to clear. I mean, he's forced to use the Feather Airstrike.
This is gonna, reveal my age, but it feels like every time Sailor uses the hard guard, it's kind of like the Mighty Morphing Power Ranger.
Oh, there we go. The age gets revealed.
Yeah, go into the
Tyrannosaurus
Power Ranger form, and there's no one that can defeat him.
Triceratops!
Triceratops all the way in, and that is what Sailor's job is, right? He's just there to protect Oki at all costs, right? Especially for Vernocure, if he were to jump in, Mitsuri were to jump in, hard guard instant.
Yeah, and he straight away changes into like the Megazord and stuff, where Oki just becomes a whole different being altogether, along with the damage as well.
Exactly, and Vernocure here still able to get a suppression, but all the way back in. But Bray runs a little bit low. Spear of the Alpha has been popped, but no, the Lord is still going to go into RSG's hands. Davey runs low. Spear of Alpha comes in all the way in, but the jump comes in for Vernocure. Demonic Force, but no, look at the slash. Diablo is just slashing away. Vernocure trying to jump in yet again, but is it going to be enough? No, that's going to be the wrong move. What are you doing, Nokia? Veer, you're not on the wrong side of the map, and RSG takes this fight and the Lord.
Now, that fight, that was super important over to the side of RSG, especially since Diablo understood his mission. Yes, he is playing Esmeralda. Yes, he's the mortal enemy of a Furbius, but that doesn't mean that you go 100% of the time onto the Furbius.
Exactly, but the Guardian Barrier coming in, bro. But it just kind of denies that any movement coming out from Homeboys as well. But RSG taking the lead and makes it instantly at a 3.7k lead.
Yeah, Bray has been really on point with this
Very.
referees all the way since he first appeared in the RSG lineup and roster. He has been so consistent and so strong. And RSG now, because of his consistency, they're up by 4.2 thousand gold.
Exactly, 4k gold. That's so much real estate right there. There's so much money. And RSG, they're taking advantage of this. Take a look at this. All the way into the bot lane, the Lord slashing away. They're taking the top lane as well. They are cracking open the mid lane right now as well. Take a look at Oki. He's just doing his job. He's just shredding down. He's just pushing, getting objective for his team. Feather Airstrike comes in though, but it's not going to hit onto anybody at all. They're just trying to zone them out, just trying to clear out the waves. And the mid-tier 2 turret gets cracked open again. So right now, RSG, they have all tier 2 turrets down.
Yeah, and power spikes are achieved already. Diablo just got that Ice Queen wand, which means that his falling stun is actually going to be very painful and slow people down as well.
Oh.
Divine Justice all the way back, but the Spear of Alpha as well to pull Super Jocks all the way back home. But it's not going to be enough. But the crossbow attack, take a look at this. Shredding down onto Dairy. Dairy runs low packs. Oh, look at Oki all the way into the back line as well. Mitsuri, is he going to be able to chunk him down? No, he is not. All the way into the back line. RSG, they're just diving in. Virno Kyoto trying to take him down. Bray is alone in the base of Homeboys right now, but 3 members down on the side of Homeboys.
Oh, Bray, how are you even getting yourself out of this? Okay, he does have his ultimate, so it's not so bad. But at least Diablo, he's still around the area, and if he really needs it, he can come in to at least help Bray. Throughout all of that fight, though relatively messy, I would say that RSG is trying to make full use of all of the gold lead that they have managed to get. They don't have the same habits as some of the other MPL SG teams whereby they play really safe and their main goal is to not lose. RSG are so experienced that they know that they gotta have to make full use of all of these advantages in order to grow even exponentially.
Yep, and you know, based on that, how Sailor and Oki have this perfect combination, I don't think they're gonna allow Homeboys to exploit that weakness once again. That was a momentary weakness shown by Oki just by going a bit too far forward, right?
Yeah.
And you can see, right, when there's no focus on Oki, Homeboys just get shredded down instantly.
Exactly, but you know, Homeboys themselves, they can go for the punish as well, right? I mean, they did manage to punish Oki as well as Sayla, right? On the 1-1 as well as the Angela. But right now, RSG, they have the goalie and they're being very, very disciplined.
One thing you're gonna have to remember is that as Esmeralda, the amount of shield absorption that you get is way lower than it was in the past. And thus, when it was great, you know, Esmeralda don't even need the book. But right now, they absolutely need it, and now is a time for Diablo.
Spear of Alpha coming in as well, but the War Charge coming in, able to lock down onto Lucian Cutie as well, but the Demonic Force from Virno Kyo trying to get chunk down onto Diablo. No, but no, Virno Kyo is going to go down. But look at Dairy. Dairy just running for his life. Super Jokes still running for his life as well. Virno Kyo goes down, and RSG, they take the Lord. They take down Dairy as well. And then it's going to be a 2 members down on the side of Homeboys with the minions marching to the mid lane, and Bray just trying to tank up for the turret, and they have the mid-tier turret open right here. And right now they do have the minions, and Homeboys, they're just struggling to survive. They're just barely holding on. Feather Airstrike comes in. They're trying to go for the crystal as well, but no, the minion runs low. Mystery goes for the blazing duets, and he's going to be able to secure and save. It's going to be Homeboys.
Yeah, but that's a momentary kind of safe space that Homeboys have gotten for themselves, because the Lord is here. RSG might have another punch in them.
Yep, RSG with the Lord coming in as well, and Oki, Lucian Cutie, they are looking very low. They are going to dash over, but the Flicker comes in with a Divine Justice coming in. Virno Kyo goes in for the Demonic Force. Damien runs low, but the Lord is slashing away, and RSG, they're going to be able to take the core down and take game number 1.
Boy, oh boy, I gotta have to say, this game was definitely slightly tough for the side of the Homeboys. I wouldn't even say that it is a classic case of bad matchup or bad picks whatsoever. I just gonna have to say, RSG, they knew and understood what they're gonna have to do in the early stages of the game. They made absolute full use of the fact that Phobius will be pushed up against the wall. In order to ensure that your 1-1 is able to join into the team fight, that is one of the most important things. All that mental game that Homeboys picking up the Furbius onto the 1-1 is kind of like a trifecta situation, right? My Furbius wins your 1-1, but my Esmeralda wins your Furvius. But one thing you gotta have to remember, who faces who first? That is the Esmeralda versus Furvius. As long as Diablo keeps Furvius in check, Furvius wouldn't be able to touch this 1-1 much at all. In fact, if he does touch him, there won't be a lot of value done.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
not much
And they
value.
understood the power spike that Sailor was able to give Oki. Right off the bat, at level 4, it felt like they had 5 minutes of extra time in the game to farm because they were unkillable. And when you have Oki with extended farm, with amplified farm as well, and a shield of constant healing on him, it was very hard to fight with that. So Homeboys SG, I think it was just really hard to come back into this game.
I mean, they can. I mean, it's kind of a repeat as well, right? But this time, the first time that RSG and Homeboys went up against each other, RSG took the first game, right? Just like this one. And the second game, Homeboys takes it away with a very nice draft and very nice lineup is what they're comfortable with. But let's take a look at the items here. You know, take a look at Diablo going for the Enchanted Talisman.
Yes.
He's going to go spam, spam, and spam. He's like, obvious you can spam, I also can spam. I show you.
This item is actually super important. Back then, when Esmeralda first came out, the Enchanted Talisman was one of the staple pick. But eventually people realized, you know what? You don't need the Enchanted Talisman. But because of that, it opens up a lot more slot for the Esmeralda to become a lot better. A complete 6-item build that focuses fully on defense or a partial on offense. But now, because of a little bit of tweaking and tuning, Esmeralda performs as effectively as back then. So right now, with the Enchanted Talisman, the backlines is essentially under threat all the time. And so far, if you were to ask Pex how is he feeling, he's feeling completely oppressed. Diablo is constantly on his back, and whenever Pex runs away, Diablo is back into the fight against Fear.
Yep, and with Oki's lead itself, you can see how it kind of forced Mitsuri out of the usual itemization as well. He had to go for a very early Wind of Nature, which kind of hurt his damage output as well. And you can't blame him because the Sailor Oki combo, I mean, take a look at the emblems itself. There is so much damage coming out from this 1-1, and with the added fact that he went a little bit more defensive with the tenacity as well, it was even harder to finish this 1-1 off.
Yeah, I mean, this 1-1 kiting skills, you have the catching, you have the Spear of Alpha with the tank ability, you have the Hard Guard for your sustenance, and you have the Esmeralda for your sustenance as well. This is a very well balanced draft coming out from RSG. I have to give it to Youngin. Very amazing draft, and I do like Homeboy's draft as well, but the execution was just a little wrong.
You gotta have to remember that whenever a Claude is being picked up, you gotta have an anchor over to your back lines. In this case, it is the 1-1, right? When we are talking about a Claude versus 1-1, let's be honest here. 1-1 is definitely gonna have a lot of problems proccing every single one of these weakness points in order to soar into the skies. As such, you have a Kaja. A Kaja will constantly be there and ready to checkmate onto the Claude. So it's either you hold onto it or you find an opportunity to take 1% out of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, the only person that can jump back is going to be the Phoveus, right? And they counter that with the Esmeralda, denying that jump all the way back. Like, if you're going to jump, you're going to be jumping into an Esmeralda. So, very good pick coming up from Youngin right there. And RSG, let's take a look at that big landslide coming in, right? But Pegs with a lot of damage. 68k here, and Super Jogs, of course, on the box out, 127k damage taken.
He did quite a lot. I mean, during that last Lord fight, he really did make the effort to try and chunk the Lord low enough so that he can win the retreat battle. But Braille is just too quick with his fingers, and he can do math in his head much faster, I feel.
Yeah.
I mean, Diablo with the highest GPM.
Wow, as a Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of situation whereby this is right in Diablo's alley. If you notice that whenever Diablo plays a hero, there is generally more of a... I mean, I'm just gonna put Diablo as the MVP here, mostly based on the fact that whenever he plays a position 3 EXP laner, he scores well. But if he plays a position 4 EXP laner, I think that this is where he gets stuck a little bit because he's unable to show what he's truly capable of.
He should have been a little bit more passive so that his KDA can spell 505.
Oh yeah, that's true. Big throwback to 505 as well.
Oh my god, that's like how long ago?
Oh, many seasons ago. I mean, it's been a big throwback as well. But I have to say, Diablo on pause 3, Esmeralda as well. Amazing gameplays coming out from this man here.
So if you take a look at the emblem, right? Movement, Impure Rage.
Yeah, I mean, Wilderness of Blessing with the movement speed.
Yeah.
Wow. And basic emblem here.
Yes, of course.
Basic emblem,
Yes,
yeah.
it's
yeah.
all about the regeneration. It's
Hybrid
kind of like the
regen.
same idea as the Uranus. Although if you are just looking as a Uranus, if you're playing as a Uranus, that is more of a position 4. But
Yeah.
if you're playing as Esmeralda, that's
Position
position
three.
3.
Yeah.
So that could, of course, there be a chance that you can kind of like
Play around, yeah.
But you still gotta have to remember that the build and the passive of a Uranus is well inbuilt. People hit you, you get this healing.
You get those
but
stacks,
Esmeralda, you gotta have to hit them.
In order for you to heal.
Exactly. So it just makes it so that it's very obvious that a position 3 Esmeralda is to be fair.
Yeah, and we do have the highlights ready for you guys, and let's take a look at the highlights here. I mean, Derry with it all started from the spell of Alpha. Derry running all the way back, Diablo from the back line with a big sandwich. Super Jogs just pulling everybody away, and yeah, this was the good one here. Derry, look at Derry just constantly getting chunked down by Bray. And as a Grog, you do not want to feel that at all.
Throughout the entire game, I mean, you gotta have to take a look at Diablo, since this is his highlight after all, you know? After this clip, this is what you'll want to focus on. Diablo is constantly over at Pex. And Pex, yes, he do have free reign all across the board, but you do have to remember that it is all about the damage, it's all about the zoning, and that is what Diablo can do. He don't need to be in the middle of the in the main fight, because you're building up shields. You're actually making it tougher for your team to actually do anything.
Yeah, and at these moments itself, Pex is the only one that's doing noticeable damage because Mitsuri hasn't hit that itemization
Exactly.
yet.
Yep, and on that Claude, you need your item, right? You really need your item to spike. And yeah, Feather Airstrike hurts like a truck, but the Claude tickles like a feather.
Okay, good point.
Does that make sense to you guys?
To a certain extent, you
Yes.
know.
Yeah.
But now I have a very important question to you.
Oh yeah?
Which one is heavier? A kilogram of steel
Or
or a
kilogram
kilogram of
feather?
feathers?
They're both equal. They're both equal. They're both equal, right?
No, it
it's
has
a
to be.
kilogram of steel. Because steel is heavier than feathers.
Oh no, it is not. It's still both same because they're both a kilogram each.
No, a feather, 1 kg of feathers is always heavier because you have to pluck 1 kg worth of feather from a bird. Can you imagine the pain that the bird went through?
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's much more painful for the bird.
There's more than 1 kg of pain.
But
Yeah.
But in any case,
but
of
steel
course,
is heavier than feathers.
It's metaphorical pain, but yes, let's take a look right there on the bottom of the screen,
20K!
guys. We are hitting 20K for the PCU record, and congratulations to you guys. Key in the code IXOOWJFI9. So you get a little bit of goodie here and there. I'm not sure what do they have. I wish I could get those goodies too.
I mean,
well,
like,
if you
I mean,
want
I can.
more, we can
Alright.
actually do that as well. All you have to do is to join us in viewing MPL SG as well.
Exactly.
Right? If for every milestone that we hit, this is apparent for all the different MPLs across the region as well. We do have rewards for you to share and bask in, right?
Yeah.
It may be skins, it may be diamonds, it may be heroes. It is up to you. All you have to do is to join us in this journey to crown our next champion of Season 6.
Yeah, and that's all you have to do. You just come in, watch. You don't have to say a thing. If you want to say something, you're going to voice out your thoughts. Sure, the comment section are there. The live chat is there. Go ham. And right now, Abstract is going to be redeeming. And what does he get? What do you get?
I think I didn't put it in time.
Oh, unfortunate.
Okay, you know what? There's
Unfortunate.
one of the things that I think I would like to have homeboys do, which is I feel they're not hungry enough, right? They can be a bit hungrier. They did a very good job of pulling weight, having a good early game, but
Yeah, and
I think they need to be more hungry.
yeah, I mean, much hungry. And speaking of hungry, I'm kind of hungry for a little bit of McDonald's, right? I mean, we did have McDonald's for lunch. I could go for another Mac again, right? Why not? I mean, I love McDonald's, man, and of course.
Now I'm hungry.
Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome.
It's like literally dinner time.
Okay, we don't cuss. We go eat now.
Okay.
Let's go eat. Yeah, but thank you so much to McDonald's for sponsoring us this MPL SG. And the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. So catch all the MPL Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery, of
That's
course.
why I say it slow.
McDelivery. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grab for you and your squad. So go on, smash your hunger. Term and conditions apply. And definitely, one of the conditions is that you will feel much more satisfied and full after eating McDonald's.
It's really very nice.
I mean, you were eating right before the stream.
You guys couldn't see, but I was like wolfing down one of the sets right before. 1 minute before the game started. I was like
One
still
full set.
wolfing.
Yeah,
but
eating the
like a barbarian.
and I'm still hungry. Okay, I have high metabolism, so my hunger is really, really strong. But in any case, I would hope to transfer this hunger to Homeboys because I hope they can, at least tie up this set. I know they have it in them. It's just about doing it and reaching that goal.
Exactly.
We need the 1-1.
Oh, we do need that one.
We do need. I mean, in the end of the day, I gotta have to say that we still have got one more game to go, and RSG have gotten themselves a win, and I gotta say, Diablo definitely topped it off.
Yeah, and Diablo tops it off, and not only that, if you really, really love Diablo, like somebody we know, Jace, yes, you can vote for Diablo in the upcoming M Series 5th anniversary. So you can vote for them. You can vote for either Diablo or JPL to be awarded as the top 10 greatest players in M history. So stay tuned on November 4th. So November 4, not 5, not 3, 4.
November 4th.
Yes, so November 4th for more information for you to vote on Diablo or JPL for the top 10 greatest players in M history.
All right, so with that all said and done, and of course with that out of the way, game number 2. Let's break things down a little bit, right? As we take a look at the previous matchup, previous thing, I think that the main thing that we are looking at is kind of like the orders, or rather the orders of picks and such, When we are looking at the Baxia first pick, I thought that was great, right? You kind of force the opponents to not pick an Angela, and then you pick an Angela for yourself. But I guess Youngin is a little bit too big-brained in this case, and it's just like, you know what? You do not scare me.
Yeah, so you know what? I'm just gonna pick an Angela. So if Baxia denies healing, that healing is gonna be denied back again by the Alpha healing. So you got double healings and you have one additional heal.
And there's more heals.
Exactly. So you have 2 heals against 1 degen.
Yeah, so actually, if you think about it, it is actually pretty good for Homeboys, right? 1 stone kill 2 bird.
Yeah, 1 stone kill 2 birds.
As long as you have the tortoises per songs, technically speaking, you are supposed to put the Esmeralda in her lane and really make things tough. But we're talking about Diablo.
Yeah, and not only that, we're also talking about Bray, right? I felt like Homeboys gave too much respect to RSG. They didn't make the turtle fight and retry fight hard for Bray, right? There was no pressure on Bray. Bray had the easiest retries of his life in a professional scene, right? To be honest, it's quite difficult for us normal people to try,
human beings
to try for that 50-50. But yeah, I think Homeboys SG, they do need to figure out how do I get that situation where Bray is put in more pressure, right? Where he has to consider other things besides doing the retry on the turtle or the lord as well.
Do we look for more pressure on the Bray, or do we actually put up an anchor for one of the main playmakers of Homeboys?
I think the playmaker was okay, right? The playmaking was great, the execution was great.
The playmaking is great, but the playmaker is having an issue. Remember back then in regular seasons where we actually saw Pegs relegating himself to position 4, whereas he played an Angela while he helps Johnson while he's playing a Link. Now, from that point onwards, I am very certain that we cannot see Pegs playing as a position 4 anymore. He must be the playmaker, he must be a position 3. He must be able to do something substantial to the battlefield. This time, he plays as a Fasa. Great. But if we take a look at the rest of the lineup, everyone else is dive.
Yeah, everyone is very divey. Yeah, and the way to counter that dive comp, right? Youngin bans out Valentina, Novaria, as well as the Faramis. To deny that pick is so big brain.
So at this point in time, it's more about what do you want to pick for yourself. That's why the main question when I started this conversation is the order of the picks. How do you want to put the orders of your picks in? How many kinds of, or rather, how many options do you have that can really pair together with this entire lineup? Having a Fasa being stuck behind, being a food for, I wouldn't say food, but being a prime target for Diablo, essentially brings down your level of your amount of damage output to so low, whereby you gotta have the wings by wings out of there. You can't do anything else right after your Fatades, right?
Yep, and on paper, it was a winning lane for Homeboys in the mid lane as well because it was a Fasa against an Angela, right? The wave clear by a Fasa would have been much faster compared to an Angela.
Yep, and right now RSG, they recognize this again. They're still banning away their Valentina, right? They have that versatility on the Valentina with that IMU, and this time RSG, they're going to be banning away the Kaja. So they're not going to take the Kaja at all. And Homeboys recognize this. They're going to be banning away the Matilda as well as the Nolan.
Nothing too out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say, but I believe that what Homeboys will want to do probably is just get the Angela right out of there. I mean, the Angela definitely played a very big part. I don't think that any other of these heroes would warrant a ban just yet because most of these are reactionary bans.
Ooh.
But this, this is a very blacklist thing, whereby you get both of these suppressed down. That means that you pretty much can expect that we may want to see a Joy being played by RNG.
Oh, that's true. We could see a Joy, we could see Fanny. I mean, these are the different heroes that I would love to see RSGSG play as well. And of course, with that ban being made, this opens up the doors for
Homeboys can actually pick up the Joy
as well.
So yeah, I mean, RNG has set that up for themselves. No more suppression. Not much of an answer to these kind of anti-CC heroes. That is Joy being one of the most rampant junglers who can deal substantial amount of damage throughout the entirety of the game, and you don't particularly have a lot of answers to.
I mean, banning away the Khalid right here, what do Homeboys want for themselves, right? Do they still go for that Grok? You know, just for that, you know, a little bit of a nice, catchy kind of feels for the roam, on the roam row as well, but they're going to pick up the Faramis. Yeah, I was about to say the Faramis as well. Yeah, they're still going to go with the Grok here. I mean, because the Faramis was banned in the previous game, this time they're going to snap pick up that Faramis and go with the Grok.
Do note 71.4% win rate on top of the Faramis. There is not a lot of answers that other teams have got found for themselves to on how they would want to deal against a Faramis. And the question is if whether RSG will be able to find the answer against Faramis.
Yep, I mean, the NetherRealm is definitely one of the big answers they can have on the side of Homeboys against RSG. We have seen in the previous series, right, how big of a difference a NetherRealm can be. Instantly changing win conditions for the fight as well, and also protecting your goal laner or the damage dealer in the team. And this is exactly what we were talking about. The Joy slips through and RSG gonna get it.
Not very big of a fan of leaking the Joy away to RSG, but maybe, just maybe, Homeboys may have an answer to this. Maybe they have something else that they would want to think about this and how they will want to go about this. Now, RNG, whenever they pick up an Angela for themselves, the main thing that they will want is they want a couple of heroes that is capable of going in your face. They would be, so that it will be a prime target for the Heart Guard. You would not be oppressed by anyone else and you would not be too afraid. The very fact that Homeboys SG have picked up a Bruno in the first phase as well, we should be expecting that they would want to get quite a bit of lane priority in the middle lane. They would want to get a lot of mobility around the river, get themselves the river control. As such, being the jungler that is the last pick for Homeboys SG, if RNG were to think this through, they're gonna have to go out for bans such as Martyrs as well as Lancelot as much as possible. Anyone that is a damage dealing style of junglers.
You know what? I thought in the previous game, it looked like a pretty sick combo between Oki and Sailor, right? But this game, can you imagine having not just one win condition where you have the goal laner being supported by an Angela, you also now have a Joy who's being played by Bray. We have already seen it in regular seasons. They absolutely smashed the competition in less than 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, so now we're looking at a lot of mobility from RSG. And that would be a problem here. If we want to look at a Grok with the possibility of going either Roam or EXP, there could be a chance that Homeboys SG would want to play a Minotaur onto their side. With a great amount of slows as well as final knockup, I think that could potentially break the tempo or the momentum onto the side of this Joy eventually, or perhaps even make things a tad bit tougher for the Irithel to just completely roam free, going 1-against-1 to the Bruno.
Coming in with the Joy, Angela, and the Irithel, right? What does that tell you about RSG? They are moving fast. They have that mobility. They want to catch Homeboys off guard. They want to go in and go out very, very quickly. But the Rafaela ban as well. Wow.
Minotaur.
Minotaur. Okay, so they banned it for themselves. They're not looking for that pick so far.
But one thing's for sure is that Homeboys SG, yes, they do have a decent wave clear from the side of Grok as well as for Rammus itself. If they do want to go for fast 2, that wouldn't be a problem if the Grok stays in the roam position as well. I would still want to see Homeboys SG play a more assassin-y type of jungler in this case.
Really? I think they should go for a very strong utility jungler here. I mean,
I'm
just to
looking for
deny
either
the joy.
Martis or the Lancelot.
I think the Martis is great here. Right, it kind of negates, you know, any sort of slow. It kind of negates any sort of lockdown as well. But it kind of puts you in a position, right? They are so mobile. They are just going to run circles around you over and over again. But the Esmeralda ban from RSG this time to deny the shield cutting coming out, you know, just to deny that Angela as well.
We still have a couple of time left. But for Homeboys, they have one pick for themselves. They may choose to actually just go for the jungler first and just kind of leave the flexibility of the EXP or the roam left for the final pick in order to really respond to RSG. Since picking up the jungle and going in blind is pretty much fair for them to understand. Do they want utility or do they want damage? Or do they just really just want to focus onto a single item, and that is focusing on the neutral objective?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, picking up the Yuzong, I think it's more of a scared kind of pick, right? Like, you do not want a Angela
It's more of a
Yuzong no
deny.
matter what. Yeah, deny
This
pick,
is
that's
more
the
of a
one.
deny pick.
Yeah, they do not want a Angela Yuzong no matter what, right? Knowing Diablo on that Yuzong, that was his debut hero as well, always jumping into the backline and just chunking you down and just dishing out all the damage as well. And right now, RSG, they could go for Terisla here. Terisla is really, really going to EXP lane or even an X-Board.
As such, picking up the Yuzong actually throws him.
Oh
my! So this is a mid lane. This is a mid lane Furvius.
Yeah,
Sayla,
they're gonna
he's bringing it back. He's bringing
return
it back.
the
The
favor.
Furvius mid lane. Oh boy!
Wow, Fulvius mid lane. I love it.
So
Fulvius
now-
mid lane, that's a big, big throwback to Sayla's, you know, the previous season as well as the M series as well.
And now the final question is, you're going up as an Akai. An Akai in the jungle, Akai in the roam, sorry. So Akai in the roam, of course, with the heavy spin, you're gonna have to get someone with great iframes. And whenever we're talking about iframes, there's only one person that we're thinking of.
Benedetta. iframes. I mean, you did.
Yes.
Benedetta do have amazing iframes.
I concur.
Get me out of here. We gotta look at Lancelot, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're going to go for the Hellcat.
Oh,
they want to
wait,
snowball.
what?
They're trying to snowball here.
Okay. Now, my question is if whether the Hellcat...
Oh, no, it's Angela mid.
Yeah.
Angela mid.
Oh.
Not Fulvius mid.
Oh, right.
Angela mid, and then the
Ah, yeah,
Fulvius
yeah,
EXP
yeah.
makes more sense. Makes more
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Sorry.
No worries, man.
Completely missed out the fact that, yeah, there's a Furvius. But yeah, Furvius going to EXP, so they are going to be playing as that very extent. So, damn it, I can't see the Sayla mid anymore. I can't see the Sayla Furvius, my bad.
I mean, this is a huge risk though, I feel, for Homeboys here.
Really?
Because, you know, Hellcat banks on the fact that you have a great and you have a good early game. So Homeboys, they are really just giving it all at this point. Go big or go home, because if RSG get their way, they get that perfect start that they have always done across the regular season and even into the playoffs, it's going to be a hard one for Homeboys.
And I have to say, Homeboys actually, they're going for an all-in draft as well. But enough of that. Guardian's Barrier to stop the minions. And it is going to be Homeboys SG going up against RSG SG for game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, already a top lane siege.
Right off the bat, this is what they need to do, right? They need to make sure that the EXP laner doesn't have a good lane, so this will trickle down into that first objective.
Now, of course, while there is a lot of things going on in the northern side where they almost got the kill on Pegs, well, for the side of RSG, they pretty much knows what they want to go for. And
Wow,
in fact,
Pex. Oh, and the first blood going to Sayla just like that. RSG takes the lead.
I actually really like this Furvius pick. Not based on the fact that, yeah, okay, if you look at the opponent side, yeah, there isn't a lot of people with dash capabilities. But if we were to keep thinking about Lancelot on the opponent side, then picking up a Furvius beforehand, just blindly picking it, might have been pretty good.
Yeah,
Yes.
denies the Lancelot as well. But you already have a dash coming out from the Yuzong. You already have the dash coming out from the Hellcat, as well as the Bruno, as well as the Grok. Yeah, so you got 4 dash already on the side of Homeboys yet again, and they still go for that Fulvius pick. Lucy Cutie runs a little bit low though, but forced to flicker over the wall, and Homeboys are a little bit on the back foot right now, but all objective clear.
Yeah, they aren't too concerned with that, to be honest, because Lucian QD is an archive, so he has a headbutt to move around safely as well. And once he hits that level 4, heavy spin is going to be an option to explore during sticky situations.
Well, I can't get over the fact that this Furvious pick
It's
is
not going
actually,
mid?
No, I mean, I can't get over that as well, but I can't get over the fact that this is an absolutely genius pick.
Whoa.
If the first thing that we were just thinking about is just Lancelot as well as Martis, both of these two heroes that is a perfect addition to Homeboy's lineup, then having one Furvious to deny both of them is absolutely great. So they are forced, essentially, to really just pick up a Hellcat for themselves. But what exactly part of a Hellcat really helps them is a main dash that we are looking out for, and it denies the very fact that the opponent has an Akai. It's very difficult for you to just spin around in darkness. So you actually deny that one ultimate with your own ultimate, and to make matters worse, I think that this Aretha are gonna have to get real close to the opponents, because the main point is to play more of a far range kind of game.
Yeah, but Vernokio forced to pop the Black Dragon form just so fast, and Derry here able to get him down. The Petrify comes down onto Bray though, but Bray still able to survive with the hard guard coming out from Sailor, and the turtle is going to go into RSG's hand. Pex, he's going to get locked down by Lucian Cutie though. Guardian Barrier pushes Pex. What a big mistake coming out from Derry.
Yep, and it's all going to RSG's way once again. It's a 1.2 thousand gold lead for RSG, and Homeboys once again not exactly having the start that they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I have to point out as well, right? Diablo on the Phobius, he went for the Rupture, and he went for the Festival of Blood, Impure Rage, and then guess what? On the Assassin Emblem.
Assassin Emblem.
Wow.
Because why? Position 3.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So I mean, okay, so that's why I said it's a very genius pick all around. Because out of everything that I've said, so much things that I said, there's still one more important thing that I failed to mention because I didn't have the time.
Yeah.
Remember that we have an Akai.
Oh. Wow.
Akai triggers the Furvious ultimate.
Demonic Force, yeah.
Demonic Force over and over and over again.
Wow.
But yeah, so this is kind of like an ultimate game. We are looking at a very ultimate economy from both RSG versus Homeboys. Who pops their ultimate force on who counters against who.
And right now, RSG, they do have a nice sizable lead, but it's nothing of... not much of a big impact right now on the side of RSG with the goal lead, and Homeboys, they could just easily turn this around, especially with a Grok, right? We saw how in the first game how Derry actually changes or turns the tide with that Grok almost instantaneously.
I mean, at this point, it really comes down to, for the Homeboy side, at least it comes down to Super Jocks, right? If he can get those snap kills, surprise pickups, it could change the game for Homeboys. But as it stands now, they can't really find any room. There are no mistakes from RSG so far.
Well, at least for the side of Homeboys, right? What would work greatly for them is that there is a lot of poke potential that we could see from the side of Super Jocks. He don't have to really reserve every single one of his tails. He can just keep on going. Whenever he's got 4 stacks, go in and burst and then come out. It's just a form of poke. Because from the side of RSG, they don't have anyone that has an amazing way of catching. We do have Sailor, sure, when it comes down to puppet strings, but it's not an instant gratification stun. You're gonna have the slow, and then the stun comes slowly after, which is something that Homeboys themselves, when it comes down to Derry, he could even come in for.
Oh! With a big wall charge and a flicker coming in though, but the NetherRealm is gonna get popped all the way in, but the Demonic Force with a heavy spin is gonna get popped out, but no, Homeboys, they are winning this fight, and take a look at that. 3 members down for the side of RSG, and Homeboys are able to crack open that mid lane almost instantly.
Yep, it looked like there was no hope at the first part of the game, but
Derry.
Homeboys, they achieved everything here. They got the kills, now they have the start on the turtle, and most importantly, is Mitsuri didn't die to a 2-man pressure in the goal lane as well.
Exactly, and I have to say, Derry with the element of surprise, he have been drinking some milk there.
Mitsuri.
Oh, but Mitsuri though, Mitsuri is gonna be he managed to hold his own tail, right? He managed to hold his own ground as well.
He has the level advantage against Oki.
Yeah, I mean, Oki was winning in the lane very, very early in the game, but then this time it is going to be Mitsuri winning against, Oki.
In the end, I will say that both RSG and Homeboys, they have a very similar style that they would want to play. Well, for RSG, yes, they would probably want to just kind of like go fast and just go hammer right on top of Homeboys. They have more of an in-your-face kind of style, in fact, front to front for the side of both sides. for Homeboys, it's more of who disengages and who engages. When we have a Faramis, that is going to be your insurance policy, but that also means that you are going to be the anchor of your team. He's going to be protecting Mitsuri, while Vior, Jox, and Dairy, they kind of go off all on their own, depending on who wants to be the initiator, Vior or is it going to be Dairy? And then they collapse themselves on top of that.
Exactly, and including that, take a look at that. The mid lane gets cracked open and Homeboys are just walking and roaming across the whole of Land of Dawn and just walking across the map and opening up the map for themselves.
Yeah, they took away the goalie that RSG has set themselves up in the first 6 minutes of the game, and Homeboys now working on that very, very small but noticeable lead against RSG.
Pinocchio here forced to pop the Black Dragon form, but the Rhythm of Joy is coming, but he's just trying to juke it. Two-man Petrify all the way back though, but the Demonic Force is going to come down, but the Silence as well, the Darkness is going to be coming in, but the Heavy Spin trying to pin onto Dairy right now, but Pex able to pull Losing Cutie into the wall, but no avail, no trade from the bottom lane for Homeboys.
I don't think that they will be able to do quite much here. Or not!
Wild Charge coming in and able to secure down onto Lucian Cutie as well, the Nether Realm, and just like that, the bottom tier 1 turret is going to go down.
Yep, they have managed to grow the lead. So it is going to be 1,000 gold ahead for Homeboys right now, with the turtle spawning as well. Bray 1, 1, and 2. Super Jox has not died in this game yet. And it looks like they have the lead here. Unless Bray comes in, this turtle is going to be Homeboys.
Wow, look at the speed on that Hellcat, that little cockroach here, just taking out the turtle. Who know cockroaches who can actually win turtles?
Yep, La Cucaracha.
But amazing play, and Dairy holds these elements of surprise, and I have to say, I kind of understand the Hellcat pick right here. Oh, Rhythm of Joy getting popped, just clearing the wave and walking away. But I have to say, I understand the Hellcat pick now is to silence that joy, to deny that joy from dashing away or dashing back and forth or even activating the Rhythm of Joy.
That is one thing, of course.
Yeah.
Completely forgot about the passive, actually.
Yeah, the silence. That's the only few.
Yeah, I just remember one of the most annoying thing about Hellcat is that it's so difficult to actually catch him. I remember back in my days.
Back in my days.
Oh man.
When Guinevere was just released, whenever I want to get a Guinevere jump on top of a Hellcat, boy oh boy was that tough.
Pure darkness coming out, and Mitsuri here able to take down the bottom tier 1 turret as well. And Homeboys, they're making use of this lead. Big fight, crack open the mid, crack open the bottom lane as well, but Virno kill 1v2 again. Black Dragon form just trying to bait it out, but Nether Realm comes in, but Oki, he's in a little bit of a trouble right now, but Virno kill runs low and Bray turns it around. What a catch with the joy.
Yep. RSG made that play, they get the win in that particular situation. Now Homeboys, they have their own setup at the top lane as well.
Wow, look at Bray, so painful. Pops the Rhythm of Joy, but the Darkness coming in though, able to catch out onto Sailor into the top lane. Tier 2 turret is going to go down as well, but Homeboys, RSG, they're just trying to trade it back. They are going to be able to trade out the bottom tier 2 turret as well. And take a look at Mitsuri here. Oh,
Mitsuri!
I'm pretty sure that his goal wasn't to actually kill Mitsuri, but we'll get to that in a bit, because middle lane we've got Bray that's actually popped the Rhythm of Joy. In fact, didn't really kill anyone, but did he actually steal the buff though?
I believe he stole the orange buff from the Homeboys jungle.
Right. Okay, so from what I see, Fervius kind of seems as though, I'm actually preparing to actually go for the Demonic Force, not necessarily to kill Mitsuri. It just so happens that, hey, look, I actually have quite a lot of damage, let me just continue on.
Kaboom!
He just wanted to use I believe the one he wanted to use was the Demonic Force to just clear that one ballista. And just might as well just get everyone running away. But just happens that, hey, look, 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade.
So buy one, get one free.
Buy one, get one free at the top lane, get free in the bottom lane as well. I mean, that's an amazing trade. And take a look at the Lord, just going for a big walk all the way around the dot bush.
Yep, and this is a play on their stats as well. Homeboys actually has more towers taken compared to RSG. Even though in the stats page they hit the hit, RSG was the one that actually achieved more macro plays.
Yeah, but Lucian Cutie here though, a little bit far and forced to
here's
pop.
The combo.
Yep, here's the combo coming in with the heavy spin as well, but the Nether Realm coming in, but no, down goes Mitsuri all the way into the backline as well, but no, Homeboys, they're all dropping like grapes all the way in. Down goes Diablo, but Diablo is still standing strong. Dairy still looking low. Super Jox only left to his own endeavors. He's running low, he's trying to use his movement speed, trying to get right out though, but Super Jox goes down. It's gonna be a team wipe for RSG SG.
Man, Lucid Cutie putting himself as a bait, only to find that one opportunity to be able to knock a lot more people away with a single heavy spin. This leaves to a lot of trust that he's gotta have with Diablo, you know? They gotta have to really come in together at the same time. They gotta have to move in tandem in order to really individualize who they want to kill first. Pex understandably pop out with his own nether realm, but of course, that's going to be destroyed pretty
look
fast.
at Oki all the way into the deep line as well. Pops the Wind of Nature though, but Petrify comes in, gets the knockup onto Lucian Cutie. Nether realm gets popped as well. Lucian Cutie runs low, but no, down goes Fear No Kill yet again. RSG, they are marching right in. Mitsuri goes in, Oki just shredding him down.
No one's going to be stopping Oki for now. Okay, maybe no one, but Atara do.
Yeah, Atara does.
Atara can definitely stop him. I mean, even though the hard god is on top of him, that doesn't mean that he's completely immortal. But for now, we do have the Lord that is going to be trampling down in the bottom lane. In fact, we are going to be expecting a stampede all the way in the northern side.
Yep, RSG gonna reenact the Hurricane here to try and take all of the structures away from the Homeboys base. Lord has been taken down by the Homeboys, so they have had that success so far. But RSG, they might try to force Homeboys into another unnecessary fight.
Yep, and they're putting a lot of pressure here into the mid lane as well. And Homeboys, they're doing good work. They are clearing out top lane, they're clearing out bottom lane. And Diablo just showing his presence here, T-posing in front of everybody. And RSG, they are taking control of the map.
You can kind of feel the frustrations by the Homeboys team, right? Every single time it's just one small movement from RSG that costs them their entire lineup. And, you know, if RSG gets what they want, it's always going to be Homeboys taking an unnecessary fight right before objectives, right before the defense of the turrets as well.
Exactly, and I have to say RSG right now with a 4K goal lead, Homeboys, they just need that element of surprise and they need that snowball going, right? And we all talk about that snowball.
Fiona Cure literally doesn't have a lot of items to actually work with.
It's all broke items.
Yeah, the Fury Hammer, I can understand. You know, you need that penetration. And in the meantime, it's kind of like you went halfway through and then
just gave up.
Okay, you know what? I gotta have to reinvest. I gotta have to get back into the defensive capabilities of what I can bring out. So very likely, it's just going to be working towards the Radiant Armor at this point because probably Bray is just being a little bit too annoying.
The conceal play, Lucian Cutie goes in for the headbutt, goes in for the heavy spin as well, but to no avail. So conceal and heavy spin already invested by Lucian Cutie.
That's one ulti apiece, so no ultimate for Super Jocks and no heavy spin for Lucian Cutie.
Insane play coming out as well, and Bray here just dashing back and forth. And Homeboys right now, they have their backs against the wall.
I mean, it feels like Vernocure is Cinderella right now, right? So very broke, very poor. He's waiting for that perfect night out.
He's waiting for the glass slipper.
So I mean, he is Cinderella right now, but they're waiting for the Cinderella story. Right? That's what Homeboys is waiting for. But as of now, RSG, they're not letting up. They really have not made a single mistake in this game yet.
Well, for the Sun Homeboys, remember, they do have a lineup that is relatively early game. You know, when it comes down to Bruno, he doesn't have the skilling that is capable of really beating out against an Oki.
Look at Bray.
Of course, 1v1 is still pretty darn annoying. You still have an Angela that eventually will be able to help Oki as well. So if you're just looking at a pure marksman versus marksman kind of game, it's going to be tough. But yes, speaking of Bray.
Yep, he's all the way on the far side of the map, right? Literally on the south side here. Nice zoom out view we have. And as we can see right now, Diablo, Lucian Cutie here goes for the lockdown onto Vernocure, and look at the demonic force with the heavy spin going to town.
Again.
Oh,
backline! Oh!
Bray with a backline sandwich, and there he goes down. What a catch from Bray. Rhythm of Joy to stun 3 members and pop in that Nether Realm instantly.
Immediate. No. Wow.
Yeah, now they got to reset the situation, and it looks like Homeboys, once again, they do not know where the majority of RSG members will be, so they can't exactly walk into the bushes. No face checking, they might get punished, which means this Lord is once again in the hands of RSG. No contest.
Yep, 0 contest.
Actually, that was actually a really bold move of Bray. I'm not exactly sure if whether, how much information Bray is relying all of that on to actually just jump over to the back line. So did he only spring into action when he saw Lucian Cutie as well as Diablo just hammering it down in the choke points within the northern jungle?
Because we can only see that in the replay, right?
Yeah, I mean, you still kind of need some preparation. You still need some time to eventually get there. So Bray and Bray pretty much were expecting to just go over to the back line. They already have this planned out. They want to aim over the back line, just leaving him alone there and just pop the nether realm as fast as possible in order and bait it out.
Exactly, trying to bait it out as well. But take a look at the bottom lane. Tier 3 turret getting cracked open, but Lucian Cutie pushing all the way back. Super Jogs forced to use the darkness here, able to just stop and take away the immortality, but it goes down. No, Super Jog goes down all the way back in though, and it's going to be a wild charge trying to go in, but the demonic force comes in. Mystery, is he going to do anything? No, he's not going to be able, and RSG, they're going to be able to take away 2-0 from this game.
I gotta have to say, this is difficult to watch, knowing the fact that Homeboys, boy oh boy, they had their Homeboys crowd. They have been training so much. They have got their MPL MY counterpart that did greatly. But RSG SG is going to put them at a stop for now in the upper brackets and relegate Homeboys SG to slowly crawl in the bottom.
This is the main difference between experience, right? RGSG, as we all know, 3-time champion. They know what to do when the going gets tough. And right now, RGSG has taught Homeboys, like, alright, great, this is your first season in MPL SG, right? Sit down, let the Kings teach you how to play this game.
Let the Kings teach you how to play. Wow, and you can see here, walking over, giving the friendly handshake as well. And Derry, all smiles from both sides, right? Sportsmanship right here, sportsmanship. Sportsmanship here coming out from both sides. I love it both. What an amazing catch from Derry too today, right? I mean, Derry put up an insane performance, but I guess it's more on the macro plays right now for this game.
Diablo is definitely feeling himself, right? After that Phobia's performance, my goodness, with the heavy spin as well, the combination, so sick.
Yep, I mean, a little unfortunate there as well, and I can see the crowd looking jolly and happy right now, and on the side of RSG as well, looking very jolly and very
Okay, it's time to flash some jerseys on the screen as well. We have to sit here and watch Abstract wave his RSG jersey in front of us, but hey, it's just temporary, right? We still have another chance.
We still have a chance. Yeah, you guys still have another chance, don't worry.
We do.
I believe that we are going to be looking at the Homeboys that will be fighting against Evil, right?
Yeah.
For tomorrow's game. Yeah, pass that to me. Yeah.
Pass this?
Yeah. Pass it.
No.
Pass it.
Oh, no. Keep it.
No.
Safeguard it.
No, trust me.
This is my hard guard.
You can trust me.
Are you sure? I can't trust you with this, man.
It's okay. You know, I'll find a way. You know, I've already taken I already have like very clear evidence of taking like a huge bag of jerseys, anyways.
Oh yeah, so this is not gonna go near you no matter what.
Yeah, it's okay. You guys can tune into my TikTok eventually. Daddy Hood, yeah, you know, I have something for you.
Daddy Hood, he has some of his jerseys hostage as well. Some. All?
I don't know.
Oh, the stockpile is in Abstract's hands as well, but amazing game to RSGSG. I mean, unfortunate for Homeboys losing 2-0 right there, but I have to give it to Homeboys. They put up an insane fight. There were moments that, you know, Homeboys were looking so formidable.
Yeah, I mean, props to the team because they were always coming from behind, and it's quite hard to play up against a losing battle, right? But I think the boys did good with whatever they had, whatever resources. Like we've seen, Vinacure was super poor this game. He didn't have a lot of items available. Look at that Athena Shield with the Dom Ice as well.
I think they figured out, right? Like Vinacure is one of the major playmakers, you know, besides Derry as well, right? He's the secondary playmaker as well. But Vinacure, they hunt him down, right? They're like, okay, if we do not have an answer for Derry, we have an answer for Vinacure. Let's hunt him down. Let's deny him. Take a look at his gold. 7.5.
Well, now, of course, when it comes down to RSG's lineup, I think that they are content with whoever is going to be a threat to Oki. They are content with catching anyone, be it Jox or Vinacure, or of course, best case scenario, Mitsuri. Because when it comes down to losing QD, he doesn't have to spin for so long onto Mitsuri to really just end it all. But if you really want to make full use of the entire duration of the heavy spin, then yeah, Vinacure is going to be the best bet and allow Diablo to just smash for days. In fact, this is quite a greedy. Build coming from Diablo. Actually picking up the Lightning Truncheon as well as Ice Queen's Wand. Yeah. I can understand the Ice Queen's Wand, but the Lightning Truncheon just pretty much means that yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go position 3. But if you want to go even more greedy, which technically he could, switch out the Winter Truncheon for a Magic Glaive.
Ooh, that's true. I mean, he could go for the Divine Glaive instead of
Divine
the...
Glaive, sorry.
Yeah, he could go for the Divine Glaive instead of the Dom Eyes. He could go even go into a
he
Holy
needs the Dom
Crystal.
Eyes. Yeah.
Oh wait, no. Blood Wings, extra shield.
That will be kind of like later.
Yeah, way later.
You kind of like change everything apart. But that is like extreme greed, whereby you kind of like don't become pause 3 anymore. You're kind of like pause 2.
Exactly, you're becoming almost like a carry already, hard
Yep.
carry here.
Yep.
But 18 to 8 here, Homeboys, they lose out on macro, right? They kind of lose out on macro. Let's take a look at the emblem right here. Yeah, Assassin emblems here on the side of Diablo. Rupture, we have Festival of Blood as well as the Impure Rage. Ooh.
Yeah. So
pain.
Macro is definitely going to be one of the core reasons why RSG won this game. But of course, it is still execution. But there is one thing that has ultimately allowed RSG to get an easier way to get around the macro, just simply based on their furthest pick. You deny Homeboys of picking the Martyrs or as well as the Lancelot, makes the jungle battle as well as neutral objective battles so much easier.
Yep, it was not just winning across the map, they were actually taking all of these different buffs as well. So you were expecting a very clean fight between the two teams, but honestly it was just RSG SG bullying the Homeboys because orange buff was always in the hands of Valky. And with the Hardguard, it was how do you fight against Iritel with a shield, a Power Ranger up, with the power up?
Wow, I mean, there's no way to catch him out, right? You have Valky, and then you have the Angela with a Hardguard as well. It's literally the replay of game 1. 1-1 with the Angela. How are you going to get rid of that? How are you going to chase that? The more you chase, the more it hurts. It's a sub-Valier.
You don't really have a lot of form of lockdown onto your side as well. The only one that you're gonna have to focus onto is Dairy. Dairy will have his form of Wild Charge, but after that, what happens next? You don't have any more lockdowns. So are you playing initiation style, or do you actually want to play disengage whenever you find the opportunity to ram on Oki, then just go ahead after that?
So let's talk about it. MVP,
Diablo.
your personal MVP?
Diablo?
Diablo, to me it's Bray.
Bray. I think it's Sayla. So we have three.
I heard that Jay says Oki, and I think that Churros also said Lucy Cutie. So.
Okay, so we have all 5.
Yeah, so it's kind of tough. To be fair, he was put into this spot. This hero pick is ultimately the checkmate over to Homeboys, which will make absolute sense for him to perform so well in this game.
Later on, you will see in the highlights why he is the MVP. He caught Mitsuri out so many times in this game.
I will say that some of them were actually by chance too.
Still, he caught it, right? So Diablo, I mean, okay, so Diablo has been very consistent as a member of RSG, the EXP lane. And of course, this game really showcases that you really can let him try any EXP laner. Like Phoveus, this is the first time he has played Phoveus, I believe.
In Season 6.
In Season 6.
Yes.
And what a result this is.
Yep. I mean, I guess he can still play the heroes that he used to play, and he's still good at the heroes that he used to play, such as a Benedetta, for example. That is something that we can see before. Badang, Paquito. We could all expect to see that for the entirety of the playoffs.
Now, if you're curious what the players were talking about in the games, we have the mic check for you. So let's hear what the boys in red, in RSG, have in mind during this game.
Hey, consume. Hey, pass here. Hey, Lucian. No, wait. I got Grok. Go back. Lucian. That's Ambre. Grok. Okay, Grok. Yeah. Go. Bantai. Pass here. Can push me, Grok press. Nice. Pofeus. Okay, after you. Nice. Hey, David. Okay, bantai them. Bantai. Nice. Nice one, Sayla. You Chong. Okay, after you, okay.
I got one.
Nice.
Go. Nice.
Are you? Fight.
Go.
Healing. Bantai. Healing. Bantai. Let's throw. Bantai, okay. Go. Okay, after you, okay.
Nice. Bantai.
Bantai, boy. Nice.
the pent up knives, and you guys just give you guys a little bit of
Bantai
info.
means nice.
No, Bantai means kill them all. A massacre.
Lucian was so hyped up.
Lucian was like, Bantai, I'm gonna
Santai,
kill you
bro.
all. No,
Santai.
he said Bantai.
I know he said Bantai. I'm telling him Santai. Relax.
Yeah, but instant, he's just telling everyone, Bantai,
Got center
I'm gonna
or not?
kill everybody. Yeah, Lucian Cutie is right there, right? Like he's telling everyone, Bantai, I'm just gonna kill every one of you.
So Santai is to
Chill.
chill. Bantai
Is
is
to kill them
kill
all.
them all.
Yeah.
Then what is the center?
What's the center?
One tie slap.
One.
Okay, but well, with that all said and done, I gotta have to say that game was awesome to watch. But I still gotta say, Homeboys, they definitely could do a lot better, and I think that tomorrow they should be able to give us an even better performance.
Exactly.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so they're gonna give us a good performance, but you know what else is gonna be a good performance? The M5 wildcard. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get to see some nice little team. It's more of a last chance qualifier, if you guys will. So as you can see on the bottom right here, M5 wildcard in Malaysia is gonna be a free entry into Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Like, I mean, not going into the...
Yeah, you still have to pay for your train
still have
and
to
air
pay.
tickets.
Yeah, we're not gonna pay for you. I mean, the event itself is free entry, and kickstart the pre-registration on the 4th of November, and the location will be announced really, really soon. So I mean, why wait? Wait for 4th of November right here, right now, and go check it out.
Yep, and wildcard definitely going to be exciting because it's the one chance they have to take part in this World Series itself.
And of
Exactly.
course, let's not forget, I mean, when we come down to the location, it will be announced soon, so don't worry. But if you want to find out where the location is going to be, make sure you guys follow MPL SG on Instagram, TikTok, as well as Facebook. TikTok is MPL Singapore, and when it comes down to Instagram, you got to look for mpl.sg.official, and make sure you follow us and take a look at all the content that we can throw out.
Yeah, I mean, very good games today, very good games. There's going to be amazing games tomorrow as well, right? We're going to get to see amazing, amazing games. And, congratulations to all teams today. Goodbye to some teams. We hope to see you guys really, really soon in the next qualifiers as well. And, thank you to us. We're going to sign off for now. My name is Vertigo. We have Abstract as well as Kindofu. We want to pass it over to our amazing, beautiful host here. Cheryl, take it away.
Thanks, friends. And earlier on in match 4, closing off the show, honestly, I didn't think that it'd be that quick because after all, it is the upper brackets games that we're talking about. So quick and clean, by the way. 2-0, clean sweep, proving why they are a 3-time back-to-back-to-back champions. And here I have the brains behind RSG SG, Youngin.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
It's same color.
First time wearing red.
First time wearing red. How you feeling?
Okay lah.
Very
yeah.
hot.
Okay lah.
Okay, so today we did see a familiar face but brand new face right here on the RSG roster, Sela. And is it a tough transition for Sela to come in, especially when Buji has been playing most of the entire regular season?
Yeah, so definitely not, because I think for Sela, he's been my longest teammate as well. So basically, I've aided his transition in. I was in RSG maybe about 1 to 2 weeks earlier. So basically, at first, I learned about the team first, and then when Sela came on, it was a matter of deciding between Buji and Sela. And after trial and error and everything, we decided that we have a very high chance of winning with Sela.
Fantastic. And I think at, as a coach level, it's very difficult to decide because I, for one, think that for Buji to making his debut, he did a spectacular play as well. So is there a decision factor as to why did you guys choose Sailor? Even though, he's in the roster, he's added in, but Sailor and Buji, why the ultimate decision for Sailor?
Yeah, so as mentioned before, Sela has a lot of international LAN experience and just LAN experience in general. And from my time, from knowing him, he doesn't... every time when we come to playoffs, he will actually be on his A game. So even though he did not play the regular season at all, he is still very confident to start out. And today have proven, there is... He felt like he just integrated the team into the team so easily.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Sailor, I have to give that guy props, man. It's like not doing any warm-up at all, and then you just run like a marathon straight away, and he performed absolutely crazy. And okay, next question is today, it's the upper brackets games, playoffs, as we speak. So when it comes to that game, Homeboys is a little bit special because Homeboys SG is the counterpart for Homeboys MY, of which the team that actually took the championships in Malaysia itself. And there's Coach Dale. So, you know, how did you guys prepare coming into this game for a team that has another team that has taken the Malaysian championship?
Yeah, so I think one thing is for sure, I love drafting against good coaches. Yeah, so you know, going out against Coach Dale was an experience to me because I'm expecting that high level of insight from him, and basically I have to think on that level as well. So definitely a challenge in terms of knowing what can be played. So I kind of like see their players and then decided what was the best way to do it, and that proved to be effective for us because as the draft went on and on, I felt like as every single pick went on, we kind of like getting the upper hand as each hero is being picked.
Right, so that's very interesting. And of course, congratulations on your win. Next up, you're going to be meeting Team Flash. So how are you guys feeling for that game that's coming up?
Yeah, so Team Flash, you know, I think kind of expected as well that they were the ones who are making it to the upper bracket as well. Today was a close game, so I think compared to us, we played slightly more confident today. So I think we have that kind of small edge going into tomorrow. At the same time, you know, last season when I was still on Bleed, I actually lost to Team Flash. So you know, personally, I'm looking to take back the best Singapore coach title from KZP. Yeah.
Right, and KZP, I don't know, that guy has like a different brain that's working on a different frequency, and he has the most unorthodox picks. Like, are you prepared for the unexpected, or you're just telling yourself like, don't overthink?
A little bit of both. Best to plan for everything as well, but you know, as proven, you cannot really plan for every single thing that can happen, but you just got to make sure that your team is ready and confident to take it all.
Right, and final question. Right here we have seen a brand new patch, and with the brand new patch itself, it came so close to the playoffs. And you know, as a team, how did you guys react to this sudden patch that came in?
Yeah, so I think not much difference for us because as we seen today we are still first picking the Angela, even though it's not a hero that is it was a hero that was nerfed, right? But we were still able to utilize it to the comms that we want to, and definitely something that's very comfortable for us either way. Yeah.
It's proven. These are traits of a champion. You know, when you are so adaptable to any changes that come your way. Thank you so much, Youngin. Continue. I'm rooting for you, right? Because this is your chance to prove yourself. After all the seasons of trying, this is the one that you're gunning for, a lease of new life. And that's why you left the caster's table for this. All right, we hope that this trip is worth your while, and we wish you all the best. Thank you so much, Youngin.
Thank you.
Amazing! So that was Youngin right now, coach of RSGSG. What a day today, guys. I am both tired, but of course so happy at the same time, and even sad because we have seen two teams go. Right now, we have the best 6 teams in Singapore, and we'll continue to narrow it down till we find our champion that can represent Singapore over on the international stage at the M5 itself. Now stick around, as for the next 2 days, we're gonna be unveiling as we go. Now, I invite you to come on down and join us right here at Suntec City Mall. Right here on the venue itself, we do have so many different interactive zones that you can indulge in, such as playing 1v1 games and getting yourselves free McCrispy and more, and even our wonderful sponsors such as Head & Shoulders that you can score yourselves. And let's not forget wonderful merch from the team booths themselves that you can indulge in. Put on your favorite team's jersey and, just shout at the top of your lungs to show support for your favorite teams, all possible right here at Suntec City. Now, we understand that it might not be possible for you to support us physically, but of course, your online presence we appreciate very much as well. Today, we have broken our first milestone for our PCU, and me and by extension, the whole team right here is just super stoked, and we can't wait as we move further along the playoff season. So every single one of your views are appreciated. Do remember to support us either physically or online. And of course, any photos and videos that you take, you guys are able to hashtag us right here at mpl.sg.official and hashtag our pride, our passion to show support for our boys. Now, we have also had wonderful, wonderful restreamers streaming this stream, so we'd like to give them a big shout out for being such a sport, for working the long hours that they did to show support for the Singapore community. Now, you guys are able to tune in MPL SG Season 6 playoffs on your favorite platforms, such as Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and even TikTok, and of course, even your favorite influencers as well. With that being said, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule so that you can remember to tune in. So, the first game that we will be seeing tomorrow, starting up the day bright and early at 10 a.m., we will be seeing Homeboys going head-to-head against Evil. Absolutely crazy, and only one team will emerge victorious here. Now, the next match that will be happening is match 4, where we see Bleed eSports going head-to-head against Vanguard eSports at 12:30 p.m. That is the Battle of the Roamers right there for that match itself. And then this is an exciting match that you don't want to miss. The results from today has pushed these two teams for the upper brackets best of 5. Now we see the likes of Team Flash going head to head against our defending champions, and this match will be happening at 3 p.m. Now, closing off the day, we have our final match happening at 6:30 p.m. on Saturday. Now, this will be the winner of match 5 and 6 respectively, where they will be meeting for the final showdown for the day. Wow, what an exciting lineup, isn't it? Now, we're unfortunately going to see more teams go tomorrow, but it means that we are one step closer to unveiling our brand new champion right here at MPL SG Season 6. So be sure, fam, to join us tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Now, MPL SG Season 6 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Moontown and Zenray Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Our official partner, Head & Shoulders. And our partners in eSports, OSIM, and the wonderful Suntec City Mall. So that's right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cheryl, and I can't wait to see you in person right here at Suntec City tomorrow at 10 a.m. See you then. Goodbye.